would go. We haven't had any 10-lap stints from any GT3 cars. Graham, you suddenly look as though you want to need a question.
No, it's actually a quick point and a point of positivity. It's first time I've seen this for a long time. It's a car having put in its fastest lap of the race. And it's a recovering SP9 car, the number 12 car, which was one of the first cars to hit trouble at a puncture, I think, on the first racing lap. Back now in 53rd position and 28th position SP9, but has done the fastest racing lap of its race thus far, a 9:03.9. Not ultimately spectacularly fast, but progress of that team.
Yes, absolutely. And to put that in context, I've kind of been monitoring fast laps, ignoring the first 4 laps, and you've got to be careful there because we did get some laps coming through for lap 5, but of course lap 5 never actually happened because we then went back to lap 4 in order to do this second part of the race. But in general, everybody's fastest lap was done within those first 4 laps, and the fastest lap of the race still, I mentioned it at the time, we haven't even gone back to kind of revisit it on the second lap of the race, excuse me, by the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes, which Hubert Haupt was driving at the time, in 8 minutes 19. Pretty much the only flying lap of the race which didn't have to worry about any traffic on the road, and that was has been since then the fastest lap of the race. Since, as I say, they're still rebuilding the barriers at the Schwalbenschwanz, and that interrupts the flow and the rhythms that I was just talking to David King about and how you get into those. But back to you, Graham, a question to you. I mean, not a question, but a comment and your opinions on it. We now have the situation where we have, having had Mercedes first, second, third and fourth, we've now got Mercedes, Porsche, BMW in the top 3 places, and it's been as a result of the fading of the 912 Porsche, really, and significantly as well, the leading car, the number 88 Mercedes, has just made a stop and got out again without having lost the lead.
Yeah, but required attention for that front end damage. Substantial amount of racer tape being applied, so clearly at least some of the debris that we saw fly out from that contact with the rear of one of the Audis was from the Mercedes-Benz, so it did require a longer stop than it otherwise would have done, but has, you're quite right, Paul, by the look of things, stayed out in the lead just. But it's going to be interesting to see just exactly what the gap is once we complete the flying lap that the 88 car, or the outlap that the 88 car is now on, and both it and the 912 Porsche are both now in that long sector 4.
Yes, it was a 2 minutes and 53 seconds for the Haribo, for the 88 car in the pits. 2 minutes and 53 on a stint for that car, which was, we're going to say it was 8 laps long, in which case it had to spend 2 minto 50. In fact, it was only marginally over. It was only about 3 seconds longer than it needed to have spent in there. So even though they had to make, had to have that attention done to the car, Graham, it didn't take them more than 2 seconds over the minimum pit stop time. So that's one of the advantages of doing the longer stint. You get a longer pit stop time. So the number 88 back out of the pits, and that's the first time we've had a car making a pit stop and staying in the lead, and that's always an advantage. Got a very loud Audi in the background here, Johnny.
Let me just do something about, yeah, it was the number 6 car. I can just dip that very slightly if it was
I don't want to get rid of it altogether, but
well, he's 16th, that car, by the way, one of the 2 Phoenix Audis, the sister car, the number 5 car, running just outside the top 10 now, and just as I noticed that, by the way, the 702, the Glickenhaus, within the top 10 now, up to 9th position overall. And the difference between the 2 Phoenix Audis, principally, aside from the driver squad, is the number 5 car is on Dunlop's, number 6 on Michelin's.
Yes, and the Dunlop shod car actually outperforming the 6 as we stand. Hello to David Drinkwater. Lucky David on holiday in Hawaii at the moment, but loving the live stream nevertheless. Maybe on a beach somewhere, listening to RadioLeMans.com.
I'm sure completely untroubled by hail.
You would like to think so, yes. I've no idea what time of the day it is in Hawaii, by the way. I could probably find out. Why don't you tell us, David, at Radio Le Mans? And we are just gone 1 o'clock in the morning here. Full darkness at the Nurburgring, and still quite a lot of low-lying cloud or mist, which is affecting the early part of the lap for these drivers, but the time's still respectable. In fact, going through Sector 1 quicker than anybody else last time was the 30 HTP Motorsport Mercedes in 6th position.
And that's anybody else for the entire race, not just on this lap. So progress certainly been made on the Grand Prix loop for the Grand Prix circuit from very many cars, and some very quick times coming through there. A couple of updates from Audi, with thanks to Martin Pass in the press centre. Number 16 car made it back to pit lane for its latest pit stop, but almost ran out of fuel. Dennis Bush has got out the car, Mark Bush is in. And also a bit of an update on the issues for the number 10 Audi. We saw on the screen here, and we heard a little earlier about the dramas from that car with an accident out on the circuit. That car is out. Alex Young has popped to the medical centre for checks. He tells the team he is fine, but it's gone to the medical centre for checks nonetheless.
Yeah, just to make sure that he really is fine.
Absolutely.
My wife does the same thing to me. I'm fine, go to the doctor.
Do you think they've got someone like that in the Audi team?
Oh, I'm sure they have.
Is
yes.
Mrs. Trustwell perhaps?
Yeah, I think she's probably, no, she's tripping the light fantastic tonight. She's out at a party up in Milton Keynes, bless her. Can I tell you the bad news from David King? The 007 is withdrawn.
Oh, that's it.
The damage is too bad and they can't repair it.
That means that's it for the SP9 challenge from Aston Martin Racing.
So yes, the 007 is out, and the 27 was the other Aston, wasn't it?
It's down. That was withdrawn.
Very early on in the race.
Did we ever get an explanation as to why what happened with the 007? Whether or not that was spin or my presumption, which might have been a hit to the right rear of the car.
I think they said there was a hit that
it was a substantial one.
Yes. The good news from David King is that he now gets Darren Turner back in the number 42 car.
Well, yeah, because I couldn't listen into what David was saying, I wasn't sure whether or not that question had been asked, because clearly they've now got a recovery drive. It's not disastrous. Actually, looking at the timing and scoring screens, it's about a lap between the first 5 in SP8. So in terms of a class lead, it's around a lap. And they are amongst the quickest cars out there. But yes, now Darren Turner could do a rather more heavy lifting for the number 42 car.
Yes, quite so. And it must be doubly frustrating, therefore, because the cause was something as silly as trying to do a bit too much mileage on the fuel. But anyway, thanks very much, David, for coming up and giving us the information. And we just saw a little bit of work going on in the garage there, but as I say, the news from Aston is not good, that they are going to withdraw the 007.
Well, I'll give you a little bit more good news for the Aston Martin and the recovery drive that we were talking about for number 42. Already has taken a position in class up to 4th rather than 5th, and the gap to 3rd, and therefore a provisional podium position. And the next target for them is the number 50 car, which is that 50 car the Mustang? I think it might be.
Yes, it is, yes.
And that car is, let's have a quick look, is on the same lap. It is about just over a minute and a half ahead, but the Aston Martin is currently lapping more than 30 seconds a lap quicker. So that means, on that pace, we're 3 laps away from the Aston Martin being back in podium contention.
At least class podium contention.
Class podium
yes, exactly.
contention.
So.
Yeah, just shows you, doesn't it, if you can stick out of trouble and just keep ticking off those laps, stay out on the track for as long as possible, minimum amount of time in the pits, then slowly but surely the race will come to you. Just trying to work out whether there's a little bit of moisture on the onboard camera for car 28. It's car 28 that you can hear in the background, and that might just be muck that the camera lens has picked up around this circuit. Of course, this is the sort of time of night where the campfires are possibly at their hottest, the beer is being swilled and drunk at a fair rate of knots, and there are fireworks probably in the air as well, so Yeah, there's quite a bit of rubbish being picked up by the car. It's not raining as far as I can tell, just because of the rate of knots that these cars are working their way through a very fast portion of the Nordschleife.
Quick bit of an update from that number 88 pit stop, which, as Graham said, there was a little bit of extra work being done at the front end and investigations. There were some fears that the cooler had been damaged, and also, as Graham was saying, the front splitter. The team, however, reports that everything is in Ordnung, as it should be, and so, as I say, the number 88 has proceeded, and as I say, now resumes with a smaller margin, down to now 1 minute and 15 seconds, but as I say, in the lead of the race from the Porsche 912, which is in second place, but the Mercedes has more fuel aboard, so we'll be able to keep going for longer. The Porsche at the moment hasn't been able to do the longer stints. And then in third place is third and fourth places are the two Black Falcon Mercedes, and they're not running that far behind either. They're only a half a minute behind the 912 Porsche.
And we're beginning to get quick laps again, and the quickest of the lot last time around came from the 16th position car. It's another of the Audis, number 6 car, Phoenix car, 8:36 last time around. That's just 12 seconds off its best lap of the race, and it's going more quickly again on this time around, setting fastest sectors for that car, neither of which are that far away from the ultimate fastest in sectors 1 and 2.
And I think that must mean that the yellow zone at the Schwalbenschanze has now been removed, and we've got something approaching a clear racetrack with only the night between the cars and some faster times.
The rumble underneath us there was the number 75 Manfilter Zach Speed Mercedes rejoining, bearing the scars on the front left corner after that nerf into the number 10 Audi, which sadly no longer runs, but not because of that incident, because of a scary moment for Alex Young in the portion of the circuit after the carousel up towards Hoeracht. The check's still going on with Alex, but we think he's okay. That's just a trip to the medical centre to double check, triple check things. 14 hours and just under 19 minutes to go. Glare of headlights down at the Dunlop hairpin as the rejoining, in fact that's the Deutsche Post Bentley, which is working its way past the rejoining 75 Mercedes. There's a Audi caught up in that little odd as well, but after 9.5 hours, just over, the number 88 Mercedes leads the way. 38 laps done from the 912 Porsche 911 of Richard Lietz, Jörg Bergmeister, Michael Christensen and Fred Makoviecki. Third position, the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes, the blue car in the Bilstein colours of Haupt, Berman, Engel and Müller. Fourth place for the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, that's the white car with the remind me the sponsorship on the white car, the SAP sponsorship on the white Ford car. Schneider, Engel, Christodoulou and Metzger, and Adam Christodoulou, well, has had a recent stint behind the wheel of that car, and the timing screen would tell me that Adam's still at the wheel, the Brummie, but we'll wait for the stop, because I think Christodoulou was a while ago in that car, and I just wonder whether if he was still at the wheel of it, he will have broken the driving limit. Paul will check to try and get us an answer. Fifth position, the number 30 car, ahead of the sister machine. So that's the two HTP Motorsport Mercedes cars at 5th and 6th. And the number 1 Audi, now on an out lap, was 7th last time we checked. We'll see where that feeds back into the sequence. And just heading into the speed restricted area now, where the barrier repairs are taking place, is the number 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, down in 18th position.
Stealthy run really from the 44, and after stumbling a little earlier, and where Paul was explaining the kind of double pit stop that befell that car, probably with a very late call to finally change tyres. But they're now back inside the top 20, 18th overall, a little away from the fight at the sharp end, but hanging on in there. Still on the lead lap, of course, and something like, what is that, 7 minutes back from, no, it's about 8 minutes back from the leader. But in the hunt, fast laps coming. We do have, as you said, Johnny, that slow zone at the moment, which is going to prevent us getting to purple laps for the time being.
Second place, BMW M235i comes in. It's a class led by Bonk Motorsport, by the way, but the 305 car has just stopped. Great number of M235i BMWs here this weekend. I think we had 13 to start the race.
Have we, by the way, mentioned the accident about 5 minutes ago for the Mattel Aston Martin?
No.
The number 76 car reported at post 119 following an accident. So one of the privately entered Astons. Just looking for where that's sat in the order. It's a little way down at the moment. And the car not moving.
It is, just going back to the Adam Christodoulou car, that car has just come into the pit lane, so we'll be able to see whether it's Adam getting in or just trying to pick him out as the car comes into the pit lane. It's in the pit lane already, comes into its pit box now. And that looks to me like Bernd Schneider getting into the car. So if it is Christodoulou getting out and Schneider getting in, is a good exchange in my view.
More than fair to middling, certainly. The number 76.
No, it's Metzger getting out and Schneider getting in. So
still a good exchange.
Yes.
The number 76 I just mentioned, which is the car that's had the accident out at post 119. Was actually in a podium position. SP10, the GT4 class, is now tumbling down the order, has actually just been overhauled on timing and scoring by the recovering 42 SP8's fourth place and closing on the Ford Mustang.
Okay, the 912 car Porsche is in as well, and that looks to be a relatively relaxed pit stop. Remember, running to the minimum pit stop time, and that is on a sliding scale depending on how many laps you've done in your stint. I presume for the 912 car, Paul, that was a 9-lap stint. Let you check that in a moment.
Yes, it was.
Okay, but we think that the Porsche might be able to push to a 10 when needed.
I'd be surprised, I'll put it that way.
It's that jerry can they've got strapped to the back end of it that gives you that.
I heard you mention earlier on that Olaf Mantine might leave it until the very early hours to just stretch things.
Yeah, I mean,
but we know what can happen when you try and stretch it to 10 laps, as David King said a little earlier on.
Exactly so, and it's a difficult calculation to make because you have to be right on the pace for the whole of those 10 laps, and sometimes just getting it back to 9, you don't gain very much, because if you do 10 laps, then you have to spend an extra minute in the pits getting the extra fuel aboard. So it's actually worth sometimes just doing, we worked out before the race that if you could go a second a lap slower and get to the flag, then it would get you to the flag at the same distance if you could do one pit stop less. But if you're only more than a second a lap slower by doing the fuel saving, then it's just not worth doing. You might as well just go as fast as you can.
Progress again for the 42 car, under a minute now behind the Mustang to get back into podium position in SP8, and took a further 30 seconds out of the Mustang's advantage on the last time around.
Bernd Schneider, by the way, leaving the pits now on board the number 4 car. The team, Black Falcon, had so much time that there was a guy just sauntering around the back of the car, making sure there wasn't any chunks out of the rear diffuser, making sure the rear wing was in place and everything was straight on the car. It looks great, to be honest, considering it's nearly done 10 hours of this race. The number 4 car still resplendent in that white livery. Very unusual for a Black Falcon to turn a car out like that, as I suppose it is in the dark blue of Bilstein as well. They have some very differently coloured cars, which is most useful for us commentators picking them out from distance. The 912 car returns to the race as well, by the way, which is the leading Porsche behind the leader outright, which is the 88 Haribo Mercedes.
Shows that the Black Falcon have got a commercial man that's earning his corn as well, because they're big sponsors, Bilstein and SAP. SAP may not be very well known to rank and file members of the public, but it's certainly a system that I'm familiar with. Well, I'm not particularly fond of, but I'm familiar with.
Yes, I think a lot of people in business will have come across it, to be honest. It is a German company, and one of the leading companies in the field, not just in terms of finance, but in all aspects of business activity. But I mean, a good commercial sponsor, and one which a company like SAP can get a great deal of sponsor value out of, because of being able to bring a lot of guests along. Bilstein obviously involved in the motor trade, but inevitably Black Falcon running a very tight ship indeed, and just as you know, looking and the top spots and not underestimating the Manthey car, nor either will you be underestimating those two Black Falcon cars in 3rd and 4th places. In 5th place there, in 5th and 6th places, the two HTP Mercedes, still giving it a strong Mercedes flavour to the top places. But it's fairly close. I mean, you know, the number 88, the Haribo car has pulled out a bit of a lead, but it is still fairly close. In the pits is the Land Motorsport Audi at the moment. Graham.
And coming to the end of that routine pit stop, fuel still going aboard the car. A couple of notes from the ticker we're getting up on screens that are handily placed completely out of view of Paul Truswell. One is that the 44 team manager, Falcon Motorsport, of course, is requested to go and have a chat with the clerk of the course. The other is another speed limit, pit lane speed limit infringement, and a 30-second penalty. This time going to, it's another Mattel racing car, I'm afraid. This time it's the SP3T Seat Leon Super Copa, the 103 car, currently running 5th in SP3T and not immediately under pressure from behind. For that place, but that's not going to help them, is it?
The number 36 Lexus RCF is in for a stop. Gazoo Racing running that, and I think the driver about to take over was watching things unfold, although no, it's probably the driver that just got out actually. Put the new driver in, and the driver that's just come to the end of his stint, just overseeing the stop. Again, not massively rushed because of so much time in hand with this minimum pit stop system that is run at the Nurburgring. The 6 car also in, so we've got 28 in from Montreplast and Land Motorsport. The 38 cars come to a halt in the pit lane as well, as has the 6 car, and the Lexus RCF is car 36, which has just come down pit road as well. Quite a number of cars actually making a stop, but the top 10 are out there. Amazingly, the Montreplast by Land Motorsport Audi is the best placed car with the 4 rings. So we have Mercedes leading, Porsche second, Mercedes, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Then the 100 BMW 7th, the 702 Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus SCG 003C is in 8th position, and therefore the SPX leader, and then the best of the Audis 9th.
And amongst the quickest cars on track at the moment, the quickest car on track at the moment, by the way, or certainly last time around, was the number 100 BMW running in 7th. But amongst the very quickest is another recovery drive. We like a recovery drive, particularly when it's from way, way back after problems earlier in the race, and it's coming from the number 37 Bentley, now back in 84th position after a couple of problems earlier on. Has just put in an 8:35.638, significantly its fastest lap of the race so far.
Just goes so they weren't really trying before, doesn't it?
I think clearly they've had the hurry-up call. They are now running, by the way, a slightly depressing for them 31st in SP9, but it's a long night ahead of them.
I've been told that it was Maro Engel getting into the number 4 Mercedes and Christodoulou getting out. Now, I'm not going to argue with that because that's come up on the German ticker, but I thought it was Metzger getting out, but I'll go with what they've said because they have people down there. Oh, and I can see Chris Dulu now actually pacing across the pit wall as if he's just got out of the car, been up to the race engineer on the pit wall to report in. So I'll go with that. Chris Dulu then having handed the car over to Mauro Engel. That's the car that was in second place, number 4 Mercedes, now back into 4th following its pit stop, but also having dropped behind the Porsche following the pit stop.
We talked you through the pit stop for the number 28 Audi, by the way. Timo Scheider gets fuel and tyres and remains in the car, the white and green number 28 Audi. So no driver change there. There are a couple of Audis actually circulating together because the number 2 WRT Audi was 10th. Probably has gained a spot after the pit stop for the number 28 machine. And then there's another Audi, a Dunlop tired car from Phoenix Racing. So the 2 Audis up ahead are on Michelin tyres, but the 5 out of the Phoenix Racing awning is being run on Dunlops. That's the Stippler, Anders Fjordbach, Eduardo Mortara, and Nicky Meyer-Meinhof is here as well this weekend, sharing that number 5 car. Another 5 minutes to go and we will reach a mere 14 hours to go on RadioLeMans.com for the 10th time that we've been at this event, but in fact the 44th time that the ADAC Zurich 24 Hours of the Nürburgring has been run. Fair to say it did not get off to a very good start this year. After only 5 racing laps, the red flags came out after biblical rainfall, and there was the hail as well pelting down onto the circuit, freezing part of the Nordschleife asphalt, and some of the cars actually struggled to get up the hill because of so much wheel spin. There was always the potential to break drive shafts and gearboxes as well, clutches, with the GT3 cars trying to power their way up, but just getting so much wheel slip that the officials decided to create effectively a parc fermé area about a third of the way around the lap, and we had this great train of cars that was told to halt whilst the problems on the circuit were sorted, and then that crocodile slowly returned to the grid. We had, I think, 4 hours, you said earlier on, Paul, of a red flag, then the race was restarted, and still horrendous conditions to get the race restarted in, but we managed to avoid major incident, and the race has continued ever since then, although we still have had slow zones, and we've still got one of those, haven't we, whilst repairs take place, or has that now been withdrawn?
I'm suggesting that's now been withdrawn because we've now got proper racing lap speeds coming through around the 8:30 mark in the top order, so I'm guessing that slow zone is either much slower, but much shorter, or has gone.
I think it's gone altogether.
I think Joe Bradley disagrees.
Okay. So he's still the one at the Schwalbenschwanz has gone, but it's the one going out up the hill after the bridge at Adenauer at Breitscheid, going up the hill up towards Bergwerk, where there is that's not a code 60 zone, is it though? That's just or is it? No, it is a code 60 zone as well. So there is a code 60 there at the Ex-Mühle, as I say, between Breitscheid and going up the hill. Where my painting of Fangio is, I've got in my cloakroom. We've got
yellow flags at post 118 for the repair of barriers. We've got a black flag for the number 79 car being reported. That's one of the Pro Sports Cayman Pro 4s, and there's been an accident at post 119, which I suspect will be the it's the barriers at post 119. That's where the code 60 is, and that's been because of an accident between the 59 Monza Racing 911 GT3 Cup MR and the number 78, which is the Sorgen Sports SP10 BMW GT4. The 78 has continued. Apparently 59 not so lucky and is stationary at post 119.
Okay, The 912 and 4 cars, of course, recently pitted, so they slipped to 6th and 7th respectively. That promotes the number 9 Mercedes to 2nd position. We have the 2 HTP Motorsport Mercedes now running 3rd and 4th, 29 ahead of 30. 5th place, the number 100 Schubert Motorsport BMW of John Edwards, Jens Klingmann, Lucas Löhr and Martin Tomczyk, running round in 5th place. But the Glickenhaus car still doing well. It's just pitted actually, the 702, but was in 8th position. Also stopping on this lap, the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. SP7 still headed by the number 64 Porsche. That's the exclusively Porsche GT3 Cup class, of course, and it's headed by car 64 from 62, which has just pitted, or is pitting as we speak. 3rd place in SP7 is the number 67 Porsche, which is the offering from actually no team name, but it has got Bugs Bunny as part of its driver lineup. Guido Bugs Bunny in their 911, along with Oleg Kvitka, Florian Scholze and Fabian Schiller, as we've mentioned.
The 2 HTP Mercedes in 3rd and 4th places are running nose to tail. If you're in a position around the circuit where you can see them very, very close together, or try and pick them up the next time they come past us at the start-finish line, just 'cause it's always fun to watch cars close together. They're about halfway round the lap at the moment, but they have dropped away from the number 9 car, so the Black Falcon car has had a much quicker run, and this is basically comparing where we are now with where we were about an hour ago, because we're just coming up to the top of the hour, as Johnny said, and the gap first to second is practically the same as it was about an hour ago, but the gap between 2nd and 3rd, that's the number 9 Black Falcon car back to the faster of the 2 HTP cars, has gone out by very nearly a minute over the last hour. So that's, say, a bit of a shape of the pattern of the race. And the other car that's lost out in the last hour is the 912 Porsche, which has lost about 30 seconds on the race leaders, Johnny.
It's Paul Truswell, Graham Goodwin to my right, Johnny Palmer here taking you through the nighttime hours, and on for a couple more hours before I hand over to Martin Haven. We've reached 1:30 in the morning. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Practically back to full green flag conditions, although still have this 60-kilometre slow zone in action. 14 hours of the race still to go, and it's all live on radiolemans.com. So cars now powering their way out of the slow zone, back to racing speed, and there's some unravelling to be done as the faster SP9 GT3 cars were caught up behind traffic there. Obviously no overtaking through the caution area, and then now the 35 Nissan, the Nissan GT-R, run by Bob Neville's initiative, RJN, suddenly powers back into life and is able to stick another lap on that slower moving production-based traffic. Here's how we stand then, 10 hours into the race. I know that's a little bit misrepresentative because we've only had effectively 6 hours of running, but the 88 Arabo-backed Porsche, the brand new AMG, Mercedes AMG, leads the way after 41 laps. So we have a Mercedes ahead of another Mercedes, the number 9 Bilstein liveried Black Falcon car of Hubert Haupt, Jelmer Berman, Maro Engel and Nico Müller. And then it's 2 more Mercedes behind. So of the top 5, 4 of those are the new AMG cars. HTP 3rd, HTP 4th, 29 from 30. The first non-Mercedes is the 100 Schubert BMW of John Edwards, Jens Klingmann, Lucas Löhr and Martin Tomczyk. And then it's the Porsche of Team Manthey, effectively a works Porsche, the 912 machine. And that's the only car, SP9 Manthey car, that remains after the 911 car was crashed very, very early on and repairs could not be carried out. But Richard Leach, Jörg Bergmeister, Michael Christensen and Fred Makovici well and truly in the mix, and they get up as far as high as 2nd position just before their pit stop. They're doing 9 lap stints although there is still a little bit of a question mark as to whether the 912 car could push it to 10 if they work that cannily. We'll wait and see. 7th position is the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. That's the white car of Bernd Schneider, Maro Engel, Adam Christodoulou and Manuel Metzger. The 702 Cameron Glickenhaus car is 8th, so SPX leader, but well and truly punching above its weight with the SP9 cars. 9th position, the best of the Audis as we speak, is the number 2 WRT car of Stuart Leonard, Robert Friens, Ed Sandstrom and Fred Vervish. And 10th position is the number 5 Audi from Phoenix Racing. We've had a little bit of a change in the commentary box as well, with Graham Goodwin heading away no doubt for a bit of a nap. So Joe Bradley, fresh from a snooze, comes and joins me now.
All good?
Loaded up, loaded up with anecdotes, possibly, but we might not need them, Joe, because we've had a lot of green flag running of late.
Yeah, at last. Glad to see, while I've been off, that this race is very much well and truly underway, and we've got all sorts of movers and shakers when I come back and look at the timing screens, and everything's changed. Now tell me the story of the number 8 car. They finally pulled that one.
They did, yes, because always we were thinking the Haribo team had an 88 and an 8, but they have the same driver lineup, and were they going to reach a point in the race where one was doing brilliantly well and the other one was down in 40th? They never got there because they were circulating first and second pretty much. So there was a hard decision to be made down at that team, but yes, they've ditched the 8.
Yes, because they were running 1 and 2, and what a choice that was. We knew that was going to happen. But I'm sure that came as a massive surprise to the team.
Well, I think it's a nice situation to be in, isn't it? I mean, I think they were, in effect, if they would have, I mean, it would have been possible to have run the 4 drivers sharing between 2 cars, but it would have meant that they wouldn't have been able to get sufficient rest to rest the drivers. They would have had sufficient rest to obey the regulations, but if all you're getting is a 2-hour break, and then you're back in the car for 3 hours, and then you get another 2-hour break, and then you're in the car for another 3 hours, then in effect you're going to be exhausted. And rather than take the risk of exhausting the drivers, they'd rather save one of the cars. They've now got a perfectly good spare car for any parts that they might need should things start to go wrong, but they'll also be able to get some well-rested drivers cycling through over the course of the remaining 24 hours. And as I said at the time, in a sense, much better to be able to say, oh, let's pull one of the cars now, than as Manthey have done. They've only ever had 1 car available really to them since they crashed the car early on, or as the where's the other? There's another team that's lost one of their cars in effect and has lost it. And the BMWs, of course, they're really running with just 1 high challenging car at the moment in the shape of the number 100 car, because their number 18 car blew up with a blown turbo. Although we were told at one point that car was being worked upon. So whether we'll see the number 18 again, we'll have to wait and see.
All good. 100 out up there. That was my prediction for the overall race win, and we're getting into the dead of night. That period of a 24-hour race where
you said the Falcon horse car.
No, I didn't. I said the 100.
He's changing his mind. That's not on Joe. You can't just go for the winner or the leader.
It's all on record. I think Paul's getting confused with the qualifying. And my prediction, my punt for qualifying was the Falcon horse car.
Well, you'll remember that, of course, I plumped for the 88 before we got started, so it's looking
all
pretty...
on record, John. It's all on record. I said the Lucas Lowe car, and Tom Check. Okay. Tom Check. That's what I went for.
All right, we'll just have to
So
believe
we'll just
you.
have to wait and see.
Mine was the 28, by the way, down in 15th position now. They're just plugging away, just waiting outside that little envelope, you know.
They'll
strike.
Heading towards that period of the night where there should only be burglars and prostitutes about, but this is a 24-hour motor race, and certainly
on
indeed they are lacking. There are plenty of people around.
They're around at 3 in the afternoon at this place.
We've still got a lot of beer-swilling, sausage-eating Germans, I think, out there who are really taking the night air in. I haven't been outside, so I'm not sure exactly how cold it is. It feels chilly. So temperatures on the track are down. This is when the air is lovely and thick, and we're getting the best performance out of all of our cars, especially the normally aspirated ones. Paul, you've got a smirk on your face. You want to say something? I can't take him seriously with that little headlamp. looks like Davros.
Is it because you've come in here dressed in...
It looks like you should be in Minions or something like that.
It's something, I'm not sure.
You come in here dressed in your puffer jacket and your woolly hood and everything, and Graham, who has just left that seat, is just in a t-shirt and jeans, not wearing shorts anymore. But and you say you're not quite sure how cold it is outside. If you've been wearing your puffer jacket indoors,
I have.
Yeah. I don't think it's that cold. Is it cold out? Is it cold out? We don't know. Okay, we're going to send Graham out and find out how cold it is outside.
In a t-shirt.
In a t-shirt.
Yeah.
He's a brave boy.
He's not.
But he is from the northwest.
But,
so.
well, now we've got rid of him. Quick, lock the door. I mean, the fact is, you're right, Joe. We are in the position where the air is good for quick laps. The problem is that you've got to get temperature into the tyres as well, and there's a lot of rubbish and oil that's been reported out on the track. So I don't think we're going to get ultimately quick laps, but we are certainly getting quicker laps. And as you say, you've got on the screen there a little zone of code 60 out there at the ex-Müller corner, and so there's still opportunities where it can where we can improve lap times.
Yeah, we're about to have our TV timers switch everything down. That would have been catastrophic, wouldn't it? Just talk amongst yourselves for a while.
We've got a window. We've got cars going past.
Graham's got something to say about temperature. Is it cold outside? Sorry, I can't hear him. I'm going to have to take my cans off.
It says it's not cold at all. I didn't hear all of the build-up to that, but
yes.
No, he says it's not cold
Not
at
cold
all.
at all.
No.
So a mile night into the small hours now, just after, well, it's 22 in the morning, and this is the time when we sort of start waxing lyrical about anything, really, isn't it?
The number 38 Bentley's still got a headlight out, I notice. I went down and checked with Bentley about the spec of that engine, because Graham was suggesting it was a naturally aspirated machine, but it is a 4-litre twin turbo, so well, that should power on regardless of the air quality. But it has got a front left headlight out, down in 75th position overall, is that right?
Yes, it's had a bit of a torrid time, I believe. 75th, did you say?
I'm not sure whether the number on that is entirely correct, but it's not in the top 30.
Yeah, that's the car that Stephen Kane had an off with just coming out of Fuchsröhre at the slow right-hand corner there, where he got two wheels onto the grass and then hit the front of the car into the barrier. They got it back to the pit lane okay, but it's obviously spent a long time coming back from that distance, and also took a bit of time to get repaired. That was where that car lost the time.
It's the 37, beg pardon, not the 38, and the 37, yes, was in 75th prior to its stop, and it's now on an outlap, so it's tumbled down a few more spots.
And another car on a recovery drive is the number 42 Aston. That's the Aston Martin Test Centre car, and you heard David King say that car had a few problems. Well, that's now just gone back up into third place in class, 71st overall. It's overtaken the number 50 car, which is the Ford Mustang, and we will monitor the progress of the 42 Aston. We are in the Aston Martin Lounge after all, and all part of the same team.
That was running out of fuel, the problem with that.
Running out of fuel, that's right, yes.
Trying to do too many laps on the tank of fuel.
You can't save laps of fuel on the Nordschleife. The lap's too long.
Well, no, they thought they'd done their calibrations to the point where they could go for it and ran out on the Göttinger Höhe.
By the way, thanks to Martin Pass again for keeping us up to date with Audi drivers, and the number 5 has been in for tyres. Nicky Meyer-Melnoff has got out of that car, and Eduardo Mortara gets into the number 5. The 6 car, we probably mentioned that René Rast stayed on board that car, having got fuel and tyres on the last stop for the number 6 Phoenix Racing Audi. So the 5 is in 16th position, the 6 car in 17th spot, and those cars, or at least one of them, has just been overtaken by the bright yellow Bentley, the number 38 Deutsche Post sponsored car.
Just as a bit of a finisher on the number 42 Aston, it is only 3 minutes from the class lead, so 3 minutes being well inside the same lap. So like I say, we'll keep an eye on that. Still got a slow zone out there at Exmuller. That's the right-hander just before the run down to Bergwerk, and it's quite a lengthy one. It's the slow zone starts with the 100, and just to explain how the slow zone works, yes, we want a 60-kilometre speed limit through it, but before that you have a section of the track which is limited to 120, so you're not going from flat out to 60 kilometres. We are sort of gradually bringing the cars down to speed through the area that is having the work done. Now I suspect that is barrier repairs, because we've had plenty of time and that's been out there for a little while now, so I would suspect barrier repairs is what's holding things up through that section. We've seen that across the whole of this race, really, haven't we? And the Nürburgring staff are pretty much the experts in the field, so to speak, quite literally. Getting trucks out there, we see that all the time here at this event. Trucks at the track side, and everyone respecting what's going on out there.
Yeah, it's slightly easier, I suppose, to get a car back now because the crowds will have lessened. I mean, I just still have that picture of the 911 Porsche trying to get back, but just clogged up in what looked like Monday morning rush hour traffic. It should be a bit easier now for a car that's got stuck out on the far section of the circuit to be returned on a flatbed. And well, that was one of the problems for the problem for the 42 car, which unfortunately for Aston Martin and for David King ran out of fuel on its 10th lap. So they had to send a flatbed out with, well, the recovery vehicle with some fuel and top it up on the spot. That just about got it back to the pit lane. And we've had the number 10 car, of course, go off in a big way. The number 10 Audi at Hoeracht or close to there, so that will have come back on a flatbed as well, but sadly that car will no longer run. The 30 HTP Motorsport car, fresh from a pit stop, now rejoining. So the 30 car has stopped. We're still waiting, I believe, for the 29 car to come in for its stop, so presumably HTP will pit that on the next lap. Are they managing to do it on sort of staggered stops?
Yes, although they have done it with both cars coming in together, because using the tank pilot system you can do that, and because the stop time is what's the word, is defined anyway, then that is something which can be done. So the HTP cars, in some ways, the strongest pairing in there now, because remember they brought 3 cars to the race. They had a 31 car which they had here during the qualifying sessions, and then decided to just go with 2. So they've done the same as Haribo to an extent, in that they pulled one of their cars, having had a spare car with existing drivers. Once they got through the qualifying, though, they said, no, 2 cars is quite enough for us. And the HTP Mercedes have run very strongly indeed. Shouldn't say that, should I? As indeed have the 2 Black Falcon cars, which are kind of in the top 6 as well. So there's a long way to go, but there are some very solid looking cars and performances out there still.
And they're nearly all Mercedes.
Yeah.
With the exception of the 100 BMW and the 912 Porsche. Audi on the back foot to a certain extent at the moment. They need, I think, something to go wrong for 1 or 2 or 3 of the cars up ahead. We'll see whether that happens, but Audi, I think, hoping for a bit of bad luck elsewhere.
They have been all week, haven't they? Before we really got into the serious stuff with qualifying and official practice, whenever that was, I forget now, I think it was Thursday. We haven't really seen Audi at the forefront. I remember that earlier on today when we asked Paul for his prediction for the win, he wouldn't commit because of the strength of all the Mercedes runners. Now the Nürburgring 24 hours is a race, it's pretty unique, and other races that we cover you can kind of see or speculate onto the tactic that people are employing with regards to the kind of race you run towards the end. We've got the 24-hour series, which you can follow on radiolemans.com, where some of the races are split, the 12-hour races are split, and it brings an added tactic. Well, I'm not sure if there is a tactic other than just staying on the track here at the Nürburgring and just running your race to a pace what you're capable of, because there's never you never get a clear lap because the lap is too long. You're always going to come upon traffic. So if you look at our sectors, for instance, we've got 5 sectors. The first sector is around 1.5 minutes. The second sector is just over 1 minute. The third sector is just over 2 minutes. The fourth sector is 3.5 minutes. And the fifth sector is around about just towards 1 minute. So the 5 laps within a lap, really, isn't it? So, you know, you may get a clear sector, which on a conventional track would be you had a clear lap in that run or several clear laps in that run. But I think here we have to recalibrate. I had several clear sectors where I didn't have to deal with any kind of traffic and just deal with the vagaries of the track itself.
I sort of compared it to earlier in the week in my mind. I watched quite a bit of snooker over the April period with the World Championships in Sheffield, and there were a few matches in Sheffield where because of the nature of snooker, sometimes your opponent just gets to the table and is able to just keep potting balls and you're stuck in the chair. When you finally do get back to the table, if you're about 5, 6, 7 frames behind, it's no point thinking, I've got so many frames to win here in order to win the match. You have got to pot one ball at a time. And I think people go out on this lap and go, right, I'm going to do one sector at a time here. There's no telling whether I'm even going to get it back to the end of the lap, and I think the teams can work as much strategy in as they want, but almost you want a bit of a celebration to go, we've just done another lap, chaps, so we've got to the end of that one. Now best of luck for the Grand Prix Strecker and the best of luck for the second sector. It's almost a case of like treating every corner as in the moment,
as an individual.
Let's get to the end of this and see where we are at the end of this lap, at the end of the next 9 laps, and you can't afford to think too far ahead.
I think the key term for success around here is discretion being the better part of valour. And I think if you are the sort of driver that will go for that gap, doesn't matter if you're 10 hours into a 24-hour race or whatever, if you are the kind of driver that is overly aggressive, then at a place like this, even though we are seeing green sector times, what we mean by that is up on our timing screens, the sector times appear in green. That means that it's a personal best for that car. If it appears in purple, then it's the fastest overall of the whole field. And we're seeing green sector times pop up, and I'm quite sure that that is more down to the lack of traffic than it is to the driver pushing to the absolute edge, the kind of on the limit 10/10ths driving that we see now and again in endurance racing. But I think in endurance racing, your 8/10ths, your 8/10ths should be your max. Your 7/10ths should be where you're at pretty much for the when you go out there. And I know there's some guys like the Kevin Estres of this world and a field full of them, full of hot shots. These are the people who are, yes, if needed, you can pull out a 10/10ths. But I'm not sure around the Nürburgring. I'm not sure around the Nordschleife.
I think they hold that back for the last 2 hours, maybe even the last hour.
Maybe, yes.
And the art of driving this stage of the race is actually to approach it in a defensive way. Drive defensively. Don't, as you say, push 100%, because you never know what's around the next corner. You might be presented by 3 abreast production spec cars that you just can't get through, and you have to expect the unexpected. Next corner might be utterly blind because you've run into a load of low-hanging cloud.
And then you've got slow zones which appear for incidents and track repairs, which again are going to reflect your sector times and what have you. And the other thing is, you send your driver out with a tactic of saving fuel and stretching the lap. There is really no point in doing that here, because you are never going to stretch that fuel to cover a whole lap here. So you may as well just forget that bit and gauge and calculate what your fuel mileage is per lap, and then just stick to it, because you're never going to be able to lift and coast to the extent where you're going to save a whole lap of fuel.
Hubert Haupt is now at the wheel of the number 9 Mercedes-Benz, the Black Falcon car. He's taken that car over from Jelmer Berman. That's car now dropped down. It was up in second place, but it's dropped down. You mentioned, didn't you, Johnny, that one of the HTP cars has come in. The other one has come in now as well. So that was the 30 that you mentioned, Johnny. The 29 has now come in as well. So that's the cars in second and third places, or at least they were in second and third places, and fourth place, the 3 Mercedes, the Black Falcon and the 2 HTP cars. That has elevated in effect, or will elevate in effect, the 100 Schubert BMW up into second place. But all of this is going on whilst the number 88 Mercedes just continues to extend its way into the lead, and it won't be coming into the pits, number 88, until lap 45, so another 2 laps, or 1 lap to complete at the end of this one that it's currently on. The number 88 currently about halfway around, just over halfway around its lap. It'll complete this one and then come in at the end of the next one, but that little bit of extra mileage for the number 88 car, continuing to see it very well indeed. Last time it made a pit stop, didn't even lose the lead of the race, and at the moment we're just kind of, as I say, just seeing how this plays out. The 912 Porsche has continued to drop away. I'm trying to kind of plot how the lap times are going, and it's the 912 that has lost the most over the last couple of hours, and that was the car that I had, I'd say, high hopes for, because I'm try and be fairly impartial about these things, but the way it was going about 2 hours ago, it was closing the gap. Now we've got a fully dry racetrack, they're not able to close it quite as quickly as they were earlier on.
Car 11 has stopped quite recently. When was that? Just over 10 minutes ago, so apologies for not filling you in with this, but it had fuel and tyres and a driver change because Christian Bollrath stepped out of it, and we have now put Maximilian Hacklander at the wheel of the number 11 Audi. Thanks again to Martin Pass for that. Car 11 is where in the standings now? Hang on a minute, have I missed it on page... yes, I have missed it on page 1 because it's 26th after that stop, and that's 24th in the SP9 class, because the SP7 leader actually ahead of it now. So car 64, which has been the lead Porsche 911 Cup class car, still out front there, 25th overall now, and has the luxury of 2 SP9 cars between it and the second place SP7 car in 28th. That's the 62 car. So SP7 led by 64, second place 62, third place is the 67.
Just watching a pit stop there, and I do miss being down in the pit lane because that's usually my my usual habitat. Job. That's my natural habitat of being down there, smelling and breathing in the brake pad dust. Saw the a couple of pit stops going on there, and just noticed the delicacy of. I'm just trying to find out who it is. It's one of the lower class of BMWs. I think it's a 235. It's car 171, which is the BMW 235. It's the Racehouse Motorsport team just having a tyre change there, and he was the guy on the rear wheel was putting the wheel on it. It's a 5-stud wheel, so it's not the centre locking single huge wheel nut that we see on the GT3 cars, but a 5-stud wheel pattern, and he was putting the wheel on the back axle as if it was made of glass. I'd been slapping him on the head saying, come on, get on with it, taking far too much time. Franz Conrad has been requested. I take it Franz Conrad is the team manager still of the number 25 Lamborghini. The Conrad Motorsports Lamborghini has been requested to go and have a visit to the Beak, the clock of the course. Not sure what that is about, and we are seeing lots of 30-second penalties being given out in respect of pit lane speed limits. So they've been really hot on all aspects of the regulations here.
Well, I think they, I mean, they have to be certainly on pit lane because it's such a busy and full pit lane, but also on the regulation, because the other thing that they've been monitoring fairly closely has been the minimum pit stop time, because of course that all just contributes to the fairness of the race, and also the speed limits out on the track. So we've seen various penalties for various things. However, with that Lamborghini, Joe, I just wonder, I'm not sure if you were watching it at the time, some of the listeners may not have been either, but there was an incident coming out of the pits when that Lamborghini came out of the pits and contacted fairly or heavily enough to break a steering tie rod on a BMW, a Cup BMW. I think there was even one of the
Porsche.
class. It was a Porsche, wasn't it? It was leading its class at the time.
It was the 151 Porsche Cayman, which was leading Class V5 in the orange and blue Pixum team Adrenaline Motorsport livery, and I felt right sorry for who did we put at the wheel? I think James Briody, the American.
That's right, it was. Well done, well remembered.
Going about his own business, leading Class V5, and then all of a sudden up the inside comes a Lamborghini fresh from a pit stop. And the problem is, if your driver's right of the blend line, leaving the pit lane, that just leads you directly to the clipping point of the first corner apex. And if you're not aware of your surroundings, with someone at racing speed to your left and you don't brake in time, you're going to take them clean out. We've had two incidences very similar to one another down at the Yokohama S. Both, I've got to say, blame firmly put in the lap of the car that rejoins, because the Manfilter 75 Mercedes also spun the 10 Audi that was still running at the time, did significant damage to the front left corner of the Mercedes, but spun the 10 Audi out.
And that Manfilter's Mercedes was penalised for that contact, and that's why I wonder if that's why the Conrad Lamborghini has been summoned to race control as well to explain the actions. We don't know. We'll find out as and when a penalty gets issued, but if you keep your eye on that, Joe, you'll be able to tell us.
I will indeed. Alan Pross is asking if we know if the HTP Motorsport fixed the interior light that was swinging about.
It was a blue light, wasn't it? Now, not the blue light that displays top right of the windscreen to warn slower cars that it's a super quick SP9 car coming through. There's a blue light which I think is part of the dash display.
I think it helps the driver's vision on his dashboard and these switches and his array of stuff that he's got to monitor, instruments, yes, and switches and the like, and it kind of gives the cockpit area a kind of an illuminating sort of light, not enough to distract and cause reflection, but enough to see what he's doing. And Nick Holland's tactic for this race is get to the night, then get to midnight, then aim for daybreak, and then press to the finish.
Yeah,
again, there's a long time between daybreak and finish. That is a chunk of time. What, Paul? Do you know the official sunrise? Going to be hard to judge, really, if we have low cloud cover, of course, because it's going to be, you know, we're going to have to wait until the clouds are all well lit. But right now, what's the official time?
I must admit, I haven't looked that one up, and I haven't got a spare screen to do so at the moment. But I will give you that before. Well, I will give it out to you whilst we're doing the rundown of the class positions, because we're at the time of day where we do a rundown of class positions, aren't we, JP?
I think we're going to get to the rounded hour, the top of the hour for the race itself. So we've got
okay, we do that.
Couple of minutes for that.
At risk of making up rules as I go along. 5:29 a.m. for Nurburgring sunrise.
Okay, well done.
So 5:29 to 3:30 in the afternoon is a chunk of time to press on.
Means we've only got 3.5 hours till sunrise.
Probably my tactic, in just slight difference to Nick Collins, would be to get to midday and maybe see where we're at and see where, you know, we've still got a 3-hour motor race, 3.5-hour motor race from midday to really take it home. Bring it home, Dave.
We've got the Glickenhaus is in the pit garage rather than being in the pit lane, and there's work being done underneath the engine compartment of the Glickenhaus. This is a car which got up into the top 10. It was it sort of started off being kind of knocking on the doors of the top 10, then it kind of got itself into 9th place and was arguing with a couple of Audis about whether it should be in the top 10 or not, but they've had some kind of a problem with that car, and it's receiving more attention than the team would really like to give it. It's been having a pretty fault-free run up until now, but that to me looks like they've got a bit more of a severe problem that they're working on. This is the 702 car.
Certainly we can see oil being replenished, but that's not necessarily the problem. That's just taking advantage of the situation and having the car static in the pits for a problem. Now that they are around the engine area, just on the inside of the right-hand rear wheel, that looks like a plug spanner or something in there, Paul. Maybe a. It's hard to judge because we can't see.
You need to get down. It's only just down underneath us. It's 2 garages down from where we are.
We're being shielded by, understandably, by
that's why
by team mechanics. I'd be down there.
You'd be down there if you could squeeze through with your puffer jacket on. Nobody would notice.
I doubt I would with this puffer jacket on.
Anyway, so problems for the Glickenhaus. It was in 9th place. It's in 10th and losing places all the time. It's been in the pits already for 6.5 minutes. So, and no sign yet of them getting the problem repaired. So, a potential problem there. And even though it's an SPX class, as far as Jim Glickenhaus is concerned, he wants to play with the rest of the SP9 boys. For the whole of the top 20 are all SP9 cars, with the exception of that SPX car. But we'll see what's wrong with it and how long it takes. And another problem, Joe, for a car that looks like it's getting a tow out there on the circuit.
It's one of the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, isn't it?
It's a leading
Number
car.
30.
Yeah.
On its outlap, and presumably it's ground to a halt. Already the intervention vehicle has got to the scene. It can't have been very far around the lap. It did a very good time through Sector 2. It's somewhere in Sector 3.
He was on an outlap according to the timing screens, Johnny, down in 22nd place.
But that's the car's best time through Sector 2, and then something goes wrong in Sector 3 and the car is on the end of a tow rope. So this is the car that was top 6, running with its teammate, car 29, for the last couple of hours, really. And
it's around Metzgersfeld, which is just as I say, after the Ardenau Forest. You go over the top of the hill there and then start heading downhill towards the Breitscheid and the Ardenauer Bridge. And that's where that car is getting a tow. And we were saying that the Mercedes looking fairly solid, and that's a sure sign that one of them is going to break down, isn't it? Because the number 29 and 30, the 29 car has lost a bit of ground as well. I think its last pit stop was a little bit longer than normally expected. See if I can just tell you what the pit stop time was for the number 29 on its last stop. It was a 2:53. Yes, it lost a little bit longer in the pits than normal, the number 29 car. So both of the HTP cars experiencing a few problems at the same sort of time, JP.
Sorry, Johnny, we've got the number 30 car that's heading now towards Exmüller, and surprisingly we have no, according to my app, which has been very accurate up to now, there's no slow zones in and around that car, so it's just we've got
it's been covered by yellow flags.
Yellow flags as the car progresses around the lap, moving very, very slowly in comparison to everyone else out there.
Yeah, the leaders got through that sector obviously ahead of the 30 machine, so unaffected by that. But I was just looking out for cars that may have been tucked in behind the 30 machine. Actually all doing reasonably respectable times through Sector 3. The 16 Audi, which is the Twin Bush Motorsport R8 LMS, did a 2:16 though, so that's cost the car about 14 seconds through Sector 3. Clearly you're going to have to slow down and obey the yellow flags, and the intervention vehicle with a massive flashing lights on its roof. The 6 car is already through Sector 3, so this is the other incident, isn't it? The work that continues to repair barriers, and now the green flag is waved, so the 6 car goes back into life, powers its way up the hill through towards the next section of the Nordschleife.
I've received some kind of coded message from our very own Shea Adam at Gearbox Girl. Exhaust problems per Bleaky. Is that some kind of like spy coded message there? She's trying to some sort of cryptic message.
Exhaust problems
per Bleaky.
Okay. For Blekemolen. Shadow and Blekemolen. in the Glickenhaus car? 702? It's in the garage.
Oh, right.
I've worked out the code, Shay.
Is she in the pits? Is she in the pits? I'm just trying to create drama.
I know she's cleared. I know she's cleared 25 hours in order to effectively be with us in spirit.
Well, she's not exactly up late, is she? She's in Florida.
That's true. And
yes,
I'm sure the weather is fantastic there.
Her own Blancpain, one of the drivers of the 701 Glickenhaus.
Beg your pardon.
And if he's in contact
yes.
with Shay, and they were working at the back of the car, certainly. So let's take a guess that was the problem for
that
the
would figure.
Glickenhaus, which, as I say, has now lost some 11 minutes in the pits. The race leader is also in the pits. I don't think we've said that just yet. That's for a driver change, a new set of tyres, new tank of fuel, more tank tape going on at the front of the car, though, Johnny.
Well, that car was damaged, wasn't it? Graham saw the incident when the 88 car ran into the back of, I forget now which car it was that he talked about. If you remember, at Radio Le Mans on Twitter to remind me, if not anybody else. And yes, that tank tape is working its way closer and closer to the rather large grille on these new AMG Mercedes.
You can never have enough tank tape. Even if the
in
car,
the store,
even if the car, once the car comes into the pits, get some tank tape on it. No, it doesn't have to need it. Just get it on there.
Well, the Haribo Teddy still looks very happy on the bonnet of that car, but its feet are slowly being covered, and legs now, by that black tank tape, and it'll weigh a bit more than the car did at the start of the race, but nevertheless, if it gets into the end, that's all that matters. They've done a very neat job, actually, of the team there. All their focus, of course, now on the 88, with the 8 car officially retired.
Can't really tell what that is actually for, because that nose section's not... It's keeping the bonnet down, I would imagine. It's obviously had some kind of contact at the front end of the car, and just in front of where the bonnet lifts, looks like it's been damaged. And that, if they get the because the bodywork is dented there, the airflow will be trying to lift the bonnet of the car. So they've kind of bridged the gap with the tank tape to stop the air getting under the bonnet and trying to force the bonnet up against its clips, which is very dangerous at the sort of speeds that car will be going. It is back out. Just seen it leaving the pit lane and getting back out, and it's still in the lead as far as I can see. It's not going to drop behind the number 9 car, which is currently in second.
No, that's right. Although the gap has come down. It was what was the length of the stint for the number 88? Was an 8-lap stint for the 88, which means just under 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 51 is the minimum pit stop time, and it did a 2 minutes 53. So despite the work, and this is the beauty of this regulation, which defines a minimum pit time, is you can do the work and still come back out onto into the race without going over your minimum pit time. So good work then from the Haribo team to get that car out without really losing any more time than they would have had to have lost anyway on a pit stop of following a stint of that length.
9 car then, if we are saying that, is in second place, just working its way through the Michael Schumacher S on the Grand Prix Strecke now, and heading for the slightly wider, faster chicane. It'll then head towards Ad Van Bogen, and I'm waiting to see the 88 car trip the Sector 1 beam at the end of the Grand Prix Strecke, and I'll give you some indication then of the distance between the leading 2 cars, and actually the 9 car gets there
I think the 9 car's got itself into the lead.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Wait for the 88 car to also then trip the Sector 1 time. In fact, the 100 car does it before the 88 as well. So 88 might be down to 3rd position at this rate. We certainly have the 100 car not a million miles away from the number 9. I think Sector 2 will give us more of an indication of the race order. Meanwhile, the number 3 Fricadelli Porsche has come in for a stop. And sadly, the number 3 car not really in the mix. It is down in 53rd position, which means it's the 29th best SP9 car. It has had quite a number of issues through the race so far. And of course, we were wondering whether the Fricadelli Porsche would even be here this year. Sector 2. The 88 car's just gone through there, so it does still lead from the number 9 Mercedes and the 100 BMW. So Mercedes from BMW, then the number 4 SAP Mercedes is in 4th position.
We've got further information coming in regarding the number 30 HTP car, and it looks very much like he's had a massive contact with the barrier. Alan Prosser has shared a tweet from Nick McMillan that clearly shows the car going into the barrier at pretty high speed and making heavy contact. Not quite sure where on the track that has occurred, and a bit of speculation from one of our listeners, Jan, and that's at Jan Basketball. Jan reckons that looked a bit like brake fade.
The initial problem was at Metzgersfeld.
Was it?
Yeah, which is, let's say, after the Adenauer Forest, as you've come over the top and then you're heading down. It says you're heading down through the sweeps that take you down to the Adenauer Bridge at Breitscheid.
The driver was clearly pushing on because, as I say, Sector 2 was the car's best Sector 2 effort of the race so far. So not hanging around was the pilot of car 30. And
it was also the outlap, though, wasn't it? Not
yes, it
was.
was.
So
cold tyres?
Possibly cold tyres and not quite dialed in. But that's a bit of speculation. The car, though, has not yet.
Cold tyres 2 minutes into the lap?
It's not sure whether it had...
Maybe it hit some ice.
Maybe, well, there's every chance. Maybe it could have had some sort of brake services with new discs and pads, and the brakes not quite up to optimum temperature.
Good point.
Add all of the above, and with a bit of driver miscalculation, new driver perhaps. We're not sure because we're not getting fed all the information from the pits.
Of course, many of the cameras on the Nordschleife itself are not providing us with footage at the moment because many of those are turned off. Cameramen stepping away for a well-deserved bit of sleep. Still working very hard on the Grand Prix Strecke, by the way, and we have 1 or 2 cameras that we can utilise as far as bringing you exactly what's happening on the Nordschleife, but much of them in the early part of the lap and then down towards Sector 3 have been turned off for a few hours. So we are reliant on onboards. But it looked like it looked like quite an acute angle a full-on angle, almost at 90 degrees. That car finally made contact with the barrier. So I was surprised that the intervention vehicle was able to tow that Mercedes with presumably all 4 wheels just about still pointing in the right direction. The Fricadelli Porsche's back in the race, by the way, having just been serviced in the pit lane. Good times coming in from the number 28 Audi. It's just done that car's best time through Sector 5, which is the just less than 52nd sector, so easily the shortest on the lap, and also good Sector 1 time from the number 23 Row Racing BMW of Alex Sims, Philippe Eng, Maxime Martin and Marco Werner. Just under 15 minutes away from there being 13 hours of the race still to go. 45 laps completed, and the 88 car continues to lead from the number 9, so that's Mercedes, Haribo Mercedes from Black Falcon Mercedes, and the 100 Schubert BMW in 3rd.
Yes, and the 2 cars in 2nd and 3rd, the Black Falcon Mercedes and the Schubert BMW, are, or at least have been for the last, how many laps is that? Last 3 laps. In fact, in the case of the BMW, for about the last 5 laps, closing the gap on the race leader. Of course, he's closed the gap anyway because of this pit stop. But despite the pit stop, there's been a kind of gentle improvement in lap times. But you know, it may well be that over the course of a whole stint, which is practically an hour, that we'll see that kind of even itself out. Because what we have seen before is the Mercedes getting a little bit quicker as the session, as its stint goes on. But it's just the way you try and read what's going on that tends to suggest that the gap first to second is coming down now again, rather than easing away as it was doing earlier on.
Nick Holland asks if the number 88 has had to acquire its tank tape on its front end at about the same time as the 007 Aston was rear-ended. I don't think so. I think there's been quite a chunk of time between those two issues.
I'm not so sure, and we never really established whether the 007 was rear-ended or not. I don't believe that a car hitting the rear end of the Aston would have done sufficient damage to put it out of the race, which it has done. I think the Aston must have done the worst of its damage by hitting a barrier, because I don't think a car going into the back of it would have been able to do that much damage, unless the Aston was stationary and was hit, obviously, by a moving car.
I'm trying to remember what David King told me about the 007. I thought he said it got clonked from the rear and nerved effectively, turned left or right, then into a barrier.
Into the barrier and got hit twice, therefore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, because the same thought did occur to me. So Nick Holland and I are kind of thinking along the same lines, and it is certainly a possibility. And I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's a possibility, and we'll try and get to the bottom of it.
Nick's trying to be a bit of a detective there, isn't he? He's got two clues.
Yes.
And he's assuming. Now, you know what assuming makes.
Yes.
I'm not going to say. I'll tell you what I would say, we're just seeing some footage of some front-wheel drive cars really struggling through the first chicane that starts the lap. It's turn 1 and 2. What's that chicane called? It's
the Haug Hook, or the Yokohama S, officially.
The Yokohama S, that's why I asked, because I'm confused as what we're using. But that indicates to me that track temperatures are really down, because the front-wheel drive cars, the smaller the Golfs and the Clios, are really struggling through there to get any heat into the rear tyres, and are spinning and half spinning, and that is always a problem with front-wheel drive cars, getting heat into the rear. It takes a lot of time to get any heat build-up in the rear tyres on a front-wheel drive hot hatch like that. Front tyres, no problem. That's what you're driving the wheels through. You can spin the wheels up, etc., etc. But driving hard, the rear end's just being pulled round effectively, and we saw some incidents there involving predominantly front-wheel drive cars through that very tight right and even tighter left-hand section of that Yokohama S.
Yeah.
So temperatures are plummeting, I would say, out there.
That was actually a spin, a half spin, and well-rescued situation for the 110 car, which leads its class, by the way. The SP4T leader, the Volkswagen Golf Mark V R-Line GTI, driven by 3 Germans and a Swiss. And I can't tell you, I'm afraid, who's at the wheel at the moment, but as Joe says, cold-ish tyres, cold ambient temperature, very easy to lose the back of a front-wheel drive car like that, and the front tyres were smoked up to get the car then pointing in the right direction through the second bit of the Yokohama S, and that car continues on its way. As I say, leads SP4T. I don't think that was a huge class to start with. Let's have a look for its nearest rival. SP4T second place, down in 142nd position overall, and the 110 car is currently circulating in 103rd position, so it has a big old buffer to play with. Doesn't want too many of those spins though.
Okay, right, we were talking about this battle between the 88 and the 9. Well, they've gone through now. The 88 Haribo Mercedes and the 9 Black Falcon Mercedes. They're not quite nose to tail, separated by 3.5 seconds now as they've gone through. Excuse me. Those two very close together. The third place BMW has now made its routine pit stop. Interestingly, the BMW has now, over the last 3 stints, done 9 laps on each stint, whereas the race-leading Mercedes has done 7, 8 and 8 on its last 3. So the BMW can definitely get better mileage than can the Mercedes, and the 88, as I say, doing 7, 8 and 8 on its most recent ones. The number 9 has done 6, 8 and 8 on its most recent stints. So Mercedes fuel consumption is higher than that of the BMW, and we have this race on the track at the moment, although with some yellow flag zones still around, because they're still rebuilding some barrier work at Hohe Acht, and I think Joe's got the
Ex-Müller as well, Paul.
Right. Maybe it's Ex-Müller rather than Hohe Acht, but Hohe Acht was where I was told there is some.
There's some at Ex-Müller, according to the...
Right. but nevertheless, it's worth, if you're in a position listening to us around the Nordschleife, or you can pick up the various apps and resources so you can see what's going on. This is the battle for the lead, 3.5 seconds, some very nearly 11 hours into the race.
We've got information from Daniel M. The 88 Mercedes made contact with the back of an Audi, unidentified Audi at this time, and we deduced that the tank tape may be related to that, and then that's backed up by further information from Alan Prosser. Again, the number 88 rear-ending an Audi, so that's where the bonnet of that car was damaged. And I think we know about this. Sarah Rigby from Aston Martin Racing is saying that, sorry, there's a tweet from Aston Martin Racing saying that the chassis was damaged on the 07, so that was probably the contact with the barrier from the nudge, as we deduced earlier. So keep the tweets coming. All of this is very handy information. And we've got...
Wayne is here again for a quick chat, so let's have a shuffle around in the commentary box.
Box.
Are you? Okay, let me
Paul,
turn your microphone off. Sorry, go on.
Paul's going to take a break. He's
fine. So Paul Trustwell will hand the headset over to Wayne Moore, and we can get an update on how things are going from Wayne's perspective. It's where have you gone? To my left. Yeah, we've got you a seat as well. Fantastic. Clearly, Wayne, fully dark conditions now. There is a slow zone out on the track as well. You seem out of breath. Are you fresh from the car?
I've just come in. So
wow.
2 hours. I'm a little bit cleaner than I was 5 minutes ago.
Okay, good.
But it was. You talk about a slow zone on the track. There were many slow zones on the track. In fact, it was a crash fest, tragically, for a while. There were cars and code 60s everywhere. So you didn't get a clean lap. But having said that, it's the same for everybody. We're doing well, up to first in our class, which is very nice. That's in the Scan Grip SP8T BMW.
Right.
And we're 97th overall, I think. So we've still got a way to go to climb up that leaderboard, but it's quite nice when you're aiming in the right direction.
Yes, and I suppose it's about getting a little bit of rhythm around this place as well, which is tricky with so many caution areas around. But the fact that you know where they are, they're not changing from lap to lap. You can, I suppose, prepare. If you're following traffic, you know whether you've got time to overtake them or not before the yellow flag.
Yep, that's exactly the same. That's exactly right. And of course, it's the same for everybody. So no complaints. But in my last lap there, it was a lot clearer than it had been. Just with the one area up from Brightside, where they were repairing the Armco barrier. All credit to the marshals. Flagging is amazing. We've all had to complete an e-learning safety course this year to ensure more consistency and approach to yellow flags, and particularly to code 60s, because they're on the circuit while marshals are working on the circuit. So essentially, I guess, there's danger to life if we don't slow down.
Yeah,
it's the sort of thing that on any other circuit, a conventional circuit, we'd be putting out the red flag to do the kind of work that we're seeing being done out there. And I suppose it relies completely on the cooperation of you, the drivers, everyone out there, having respect for those people doing that. Now, usually, having raced a little myself, you know, you kind of, yes, you know there's a yellow flag out, you know that there's a part of the circuit that you're going to have to be a little more circumspect. But here, I think you are even more, you perhaps, 200% more circumspect than you would on a normal conventional circuit. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, you're absolutely reading that right. And it's pretty critical because of the enormity of the circuit, 25.3 kilometres. It's pretty critical that that we do respect these isolated incidents. So you could never use a safety car here in the same way as you use a safety car on the shorter circuits that we often raced on.
What's vision like out there? I mean, it's really dark out there, and you're relying completely on your headlights out in the countryside for flagging, especially. Is it? Do the flags stand out? Are you having any issues?
You have to look for them, and that's difficult, especially when you're in a racing situation. We're not the fastest car on the racetrack by any stretch of the imagination, so we're often being passed by faster cars. So essentially, you're looking backwards. really, and you've got to be very conscious that those warning signals are in fact ahead of you, and that's always a challenge.
There are one or two marshal posts, though, that really aren't in a place that you're naturally going to be looking at. I mean, we went yesterday, day before yesterday now, Friday, to the carousel, and we stood on the inside of the carousel. We met some British marshals there who said, hey, come the right side, our side of the fence. Come and see what it looks like, you know, from our perspective. And as you exit the carousel, immediately to driver's left, there is a post there, but you're focusing up the hill, aren't you?
That's exactly right, because your next corner, in fact, is a bit of a kink to the right, so you're not looking left. But having said that, I think the marshals are pretty conscious of where they are in a space or an area that's not necessarily in driver's view. They come right to the edge of the barrier, so they're holding their Code 60 signs and their yellow flags, in many cases, out over the barrier, so they're in fact away from the protection of their own of their own fenced area. But you talk of vision, it surprised me that there's very little fog. In fact, you can pretty much say there's no fog. There's only smoke. You know, it's fascinating here. You often smell steaks cooking.
No way.
Absolutely, on the grills. And that's pretty tough when you've got a few more laps to go before you come and eat something yourself. But I thought after all that rain before and the hail, fog would be a big problem tonight, but it's not. It's very clear. And the track's in pristine condition.
Grip-wise, grip level?
Yes, that's good.
We've been speculating.
There was some oil around before.
Right.
But
what
again,
about temperature, Wayne? What about track temperature out there? Because we've seen the front-wheel drive cars struggling a little bit with their rear tyres and getting slides on and stuff. Is the track temperature noticeable from where you sit?
No, not from where we sit.
Right.
No, it was good. We had good grip.
Right.
So
I had a question.
Carry on.
On the theme of flag marshalling, do you get an opportunity to relay to the marshals and give them some insight, like what we're seeing? You know, you mentioned how the marshals are making sure you see the flag. So are they given enough information to see it from the driver's perspective? Is there a crossover of information?
I think there's been better crossover this year with the focus after that tragic incident last year. So I think there's been a total review of safety on the circuit, and it's impacted many areas. So some of which, for example, has upgraded parts of the circuit. Flugplatz, for example, is totally reshaped. But I think marshals, I would suspect, I don't know, but I would suspect marshals training has just been as intense as driver training has been this year to raise that overall standard of safety, because they're doing a damn good job.
And I think the marshalling teams, as Johnny said, we were out at the carousel the other day, and which is marshalled by British Marshals teams from, where did they say? I think they said, was it Bergwerk all the way through to Horak? It was, and they were telling us some of their itinerary, and they've already done the Silverstone 24 Hours. They do British touring cars. They do British GT. They're at all the big events, the Grand Prix, etc., the World Endurance Championship. There's as experienced people off the track as there is on the track. And we all come together and make this event. And
isn't that so cool? Because without them, of course, there'd be no race.
Absolutely.
And you could say the same of us. So again, that collaboration between all parties is a huge thing. There's a huge number of marshals here. There's 209 marshal points, something like that. There's probably a group of how many? 6 or 8 at each point.
And they're on shifts.
They're on shifts exactly the way drivers are on shifts. Yeah.
Everyone here, Wayne, is a frustrated racing driver. You're the lucky guy, remember? We all want to be you, and I'm sure there's times during a stint that you want to be us.
Oh no, I don't know about that. But I do respect the number of people who ride in a car, and 160 whatever cars here. There's huge following, and we're receiving texts and emails all the time from, in my case, New Zealand and Denmark, our other drivers, and that's really humbling.
And it's a different event. It's not. We call this a unique event, and it really is, isn't it? There's nothing to compare it to. Yes, we've got 24-hour races. Yes, we have Le Mans. Yes, we have Dubai. Yes, we have, but this place, and I think it's predominantly because of the Nordschleife and the nature of the track. That's where its uniqueness comes from.
I think it's the nature of the track, and it's also the crowd. There's just this amazing passion And we don't have the Corso on Wednesday night now when teams drove around the circuit, but we used to have that Corso. There was an amazing collaboration again between the fans who respect the racetrack and the cars, the drivers obviously who respect the racetrack and the cars, and that's what makes it unique.
Have you ever had an opportunity to go out there and
I did yesterday, just during the day, walk down through Hudson Park. It's unbelievable.
Isn't it?
They have showers, they have sauna baths.
I know.
They're just and it's interesting. They're not all just young guys boozing. There's families, there's grandparents, there's young children there. There's babies in pushchairs. It's quite an extraordinary atmosphere.
It is, and you know what? They carry all of that kit in, build their showers. Build them their semi-permanent homes, and then even more fascinating is they take it all down and take it back out of the forest.
And then they withstand thumb-size hail that we had a few hours ago. They're a pretty hardy bunch, Nordschleifer spectators.
Just to make sure we're on top of the race, this, by the way, is the battle for the lead here. We've had a change of lead with the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes getting ahead of the number 88 Haribo, the Haribo Racing Team AMG, and they are absolutely nose to tail right now. This is the climb out of the Caracciola carousel and towards Hoeracht, but the number 9 car has pulled a move then on the 88. They're separated by less than a second, and the 88 car trying to repay that favour. You're going to be lucky to do it through here as they head for Brunchen, and then the Flansgarten right-hander, but might be an opportunity for that 88 Mercedes to draft the 9 down the Dottinger Höhe. Lap 48 was circulating on now, so overall lead change, and it's happened on the track rather than through the pit stop cycles. Wayne, just remind us, it's a 51 car which is your machine, so who's in the car right now?
So Michael Eden, my colleague from New Zealand, is in the car at the moment, and he's still, I see, first in class, 3 laps ahead of the car that's second in class.
So you're leading SP8T.
Yes.
Is the next focus the SP8 cars? Could you mix it with those, do you think?
Oh, I think that might be a bit of a stretch.
Okay.
I think a class 1 would be pretty
that'd be more than enough, I'm sure. And as you say, there's a decent gap, isn't there, back to the number 47 car, which is the TCR and Veta Motorsport BMW E82.
And that's a quick car too, so who knows? Pretty exciting.
Long way to go.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Wayne, and we enjoyed those Kiwi clips you brought in earlier on as well to spread the word. Remind us how long you've been coming to this event again.
This is number 22.
In a row?
I've missed 1 year. So my first year was 1994 when Radio Le Mans weren't here and English was hardly a spoken language.
Well, we're trying to address that, but we should also say as well,
that's still the same in some quarters.
Yeah, true.
Some
With you
would say.
sat to my right.
I'm from the north. There's
a number of English marshals here. There's a number of all sorts of different nationality of marshals here, and that is the, you know, as we've already touched on, the fact that we're fine on the way towards Tiergarten. The double chicane to end the lap then. And single file stuff this, particularly as you're lapping one of the slower Clios, and the 88 car has got back in front. It's the Conrad Lamborghini, I think, that's just ahead of the Haribo Mercedes. And as they head back across the line, look to my left to see them with my own eyes. Nothing between them. 88 leads number 9 down towards the Yokohama S once again. Careful that the number 9 car doesn't run into the back of the number 88 Mercedes, but this is stonking stuff, Joe, to have a battle so close at the head of the order on track.
And then to have the Lamborghini was definitely an SP9 car ahead of them, as it had the legs completely down the straight. And it was the two leaders were not making any kind of impression on the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini, of course, will want to be staying on the lead lap. They will not want to go behind. I think it's already been done. Our TV screen show absolutely blazing yellow headlights, and I think we have had indeed the number 88 Mercedes followed very, very closely. They're out on the Grand Prix part of the circuit here, and it is number 88 from number 9. They've cleared the Lamborghini of the Conrad team, and that's out of the way, so we've got clear track ahead of us as we head out towards the Vidal chicane and then on towards that left-hander that brings us on to the Nordschleife. So we've got a bit of a race. It's we need to tap these guys on the shoulder and say, guys, we're not even at half distance yet, and this isn't a 10-lap sprint, but right now let's just
enjoy
let's just enjoy this battle for the lead, because that's exactly what it is.
When the 12 hours and 52 minutes unravel and work their way, towards only 5 minutes remaining, we could look back on this battle as being crucial to whoever may lead the race in all that time in the future.
Well, isn't that right, guys? Because yes, it's not a 10-lap sprint, boys. Be very, very careful out there whilst you're battling wheel to wheel. But this, what we're watching now, could be very significant at 3:30 this afternoon.
The funny thing is that it's not so much the, is it going to be a 10th here or a 10th there, or who's going to lead round the next corner, but it's staking out your ground. This is the preening of your feathers and showing everybody, how bare-chested you can be. This is me showing up that I'm bigger and faster than you are.
Can I just say, for the benefit of the listeners, Paul isn't bare-chested. He has kept his sweatshirt on. Just in case you're conjuring some kind of vision in your head, it is radio after all. I don't want to paint pictures with words here, but Paul is not bare-chested. Just wanted to get that across.
But you do get the thought that that's what's going on here, and it's a psychological battle at this point as much as it is the physical battle on the racetrack. The third place car is in the pits at the moment. The other thing that these two are doing by having this battle, provided they don't hold each other up, and I don't think they will, I think what they'll actually do is to go even faster because they're pushing each other around. They'll stretch the legs, and we've already seen this where they've pulled away a little bit from the cars behind. So we'll see how that continues. But it's great stuff to see these battles going on, and it makes it worth staying up until it's gone 2:30 in the morning. And you can stand out there and you can watch racing cars going nose to tail, 24 hours round the Nordschleife. It's great. What else do you want?
They're at Adenau at the moment, and it's still the 88 just ahead of the 9. We've gotten clear of quite a lot of traffic, just letting the app catch up. Heading towards Callenhard, towards the uphill left, and then immediately right, and then a short straight towards the right-hander at Callenhard. So the number 88 car kind of sort of stamping its foot or putting its foot down on that number 9, on the number 9 car, just not quite having the legs to maintain that on the straight. And now we still don't know who's driving. We know that Berman is in the number 9.
No, the number 9 changed from Jelmer Berman at the last pit stop.
It just hasn't been updated then.
Who did they put into that car?
It was either Hubert Haupt, Maro Engel, or Nico Müller. Now, Nico Müller did spend a long time in the car, and therefore I don't think it's safe to put him back in. I think it could be Hubert, only because I don't remember him being in the car.
I do have this written down, if you just give me one second.
Okay. The 88 car as well, we could do with knowing.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much. There's very little in between the abilities of all of those 8 drivers in those 2 cars. But I think there's different personalities, and there's different personalities the way that the drivers race, and it would be interesting to see who we've got up against who.
I wouldn't be massively surprised to learn that it was Matzi Gertz in the 88 car, just the way it's being driven at this stage. Jan Seyfarth not quite as quick. Lance David Arnold had been in it prior to the last driver change. Uwe Alton not short of any pacer, of course, been a fan of his since the early 2000s when he was in the Deutsche Tourenwagen Masters, so it's tricky. And the driver recognition systems are improving through we didn't have any of this at all last year. We've got the new system in place, but it's then reliant on the teams obeying the rules, as it were, and not all of the cars give us a driver anyway. And the driver that we have represented on the screen has varied in accuracy, I've tended to find. Do you know, during the last stint when John Heinhoff was on, I was running downstairs, in and out of the garages, asking who was in their cars. Try that for footwork.
That's impressive.
I went up, and the problem is the Haribo Mercedes are the furthest away from our commentary box, and at the time they had the 8 and the 88 in the race. And to be honest, they're very chilled down there. Their priority down in the 88 and the 8 garage is eating sweets.
Is it lots of Haribos?
Lots of Haribos.
Did you manage to secure any?
I took a handful. When
Did
they
you
weren't
really?
looking. I said, who's in the 88 again? Whilst they were thinking, I took some of those fizzy cola bottles.
It's helped.
Get in.
It's
I was right.
Number 9. Yes, he did take it over from Jelmer Berman at the previous pit stop, and the car itself is currently on its 7th lap of the stint. Now it does 8. 8's the most that car's done, so we're going to have the number 9 car in for a pit stop fairly shortly. And in the 912, which has also been in for a pit stop whilst we were talking there, Christensen was in the car, and now Richard Leitz has taken over from Christensen.
The 100 BMW has just done the car's fastest lap of the race, by the way, 6th position, an 8:25.9, which is a very good effort. What's the fastest lap of the race so far, by the way?
An 8 minutes and 8 minutes 19.
Okay.
From the number 9 car.
Still a way to go. Further information from Daniel M on the reasons why the number 8 Haribo car was pulled. It was the decision was made easier by damaged steering on the number 8.
Okay, it did have contact with the barrier, so we knew that we had a report that it had contact with the barrier, and so we assumed from that might have triggered its being pulled back into the garage. Go on.
Paul Morgan would like a latest weather forecast.
Look in the sky.
It's black.
Yeah.
We've tried to forecast the weather most of this week, and through various different means, weather sock, licking your finger and sticking it up in the air, and then there's been actual looking at professional apps as well, and it is a fine art to predict the weather in this place. It has its own ecosystem, as we've talked about. It's very much like Spa-Francorchamps, because it's in a valley and in a forest. You know, it kind of makes up its own rules.
A dry night with rain tomorrow morning.
Yes, that's what I'd heard. So
is the forecast, so you can bet that's not what's going to happen.
Well, we've been pretty poor at it, boys, to be fair.
Not our fault, though, is it?
No, it's not our fault at all. In fact,
We're
the most accurate tool has been Jim Roller. I don't mean Jim Roller's tool. I mean the tool that Jim Roller's been using has been the most accurate, and it's been giving us a satellite picture, and Jim predicted the storm cell that brought about the. It certainly didn't predict hail the size of the thumbnail.
Not many people did.
No, but it did. And then the secondary cell that came across just when we were restarting this race, it predicted that as well. So unfortunately, Jim's on a break, and I'm certainly not going to tap him on the shoulder and wake him from his slumber.
Very wise.
For his satellite weather predicting tool.
The number 6 Audi has just made a pit stop. It's currently in 10th place and is the best placed Audi. Can't believe I'm saying that. Because it's not true either, because there's a car 28 is the best Audi now, isn't it? And that is up into 7th place.
Which is, to remind everybody, the one I plumped for to win the race.
The Land Motorsports Audi. Must admit, I've got a soft spot for that car as well, because it did very well in Dubai, didn't it? And but for running out of fuel, it might have won at Dubai as well. Anyway, so that's the best Audi. The number 6 one has just had a pit stop, and Christopher Haase has now got into that car, and so that's in 10th place, the number 6 Phoenix Audi. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, this battle continues to rage as the number 88 is, you mentioned he was back ahead and he's led for the whole of the lap, but still the gap less than a second between those two. But as I say, by my calculations, the number 9 will be in on lap 40, lap 50. Yeah, so they'll both be in at the end of this lap that they're currently on.
So they're going to stop together. Brilliant.
Oh, sorry, I tell a lie. Sorry, the 9 will be in on the end of this lap. The 88 will stay out for a few more laps yet.
Right. Well, they're still relatively nose to tail. They've already cleared the Hatzenbach. They're on the floodplats. So well into the on their way around the Nordschleife part of the Nürburgring, and they have got a bit of traffic ahead of them. In fact, let's just take that as read. I think they have got a bit of traffic ahead of them no matter where they are on this circuit.
Although I don't think the 88 is caught up in the traffic, because some really quick lap times at the first part of this lap, and actually the 9 car has lost time through sector 2, going a second and a half slower. So that 0.7 of a second gap at the start of this lap extended out to well over 2 seconds now, which, you know, we're just over 11 hours into a 24-hour race. I know we didn't race for 4 of those hours, but that's not bad, is it, to have the leading 2 separated by 2 seconds? And
he's lost a second in the first 2 sectors, hasn't he?
It's partly because of the pit stop cycle that we have this scrap, because as we've said, the 9 car will stop a lap earlier than the 88, but there is obviously an opportunity for the 9 car to get ahead towards the end of these respective cars' stints, and in another 9 laps time, when we near the end of each of those car stints, we're going to have this scrap hopefully every single time. 12 hours and 41 minutes to go. Still waiting for the leading duo to clear sector 3, and we'll give you some indication then of the gaps. But bear in mind, we are expecting the blue Black Falcon Mercedes, the number 9 car, in at the end of this lap. The fight for 4th and 5th is also very close, by the way, though. That's the other Black Falcon Mercedes, car number 4, the white machine, and it's only, what's that, half a second ahead of the number 100 BMW, so they're totally together as well on the Grand Prix Strecker as we speak. But that number 100 BMW has got to a point in its stint where it's found quite a bit of pace. Blue lights flashing from the windscreens of these SP9 cars to warn everybody else that they need to get through with as little delay as possible.
We've just completed sector 3, Johnny, and the number 9 car has gained 2 seconds back on the leading 88 car and that was purely in sector 3, having lost just under a second through sectors 1 and 2 combined. We're now into the longest section of the circuit. Sector 4 is over 3 minutes, and that stretches from the just before Bergwerk, and it goes all the way through the Carousel area, Horacht, Brunchen, and Sector 4 finishes just as we come on to the Dottinger Hohe.
Yeah, and then the final sector is the Dottinger Hohe.
Yeah.
There isn't a speed trap at the Nürburgring, but there is a sector time which takes you practically the whole length of the Dottinger Hohe. It goes from the beginning of the Dottinger Hohe right beyond the end, through Tiergarten and through the last chicane, and that takes you pretty much as close as you want to a top speed. So if the mood takes you, then you're interested in top speeds, and a lot of people are, then it's the sector times through that sector 5 that will be the closest you'll get to a speed trap time.
I might be able to give us some kind of indication. This app is very good, and right now I'm focusing on the number 9, just entering the Whipperman. I mean, there's obviously going to be some delay in the way that the information's fed to me, but I'll monitor the car when we get out onto the straight. At the moment, we've just gone through Whipperman, and we're into that tight, twisty section from Horacht to and out of Brunchen, just coming through into Brunchen now. So we'll keep an eye. Well, let's see what sort of top speed we're seeing from the number 9.
Yeah, down the top straight. The interesting thing will be to compare the top speeds of the different manufacturer cars, so we can see who's got the power, who's got the downforce between the leading SP3 cars.
I would imagine there's only going to be 5 kilometres difference.
Be surprised. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So Joe's focusing on the leaders. I'm keeping an eye on the battle for 4th position, because the 100 BMW is right behind the number 4 Mercedes here. A similar sort of pace, flashing the lights. I don't think that's going to do a great deal in distracting the driver of the number 4 car, but it's so close to the rear wing of this AMG and that rather rounded rear end, it's actually impossible to see the track in front. And
makes you feel better though when you flash the lights at the car ahead.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you feel
but
a lot
this is
better.
From the 100 driver, the BMW M6 pilot's perspective, it's all down to muscle memory now. You can't see really the track ahead because it's getting so close to that Mercedes up ahead. We're heading towards the lower part of the circuit now, so working our way down towards the Adenauer Bridge. There is the bridge itself. The cars bottom out and then they head uphill. So Bergwerk not very far away here. More traffic to deal with though. So the Mercedes, the 4 car, will be flashing the lights frantically, warning a slower Porsche, I think, of the presence of not only the 4th place car but the 5th place machine as well. Another good time, by the way, from the 88 Haribo Mercedes that time around. Gained 2 seconds on the 2nd place number 9 Mercedes.
In that 4th sector, the long sector that Joe was describing, and this lap from the number 88 Mercedes has got 3 green sectors in it. So 3 of the sector times out of the 4 he's completed have been personal bests. It's not quite his fastest lap of the race thus far. It was an 8:26 as opposed to his best, which was an 8:22. But it has opened up the gap, and into the pits, as I thought it might, comes the number 9 Hubert Haupt in the Black Falcon Mercedes. A new driver standing by waiting to get into the car, I think is Jan Seyfarth, and he's waving the car into its spot. It hits the marks, the driver's door is open, the team leap into action. The tank pilot refueling system is slotted in. Out gets Haupt. Pretty sure that's Seyfarth's helmet getting in.
By the way, if you're watching the stream, we've just gone through the carousel on board the 100 car. They were production spec cars on the concrete. So in the SP9 cars, they go, right, we'll go high, wide, around the... Start overtaking the production cars, and then there was an intervention vehicle on the high bit of the carousel as well.
Oh, my goodness.
So they sliced their way between the production cars on the concrete and then this Jeep, effectively, that was trying to stay out of the way. Both got through, but that was hairy stuff.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Look, we saw just under 280 kilometers per hour at the end of the Orac before they started slowing down for the Tiergarten, by the way, Paul.
280.
80,
Yes.
just under. Not quite on, so we'll say around 280 k's.
Meanwhile, Serene down in the pit lane for the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. This is the one of a number of cars turned out by Phoenix Racing this year, but interestingly the 5 car has Dunlop tyres, the 6 car with the more regular Michelin rubber. I say regular because most of the Audi R8s are on the French rubber, but interesting and good to see. Well, a fantastic tyre battle this year. 10 different tyre manufacturers represented across the various classes in this race. Similar situation again with the 100 car right with the number 4 Mercedes, scrapping away for 4th position. Separated by only half a second at the start of the lap. It really hasn't changed. What are we now? About 12 kilometres into this 50th lap for that fight for 4th position. And we are nearing 3 o'clock in the morning local time, so another half an hour to go for me on this stint. And in a moment, once we reach the top of the hour, I'll give you a rundown of some of the other classes in the field. Always try and aim to give you a rough idea of what's happening, certainly at the sharp end of each of the 24 classes that remain. Of course, we don't have the E1XP hybrid class represented, sadly, because of big damage for the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus P45 Competizione, which didn't make the start of the race after that was damaged on Friday.
Away back into the race goes the number 88, sorry, the number 9 Mercedes, the Black Falcon car. So I think it was Jan at the wheel of... Sorry, I'm in the wrong car, haven't I? Even it's,
whilst you work that out, we've had the place change for 4th position, the 100 BMW, I think in 2 minds, just wondering whether it was going to head into a yellow flag zone, and as soon as the driver of the 100 BMW realised that it was safe to overtake, it's got through and past the number 4 Mercedes. So that's a change for 4th position as they work their way out of the Kleiner Carousel through the right-hander that leads them onto the Dotterkehör itself. And if if you're watching the stream, what we have now is a forward-facing camera for the 100 BMW. What that doesn't tell you is where is the number 4 Mercedes. No doubt drafting this car down the Dottiger itself into Tiergarten they come then. Loads of traffic to deal with, and towards the end of the lap, Armco barrier meets them on the right-hand side. They head back onto the Grand Prix Strecke one more time, and flashing over my left shoulder, waiting for a number 100 Schubert BMW to complete this lap, and then see how far away the number 4 Mercedes is. So through goes the BMW, and actually Mercedes still scored ahead. Because did it pit? No, it hasn't pitted. So maybe I misread that. The 4 still being shown as in 4th position with the 100 behind it. So perhaps they changed positions towards the end of the lap. I definitely saw the 100 car get through. Nevertheless, they're tightly bunched. And the 88 car is out front in sector 4 at the moment. On the out lap, after that recent stop for the number 9 Mercedes, that car in 2nd position. 3rd place for the number 29 HTP Motorsport Mercedes.
The 100 is ahead of the number 4.
How
Johnny.
strange.
It's
okay.
just the way, obviously the way they've crossed the line.
Yeah.
Still showing number 4 ahead. This time
seconds.
through, that was across the line though, remember. This time through, that will rectify itself, and the screen will show the 100 BMW being ahead of the number 4. But we've definitely got the 100 just going through Flugplatz now, and the
4 behind it.
The number 100 is slightly ahead of the 100 is slightly ahead of the number 4 with the.
Good.
Would you believe the number 9 Mercedes in between, in the middle of them?
I feared that because it is 3 o'clock in the morning, my mind was starting to play tricks on me there.
Well, there is that as well, of course. That's not going to stop.
An unconventional stop for the 115 car. They're doing tyres on it, but also the bonnet is up there, so maybe concern for something engine related, or
no, I think it's just servicing.
Okay.
Getting a bit of heat out of there, because nothing's going on. They're just changing wheels and tyres, and they are cleaning the windscreen. Pretty standard stuff.
It's an alternative technology BMW E34, by the way, car 115.
So is that running on LPG?
Some of them are. They don't have to be, though, in Class AT. It's a variety of alternative fuels in that 7-car class. And it's a class led by car number 112, by the way, which is the Porsche Cayman of Care for Climate. And 2nd place in class is the Treble 1. 3rd place in the AT class is the 113 car. So that 115 not actually in the top 3 within AT. Meanwhile, car 22, which is one of 2 Row Racing BMW M6s, comes in for a scheduled stop. This is the Klaus Graf, Richard Westbrook, Nicky Katzberg, Marcus Paltler car, pitting from 9th position.
And the stop for the number 9 Mercedes, bang on the minimum time. So that car back out on the circuit, but of course, having had its pit stop, it's now not any longer in 2nd place. It will have fallen behind the remaining HTP car. So we've got a Haribo Mercedes, we've got a Black Falcon Mercedes, we've got an HTP Mercedes, and then we've got the 2nd of the Black Falcon cars. So we've got 2 Black Falcons in the top 4, 1 HTP, 1 Haribo car. Then we've got 1 Schubert, the 1 remaining Schubert BMW in 5th place, the Porsche, the 1 remaining, no, I say the 1 remaining, the Manthey, 1 remaining Manthey Porsche. The other Porsche, the Falcon Tyres Porsche, lost about a lap messing around, having a problem getting the car out, and possibly it was just a question of getting it onto the right tyres at the right time. But it did a lap of the Grand Prix circuit, came in through the back entrance of the pit lane, and then had some more work done on the car before they sent it out again. That's why that car, the Falcon Tyres Porsche number 44, lost a little bit of time. But the Manthey Porsche is in 6th place, and then in 7th place is the first of the Audis, which is now the WRT car, which Robin Freins did a storming stint with when the track was drying out, and it was one of the first cars to go on to dry tyres, and the Audis are now kind of beginning to chase up through the field. That's one of the fastest cars on the circuit at the moment, is the number 2 Audi, which I think Edward Stanstrom has stayed in for a double stint at the wheel of. Then the next car up is number 23 BMW, the row racing BMW. Philippe Eng's car and Maxime Martin, the drivers of that car, just ahead of the other of the row racing BMWs. Both of those cars have had problems, but only minor ones. They've just spent slightly longer in the pits than the Schubert car. And then just rounding out the top 10 is the second of the 2 WRT Audis. So two of the WRT Audis in the top 10 at the moment.
We're putting the 29 car into second place now, I think. Who's got ahead of the number 9? Would that be about right?
Yes.
Because the 9 stopped.
Correct.
So HTP Motorsport up to second position. The Christian Vittorius, Marcus Seefried, Christian Hohenadel and Renger van der Zande car. And as I say, because of the number 9 blue Mercedes stopping, it is now 88 from 29 from 9, but
the number 29, although it's in second place, will be stopping, if not at the end of this lap, then at the end of the next lap. And then at the end of the lap after that, the 88 will be in for its pit stop. So that will kind of shuffle the whole thing around.
Yeah. Car 4, I'm still not sure whether that's in 4th position or whether it's slipped to 5th, because every time they go through the split, it's showing car 4 ahead of the 100, which is, I'm just wondering whether it's a bit of a quirk of the timing system.
Are they on top of each other, possibly?
Maybe they just keep overtaking each other, and we're not seeing that as far as our feed is concerned, but I will try and see them over the line at the end of this lap and get you a specific or an exact order from the naked eye.
The 100 was ahead of the 4.
I know.
Until my...
There you go. 4. No, well, if that was the case, then the Mercedes has got back ahead of the BMW. I mean, this is tight stuff.
Nothing.
They're separated by half a second, if that, at the end of Sector 4. The Conrad Lamborghini Huracan, by the way, has come down pit road. Had to serve a penalty earlier on in the race. And this looks to be relatively routine. It's all being done at a moderate pace because, of course, you can't breach the minimum pit stop time. And that's all dependent on how long the stint's been prior to the stop. Christopher Zirkling, Franz Conrad, who runs the team, of course, Dominic Farnbacher and Lucas Stoltz, the driving lineup for the number 25 teal and black Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini.
Strong lineup, certainly driver-wise.
Yeah. And further confirmation that the number 4 Mercedes is ahead of the 100 BMW. In fact, it's now ahead of the number 9 Mercedes. So, as predicted by Paul Truswell, the HTP Motorsport number 29 Mercedes stops at the end of lap 51. So that will promote the 4 Mercedes up to second position now.
This is only while we cycle through the stops, though, isn't it?
Yes. But
let's not get too excited.
It's always good to keep people up to date with where cars are at any one point, I find.
So, I mean, Johnny, it just shows that, you know, as the pit stops cycle through, if this cycle continues and this is where we're at the end of this race, we could have the number 4 or the number 29 at the front of the field because of the need for fuel.
I mean, at the moment, it's very difficult to judge where within this pit stop cycle does the checkered flag fall?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not gonna be uniform, and the checkered flag come out at the end of a 9-lap stint. So
Paul might be able to tell us. You have worked it out yet, Paul?
You know, it pays off to be troubling the top 3 at some point during the race because it might just go your way.
Isn't that the tactic, though, to be? You know, we talk about other races that we do about being on the lead lap and maintaining the run and staying on the lead lap, and it's all about being in this cycle of pit stops. And you know, as your pit stop cycle through, as the leaders pit, you take over the lead of the race or at the front of the field or be part of that top 5. And I suppose there's a lot of elements. It's pointless even trying to predict that, where that's going to be at 3:30 this afternoon, because there are so many elements that could influence that, such as code 60 areas, incidents, etc., etc. So
Yes,
we'll just build the tension from now.
Yes, I mean, what is significant is that the number 29 Mercedes, which has just made a pit stop, that's the HTP car, has just done its first 9-lap stint of the race. The number 88 Mercedes, which led the race, which is what is leading the race, has only done one 9-lap stint and hasn't done a 9-lap stint since it stopped raining, since we've had a dry track. And the other one that's kind of involved in the mix being the number 9, the Black Falcon car, hasn't done any 9-lap stints. So in that sense, you know, this business of doing a 9-lap stint for the GT3 cars is quite a significant way of possibly just pushing the car that little bit further. And if you can keep the lap times up as well, then it's a good way of just getting through to the making it a little bit more flexible when these sort of stints, as you say, play themselves out and working out exactly where the chop comes. Problem is that I would be hugely surprised if we get through to the end of the race without it raining again. And that's going to throw all bets off, because anything that you've planned is going to have to stop, because you have to come into the pits for wet weather tyres. I don't think we're going to get another rainstorm, hailstorm of the proportions that we had at the beginning of the race. But that's not to say we're going to have, we probably won't have a race stopping situation, but we might, I mean, we're certainly going to have to go on to wet weather tyres if it rains again in the morning, as it is forecast to do.
Well, I certainly hope we don't see what we saw earlier on, where we had that deluge. And there really isn't anything you can do.
Good move there from the 100 BMW, slicing his way up the inside of the number 9 Mercedes. So that was almost what we were seeing earlier on when the 100 car was tucked in behind the 4 Mercedes. They were both Black Falcon cars, and the 100 car wasting no time at all there, leaving it late on the brakes to go to the right of the number 9 Mercedes. Possibly a little bit on the back foot. The number 9 car has stopped, well, recently, but those tyres will be well and truly up to temperature now. But the 100 car in a rhythm, and having not stopped recently, was able to, as I say, make the move for 4th position, and can now start to set its sights on the 3rd place number 4 Mercedes. Another pit stop for one of the row racing BMWs, so they've got to a point in the race where they're pitting their Beamers a lap apart, maybe 2 laps apart. We saw the 22 car in not so long back, and they're now serving the 23. The 22 is running 10th. The 23 has just stopped from 8th position. That's the Alex Sims, Philippe Eng, Maxime Martin, Marco Werner M6 in the traditional row racing colours, though, the white, yellow and silver or black wheel arches. They've transposed the livery that was on the Mercedes SLSs last year straight to that BMW, and it looks good in the road racing colours.
It was 3 years ago, I think it was, when Maxime Martin really stamped his authority on this race, driving Z4, and absolutely astounding. Although I was taking the mickey out of Joe and the preference for the BMWs, I thought the row racing cars might, with that driver lineup of Maxime Martin at the wheel of the 23 car, isn't it? Alex Sims, Philippe Eng, Marco Werner. I mean, they're all really, really good drivers, and I thought that car might be one to look out for. But it hasn't had a fault-free run, and in this kind of a race, when you've got the Mercedes and Porsches as strong as they are, you do really need to be fault-free, and any slight chinks in the armour will get punished, and that's, as I say, we've seen the number 44 Porsche fall back a little bit, and those 2 row racing BMWs, 22 and 23, they're still in the top 10, but or thereabouts, but they're just not quite challenging the top 6 where they need to be.
Yeah.
Trevor Austin, Johnny, sorry to put in,
it's all right.
says that according to his tracker, the 100 BMW never passed the number 4 Mercedes. And we'd have to concur with that, wouldn't we? Because our timing screens matched that.
He was definitely following him, and I thought he'd actually got to a point where he was able to squeeze through on the right-hander onto the Dottinger Her, but I think it was me, as I say, mine starting to play tricks in the darkness as well in my defence, and just misidentifying that number 4 Mercedes, because they came through at the end of the lap in the same order, but without doubt the 100 car has now got ahead of the number 9 Mercedes.
We've also, by the way, chaps, got a slow zone at the Ardenau. That's going to slow down times through sector 2. So I doubt we're going to see any green sector 2 times coming through.
So the current top 10 contains, I make it 2 BMW M6s, 3 Audi R8s, 1 Porsche, and then 4 Mercedes out front, the 88, the 29, the 4 and the 9. So the AMG's really well placed at the moment. Got BMW's 5th and 8th, the Porsche's 6th, and then 3 Audis 7th, 9th and 10th, with the Montplast Lance Motorsport car, the number 28, at the moment in 10th position. Who's this rejoining? Subaru WRX, it looks like, in 28th position. So that is the, well, it pitted from 28th position and has now rejoined, but some way further down the order. I make that the SP3T leader. Yeah, that would make sense. The 106 car, which is Subaru WRX STI of Subaru Technica International. Let's just give you the rest of the order in SP3T while we're at it. Second position is the 104 Audi TT RS2 from LMS Engineering in 30th position overall, and SP3T third place is the 105 car. So quite easy to remember because they're all in the same number group. 106 leads, 104 is second, and 105 is third in SP3T.
Numbers 4, 109 have just gone through in the top 3 places, separated by 30 seconds, but yeah, there's about 5 seconds or so between the Mercedes and BMW for second and third place at the moment, Johnny.
So that move did happen. I wasn't imagining that, with the 100 car getting ahead of the 9, and they've both skipped ahead of the 29 because it pitted last time around, of course. So HTP slipped to 5th. Black Falcon now running 2nd and 4th. The Schubert BMW is 3rd, but it's the Haribo 88 car that continues to lead the way.
Maro Engel at the wheel of the number 4 seems to be arguably the fastest car on the track at the moment. Looking down the number 1, the last time through, lap time of an 8-minute 38.8, and
38.7 from Pierre Caffer, or is it Christopher Mies in the number 1? I thought we were told that Pierre Caffer, oh no, Mies did get into it. Yeah, Caffer had done a double stint, and then Christopher Mies is now at the wheel of the number 1 car. Yeah, so that's actually, the 2 WRT cars are going pretty rapidly at the moment, Joe, and that actually concurs with something that John Hindhoff said before he went for his break, was that the Audis like it if it's properly wet or if it's properly dry. What they don't like is the intermediate phase of the race, so that's why they lost out a lot after the restart, because it didn't really stay wet for very long. It began to dry out pretty quickly. Now it's properly dry, the Audis are beginning to come back into it. We had at one point where I think we'd had no Audis at all. I think the top Audi was 10th place, but they've kind of got themselves back at least into the top 7 now, 7th and 9th, the best of the 2 Audis.
you can't discount them, can you? I mean, we're about, well, we're coming up to 13 minutes to half distance. And at this stage of any race, you cannot discount the WR team, or indeed any of the Audis.
I wouldn't discount them from a podium, but I'm afraid it's going to be a long, even this early. I mean, we're not half distance, are we? Not quite.
No,
within
30
15 minutes. We're not quite at half distance of the race, but there's a lot of very strong cars ahead of them, and there's a lot of, and they're not. It's practically a lap down. They are, isn't it? They're just on the lead lap, aren't they? Nearly 6 minutes behind. Is the better of the two Audis.
And they're lapping pretty much in the same kind of realm as the cars ahead of them.
And so they're not going to do it on pace.
No.
And that means they've got to find 6 cars ahead of them. They've got to have 5-minute problems. Could happen, and I'm not putting them off a podium position, but I'm just saying for an overall
for pace. Yeah, for pace, you're right, Paul. You're spot on. But you can't discount them because they have come back.
But that's the opposite to what I expected coming here, because the Audi is a year-old car and therefore a year into its development, whereas Mercedes debuted at the start of this year, didn't it? And I thought, well, it's looked a little bit fragile, the AMG, at times. The advantage Mercedes have, of course, as a manufacturer, is that they occupy 4 of the top 5 places, so they can afford 1 or 2 of them to fall away and still be in a very good position.
Safety in numbers, that's right. It's fascinating stuff. So we're in that phase at the moment where it's just the number 88 which hasn't stopped, and that means that the gap is up at 3.5 minutes, although last time we were in this phase the gap was at 4 minutes, so there's an indication that the cars behind that are chasing are catching up. And as I say, the 88 will be in at the end of the lap that it is currently on, lap 53, and so just about at the top of, no, it'll be before that, won't it? The Audi will be actually here within about a minute of now, and as I say, that will then be an opportunity for the Haribo team to switch a driver, get new tyres on that car, and it should again be able to get back in the race still in the lead. It shouldn't lose the lead for this through the pit stop, but of course the gap will come down first to second and third, in fact, because the number 100, as you've been saying, Johnny, is so close behind.
SP7, which is the class specifically for Porsche GT3 Cup cars. It can be a 997 spec, but most of them are 991 spec cars now. Still headed by the 64 car. This class and the order of it hasn't changed a great deal in recent times. So Black Falcon doing well in SP7 as they are in SP9. It's the Team TMD friction car that leads the way in 23rd overall. Second in that class is 23rd overall and leading SP7. Leader in, by the way, that's the 88 Haribo Racing Team AMG, which makes its scheduled stop. Second in SP7 is the 62 car from Gigaspeed and Get Speed Performance, so they're 991, well placed and on for a podium, although we still have 12 hours to go, of course. And then third in SP7 is the number 56 991 GT3 Cup car from Fricadelli Racing Team. John Schaffner, Janine Hill, Arno Klassen and Duncan Heisman in the wheel of that car.
We've got the electric drill out at the front of the number 88, so the tank tip not strong enough to do the job. We're now going to drill some holes and maybe see some cable ties in there. Luckily the aero on these cars aren't that dependent on going to be that affected, I should say, by the appearance of a couple of cable ties. I suspect cable ties. Oh no, we've got plates. We are plating the bonnet down. So we are drilling holes into the front of that very expensive Mercedes AMG GT, and we are applying a couple of what looks like pieces of carbon.
I'm going to suggest it's only because the driver is bespectacled, so I'm going to suggest it's Maxi Goertz at the wheel of this. No driver change taking place for the 88.
So they are worried about that bonnet coming up if they're taking those measures.
2 minutes 51 is the minimum time the car can spend in the pits. It's been in the pit now for 2 minutes, and this is the time from pit in to pit out, so it's not the time spent at rest. You need to have somebody who knows how long it takes to get down the pit lane at the speed limit of 60 kilometres an hour in order to work out how long you can spend in the pits. But even though the car is at rest, it's still being worked upon. But it's not losing time, if you see what I mean. 2 minutes 30 coming up on the clock now.
It's pit in to pit out though, Paul, isn't it?
Yeah,
so they'll want to release the car before it gets to 2 minutes 50, yes?
Away it goes. And we hear it in the background. So car yes, delayed, but it's heading towards the end of the pit lane now, Joe.
And it goes out of the pits at 2 minutes. Ooh,
right on it. That was right on the nose. You know what? Round of applause to that team manager there. That was outstanding. That car hit that red line right on the 2 minutes 50.
Only because Maxi Gertz slowed down as he came towards the green light.
Well, he'll have had someone's voice in his ear saying steady, 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 or whatever in German. But that was outstanding. Releasing the car, timing your car when it leaves the pit garage to when it hits the line, and you're relying upon the driver hitting the pit lane speed limiter at the right time, and hitting the pit lane speed limit, I should say. But that was, you know what? I think that was too close for my liking.
Well, it was, yes, 252.018. So it was a second, but you are expressly forbidden from stopping. So if you go out and completely stop because you messed up the time, then that is an offence. But if you only, I did get the impression that he slowed a little bit as he got there, but maybe he was just making sure he was only doing 60 kilometres an hour. But anyway, so the car has got out. It is still in the lead, but not by much. We'll try and work out, because we got ourselves in a bit of a knot last time when the car rejoined after its pit stop, but it certainly will have, the gap will have come right down between the first and the second cars. But the second car now, of course, is the other Black Falcon Mercedes, because it was battling with the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes on the previous time when the car returned from the pit lane. This time it's battling with the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, which itself has the number 100 Schubert BMW. Well, it's dropped back a bit, hasn't it? Some 12 seconds, lost 5 seconds on that last lap. Jürgen Klingmann in the number 100 BMW.
Lots of activity in the pits with all sorts of work going on various cars. The 188 Lexus from the Gazoo Racing team is one of our pit visitors, and having extensive work done to repair the number 188. Front end damage, not quite sure what caused that, but right now the front of the car is completely dismantled. Mainly work going on putting together the final touches on the wiring looms and what have you that feed the headlights, and then the bumper will be represented to the front of the car before that car resumes. But full and consistently dry conditions. We have heard that we've got rain suspected and forecast before the morning, or sometime in the morning, maybe when the weather starts to change and the sun starts heating things up, we'll get a bit of precipitation being formed. But right now we've got perhaps arguably the most idyllic conditions that we've seen since the start of this race. Perfect dry track and nice and thick cool air for optimum running of these cars.
And it's been the case since the start of your shift, really, Joe. I mean, we've had, it's been dry since Johnny's arrived. It's been dry, and as you say, we've had some really close running. We've had some great racing out on the track, not just for the lead of the race, but for some of the places as well. I think you've had a good run this time, Johnny.
Having had 5 laps in my opening stint, and then just talk. Hey, we haven't had any more need for any more of your stories, Joe.
Oh, no, I know.
Sorry, because that went down really well on social media.
Well, by then I'd seen it all, everything.
I suppose you had, yeah. And you were able to make me see it all
perhaps,
as well.
Well, I'm back on at 10:30 in the morning after I've got another hour.
And there may be some more rain due then.
Maybe.
So perhaps a little touring car anecdote from Rockingham.
The season is long.
The race
season is
very long. Yes. Anyway, yeah, the Joe Honori series.
That other little 24-hour series
could
is
well continue.
Just round the corner, isn't it? In a couple of weeks.
That's true. Yeah. 133 car working its way onto the Hatson back now, and heading through the very fast but twisty portion of the circuit. Let's give you a few more class leaders whilst we have the opportunity. I can't believe that TCR is again led by the 201 Seat, which is the one that piled into the barrier at Arenberg and virtually ripped off the front left wheel. But that 201 car, they repaired it and it's leading TCR by 37th overall, and has got a considerable margin over the second placed TCR car. Can't even see the second place TCR car on page 3 of our screen, but there are 2 Seat Leon TCRs and a Golf that make up that class. And yeah, I'd have to change the channel to see the car numbers from 91 down to 120 to find the other TCR class leader. Car 305 is one of our spec class leaders. That's the class exclusively for BMW M235i racing cars, and Bonk Motorsport lead that in car 305, 38th overall. But actually, the second place car in that class, 303, is less than a lap behind, so it's pretty close at the pointy end of class Cup 5, with the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport 303 car second. Cup 3 is led by car 354, which is the exclusively Porsche 981 GT4 Club Sport class. So Race Union Teichmann Racing lead that with their 354 machine. Class V6 headed by the 140 car. That's for the higher powered production spec machines. So 140 is, bear with me, a Black Falcon Porsche 991. Although not running an SP7, as I say, it's a V6 leader. And let's just give you another V leader, Class V4, which is for cars up to 2.5 litres in the production spec. A Pixum team car again leading that, BMW E90 this time though. And that is, as far as the overall positions are concerned, 59th, but it leads Class V4. So a minute to go until we get to half distance, minus those 4 hours that we didn't run because of a red flag. Let's hope we get the full second half of this race though. Fingers crossed there's another 12 hours of racing to come, but there is more rain predicted as we head towards daylight. 5:29 is officially sunrise here in Nürburgring.
And in terms of how many laps you might expect to get in the race, Johnny, I'm looking currently at around about 130, somewhere between 120 and 130 laps. So obviously, although we're coming to half distance, we're going to get to half distance time-wise, we're going to more than double the number of laps that we've completed so far, depending how heavy the rain is later on today.
Nicole Rideau asks, would it be possible for them to use the number 88 car to use the bonnet off the number 8 car? The answer is no, because that's not the bit that's damaged. It's the actual bodywork above the grille, what the bonnet closes to. That's where the work is going on, and if you can imagine, that's being pressed in and allowing the air underneath the bonnet of the actual car, so they're not able to swap parts from the number 8 quite yet.
It would be good if you could. It's a good thought, but no, some alternative thinking needed, I reckon. So we have crossed the point where there are 12 hours done and a little bit more, and just less than 12 hours still to go in the 44th running of the ADAC Zurich 24 hours of the Nurburgring. It's RadioLeMans.com for the 2016 running of this fabulous event. Paul Truswell, Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley, and we'll bring you the next phase in just a moment.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
Still very much darkness here in the Nürburgring area of Germany. 3:30 in the morning, and a couple of hours therefore to go until sunrise. The 88 car leads after 54 laps. 23.5 seconds back is the number 4 Mercedes from Black Falcon. Third place is the 100 Schubert BMW. Fourth position for the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes, and then 5th place for the HTP Motorsport Mercedes as well. Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Paul Truswell, although I'm going to step away now and hand things over to Martin Haven. Have a good morning, chaps.
Yes, see you.
Great
see you
conditions
later
for
on in the day.
racing, so
I'll see you in the morning after breakfast.
you will. I look forward to it.
While Johnny jumps out, Paul, a variation on a theme with regards to the swapping of the bonnets on the Haribo cars. Peter Thickett suggests wheel the number 88 into the pit bay, swap the numbers and transponder with the 8, good to go. I think that's called cheating, isn't it?
It does if you change the whole car, yes.
Yes, that's what he's alluding to.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, no, that's not quite what you can do in a pit stop, but I suppose there are a few people that might think of doing that, and various tales of various daring do of similar nature have occurred from time to time. The gap has come down. In fact, for a moment, we had the top 3 cars separated by less than a minute. But it's not quite as small of a gap as it was when the number 88 was keeping the other Black Falcon Mercedes behind. So it's been a good stint this for the number 88 Haribo Mercedes, opening up some 20 seconds of a margin between himself and the number 4 Black Falcon car. Into the pit on schedule has come the number 1 BMW, which has continued to be a rather more frugal BMW, although that was only 8 laps on that last stint.
The number 100, Paul.
For the number 100 BMW.
Well, you said number 1. That was
Yes.
completely confusing at
Yes,
3:30 in the morning.
Yep, sorry, the 100 BMW. But as I say, a slightly shorter pit stop. What may be the case is that they put the fuel in and it won't quite do the full distance sometimes, and it will others. So but obviously wanting to be a little bit cautious with that. Anyway, whilst we've been nattering, we have a very bright, breezy and fresh-looking Martin Haven who's joined us. Hello, Martin.
Well, I've had 3 hours sleep, so I'm not sure whether that counts for bright, breezy or fresh. I have had a shower as well. However, Rob Huff has just rolled to a halt in the number 14 Mercedes, so the Black Falcon car rather thoughtfully has pulled up under a banner which is obscuring much camera view.
20th place, that car, so the worst place of the 3 Black Falcon cars, but nevertheless 20th, not too bad, but it looks like
he's on the Grand Prix circuit, so that's not that is an outlap. So he has just left the pit and he has just rolled to a halt. He's come down to the Dunlop hairpin, and what motive power he had has escaped him there, and he has rolled a few hundred feet past the Dunlop hairpin and come to a grinding halt. Number 100 BMW will return to the fray from 3rd position. So for those who have been away or are just joining us in various different parts of the planet, Paul, what's happened?
Well, how long have you been away?
How long have I been away? Just 4 hours. So when I left, we had sort of settled down into racing after a long 3-hour break for hail.
You had the blowing up of the number 18
Exactly
BMW.
so, yes.
You had the, I'll call it a tactical withdrawal of the number 8 Haribo Mercedes.
No,
Oh, right.
they were still running 1st and 2nd, and had just made their first pit stops after we went back to green flag running.
Okay, well they had a damage. They hit the barrier, had a damaged steering arm, but decided rather than to repair it and keep going, to withdraw the car on the grounds that they only had 4 drivers to compete the whole race with. And even though that would have been legally possible with the regulations, it would have meant that none of the drivers would have got very much more than 2 hours rest before getting back in the car again at any particular time.
Somebody did also point out on Twitter to me at the time that were they to remain 1-2, it would make for a very odd-looking podium with 4 drivers leaping from 2nd step to 1st step and back to try and make a photograph out of it.
That would have been interesting, wouldn't it? That would have been funny.
But the domination would have been even more apparent
Yes.
if they would have done that.
We would have had 4 very tired and exhausted drivers if
would
they'd
have
even made the podium, and up on the steps of the podium would have been an achievement.
There would have been very little jumping, I think.
Yes.
So that happened. The other thing which kind of didn't happen was that as the track was drying out, the number 912 Porsche was looking very threatening indeed, and for a while the gap was closing between it and the Haribo Mercedes. But then as it dried out completely, so the Mercedes were able to stretch the gap again, and the Porsche wasn't able to continue to close, and so we've now got the best non-Mercedes stretch has now turned into being the number 100 Schubert Mercedes, although those 5 cars behind in the 2nd to 6th places are still very close and shuffle every time there is a pit stop. The other thing that's happened as the track is fully dried out is that the Audis have come into their own. John Hindhoff was saying earlier on that when it's fully dry, the Audis are a lot quicker, and repeatedly the two WRT cars have been the quickest cars on the circuit. They are now kind of creeping back up the order board. What else has happened? We had a long pit stop from the number 702 Glickenhaus car, and I don't think it actually has come out again. It was having attention paid to the exhausts on the car, and if it has come out again, it's lost many, many laps.
Well, it doesn't say it's in the pits, it's actually just picked up a place.
Okay, so having lost many, many laps, it's got going again.
Currently shown in 39th position.
Right, okay, well it was in the top 10, so that's how many laps it's lost from that place.
Rob Huff under tow, by the way. We did, so he's heading back to the pit lane that he left about 5 minutes ago in the Black Falcon Mercedes.
We've also lost, following a fairly heavy impact, the other HTP car. We've got the number 29 car still there, but the number 30 HTP car was probably fairly well placed when you were last here, was it, Martin?
Yes. Yes, it was.
The other HTP car has now gone, as they had an impact with the barrier out on the, I think it was at Metzgersfeld, where that car lost ground. So we've lost one of the HTP cars out of the leading group, and we also lost, didn't we, the Lamborghini number 25 was in the top 10 and has dropped back a little bit.
It took a penalty, that car.
It took a penalty for the. Did it actually take? Was a penalty announced for it?
No. We had to the clerk of the course.
That's right. Yes, a penalty was given to the number 75 Man Filters Mercedes for avoidable contact. We haven't had any news yet for the Lamborghini, and that has dropped down, let's say, out of the top 10 now.
That's currently shown in 15th place.
Just as a result of some slower lapping as the track has dried out. So that's a broad summary of the leading groups.
So we've still seen a bit of a yo-yoing of performance depending on what track conditions were, because there's only one BMW that's really managed to maintain that consistent pace, and that's 100, because 22 looked quick and then dropped back, 23 looked quick and then dropped back. The Audis, the Phoenix Audis and the WRT Audis both sort of faded when it stopped being quite as wet as it was.
Both 22 and 23 had longer pit stops. They haven't had more pit stops, but they've had each had a slightly longer pit stop, which delayed both of them.
Number 1 Audi still owes us a pit stop. That's currently lying in 7th, and the 912 Porsche owes us a pit stop as well in 6th position, and the other car in the top 10 that's only done 6 stops compared to 7 of the others is the number 28. So those are all still Jewish.
So number 28 being the Lant Motorsport Audi R8, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
And we've still got that slow zone up at Ardenau. That's still there. That's been there for some time now.
Ardenau Forst.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So that would be a barrier repair situation, presumably.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's been. I think that's been out probably about over an hour since I mentioned that last.
Yeah. Okay. So, welcome back to newcomers, me, and hello everybody who's been up all night, because in the UK it's not even 3 o'clock yet, so that's doing quite well. And on various different parts of the planet, goodness only knows what it is. The other major documentation, of course, in the first half of the race was the demise of the Manta, which went out. It was, in fact, it was definitely seen going back out onto the grid, but it was pushed out onto the grid. And I wonder whether it actually left the grid at all under its own steam when we went back to procession.
No, we did actually establish that it didn't go into the pit lane through the pit lane entrance after the start was given again. So I think you're right in that it didn't actually rejoin the race after the stoppage.
Did it have a gearbox replaced?
Oh, that I don't know.
It had a gearbox failure. Some transmission anyway, he was saying, Kupplung and all sorts of stuff. So it seems to have been a fairly explosive. Yes, but he was also showing bell housing and all sorts of stuff. So I think It may have been that the clutch exploded or died or whatever. Why isn't it possible to use the bonnet from the number 8 on the number 88? Just the bonnet?
Well, it wouldn't actually rectify the problem because
it would be possible to do so.
yes, you could, but
it wouldn't do any good.
It's
You
not.
might as well change the door.
In fact, we've just had. I'll just get that up while I explain. The damage on the number 88 is in the front of the car. It's at the bodywork section, just above the grille. And Alan Prosser has just tweeted a lovely picture of what we're talking about, and for you, Martin, that's what we're talking about. For everyone else, I've retweeted that. So if you want to have a look at exactly why it would be a pointless exercise to swap the bonnets over.
Yeah, the 88
there's nothing wrong with the bonnet. Yeah, the bonnet's fine.
It's the
attached.
car underneath it that is not in the right position.
And it's that piece of bodywork just in front of the bonnet, just above the grille, that's been dented. And because it's dented, it's actually lower than the front leading edge of the bonnet.
But again,
that's
that's
going to allow air.
That is a replaceable piece of bodywork.
Well, it's the front end, isn't it? It's it's the whole front end. And I'm not
but
quite sure.
The wings are separate, so you've got to assume that front portion is separate and replaceable. But presumably either there's nothing in the right place to fix it back onto.
No. The problem is, Martin, that the front of those cars take an absolute age to take off.
Yeah.
And we've seen that at other races that this AMG GT Mercedes has been at. And it's not the work of a moment. It's not Formula One. It's not like a nose cone with 4 quick fit attachments. It's a big job. So tank tape and a bit of carbon plate is what we've seen being drilled. I kid you not. A square piece of plate being drilled across that just to ensure that the bonnet, the air doesn't get under there and the bonnet doesn't fly up.
But unfortunately, with over 12 hours to go at the sort of speeds they're maintaining, average speed here is ridiculously high. That's going to be very hard indeed.
They bridged the gap to stop the air getting under the bonnet with tank tape. Because if you, like you say, over this amount of time and the amount of force that the airflow over the car at 280 kilometres an hour would eventually, those bonnet clips would just give in through fatigue.
Rob Huff has been pulled back into the pit lane, and the number 4 Mercedes has rejoined the fray from second position. So just had a pit stop from 2 second-place cars.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. The cars in second through to 6th place are sufficiently close that each of them makes a pit stop and loses 5 places, and then they each bubble up to the top and then fall off at the top and go back to the bottom again, a bit like that game you used to play when you put your hands on top of each other. They're all doing roughly the same number of laps, although sometimes it's 8, sometimes it's 9. That was an 8-lap stint from the number 4 car on its most recent pit stop. The number 9 car is doing 8 laps pretty solidly, so those are the 2 Black Falcon cars. The number 29 did a 9-lap stint on its previous stint, and also the number 100 BMW had done some 9-lap stints. So the number 100 BMW showing a better economy than the Black Falcon Mercedes, at least.
6,000 mile service for number 35, Team RJ and Nissan, and that is the Academy car. Mikael Krum, Lucas Ordines, Alex Buncombe, and shown at the wheel at the moment, Kazuki Hoshino. So that's having a fairly major service and lots of fuel going in. David King, Aston Martin's David King, saying 3.5 hours after unfortunately running out of fuel, a mile from its pit stop. Ow. Our number 42 Vantage GT8 is now back in the SP8 class lead.
And running very strongly, actually, as well. That's another piece of news that I can give you that you might have missed, is that the 007 Aston Martin is sadly a retirement. So both of the GT3 Astons are out of the race, having the 007 having received some rear-end damage. We're not sure whether it was from a car rear-ending it or from a barrier, or possibly from both, having received a tap and then hitting the barrier backwards. However, the bad news for the 007 is the good news for David King, because he's now able to use the full talents of Darren Turner at the wheel of his number 42 car. So he's able to so Darren has switched over to the number 42 car, in which he was nominated anyway, and is turning in some good laps. So that car lost, David reckoned, about an hour being towed in, put to a place of safety. then getting some fuel out to it, then getting it to drive back to the paddock into the box so that it could be refueled properly. And now they know that they're not going to do 10 laps on a tank full, they're going to stick to 9 laps.
It's a hard lesson to learn, isn't it? But it's taken an hour for them to get back, and he reckons they're only a mile away. So they sort of coughed and died somewhere on Dottingham. Imagine how long it took then for the 911 Porsche to get back from way out in the boonies in the middle of the afternoon, stuck in spectator traffic, rather than in the dead of night and not.
They've got a 9.5 minutes over the next SP8 runner, which is down in 65th overall. The 42 Aston's just been into the pits, now back out and onto its outlap in 52nd place overall. So a lot of cars in between those two SP8 cars on the same lap. They've both completed 46 laps. So they are running on the same lap. However, a considerable amount of lap is between those two SP8 cars. So comfortable, I'd say, in the class lead at the moment.
So with the exception of the enormous blow-up for the Augusto Farfus Jürg Müller BMW,
the number 18 numbered car,
as tends to be the case, particularly with the weather that we've had so far, pretty much every other retirement has been scenery or other vehicle based.
Yes, I think that's probably true.
Yeah, and that is likely to continue to be the case. I mean, the cars, modern racing cars of this sort of calibre, bits don't fall off like they might have done in the second or first running of the race in the early 70s. They tend to only fall off if you hit them hard with other objects.
Quite amazing, that bit, that the races of this length used to always be races of attrition, and driving would accommodate that, but these days
I think that is true, but I think a lot of it is to do with technology, not only the understanding of the lifing of components, which is a big part of it, but I think the other part of it is that the technology of driver aids has made it very difficult for you to over-rev the engine, and the throttle control, what they call it, traction control, helps as well through broken drive shafts and things like that. So I think there is an element of the driver assists helping the mechanical frailty. The other thing, though, which very often does for mechanical aspects of cars, is when we go from a cold night into a hot day, and the change of temperature, the temperature gradient, it's not this point in the night because it gets cooler and everything's happy, and you've got, as you've said, nice thick air, lots of air going to the radiators, everything's getting cool. But then in the morning, you've got all those little bits of rubber that you've collected through the night that you haven't realised you've been running through because you've been going over the curbs and collecting grass and all sorts of muck in the radiators, and nobody's been able to see it properly, so it's not been cleared out in the pit stops. Then in the morning, the sun comes up, the temperature goes up by 10 degrees, and all of a sudden you start getting overheating issues and all that kind of problem. I don't know if that's going to be the problem in the morning because it's going to be cloudy or raining.
Or both.
But remember back to the start of this race, and it was something like 25 degrees or something.
Yep.
And if we would get 25 degrees by noon tomorrow, say, then I think that might lead to some of the mechanical issues that Martin was just...
Because, of course, by
saying.
then,
Everything's
everything's done a lot of miles, the engines are tired, they're, you know, they are perhaps carrying niggly little problems that may manifest themselves and just increase in severity because of the extreme changes in temperature. It's a good point.
Yeah, and exactly the same kind of things as you were saying have been happening to that leading Mercedes, keeping the bonnet down so that it doesn't affect the airflow and maybe the flow through to the cooling aspects.
Well, and that is enormously sophisticated. It's not like even a modern road car. In a racing car, when you break some of those seals and air gets in places it isn't supposed to get in, then you find that things, airflow stalls, and so cooling air over radiators and hoovering hot air out from underneath the bonnets, and Lord knows it must be hot in there, all of that stops working, and then cars blow up, not because the radiator's damaged or they've lost water or oil temperature or anything, but just because the cooling air, for some turbulence reason, has stalled. And so when you're designing aerodynamic, front ends of the car, you go with the downforce, and then you work out where on earth the air is going to go that you're trying to ram through the car, and how it's going to get in and how it's going to get out, and that makes an enormous difference. Just to catch up with Rob Huff's car, the number 14 Black Falcon Mercedes has left the pit, so is the 35 Nissan, the Team RGN car, left in advance of it. And out 2 has gone the number 4 Mercedes. Don't know who has taken that one over. It shows that it might be Manuel Metzger, but I don't know if it showed that it might be Manuel Metzger when it came in as well. So
no, I don't think it was. It was Maro Engel.
Okay.
So that that driver change is accurate, I would say.
Right, so Maro Engel splitting his difference in both the number 4 car, which lies now 5th-ish, and the number 9 car, which he put on pole, which currently lies in 2nd place. And at the beginning of the race, when things were hot and dry, that car was definitely the dominant force. When we restarted 3 hours later, when things were, what are the opposite of hot and dry? Oh yes, cold and wet and miserable. It shot backwards at the same sort of rate that he managed to make it shoot forwards in top 30 qualifying. And whether that was just the driver being particularly cautious and careful and making sure that they survived the restart rather than became an early victim or not, not entirely sure how that worked out, but nevertheless they're still a very competitive part of the race. You know, one of those cars that is going to be in the equation unless somebody turfs it into the barriers. Bellow in your ears of the number 4 Mercedes going by, and that left the pits a lap or so ago. And in the dead of night you get a very clear view from the cars that the fast class, again with the bright yellow headlights, and all these are sort of cues to cars of what the blinding glare coming up behind might be, and how fast the blinding glare might catch you. Is if it's a bright yellow blinding glare, it'll be one of our SP9 cars, and they have the additional bonus of a flashing blue light in the top corner of one of the top corners of the windscreen, which then also gives you that, oh my lord, it's the police, which makes you pull over out of the way. And there are some cars with some fairly spectacular strobe lights as well.
And then you've got the added complication of the driver flashing the lights as well. Makes you feel better. Doesn't necessarily move the traffic out of your way, but it certainly makes you feel better, doesn't it? Makes you feel as though you're doing something about being stalled.
But the human brain is run by the eye. That's what kept us alive over millions of years. And anything that flickers attracts your attention. And there is reason to the psychology, in the same way that if you're having dinner with your girlfriend, don't let your wife know, but also make sure you sit with the football behind you, because otherwise you'll be constantly looking away from her, because your eye will be drawn to the football whether you want it to or not. Was that number 100 BMW we saw bouncing across the grass from on board with the Nissan? It was something fairly white, may not have been.
In the pit at the moment is the number 1 WRT Audi, one of the cars that's been very fast out on the track. Christopher Mies was the last driver to get into that car, and he took it over after a double stint from Pierre Capper. So I would expect for Christopher to stay in that car for a double stint. The fastest car on the circuit at the moment is number 29 HTP Mercedes, which is increasing its pace and has started over the last couple of laps just to close the gap between itself, not only of the Black Falcon Mercedes, which is about a minute or so up the road, but also the pair of them closing on the 88 Haribo Mercedes. Now this is something which has happened before, but I think it's due to the fact that the Haribo Mercedes got more fuel aboard because it goes further on its stint. So it may just be a question of how much weight the car has.
That car, yeah, the number 29 car last lap was 10 seconds quicker than the cars in front of it, and 20 seconds quicker than some of the other cars in the top half dozen. But again, you see so often, if you catch even one slower car in the wrong place, you can give away 5 or 10 seconds without even thinking about it.
And there are plenty of sections of the circuit where that is easily done. And
still plenty of slower cars as well.
Discretion being the better part of valor, you are going to drop in behind rather than diving down the inside just to make up 5 seconds of time. 5 seconds of valor means, and now we're in the pits. The number 1 in the pits talking of the pits,
Yeah.
it's been in 2 minutes and 11, 12, 13 seconds now. It's got to be in there for 2 minutes 50 seconds minimum. So we're getting towards the end of that car stop.
Yeah, it's had a
currently in
full
7th.
wash and brush up, and it's
Really
just
has.
just receiving fuel at the moment, so that's all ready to go. 36 Nissan was in as well, and that looked like a fairly standard stop. That car in 23rd position. Sister car has dropped to 19th, so they're not that far apart on pace, those two cars, not that far apart on position. They are separated by a single lap, which is a heartbeat away from being together. One tiny little error will cost you comfortably a single lap. In fact, they may not be a single 25-kilometre lap apart. Of course, they could be almost 50 kilometres apart and only just away from being 2 laps apart. Off goes number 1 Audi. Didn't see a driver change, saw lots and lots of cleaning on the windscreen and the driver and passenger windows, the mirrors and everything else, but the door didn't open at any stage. So
Christopher Meese at the wheel. I'm not sure if
you would
was,
assume he is still.
I'm sure it was Kaffer who was in that car. Paul, was it Kaffer who was in the number 1?
No, I think it was Meese. I
Was
don't
it?
think there was a driver change, and Meese has stayed behind the wheel. I think that's the way that one has gone, because Kaffer did a double stint previously, and then got out to let Meese in at the last time that it changed over. That car, incidentally, has been the most solid 9-lapper that we've had in the top 10, I would say. It's just done its 7th stop, as I say, nearly all of its stints have been 9-lappers. The only one that has come close to maintaining that kind of record of 9-lap stints has been the 912 Porsche, which has only had 1 stint which hasn't been 9 laps. Similarly, the number 1 car has only had 1 stint that hasn't been 9 laps. The Mercedes have tended to be oscillating between doing 7 and 8 lap stints, and very, very occasionally doing 9s.
Okay, so will the 9 have been when there was a forced slowing down? Or when they had accumulated enough spare half litres to slop around to actually make a complete lap? Surely that's not possible.
That's
with the
not
length of
possible
the
because
lap,
you'll
no.
fill it up. Well, I say you'll fill it up every time. If you've got any sense, you'll fill it up every time.
But you won't empty it every time, is what I'm saying. So gradually.
No, because you always fill it up every time.
Yes, that's true.
You mean gradually you'll end up overflowing?
No, can they not? You'll fill the roll cage back up, and then you can eventually use that bit as well.
Yes, I mean, if you would have the situation as you do, for example, in Creventic races, where the size of the tank is greater than the amount of refuelling that you're allowed to do, then you're absolutely right, and that's what happens.
Is that not the case here?
Then you would have a longer stint at the end. However, you're going to be using the fuel gauge and also calculating your fuel usage and you'll be measuring how much fuel you're putting in, Paul.
Yeah.
And that will give you the figure for how much fuel you've used in that previous stint.
And it may well be how much of a risk you're prepared to take. And we had a very honest and contrite David King up here earlier on, who admitted that there was a mistake made in the calibration of the Aston, the GT4 Aston, in working out how far you could go. They thought they could do 10 laps, and it ran out coming down the Dottinger Hoe about a mile short. Now, you know, that's desperately difficult to deal with, and it may well be purely the unusable fuel that's always left in the tank. You know, there is always a bit that the fuel pump can't pick up, or that's in the pipes that doesn't actually get to the engine. However, yeah, so quite why they're varying the lengths of the stints, I don't know. It's certainly when the conditions were mixed, it was to get the car onto the right tyres. The other influencing factor is if there are yellow zones, then you can save fuel in the yellow zones. And if there are enough yellow zones for enough of your stint, then you might be able to save enough fuel to do the extra lap.
Number 912 has finally decided that it is running low on fuel and headed into the pit lane, so that car in 4th position, and that now brings it up to a 7th stop. One car still in the top 10, only having completed 6 stops, and that is the number 28 BMW, so that needs to still come in, and that is that's the Land Motorsport Audi, yes. So he still owes us a stop, but 9:12 is in, and as we saw, the number 1 car left about 4 or 5 minutes ago, so about a third of the way around the track. Still little patches of cloud and fog. Actually, driving up from Adenau, it was clear all the way, so that seems to be reflected in the track as well, is that all that localized fog we had when it was the end of the rain, sort of hovering around, appears largely to have left us. However, onboard pictures that we're seeing now from the number 1 Audi show that largely and totally appear to be totally different things, or largely different things.
Yeah, so you're right about the that Land Motorsports Audi, Martin, because that's been doing some 9-lap stints as well in a fairly reliable way, and also they've been double stinting their drivers in that car.
There is another car in the top 20 that has only done 6 laps.
6 stops.
6 stops, rather, 6 laps. And that is in 18th position. So that Porsche, which is the second string, the Wochenspiegel Manteig, now the second string Manteig Porsche, in 18th position, has only done 6 laps, 6 stints, but it is 2 laps behind, 6 stops, 2 laps behind, so presumably in 2 laps it'll come in, because it'll need fuel, because it will have travelled the same distance.
Yes, and it's travelling slower.
Into the pits has come the 912 numbered Porsche.
Yes.
Currently in 4th place. Not sure who was at the wheel and who will be handing over, but they've currently been in the pits now for pretty much their minimum amount of time, and they're already 2 minutes and 52, 53, and have not left the pits. They've been in now 3 minutes. Well, so they're over their pit stop time.
Yes,
so
but of course that doesn't include them crossing the outlap beam, with which they may be travelling past us even as we speak, and on the way.
That triggers when they pass the beam.
Yeah, so he hasn't gone out, but he may have left his pit stop and been trundling down. That's what I'm saying.
Well, what you just before you came on, Martin, it was the number 88 was tripped the beam right on the 2 minutes 50.
Yeah.
So that was
playing fast and loose, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's, you know, if you're the team manager, you're going to time how long it takes for you to leave your pit stall and get to that red line, and you're gonna give yourself 5 seconds just to make sure.
But 10 or 12 of those is a minute.
I know.
You might win or lose the race by much less than that.
But if you are a second under, that's going to cost you a lot more time than what you are going to.
Well, we're just seeing the Glickenhaus being counted down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to 0 right below us, and as he goes away, then he's got, I don't know what, 3 seconds before he releases the pit lane speed limiter. So it has all been well thought out and well calculated, and again, to win this race, it is little details like that that need to be thought about and worked on, because otherwise somebody else will do it and they will gain a minute on you, and you'll be going, how are they gaining all this time in the pit stops? The pit stop is the same length, it's the same car, and that's why they're doing it, because they are shaving it.
Well, that 912 Porsche is now out, and it's been out on track for a minute and just coming up to a minute and 30 seconds. So he was over 3 minutes, so that's what, 10, maybe 15 seconds over the minimum time he's allowed. And like you say, you only need 4 of those and you've got a minute.
Yep.
It was a 3:13, the pit stop, but the number 912 did a 9-lap stint. And remember, because of the sliding scale, the 9-lap stint means that he has to do 3 minutes and 11 seconds. So he did 3 minutes and 13. So he was
again, you know, that's
spot
fairly
on.
close, isn't
yeah,
it?
exactly. And what you're not allowed to do, and explicitly excluded in the regulations, is come tanking down the pit lane at 60 kilometres an hour and then slow and do the last 100 yards at 20 kilometres an hour. You have to keep your 60 kilometres all the way down to the end of the pit lane, or worse still is to stop at the end of the pit lane too.
If you've Horlicksed it up, then you're in for a penalty the moment the guy releases you and realises he's released you 2 seconds too early.
Exactly so.
Which at 3 in the morning, at 7 in the morning, or 2 in the afternoon, when you've been up for 36 hours, that's fairly fine. In again is the number 6 Audi, the Haase, Rast, Winkelhock and Stippler car. And that Phoenix car now up to its 8th stop, so it's the 3rd car in the top 10 that has made an 8th stop. As you say, Paul, if you make an extra lap on your fuel, you have to spend an extra an extra period stationary, not an extra lap stationary. That really would be a punishment. 28 is in as well, so 2 cars running 9th and 10th, both in for stops.
Yeah, the difference between an 8-lap stint and a 9-lap stint is 20 seconds on the pit stop.
I wonder what you gain in terms of distance.
The idea is that it allows for the different refueling rates, and so if you're clever and find a clever way of refueling, it effectively takes any advantage you've got away.
Yeah.
And because you're allowed to change the tyres at the same time as the fuel is going in, and change the driver at the same time as the fuel is going in, at the same time that you're changing tyres, everything's allowed simultaneously. So it's really just to even up the refueling.
Yeah.
And for some of them, as we've seen with the tank pilot system, it enables them to refuel 2 cars at the same time.
Well, most of the cars are being refueled from small churns which sit on a rack beside the garage, rather than what we're used to seeing at Le Mans, you know, the big tank up above with the hoses that come out and so on, because you don't have a garage of your own. There is a scene of carnage and destruction being shown to us by the number 35 RJN Nissan. 2 cars all but blocking the track.
That looked like a BMW M6, Martin. That could well be the number 100. Let's just see if I can locate that car.
Trying to identify where we are, and that...
No, I've got the 100 still moving according to the tracker.
Is that the hats and back? So somebody has lost it just coming on to... I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's either hats and back or much later in the lap after the carousel, and no, it's not. A little bit of light coming into the sky now, which means that the cloud is starting to break up as well.
And there is some report of some fog as well over on the northern end of the circuit.
It's car 22, by the way, chaps. It's the Row Racing number 22.
Oh, the Row Racing BMW. Yeah. Good spot with the rear lights, by the way. So that car was in 8th position and shown with Klaus Graf at the wheel. Now, what he came up behind...
I can't see the number of the car under the... See how it works on this app. It's underneath the 22 tag.
And the more you expand it, it still stays underneath.
You've got some
okay, so 22 is one of them. The other one had all the hallmarks of a 3-digit number, so I'm not quite sure.
I think it's one of the...
It's tripped over something, a Toyota or a TCR car or whatever.
Like a BMW 325 or something.
It might well be.
Second placed car is in the pits, car number 9, and I've got a feeling that was Hubert Haupt getting back into the car. Now he's only just got out of it, but he's getting back into it, so it may be that 2 drivers are going to do some of the night stints and allow the other 2 to get a bit of a rest. But the outgoing driver has already vacated the car. The fuel's still going into the better of the 2 Black Falcon Mercedes now.
Well, we talked about how finally you can shave the pit lane penalties, and the screen to our left above us that I can't read without my glasses, or indeed with my glasses, is showing it's the wrong distance. It's like the telly at the end of my lounge. I can't see it. I can't read any captions or anything on it. So they're number 57, non-respect of speed limit by the pit lane, penalty 30 seconds. Number 44, non-respect of double yellow flags and code 60. That's their first offence, because that's a 1 minute 32. Number 84, non-respecting of the time in the pit lane, penalty 45 seconds, or speed in the pit lane. So number 14, technical defect, doesn't really tell us much more about what stopped Rob Huff, because we can see it was a technical defect because he hadn't hit nothing.
I can fix your TV, Martin, at home.
move it closer.
No, just move your chair closer.
I can't. It doesn't work that way. Mrs.
sit in the
Haven
middle of
won't
the
allow us a bigger telly, so she can watch the TV and I can sit and... Why aren't you watching the telly? Because I can't see it. Klaus Graf confirmed by BMW Motorsport as the driver of the number 22, so just occasionally the one of half a dozen names in the first 30 cars that actually shows up on screen is the man in the car.
Still showing static at the Atzenbach, so not being cleared away quite yet.
Well, it's going to take a moment or two for a rescue vehicle to get there. It's also A, very narrow there, and B, very twisty there. Not that the rest of the track isn't narrow and twisty, but there are some sections that are slightly wider, some that are slightly less hemmed in by curbs and walls. And
arguably the hardest place to pass, the left, right.
And one of the easiest places to get it wrong as well.
Yeah.
So that car is now overdue. And we know why it's overdue, because it is parked firmly at the Hatzenbach. So it's close enough that when they get it off the track, it'll come back fairly quickly, but it's also damaged enough that any chance it may have had of winning the race has just been taken away. And again, you know, there are places, we talked about this a moment or two ago, that when you catch a slower car, you're going to lose a lot of time at best, and that is not an at best situation. That's going to lose an absolute age of time at worst. So just to recap, after the last round of fuel stops, with just over 11 hours remaining, number 88, the remaining Haribo Mercedes, they've tucked the other gummy bear up in bed, that is the race leader. Number 9, the blue Mercedes that started from pole position, has just left the pits again, having made its 8th stop, and that looks as though it might stay in the top half dozen now with the demise of number 22 car, but it will certainly have lost that 2nd position, which moves up to 2nd the number 29 machine. Up to 3rd will go the number 4 Mercedes. Up to 4th will go the number 100 BMW, and up to 5th will go the number 23 BMW. And all of those have also gained a position, because the 912 Porsche, which was running 3rd before it stopped, made it stop, and has dropped down to the bottom of the top half dozen now. Again, we're seeing rescue vehicles on track and cars on either side of the circuit, and that is not the same accident at the Hatzenbach, is it? This is from the number 6 Phoenix Audi, and again a lot more light coming in.
No, that looked like towards Brunchen.
Yeah, it always looks towards Brunchen, doesn't it?
Yes, true.
And the Hatzenbach has that same nature, where it is very twisty.
A car that has been reported missing on the circuit is the number 22 Graf-driven row racing BMW. This is the Nicky Katzberg, Marcus Paltala and Richard Westbrook car. Hasn't come down, hasn't made it back to the pits on this lap. And
that's been confirmed, Paul. We've confirmed that ages ago.
Yeah.
It's all we saw that happen, and then it was confirmed by BMW Motorsport that we were right. And we also located on our tracker here.
Sorry, I was thinking about something else at the time.
And
I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying.
Klaus is okay, is the report from BMW. It looked like a car damage thing. It
That's the Hatzenbach thing.
Yeah, and it is a twisty technical section. It's not exactly a high-speed section. So
also, one of our Porsches is missing. Number 3 is shown as absent without leave.
Right, number 3.
That's currently in 50th place, shown with a question mark. That's Abelin, Schmitz, Heisman and Siedler. That is indeed the Fricadelli car. So that was just pointed out by Nicole Rideau on my Twitter feed, saying that's gone as well. Whether it went in the same place or not,
it's not on the track, that's for sure. It's what I mean is it's been recovered off the circuit. That when I put that car in, it doesn't appear. So
maybe it probably is
recovered.
Maybe it probably is a goner. Falcon Horse Motorsport BMW making its pit stop. The number 9. Hello, are you in trouble? 9 car. So that looks to be fairly standard. They're not in trouble. Race leading 88 heads out. Okay, let's see how far the cameras can follow it as he heads out up the onto the Hatzenbach. Not very far is the answer. So might need to follow somebody else's onboard feed when they go round there. Attention, Twitter people. If you're watching one of the live streaming feeds, either from BMW or Nissan or somewhere else, with their onboard, then tell us what you see when it goes through the Hats and back. Because either that was the accident being separated to either side of the track, cars being spread so that it left a room in the middle for racing to continue, or there was another instance somewhere further round. Question mark over the number 22 as that drops a lap now for the first time, drops 2 laps for the first time, because the leader has now put a lap on everybody on timing and scoring. So the lead was minute or so for the number 88 car. Number 9 has just left the pit lane.
1 minute 30 it was on the previous time through.
That will grow because number 9 that was in second has just left the pit lane. 702 is back, so it went out, came around. I'm not even sure it's done an entire lap. I think that probably sneaked in the back door there, didn't it?
It's been in the pits for about 1.5 minutes already, Martin. That car already lost a lot of time with exhaust problems earlier on.
And the rear engine covers are coming back off again. It's on the trolley dollies and it's backed in into what is already a very full garage, actually. There seem to be several Halton Lane already parked in there.
You're
receiving attention, yes. Oh no, that's their 701 car. So doors are up and people are working on 701 still.
Yes, the 702, you're absolutely right. It did come in through the back door of the pit garage, having gone on an out lap. So it's not a real lap, as it were, what you're seeing at the moment. It's just an extension of the previous pit stop.
Well,
I see. Right.
701 is still receiving a lot of work and attention. Again, that is at the back of the car. So clearly, you would assume whatever ailed 701 is now ailing its sister car as well. There can't be an awful lot of difference between them other than one's plain carbon, the other one is yellow.
You can't be recovered from the Nordschleife very quickly.
No.
And that's no criticism of the recovery teams. It is the nature of the place. We are removing a car onto a public road and then making our way back to the paddock through the main gate, effectively.
Yes, absolutely, through the main paddock entrance. But at least in the middle of the night, you're not caught in a vast array of spectator traffic. This is the number 5 Phoenix Audi you are hearing in your ear holes. The Audi's at the back. Back of the R8, you got your huge big rear wing, then you got your wide lights, you got twin exhausts, and on the right-hand side, what looks like some sort of megaphone trumpet, which is, of course, the air restrictor at the back of the car. So they're taking turbulent, stifled air from the back of the car and sucking it in under the hood, rather than ramming it in from the front in any way.
The 702 looks like it's gone out on a bit of a reconnaissance lap to see if that job's been done properly. It's the exhaust that it was in with a problem. Now remember, the engine in that car is the HPD Honda engine that is we see in an LMP2 prototype. You could argue it still isn't a prototype with the Glickenhaus. So that problem's still being sorted, so to speak, from the team, down in 35th place and now being back in its pits for just over 4 minutes there.
There is a Lamborghini in the pit lane. The Huracan has come in. Who just got out of that? That's
it's the Conrad car, isn't it?
Yes, but I was trying to remember. Is that Farnbacker's helmet? That white and blue one?
Yes, it could well be, because
and has Franz Conrad actually driven it? He was he was one of only 2 drivers listed on it at the beginning of practice. Now he's got Christopher Zirkling, Dominic Farnbacker and Lucas Stolzum. I think it probably was Dominic Farnbacker's helmet. It looked very familiar, and either that or Franz Conrad's been on the 5-2. I'm not sure that's his kind of a thing, really.
He's also been on a rack and has increased it. And in fact, it's not Franz Conrad, because over your left-hand shoulder, Franz Conrad is being interviewed by TV. And a problem
I thought you were going to say he's over my left-hand shoulder.
Yeah, he's behind you. Being interviewed by German TV, and looks like there's a problem with the steering wheel.
Actually, I think they're probably just showing people all the buttons on the steering wheel and what they do. One of the interesting things, actually, that you won't see, even if you're watching the stream, with the puncture for number 1 Audi. One of the interesting things that you won't see is they are in at the moment, number 1 Audi, is that a lot of the cars have sort of high reflective tape or colours around various things that are important. If you go to the onboard of the 45 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, they've got, you know, what looks like a blue light inside, that sort of disco thing that turns your teeth day glow, and that highlights all of their switchgear has got its markings and surroundings in ultra high reflective stuff, so that you can pick them out at a moment's notice. And it's now believed that number 22 BMW clipped the number 78 car because they both disappeared at the same time.
I'll tell you exactly what that is, Mont. I've got it up. It's a BMW M3. It's GT4 spec car of team Circuital Sogren Sport.
Well, now again, you suspected it was another BMW, didn't you? Because you thought the lights looked like a BMW, yeah. And again, I think you're right. Driver change, Paul, at number 23, or number 6, which is in 23rd place, number 23, which is in 6th place, and it is Alexander Sims getting out, and it says Maxime Martin going in on our timing and scoring. Well, that's definitely not Maxime Martin's helmet getting out, that is definitely Alexander Sims's helmet, so I'm assuming he is getting out and strapping in Maxime Martin, and their transponder has turned that around immediately on our screen, so very well done to them indeed, thank you very much. We are now friends of Rowe Racing because they're helping us identify their drivers.
It's not Dominic Farnbacher in the Lamborghini, the Conrad Lamborghini either, because he also is out of the car and being interviewed. So
there you go.
Who did we say was getting?
Well,
maybe
we thought it was Farnbacher getting out.
Ah, right, yes, I think you were right. I think it's Zockling's time. It's been a while since he's been in that car.
I mentioned there was reduced visibility, some fog at Bergwerk. It's now also bad visibility being reported at the Adenauer Forest. And you mentioned about the number 3, the Avalon car. Sabine Schmitz was at the wheel at the time and hit the barriers at Hohe Acht. If you mentioned where it was.
She's not having much of a weekend.
We didn't,
actually.
Paul. All we said was the car's gone off the tracker, so that means it's on the back of a truck on the public road somewhere.
It's hit the barriers firmly at Hohe Acht, and as I say, Sabine Schmitz at the wheel.
Right, and that might be the other incident that we saw with cars on both sides of the road. So if Sabine is off there, who else might be missing with her? Don't know, but again, slightly more avid viewers are thinking that there are 2 separate incidents that we have been seen being cleared up. 44 is back in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and that is its second stop since half past, so it was in just at half past. Martin Ragginger shown us in the car.
Well, this car had a penalty, remember, didn't it, for not observing the yellow flags. I think it was, you told us that the number 44 had, so it could be that the earlier pit stop was the penalty. And this one is
no, that was a pit stop, but also in driver's briefing they were saying that they would like you, please, to serve your time penalties when you come in for your pit stop.
Right, okay.
And you think, oh, well, no, because that means then it doesn't, no, it's not a penalty. Well, it is still a penalty, which is why it's a period of minutes plus 32, which is the time taken to traverse the pit lane on 60 kilometres an hour, I'm assuming. But what it does mean is that they don't have cars coming in at random and blocking up the pit lane just to do a stop and go penalty.
And seeing as all the pit stops are timed pit stops in any case, then people are used to just having to add an extra minute to it.
Exactly, so it just makes for less clutter in the pit lane, and there is plenty of clutter in the pit lane as it is. Outlap for the number 29 car, which came in from second place. Number 88 Mercedes continues to be our race leader, and that is it time to say Swiss watch yet? Not yet,
Swiss
not
watch.
yet, no, not yet. Well, it just seems to be fairly reliable, that's all. Now,
no, too early.
number 1 car made, the Audi made its 8th stop, it's now in 10th position. Number 5 Phoenix Audi also made an 8th stop, but we heard that the number 1 car had a puncture, whether it came in because of a puncture or just happened to have a soggy tyre when it arrived and they took it off, not entirely sure. If it came in because of a puncture, it must have happened very, 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 very late in the lap, not to have lost an awful lot more places than it has.
Now, in terms of those pit stops you've just been describing, Martin. The two cars that are in that top 6 who still have to make the stop. Number 100, the Schubert BMW, Jens Klinkmann behind the wheel at the moment. He will be coming in at around about lap 62, possibly 63. He's currently on his 60th lap, so 2 or 3 laps still to go, and will inherit certainly 3rd place, possibly 2nd place as a result of that. But the number 88, the Haribo Mercedes, will be able to stay out until lap 61.
And he has not lost the lead through having to stop.
No, and he hasn't lost the lead through having to stop for some considerable time now. He's led the race actually since just after 2:30, so for over 2 hours now.
Yeah.
Sorry, just under 2 hours.
Under 2, yeah.
So that car has been in a position where it's continued to lead. It's come in for very regular routine pit stops, changes of drivers and tyres. Every time it's come in, it's had these work done to the front end, but never has it gone over its minimum, or never has it gone over by very much its minimum pit stop time. So it's been very, very reliable on that score. As I say, from the point of view of the pit stops, though, the number 100 will probably stop a lap after the number 88.
Okay.
We've got 2 cars off, guys, at the just before, or indeed at the Flansgarten, and it is the number 136, the Manhella Racing Ford Fiesta ST, and car number 162, which is a BMW 325.
Okay.
No team name, just driver names.
And again, that sounds...
That's a code 60 as well at the Flansgarten.
And that's where we're seeing cars recovered on either side of the track. I think again, Alan Prosperous sent me in a couple of screen grabs of the incidents. So Greg Sampson said no, beg your pardon. James Hazen said he thought the number 43 Aston pitted with Michelin's on, but the crew appeared to be going to swap it onto Yokohama. With Michelin's on, but the crew appeared to be going to swap it onto Yokohama's. Can they do that? The answer is yes, you can put whatever you like on the flipping car, but they may have a contract with one or the other that might rather preclude that.
So how many Code 6s have we got around the circuit now, Joe? We certainly have 2, and I'm thinking we might even have 3. Lap times have gone through the roof.
Or through the floor.
We've got that one at the Hatzenbach. We've got the one at the Hatzenbach that was brought out by the 22 BMW.
Yes.
And just going round the circuit.
Well, number 1 Audi has just gone past the one and has been released from it just before Flugplatz.
There's one at Hohe as far as I know.
Just before Flansgarten, rather. So there is one in the really wiggly bits.
We haven't got any on the...
oh, we don't? Okay, that's what it looked like. No.
Okay.
But the next one round
is
the Flansgarten.
Yeah, that's exactly where the number 1 car's just gone through. That's exactly what it looked like. And that was a multiple vehicle, and it looked like several large vehicles. And in fact, there is an ambulance on the way back down towards the mini carousel that the number 1 Audi has just gone by. The ambulance protected by a vehicle behind it, but no reduction in speed from the Audi going by.
Well, there'll be, I'm sure that was just a trick of the light, Martin, because I'm sure there were yellow flags, and this concept of the double waved yellow, which reduces the speed limit to 120 kilometers an hour, and then the code 60 board and the code 60 flag reducing the speed limit further down to 60 kilometers an hour. But it's meaning that the lap times have gone out now to about 9 1/4 and slower, 9 minutes and a quarter, and down to 9.5 minutes in some cases. So even though there are some sections of the circuit which are still fast, the overall lap times have become quite a lot slower.
I now have a screen grab from Hannu Karesala of the BMWs involved with the number 22 incident. The other car appears to be 278 or 378. Did you say what you thought it was, Joe? 318?
No, sorry, it was, sorry, I didn't realise you guys were...
in the number 22 incident,
the other car. It's 162 and 136.
No, with 22.
Oh, it was 78, wasn't it?
No. What does it look at this? What do your eyes tell you? There's a number on the side of the car. That looks like 3 digits. there is a
That's a laptop, isn't it, Noah? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Move it across.
I'm trying to. Talk amongst yourselves, everybody. Oh, wretched thing. Right, I don't know. I'm
Of course,
sure why I can't move
whilst
it across. Lost it now.
Martin and Joe looking at that,
The technology.
the significance of these extra slow zones is that, if possible, it enables the drivers to save a little bit of
7
fuel,
on
and that will enable them to go slightly longer on their stints. The sunrise, we're just over 13 hours. We just had the 13 hours of the race elapsed, 10 hours still to go. Sunrise is due in just under an hour, so somebody noticed that there was a little bit of lightning.
A lot of lightning in the sky.
Lightening,
Yeah,
as opposed
definitely.
to lightning in the sky. But as I say, until the sun actually comes up, we've still got about another hour to go. But what hopefully the sun coming up will do is to burn off any lingering mist that there might be amongst the woods. Meanwhile, Martin,
It's really a lot lighter in the sky now as you head towards the east, back towards the pits. It is really very noticeable how much more lighter the sky is, and of course that means the ambient light levels are going up, and that means that when you're heading in that direction, you do have a slightly better chance of seeing the cars in front of you and therefore avoiding the damage. But then you plunge back down into the dark of night in the forest, and suddenly all bets are off once more.
I'm going to box, guys, and hand over the car, so to speak, to Jim Roller. So I'll see you in the morning.
All right, well, in that case, we need to swap the headset over from left-hand drive to right-hand drive, clearly. Or right-hand drive to left-hand drive, whichever the way it is.
I think our American is ambidextrous. He can.
I won't have that said about him.
But what this code 60 area has done is it's enabled the number 88 Haribo Mercedes to open up the gap nicely, thank you, on his pursuers. Remind you that we are due a pit stop from both the number 88 and the number 100 on lap, yes, the end of either this lap or the next lap from both of them. Over 60 laps of the race completed, and as I say, we've just gone over 13 hours of the race gone. Not only are we over half distance, but we're over an hour over half distance.
We
So
are.
we're breaking the back of this one, and still very, very close indeed. We've got, what is it, practically the top 10 cars all on the same lap. Yes, it's just about the top 10 cars on the same lap as the race leader, and once the race leader pits, that will increase. In fact, we'll probably go up to about 15 cars that are on the lead lap. Hello, Jim.
Hello there. It's nice to know that Joe Bradley, unlike Johnny O'Connell, does not pee in his seat.
Oh, really? It's 4:30 in the morning. Sheesh.
You can tell I've had some rest.
Did you bring snacks? I back. I need water actually more than anything. I back timed my
you do?
arrival.
I
I
can
back
fix
timed
that.
my arrival from bed. Gave myself 45 minutes to get here.
I hear
and
you did it within 30 seconds of
It
back
took
timing.
more. It took more time by 15 minutes than I thought it might do. Well, thank you very much. Johnny Boy has brought over the water. So let's reset. We have, excuse me, we've just passed the 13-hour mark. Dawn's roseate fingers are yet to make their appearance, but the sky is definitely lightening here in the Eifel Mountains and through the forests. The cars continue to make their way. Race being led by the number 88 Mercedes. Now that car has not yet, in the last 2 hours, lost the lead to pit stop, so it is extending its advantage, running fast and reliably ahead of an ever-changing pack of pursuers, currently the closest of which is the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. That is the Schneider, Engel, Christodoulou and Metzger car. Third is the best of the BMWs. That is the number 100 car, Edwards, Klingman, Lure and Tomczyk. Fourth, the number 9 Mercedes that was on pole position and led the first 4-lap race, which we're now calling the qualifying sprint race, because there was a 3-hour period when you could rebuild your cars ready for the main event after that, which has now become the Nürburgring 20 hours. I'm sort of making this up as I go along, joining the gaps in between.
Different than normal, how?
The only slight inaccuracy is that you could only rebuild your car if you could get it back to the garage and it wasn't stuck on a ski slope over at Hatzenbach somewhere.
Yes, well, that was the fate then of Porsche number 911, the second of the Manthey racing cars, and unfortunately it had fairly minor damage, but it was a long way away and took an inordinately long amount of time to go back. In fact, the race had restarted before it returned to the paddock. 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, later, because the truck went down the public highway at a time of extreme busyness when everybody was busy leaving because they were bored that there was no racing going on. However, number 9 Mercedes is in 4th place. Number 29 is in 5th position, and that is, I have to keep turning the page, that's the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, isn't it? And in 6th position is the remaining Manthey Racing Porsche, number 912. In your ears you can hear cars going much more slowly. That's not an accident for the car that is generating the noise. The number 28 Land Motorsport Audi R8. It's just that he is in a code 60, a long code 60, and this is in the Wipperman through to Flansgarten section. And there you hear he gets to the green flag and away he goes, just into Flansgarten.
What is interesting is despite the area that has, and provided that's a real time, where there is code 60, sector 4 must be clear of code 60s now, and that is the area that includes both the carousel, the Wipperman and Schwalbenschwanz.
No, because he's just gone through there at code 60.
Oh right, well,
it's not as long as it was a much longer stretch than that. Now that's only between, I would guess, maybe even just between a pair of marshals posts, where it was several.
Okay, well, he's just done a purple time in that. He's just done a purple time on my screen in that sector.
Yeah,
the number 4 car.
Yeah,
that's Manuel Metzger, who's done a 3 minutes 4.229, which is come up on my screen as a purple, which is the best ever time through that sector. So if he's got a code 60 in it, then I'm somewhat surprised. Either the purple's wrong or...
No, my corner identification, I think, is wrong, because by now, having left Flansgarten, they should be at the mini carousel, and that's definitely not the sort of scenery we're looking at here. He is still heading east, but that, I think, was considerably earlier in the lap, so that might have been the incident at Hart.
And that's going... Is that not going up the hill towards the carousel?
We may be. Let's see if he screws back towards the carousel in a moment or two. I'm sort of getting the feeling, actually, they're heading down to the bridge at Adenau. Yeah, and I sort of think they are. But again, we heard that there were patches of fog in the forest at Adenau, and that would sort of tying with that, because we are now going through quite a lot of little foggy patches. It's generally a sort of fairly high level of omnipresent mist, and then it gets a little thicker and patchier in places. Now, whoever the Land Motorsport Audi is following is clearly also an SP9, or maybe not quite clearly an SP9 car. Is that one of the Nissans?
No, that's an Audi.
That's hard to tell.
That's an Audi.
All right, well, there you go. He's doing a fairly similar speed at any rate. Number 28 car closes under braking, but never quite close enough.
I think it could be the number 6
to make it by. That's entirely possible. In which case, that might be a battle for position, because they were, yes.
They were less than a second apart. They
yeah,
were
0.6 of a second. I think that's a very good spot. That is probably the battle for position. So if you can find yourself somewhere to a live feed, you can ride on board with a Land Motorsport Audi and be in the battle for 9th place, just ahead of the number 1 car.
They should be currently, Martin, on their way out of Bergwerk, going up towards the carousel now, according to the tracker here.
They might well be. Just to bring you up to speed, Jim and everybody else who has joined us in the last hour, number 22 BMW got tangled up with another, we think, 235 series car, possibly 78, possibly 278, somewhere in there anyway, which was in the Hatzenbach, just the beginning of the Nordschleife, and the number 22 car being recovered, but again, any chance of it having an effectively useful finish? I mean, it may make the finish, depends how serious the damage is, but it's certainly not going to be a contender. 912 overdue?
No, just with some. At least I don't think so. Not yet. It's only 16, 17 seconds,
Yeah.
and the slow zones will slow it down. Here it goes across the line now. I'm still
okay.
very impressed by Manuel Metzger, who's still setting personal bests in Sector 1. So wherever he can set quick times, he is doing. He got held up a little bit with the yellows, I think, in Sector 2 on that time around. But what else is... so he's closing the gap, and then with the potential pit stop that's about to happen for the number 88 car, it's quite entirely possible that the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes will be able to take the lead at this pit stop from the number 88. Now this will represent a slowing of pace of that number 88 Haribo Mercedes, because the cars behind haven't been able to overtake it when it's made pit stops in the past, and it could well happen this time when it makes its pit stop, and that's not due to the yellow zones, it's due to the increased pace of the chasing traffic.
And that's as the daylight starts to arrive. So again, you know, you're talking about Manuel Metzger, there were certain rally drivers who always used to look forward to fog because they were weird, but also because they knew that they would be blunted, their speed would be blunted less by it, and it seems that Manuel Metzger has got that rally driver gene in him. But also the crew of the 88 car certainly haven't been slowed as much as their rivals by the darkness and the lack of visibility. There's Dawn's roseate fingers are now starting to appear in the camera shots over the pit lane. So just to identify the car that was tangled up with number 22, 078. So I knew there were 3 digits, and it looked like an 18 or a 78. It wasn't 278 or 378. It is 078. And for reasons of completeness and because I can, eventually that is the, that's the Kurtal Sorg Rennsport car that Joe first thought it might have been, because that had gone missing. What confused me was that car number 78 has 3 digits. Why would you put a 0 on? Anyway, there we go.
To confuse you.
Yeah, purely. Leader comes on to pit road. This is the number 88 Haribo Mercedes. The speed limiter applied in plenty of time, and he's down to 60 kilometers an hour in first gear. Little red light tells him that the speed limiter is on, and he pulls into the first pit box where the team are waiting for him. The gummy bear brings him to a halt, and the front of that car still gaffer taped up. They're just rubbing over it again firmly to make sure that it stays gaffer taped up. Okay, it's helmet identification time. And getting in is Lance David Arnold, the former Porsche Junior driver. I can tell that because I can identify his name from the way it's spelt on his overall belt rather than from his helmet. But getting out, I think that might have been Maxi Goertz.
Yeah, I'll go along with that one. And the pit stop is to be a minimum of 171 seconds, so 2 minutes and 51 seconds, and the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes is that far away from the pit lane entrance, so it could well be that the number 88 manages to hold on to its lead yet again, but it's going to be close. So that gap has been right down to a matter of seconds, but I say this time it should be good enough for the number 88 to get back out into the pits. We'll keep an eye out. Martin?
Paul, you were mentioning Alexander Metzger and his purple sector a couple of laps ago in Sector 4. He's just gone green in Sector 1 on this lap. So too is the number 23 BMW. So too has the number 999 BMW. Might I venture that it is light enough now around the Grand Prix circuit for them to be going at their best speed ever, although it's been fairly light around the Grand Prix circuit anyway, so I will withdraw that venturing.
I mean, this is the well-known happy hour effect, isn't it? As dawn begins to break, then...
But the Grand Prix circuit has been well lit all night, so you wouldn't expect that to be the sector in which an improvement would come first.
It may be that the track temperature's getting a little bit warmer. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, and possibly a little bit more confidence on behalf of the drivers, even though they've had the street lights there.
it's also the shortest sector, so perhaps the easiest to make an advantage in.
4 has gone through, and the
taken the
88
lead.
car is still in the pits. So
And getting heavier by the moment as another 1.5 kilos of gaffer tape is applied to the front end. One of the advantages of having a nice matte black car to start with is that when it's covered in grubby brake dust and gaffer tape, it's all but invisible from the outside. They seem to have polished up the nice yellow Haribo bear on it, so that moves off pit road, and the number 100 BMW will be its closest challenger from behind.
And that was a 3 minutes 11 second pit stop, which, as I say, with the 8-lap stint, was a good 15 seconds longer than it needed to have been.
I was just thinking
they took a lot of time to add more tape. I mean,
they could have done that.
Serious about their tape.
They could have done that at any time during that pit stop. So that's interesting. Okay, it was definitely waiting while even more tape was applied, but quite why they weren't doing that while they were putting fuel in, I'm not entirely sure. Number 100, I thought I'd seen an M6 whizzing down the track as the number 88 was leaving the pit lane. Turns out I wasn't, because number 100 has come into the pits now, so will not move onto the tail of the 88 car.
And that's the first leader change we've had for 2 hours. So the number 88, having led the race for since lap 48, will only lead it. Hasn't actually taken over the lead of the race yet. Anything could happen to the number 4 in the meantime and not actually make the way round. But so
might he come into the pits?
Even if he does, he'll take the lead of the race as he comes into the pit lane, because the start-finish line is at the entrance to the pit lane. But he shouldn't come into the pits. No. And that car, number 4, has never led the race before, so it not only makes another change of lead, the 10th change of lead, but it also becomes the 6th car to have led the race, as the BMW is in the pits now as well, the number 100 car that was in 3rd place.
Standard service on this pit stop: fuel, tires, cleaning the headlights, cleaning all the windows, even the driver's and passenger side windows. Very thorough, as Paul has mentioned on many occasions. These are time pit stops, so there's no sense in hurrying, and they can be very thorough and get the car ready to go back out in these conditions that are ever lightening, as dawn is breaking, clear skies.
Yeah. Well, partly. I mean, there's some fairly high cloud, nothing really nasty and nebulous, but it's all sort of stratus, cirrostratus. So it should. It actually sort of does forecast a change in the weather, but that's not what the forecasters are telling us is due to happen. So we'll sort of ignore that as a little between waves of nastiness. Jim is now going to go and turn Slime of the rain god back on and see whether that works for us. There wasn't an awful lot of gap between number 100 and number 9. So number 9 Mercedes will by now have moved past the 100 BMW as it sits in pit lane receiving service. So number 9 moves up into 3rd place temporarily, and behind that by just 17 seconds was the number 29 car, so that also will move ahead of the 100, which fires up in the background and leaves the pits. As in past it, that looks like the twin bush. It is the twin bush number 16 Audi, and again that's a top 15 car, or was when it came in, just ahead number 35 Academy Nissan. And that is the car that is moderately easy to identify, because it's basically been a yellow car that's been dipped in blue, so it's blue up to the waistline and yellow above, and that makes life very easy indeed for everybody, because there's only one car that's even remotely the same as, well, there isn't one that's remotely the same as that. There's only one car that looks like that. For the Huff family, I was just about to catch up with where he's got to, but I can't find him on the screen, so I shall have a bit of a rummage.
Can I pass my apologies to the Haribo team, because it was actually a 9-lap stint, not an 8-lap stint, and therefore the pit stop was exactly on the money. And to the extent that it was within a tenth of a second of being the right amount of time. So there's a slight element of manualness in this
you
time.
were right, Paul. They were a tenth off. You know, in fairness,
yes.
In fairness, there are certain members of the team who would have them off the pit wall for that.
But no, as I say, my mistake was to think it was an 8-lap stint, and it wasn't. It was a 9-lap stint. The number 100 has, at the same time, also been into the pits, but that is an 8-lap stint for the number 100, so that will have a shorter time in the pits.
As number 16, the Twin Bush Audi receives service. Just an update on the number 14 Huff driven car, as it still is. It's just gone out, so Rob left the pit lane having taken the car over, got as far as the Dunlop chicane on the Grand Prix circuit, ran out of juice, got towed back in through the back door of the pit lane. They sorted the car out. He's done a stint. He's now gone out to do another one. So that number 14 Black Falcon Mercedes down in 52nd place and 27th in class. And with only 10.5 hours left, probably not going to get down into single digits either in positions or even in positioning class, is it? That's all right. Now let's try and get it to the end, which is a bit of a sort of sag of the shoulders decision, isn't it? But okay, it's not going to beat us. We are going to beat it, and we are going to get it to the end of the race.
Beat it into submission.
Yeah.
The 16 car back out on the racetrack. The 2 car going through normal service as well. That was the air jacks you may have heard in the background.
Now, number 2 Audi came in from 7th position. Of course, all these correct themselves once every 9 or 10 minutes. So from what was the last time it came past the line rather than at any other stage on the lap, 10th position, 7th position rather. And passenger door is open. Didn't see whether there was a driver change there or not. Frederick Vervisch was shown as being on board.
I don't think there was.
That would be right, because that car has been double stinting, and Vervisch had took the car over on the previous stint from Sandstrom, who'd done a double. So WRT working their drivers hard, and of course by double stinting the drivers, it means that they get a good long rest in between stints, and that often is what you need. And certainly these guys who are used to doing endurance racing won't be too stressed by doing 2 stints of an hour and a bit, 2.5 hours altogether.
The Felbermeyer Audi is in pit road. It spits out a very stiff-looking occupant. Who is Gin and Tonic, apparently, or Mr. G Tonic, another nom de conduire, and he got out the way that I get out after a 6-hour drive in my Mercedes, moving very slowly with not much working below the neck level. You might argue that nothing works above it, and you may well be right. However, that was not to what I was alluding.
Almost too easy.
I know, it's an open goal at this time of day.
It's not a very nice thing to say about Mercedes either.
However, I noticed you shied it over the bar. Well, you know, Mercedes are lovely and very reliable. However, they do use park benches for seats.
But and you are a tall gentleman.
Well, I'm not padded the way your average Teuton is either.
I misspoke a moment ago. I suggested that the number 4 was the 6th car to lead this race. It's actually the 8th car to lead this race. How many long distance races you get, and I'll include Le Mans in that, where you will get 8 different cars leading the race?
No, exactly. In the main class, it's much less common than in other classes.
This is overall leaders of the race. Never mind about class leaders. Overall leaders of the race, we've had 8 of them.
And that's 8 different cars, not the same 2 cars swapping 8 places.
No, exactly. In terms of changes of lead, I can offer you 10 of those official changes of lead, and that's changing across the start-finish line
at the stripe,
and not some of the changes that we had because of the glitches on timing that we had earlier on in the race.
Glitches? How very dare you, sir?
Marcus Peltala has confirmed the retirement of the number 22 row BMW, so that's was just a matter of time before that happened.
Fuel-only pit stop confirmed for the Audi. Now, Audi Sport, on their Twitter feed, rather thoughtfully have neglected to name the Audi. However, since number 2 has just left, and it still shows on our screen as Frederick Vervish, we will go with it being the number 2 to which they were referring.
28 and 6 are still right together out on the racetrack. Nose to tail.
And the morning brings with it mist and a real distinct lightening of the sky. Now there is a clear area above us. There is some very solid cloud in the distance, however. Pink light of dawn is upon us. Oh, in TV terms, this is blue light, isn't it? The hour just before the sun up and just after sundown.
Kind of the opposite of the gloaming.
Yeah. And that is different to blue light as in day for night shooting, which is an entirely different blue light. I feel a diversion down a leafy side track there, and I'm backing away from it.
So the new leader, the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, is in the pits again.
Indeed.
And I believe they're doing a disc change at the front. They were certainly doing an inspection at the front. Yes, there is the old disc going away. So disc change for the number 2 SAT Black Falcon Mercedes. Sorry, I called it number 2. It's the number 4 car, which is in second place now, because the number 88 car went through and retook the lead whilst it was in the pit lane. So back as we were, Haribo Mercedes leads, Black Falcon Mercedes in second place, Black Falcon Mercedes in third place, HTP Mercedes in fourth place, Schubert BMW in fifth, Manthey Porsche in sixth.
The 44 car gets into the back of one of the slower cars trying to go by on the inside. He got cut off, and there was nothing that the 44 could do. Both carried on. That was a great save by the smaller class car that was right in front of the 44.
It was bounced right up in the air as well. It was absolutely perpendicular to the direction of travel, and I think it got sort of saved by bouncing and landing on the grass and being sort of straightened up at the back end. But yeah, that was one of those ones that happens, and the driver has to account for the scars later, but it never actually features on a timing screen anyway. It was the queue, a back of a queue of 3 or 4 cars, or 2 or 3 cars, and the Hyundai went for the apex and got bounced up in the air, fully 90 degrees to direction of travel. Then the front wheels hit a high curb, and the nose may have bounced off the barrier, and it then got sort of straightened up as the number 44 Porsche went by it. And if that may well be that class-leading Hyundai i30. So the confirmation of the number 22 BMW's retirement is obviously very bad news for the team, however exceptionally good news for my pocket, because it's one less row car that I will accidentally call a Mercedes. So very well pointed out in the background there by Johnny Boy.
Indeed. That Black Falcon pit stop which we just had, I'd say they only changed the front discs on the car.
Well, they're the only ones that do any work, really, aren't they?
Indeed, and more importantly, they got them both changed without going over their minimum pit stop time. So 2 minutes 53 to change both of the front discs and pads on that car.
Yeah, but they probably charge £1,000 an hour, so it works out the same as your average dealer.
Well, if you trust them enough to then go out and use them to the extent to which they are now going to be used,
they need to be, exactly right.
Still pretty impressed by it all. I haven't been informed of a driver change whilst any of that was going on. As far as I know, the driver stayed behind the wheel.
42 Aston Martin is in the pit lane. It is having a driver change, and we know that Darren Turner was freed up to drive it. I don't think that's Darren Turner getting into it.
I think he actually got out of it.
I think he might have done. So, which leaves us with...
I think that's Peter Kate, isn't it?
Peter Kate, or Dr. Florian Kamaiger, or Andres Guelden. I have a feeling that might be Peter Kate.
Florian's helmet is up here.
Okay, so either that or Florian is in Peter Kate's helmet because he just can't stay away.
or he's got 2 helmets, and he's left the one on the dryer up here, and he's using his other one.
Well, that's. Is it the same colour? Is it predominantly blue and white?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Oh. Hang
Yeah.
on.
But I think that's Florian's helmet over there.
I can't see it. Is it
John-
just basically a white helmet with sort of blue bits at the top?
Yeah, John's going to go and check. Oh, there he is.
No, no, he's lying on the floor.
That's fine. No, you stay there.
Right, well, that's not him,
No.
and it's not Darren Turner, so that then perms one of 2.
That's Peter Kate.
Yeah, I think.
It's who? Florian's going into the other car. Well, I see.
Oh, okay.
Florian just can't stop himself, obviously, so he's swapping cars to go and do a
So
stint or 2 in the other car.
Peter Kate's just got into that one. Yeah.
I think it probably is
that's
Peter Kate,
that's
yes.
what I thought it was, because
Yeah.
I didn't realise you were there. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up.
No, we've been keeping him awake while he's been trying to sleep on the floor. He clearly needs a slightly more James Thompson ability to sleep anywhere lying down. Number 75 has just completed its pit stop as well. That's the boys, isn't it? Haya Junior, Ash Junior, Ludwig Junior, and is Carvitz a junior? I don't know of a Carvitz senior. I'm sure there is a Carvitz senior, but possibly not as legendary a racing driver as the others. But they have just made their stop. Their 9th stop of the race, and they are one of only 3 cars in the top 20 that has needed to stop 9 times.
If it was an immaculate conception, he's probably a hell of a race car driver.
Well, there was a yeah. He just thinks he is. Okay, I'm going to fade you out again in a minute. He's obviously still lacking in sleep. There was a discussion earlier on about when you have 2 brothers in the car, calling one senior and one junior when clearly the father would be senior is wrong. And I pointed out that the traditional way of doing it in England is that one would be major and minor. And they okay, no, we quite like that. So I'm trying to think now which dynasty it was, but major and minor are both racing here now. So I think that's something that Germans need to be made more aware
I think
of.
that was more something that happened in Jennings and Derbyshire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
Martin?
really confusing when we
Yes.
had the year we had 3
Exactly.
Stucks in one of the cars.
Well, so you have Stuck Junior, and then Stuck Junior Minor and Stuck Junior Major, because of course Hanschen is not Stuck Senior.
That's
He
right.
is.
Because
He's
Hans Stuck
still
Senior.
junior.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. So he's junior. So then you have Stuck Junior Major and Stuck Junior Minor, because they're sons of Stuck Junior.
I know exactly where you're trying to go. And,
Paul's head just exploded.
no, because
No, Paul was just giving me that withering look that go, you idiot, you buffoon. Have they let you in again? Paul, along with the entire listening public.
I love it.
Back to the plan.
Yes, back to the plan. Where is the plan?
Number 88 Mercedes lost the lead briefly and retook the lead. It only, in fact, will have been shown as having lost the lead to number 4 Mercedes for a lap before number 4 then came in for its pit stop and discharge. But we're now seeing purple first sector. Now that's the Grand Prix loop. In fact, it's almost the entire Grand Prix loop. It's the first sector actually stops as you get to Vidal chicane, and that's from the number 9 Muller-driven Mercedes. So that is the car that started on pole position, and so that will be Dirk Muller, who has clearly done up the belt straps extra tight. It's getting a little light-headed around the first sector of the lap. So 1 minute 22.74, and in comparison to that, behind him in 4th place, number 29 Mercedes just set its personal best of that sector, 1:23.0. So Dirk Muller putting out 3/10 on the Grand Prix loop. More green first sectors coming in from various different cars as well, and that would appear to be the only sector. Oh no, I tell a lie, because way over on timing screen 3, the car that is currently in 78th place has just set a personal best 3rd sector. So we're clearing up all our code 60s, our ambulances and recovery vehicles away. We seem to be back to a fairly clear track, Paul.
Yes, I think there is something happening down at the Hatzenbach. I did get a message on the screen a little while ago saying they're replacing the barriers at Hatzenbach, and that of course is in Sector 2, which is possibly why we're not seeing any green or purple sectors in Sector 2. And the fact, I'm interested to know on either Jim or Martin's opinion on this, because I value Martin's opinion highly, that the Grand Prix circuit, no, both of you.
Oh
dear, what am I to do? The Grand Prix circuit seems to dry more quickly, or seems to get quicker more quickly because it's a little bit more open, and what little daylight is coming and beginning to warm the track surface happens more quickly on the Grand Prix circuit than it does on the rest of the circuit.
Well, it will when the sun comes up, definitely.
Because the sun comes up later in the forests than it does out on the Grand Prix circuit.
I absolutely take your point that there are no trees overhanging the Grand Prix circuit. The other thing that I would point out is it's probably more rubbered up than the rest of the track.
Yes.
It gets more miles done, and this weekend, of course, it's had not only the 24-hour cars and the World Touring Car cars going around it, but it's also had races exclusively on it from the Audi TT Cup. So it is a little bit more rubbered up. It is drier. It's more modern surface. It dries faster. You know, there's whatever little breeze there is helps as well. I'm not going with the track temperature rising yet, because the sun isn't even over the horizon, so I don't think it's having much of a warming effect. The air temperature might be slightly starting to change, but in fact I think as the skies have cleared, the air temperature's probably gone down since the darkness of night, and it'll take a while for the sun to really bring it in. What we're seeing though from the long shots is an awful lot of low-lying cloud mist. I'm not going out to measure the droplets, so we'll call it cloud mist or fog, but it is sitting in the base of all the valleys. So the peaks of the hills are all clear, but the valleys definitely are not. This is number 38 Bentley receiving its pit attention. Came in from 13th position. This is the 9th stop for this car as well, and shown as Guy Smith being the driver at the wheel. Brooke Menzel-Smith and Humprecht are the quartet.
Apparently Smith stays behind the wheel.
Yes, seems so. And they pushed him back almost into oncoming traffic to allow him to head back out on track. Two Bentleys identifiable by the fact that they're enormous. One's bright yellow and one's white. So again, thank you very much indeed to the team for not going for absolutely identical liveries on both cars, which
with little tiny mirrors that are different colors.
Oh look, you can see here we put a little thumbnail-sized dot on the mirror. Yeah, great, well done. Two cars still again, and it's the same two malingerers that stay out later than anybody else in our top 10, which is the number 912 Porsche and number 28 Mercedes. That's the Audi, the Land Motorsport Audi, and of them, number 912 will come in first, Paul, won't it? And number 28 comes in a lap later, because they appear to be on an entirely different fuel planet or schedule to everybody else.
Not really sure. What's happening is that the 912 is more regularly able to stay out, and does stay out to do 9-lap stints, whereas the 28 is more of an 8. Although, no, to be fair, the 28 has been doing 9 laps from time to time as well.
So 28's a 9-pinter as well, you're saying?
Well, it's done one. It's only done one 9-lap stint, whereas the 912 has done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 9-lap stints. So the Porsche has a better fuel consumption, and it only needs a little bit of code 60 or something around the circuit to be able to save enough fuel to go to 9 laps, whereas the number 9, whilst it has managed 9 laps, has only been able to manage that once. However, if you look across to the race leading car, that's done just two. No, that's done 2 9-lap stints.
Okay.
Mostly has done 8. And the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes is the one that hasn't done any 9-lap stints at all. So it doesn't really make a whole heap of difference doing 8 or 9-lap stints, because you don't actually save that much time because of the longer pit stop.
SPX class leader is in the pit lane from 29th place. This is number 170. And too many pages further back in my bit of paper. That's Manthey Racing's Porsche Cayman GT4 car, so that's their development car. And that's a 3-driver lineup still. Christoph Breuer, Christian Gebhardt, and Lars Kentz, and Lars Kern rather, and it's not showing us whom of those Jim is doing exactly what I thought Jim probably would do minutes after sitting down, which is running through the classes. So in 20 minutes, when we get to the 10-hour mark, where we'll have as much racing potentially to go as we have actually done in a 24-hour race. Don't hate me. Oh no, we will have raced for 11, won't we?
We will have raced for...
With 10 to go.
Yeah,
yes, because we missed 3.
No, we missed 4.
We missed 4 hours?
Yes.
I thought you said it was a 3-hour stoppage.
It was a 3.5-hour stoppage, and then it was followed by half an hour behind the safety car because we had those 3 formation laps, if you remember.
I had in my head that it was a 3-hour.
It was
okay, so we will then have raced as much as there remains. So yes, so we had our 4-lap sprint qualifying race to set the grid, or reset the grid after setting the grid in the in the almost as long top 30 qualifying, and then we had a nice pause, some lunch, a couple of beers, and went on to a 20-hour race. So we are just about at the midway stage of that. Sun is starting to make its presence felt, definitely in terms of the ambient light levels. Quite how much really that's making a difference to driving speed remains to be seen, because we're still not quite clear, are we? We've still got one code 60. I'm hoping it's not in sector 3 though, Paul.
In sector 1, exactly. It's in sector 1. Sorry, in sector 2. It's on the Hatzenbach.
Still.
But no, you're right. Sector 3, again, it's that Manuel Metzger chap who's setting the purple screens, 157.301, and that is the Black Falcon Mercedes. Both of these Black Falcon Mercedes, now it's beginning to get light, seem to have been released a little bit and been told, right, got to go and catch up with this Mercedes with the
Haribo,
with the sweeties on the sides.
Yes.
I'm trying to think what they're called. They're gummy
well, it's got
bears.
a gummy bear, yes.
Yes, but there's an English word for it, isn't it? Jelly babies.
Oh, well, no, it's not, because it's a gummy bear, because it's a bear, whereas jelly babies are sort of amorphous blobs. The gummy bear is definitely a bear.
Is that an English word, though?
Because it doesn't matter. Tour de France aren't English words, but we know what it means, and we use it because it describes exactly what it is.
Good.
What we don't do is translate it into Tour of France, unless we're Eurosport's graphics department, because Tour of France isn't the English translation of Tour de France. Tour de France is Lap of France in English.
I've never heard an argument. I've never heard an argument over jelly candy before.
There are many, many things that you will never hear unless I'm in the seat. Okay, so we take as read an awful lot of understanding amongst our audience, because generally they tend to know a lot more than us and just touch gently while we get things wrong. Paul being the exception here, he doesn't touch gently. But Shay Bottomley on Twitter says, what exactly is code 60? I've missed much of the race, I'm afraid. Well, missing much of the race, excusable. Not knowing what code 60 is, also excusable. So here's the deal. If you watch Formula 1, you'll see virtual safety car, where drivers are instructed to proceed at a certain set speed. Well, that's what code 60 is. It was originally introduced for the Dubai 24 hours. Dubai 24 hours, John nods.
Introduced for Dutch supercar racing.
Dutch supercar challenge, okay. So the deal is, in a certain zone, you are reduced to 60 kilometers an hour. This is indicated by flag marshal posts, and they have a special code 60 flag that they hold out, which is a sort of pinky purpley colour, the colour that was also suggested as the flag colour for James Hunt is criticising your driving many years ago. So there are 3 ways of alerting drivers to potential danger in front of them on the racetrack that are used in this race. A yellow flag is the standard yellow flag procedure, waved yellow flag, caution, you are approaching a potential danger zone and you may need to be aware that you may need to slow down. A stationary yellow flag will be held out to remind you of a pre-existing danger zone. So if there's a car off at the side of the track that's going to be left there on a shorter track, that wouldn't happen here. You would have a stationary yellow protecting it, just reminding drivers that that exists. Now, furthermore, there are 2 ways of slowing drivers down to a predetermined speed here, to a prescribed speed limit. If there are double waved yellows, as opposed to a single waved yellow, the drivers know that they may not exceed 120 kilometers an hour. They then may be released from that to go back up to normal racing speed by a green flag, or if the accident is particularly serious and there is a lot of debris, dead cars or recovery vehicles and recovery workers in front of them. They may then be brought down by code 60 boards with a yellow flag shown that brings them then down to 60 kilometers an hour, which handily enough is the pit lane speed limit, so you put your finger on the speed limiter button. I imagine most steering wheels will probably have a 120 button as well, just to make sure drivers don't exceed it. And then after a code 60 you'll be released again by a green flag. So it's the sort of ultimate sanction of not having to red flag things and stop the entire race and still allow major recovery work and barrier repairs and so on to go on. So that's what code 60 is all about. It's one of the more sensible introductions into motor racing safety in the last few years, because it's very straightforward. There are no ifs, buts and maybes. There's no, well, I did slow down. Well, actually you weren't doing 60, so you didn't slow down to the speed that we wanted to. So the final thing that we have, no, it's escaped me now. I had one more point to make, but it's completely lost me. However,
it's time for a even hour update of the other classes on RadioLeMans.com. 44th running of the Nürburgring 24 hours, powered by Aston Martin. In the SP8T class, number 51, the team Securital Jorg Reinsport BMW 335 is leading in 79th position overall. In SP4T, the number 110 AC 1927 ADAC Volkswagen Golf is leading the class in 87th position overall. The number 83 Rent-to-Drive Racing Porsche GT3 Cup Car, 46th position overall, is leading SP6. In the 3-car class of TCR, the 201 is still leading. That's the Matilda Racing Team Piston Kids Seat Leon TCR, 35th position overall. So that's an excellent run for that car, considering that it had its left front wheel knocked off during the extended red, right before the red flag, when we had all that horrible weather. SP8 is being led still by the Aston Martin Test Center number 42 in 50th position overall. There's another Aston Martin leading SP10. It's the Stadvita Racing Team number 77 in, that's a Vantage V8, my aspirational car, 57th overall. In V6, it's the Black Falcon Porsche number 140 that is leading, 44th position overall. New leader in the V2T category, the number 176 Rent-to-Drive Racing Renault Megane, 65th position overall. A new leader in SP2T, same manufacturer, different model. The number 134 Hyundai Deutschland Veloster is leading that class now, taking over from the I-30 that was leading the class for so long. 68th position overall for that car. And rounding out our even numbered classes, V4 still leading is the number 141 Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsports BMW E90, 53rd position overall. The odd numbered classes will give you an update in the next hour. And still we have 4 classes, which is 1 car leading, and we'll bring you up to date on those in a little while.
Just go ahead, Paul.
Sorry, just to pick up on what you were saying there, Jim, with the with the Aston Martin now leading the SP8 class. That car only took over the lead in the last hour or so. So that would be that's a good performance from that car, which lost all that time during its running out of fuel earlier on.
Number 1 Audi is parked. And by parked, I mean parked hard up against the barrier, sideways, not sideways to direction of travel, but parked firmly up against the barrier. So not quite sure why, but Dirtmuller's car has come to a halt. Whether he's pulled it off and there's not much room, or whether he has had an incident, that remains to be seen. And although he is heading east, I can't tell you much more about that. Again, with right behind right beside him is a large group of campers, so not quite sure exactly where that is. Jim, any bright ideas on that? No. Okay, we'll have to We'll have to try
You
and
got
find
the,
it.
you
Yeah, I don't know how to work it because I'm a klutz, and also it's on a PC, so I don't want to touch it. Well, no, because I'll cancel it or break it or something because it doesn't work the way that computers should work.
Yeah, you got that right.
So, oh, I know. Actually, I do. I have it somewhere on my telling bone. So, right. While we try and bring ourselves up to speed, with 10 hours and 10 minutes remaining, we're joined by David King. What can you tell us? Sorry, I beg your hang on, I haven't even. I haven't turned you on either. No. Peter K, sorry. Right, okay, now, so the thick plottons, because we already have you in the car. So you're not in the car.
I've just got out. I just handed over to Darren, so double stint and then handed over just as he got the dawn.
Right, okay, so... Right, okay, so we didn't see you getting in about 20 minutes ago, so, right, we're even more confused now then. So tell us, what were conditions like? How foggy and nasty really was it? Because the onboard cameras showed it to be... that was the situation where police said that the drivers were being reckless with their speed. It was not conducive to really...
Well, it was a bit hairy.
Yeah.
If you had a car in front, it was okay, because you could follow the lights, you know, like the old P-Supers. But in this case, if you're on your own, you were kind of looking through the side window, looking at the edge of the track sometimes. It was really quite thick, the fog.
Yes. Now, trying to identify where the number 1 Audi is, who knows where Petrol Heads is painted on the track? Peter, have you got... Can you
I
narrow
don't
it
normally
down?
read the graffiti.
No, I know, I'm sure. I'm absolutely certain you know. I'm just sort of, again, getting the feeling that this is somewhere around Wipperman and out towards Flansgarten, but again, I always think that. I'm not quite sure. Paul is pointing. Oh, he reckons that's the run, the steep uphill run to the carousel. Oh, okay. That may be the case. It is a bit uphill, isn't it? Okay, so and I mean, did the fog move around? Did you go?
Yeah.
You sort of ended up going into a bank of fog that you didn't expect it to be
Yeah, it did
there.
move. I mean, I didn't know if it was all fog or if it was bonfire smoke, you know, bacon smells and so on is one of the delights of driving around here at this time.
Well, yes, you're starting to get that even in the middle of the night now, because
Absolutely.
because the night owls are returning to the campsite and need a bacon sandwich before they go to sleep.
Absolutely.
And then those that have already crashed out are waking up for a bacon sandwich. So
Yeah, doesn't really matter what it smells like though. If you can't see the track, it doesn't help. But it did move around. It was pretty much from Adenauer Forst, you know, Metzgersfeld all the way down to Adenauer in different patches.
Yeah.
But the other side of the track was clear and great.
yeah, I mean, we saw that for a period, and certainly just before it really started to lighten up a little bit, is that actually it was fairly foggy on just as you're getting out the mini carousel, Dottinger Herb, beginning of that stretch. So,
A little bit, yeah.
you know, is it more of a hindrance to you, or more of a bum clencher, can we say, if it's in the really twisty stuff, or if it's in the really seriously fast stuff?
Well, quite frankly, my bum is clenched from the minute I
All
leave
the
the pit
way
lane. Yeah, possibly a little bit looser on the Grand Prix track, but it's yeah. I mean, it doesn't help, but frankly, everything is a challenge around here.
Yeah.
Even on a beautiful, clear track like we've got now.
It was the run up to the carousel.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Now we're seeing some drone footage from the carousel where
Car being towed around the outside is the number 1 Audi. And again, all the high shots we're getting, and the helicopters are back up now. High shots we're getting showing an awful lot of cloud in the valleys, and quite surprised actually the track seems to be now relatively clear. I mean, towards the end of your stint, was that your feeling that it was starting to dissipate?
Yeah, I mean, when it gets light, obviously you can see a lot more. It doesn't help. We've got these really high intensity lights, and that just reflects off the fog. So sometimes you'll dip your lights just to see where you are. And then, of course, the car behind doesn't, and you still don't see anything.
And that's exactly what happens with your road car, isn't it? You know, when you hit fog, the first thing you do is come off high beam, because otherwise you're just looking at this wall of white. And what about the track conditions, the amount of grip that there's there? It's been fairly dry for quite a long while. Is it feeling relatively comfortable in terms of grip levels?
Yeah, I mean, compared to the beginning of the race, everything feels brilliant because I mean, you know, the GTA was great in the wet, but I wouldn't have described that as wet. It was just horrific, slick grease, nasty hail, and you saw it all. But yeah, the car's been sterling throughout, and we're lucky enough to have a fairly neutral car regardless of the conditions. So now we've got a clear track, it's getting lighter, I expect we'll just go quicker and quicker.
So where did your car end up in the biblical hailstorm plague of frogs and
Well,
flies?
Darren was in the car,
Yeah.
and he did a phenomenal job, because you may have seen on the TV he was the first car through that didn't crash.
Right.
So everything in front of him crashed, and quite a few behind him. So it's a tough call though, because the marshals that would have been able to flag it were out of sight of the problem.
Yes.
So unless you had team radio and knew exactly where the incident was, you couldn't even warn the driver very well. So it all happened far too fast.
And of course, team radio works nicely on the Grand Prix circuit, but as soon as you get in amongst hills and trees, it tends to be rather less effective. What is the format? Do they wait until you come by to tell you something, or if there's a major panic, do they try and get on the radio?
Well, this year we've been very lucky. We had some problems in the qualifying sessions with the radio, absolutely, and typical like previous years, couldn't hear anything. But this system we've got for the race right now is working pretty much all the way around. I was able to radio in all of the incidents to warn the other cars in our team, so it's working well.
And to order your tea with 2 sugars for when you come in and all that.
Yeah.
That's good, but I mean, because, you know, for safety grounds, particularly things that you can see here in the pit lane that drivers might want to know, like everyone's going off, by the way, at Arenberg, so you might want to slow down a little bit earlier on Schwedenkreuz. That sort of thing can make the difference between, well, without being too dramatic, certainly for the car, between being able to continue or not, and for the drivers likewise as well. Just to bring you up to speed with the 912 Porsche, which has made its 8th pit stop now, Paul, so it is currently down below us, and that should be a driver change as well, don't we think? Paul is nodding because he's not on headset, because Peter is on Paul's headset. I've robbed Paul to pay Peter. Oh, yes, thank you. I'm back. Not in any good way, you'll notice, but I'm back. So your format now, you've double stinted, so you've had a good couple of hours of nerve, raw edge, jangling and you know, huge adrenaline. Are you now going to be able to lie down and it just go and pass out?
I will. I'm blessed in that I can do that, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And I've probably got about 4 hours now before I need to be back, assuming they don't call me.
Okay.
So that's the plan. Darren will double stint, Andy Goulden will probably double stint, and then I'll be back. So hopefully the rain will hold off and we'll have a clean end to the race. But
well, I think that is devoutly to be hoped. We've had enough rain so far.
I think that's pushing it.
I'm not sure whether, and indeed that takes us to our next point. Thank you very much indeed to Peter Kate. We'll hand him back over to Paul. He will become Paul Truswell and then go off and become a somnambulant zombie somewhere. We saw 63 or 62 Porsche being 63 Porsche being pushed out of the track. 62 Porsche, 62 is not a Porsche in the SP7 class. That's a I've lost that. 62 car is it is a Porsche. It's a 911 GT3 Cup car. That's on pit road, so it wasn't that being pushed. It was 62 being pushed inside the track. And the number 1 car, that's the major loss, isn't it, of this hour? We lost number 22 BMW last hour through accident damage. Didn't seem to be accident damage on the number 1 car, but it certainly appears to be on the end of a tow rope, which robs it of any chance of a top 6
Remember
finish.
earlier that the 6 car had to change the potentiometer because of gearbox trouble. I wonder if that might portend what could be wrong. I'm pulling it out of my.
It's speculation, and I would think it unlikely, if only because the number 1 car is a WRT Audi, and the number 6 car that had the potentiometer change was a Phoenix Audi, and although they come out of the same Audi Ingolstadt machine, the breathing that WRT does will be different from the I don't know, but yeah, that car was up to I think it was up to 6th place at one point. Certainly it was in the top 7 not very long ago on the pit road, on the cycle of the pit stop. So it's kind of dropped out of the top 10, in fact out of the top 15 now, the number 1
little more on the number 1 car. Drew Austin just sending us in a couple of screen grabs on Twitter, which shows it going too fast in the caution, he says, hits the inside curb and barely misses the stationary car, and in fact he hit the barrier on driver's right pretty hard, so yeah, that would seem to be just a little bit of a driver error.
Nico Müller being the driver at the time.
10 hours remain in the 2016 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, brought to you live on Radio Le Mans, driven by Aston Martin. We have had 10 hours of track racing and 10 hours still to go. Martin Haven, Jim Roller and Paul Truswell in the booth, and John Hindhoff has a quick word to come.
Yes, earlier on we mentioned the official Bentley statement regarding the incident at Lime Rock Park, which involved the Bentley driver Andrew Palmer and Jorge de la Torre, which happened in the morning warm-up over there. Both cars severely damaged and both drivers taken to hospital. Aston Martin have just handed us a statement that says it's aware of that incident that happened in the World Challenge at Lime Rock, USA. And unfortunately, Jorge has sustained various injuries, including a number of fractures and bruising to the torso. He's going to be staying in hospital, where he'll be closely monitored by the medical team. Aston Martin telling us their thoughts are with Jorge, Andrew and the rest of the Bentley team. Further information in due course. Just to recap earlier, Andrew Palmer, as per Bentley's statement, telling us that Andrew had sustained head injuries and would also be staying in hospital, not expecting anything more from Bentley today. That's the official word on that incident. Of course, all of us here at RadioLeMans.com have our thoughts going out to everyone in that paddock and those connected with Andrew and Jorge. It's just under 10 hours to go. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Aston Martin at the Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Martin Haven, Paul Truswell and Jim Roller into the final 10 hours of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It is dry, the sun is rising, the sun is actually over the horizon now, and the race still being led by the number 88 Mercedes. Pit stops for the second place, number 29 Mercedes. Just seen the number 9 car leave the pits. Number 912 Porsche has also checked out of the pits this lap, as have the 8th and 9th place battle. Number 6 and number 28, a pair of Audis that are racing nose to tail. A little bit more coming to light of the number 1 car's crash, last year's race winner. The onboard shows on the run up to the carousel, headlights facing it. There was a BMW in the middle of the road facing the wrong way. The team reports that the driver of the number 1 Audi went off on oil, and that may well be the reason that the BMW was also facing the wrong way, or may have come from the BMW that was facing the wrong way. So Lawrence Van Toor tweeting just a minute ago, Nico Muller had a crash on oil, race is probably over. So that was the reason for the number 1 car. We picked it up first in the barriers on driver's right on the approach to the carousel, and it has now been towed away. So number 1 and number 63 BMW are both posted as missing. So it may well have been the headlights of the 63, which possibly, no, 63 shown as a Porsche Cup car. We're told that it is a BMW that is the car that was facing the wrong way, but that unfortunately has robbed WRT Audi of their number 1 car, which was, although not in the top 3, Paul, certainly not to be discounted, particularly if the weather radar, if the weather does what the radar suggests that it might do, which is get very, very wet very, very soon.
Yes, either stay completely dry or go completely wet. That's right. The I'll call it the 3rd place, but it is briefly up into 2nd place. HTP Mercedes 29 in for a routine stop there. I've kind of lost track of who's driving for HTP Motorsport at the moment, but that was an 8-lap stint for that Mercedes, and as a result of the stop, it will drop out of 2nd place once again. The other good news is that the Hatzenbach seems to be clear. They were repairing barriers there, and that was an area where there was a double yellow flag. That is now clear because we've got several cars setting their personal bests in that part of the circuit. 1 or 2 coming in sector 1, and also 1 or 2 coming in sector 3. So if there is any code 60s or double waved yellow caution zones around the circuit, they can only be in the rather long sector 4 at the moment. moment, because I think the rest of the track should be pretty dry.
Well, Sector 4 begins just before the hairpin right, leading up to the carousel, and that's where the Audi was being recovered from, and presumably the BMW. And if there is oil down as well, then they will be needing to try and sort that out. Purple first sector of the race from Philippe Eng in the number 23 BMW. We've just seen an all 911 Cayman battle go spectacularly wrong for one of the 911s involved on the Grand Prix circuit. 23 is in the pit lane now, so Philippe Eng remains in. Yes, he does. Alexander Sims handed over to him before this stop, so that car has come in from dropped down from 5th place to 6th place, even as it stopped actually, because number 9 Mercedes, number 9 has dropped down. Number 23 was already in 6th position, the Row Racing BMW. So that car remains with Philippe Eng at the wheel. Fastest second sector of the race now for the number 4 Mercedes. And again, we think that's the Manuel Metzger driven car, who has been setting purple and green sectors throughout both of his stints now, because he's in his second stint in that car, isn't he, since taking it over from, we think, Maro Engel.
Yeah, exactly right. It's, I mean, this has been a really good stint from Manuel, and say not a driver that I've really observed before, I have to admit, because I don't follow other forms of motorsport perhaps as well as I should. But certainly he's taken to the Nürburgring 24 hours like a duck to water.
Number 23 BMW receiving a disc change. That is underway at the moment.
It's stunning to me how quickly these guys can, there we go, sorry about that. It's stunning to me how quickly these guys can get these brake discs changed in the modern era.
Absolutely. Official news from Audi Customer Sport, number 1 has been retired after the incident when it came across the 63 car, which had had its own accident. So that was the set of headlights facing the wrong direction. 63, well, we're told it was a BMW, but 63 is not a BMW, is it? That's the Gigaspeed Performance Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. And that was the car that we saw being pulled behind the barriers, isn't it, when 62 was in the pit lane. So that all adds up nicely. 58 is the Porsche that tripped over its own underskirts a little earlier. That's the 911 Racing 99 was. So that should be 99 und 1, surely, because it's a 991 Cup car. Dear, oh dear.
That's so the one with the one car out. That means no repeat winner. So
yes, it does.
Yeah.
It does.
Last year's winner is out of the race.
Doesn't stop there being another WRT Audi winning the race, but
and it would be 3 on the trot for Audi if that happens.
But the best placed Audi is currently the one that's down in 8th place, and I said a little while ago it's a tall order for that car to be able to make it up, because it's not quite got it on pace. Certainly the Mercedes Black Falcon cars seem to be going very rapidly in these dry conditions. On the subject of causes of accidents, we had the message already about the number 22 BMW that we lost some time ago on the Hatz back. The cause of the accident was described by Klaus Graf. Apparently he came up behind 2 cars in the Hatz back, which he tried to overtake simultaneously. They waved him through, and then one of them unaccountably turned into him and pushed him onto the curbs. He hit the curb and then went into the barrier after that. So similar sort of thing that happened, and very often that is exactly how these problems on the Nordschleife arise, is when you come across traffic or 2 bits of traffic at the same time that you can't overtake, and that, as I say, was what accounted for the other row racing BMW, the 22 car.
I'd like to know how in the dark and in the fog on the Hatz back he knew that the car in front of the car in front of him was waving him through as well. I think that might be perhaps ambition there, but I mean you've got to make those decisions. It's a split-second decision. He saw that they were both in a position where there was enough room, committed, and then there wasn't enough room, and unfortunately that's accounted for the number 22 car. Number 25, Lamborghini Huracan is back in, the Conrad Racing car, and that car just on the fringes of the top 10 still, so clearly they will be looking for a good finish out of that.
And that is one of Graham Goodwin's favourite questions, the answer to one of Graham Goodwin's favourite questions, which is the highest placed non-German car.
Oh, we might be stretching that a little, I think, there, since Audi obviously own design and have put all the inputs into.
They're built in.
No, they're not built in Germany, and it's not a German manufacturer per se. Question from Lady Lynn Carter: what news, pray, of Sabina Schmitz? Well, unfortunately, Sabina's car is out of the race, and it was Sabina who was at the wheel when it went off at Paul Hoacht. Got caught out in traffic, and somebody's coming in without a wheel. Is that a Nissan?
No, that's
an Audi. Is that number 2? Because it's not number 1. Or is it number 1? Did he get towed out of the way, and is he? No, because he hit the barrier on the right.
It is number 1. It's Nico
It is
Muller.
number 1. He is dragging it back. The left front wheel is askew, but he hit the barrier on the right-hand side. Maybe he hit the barrier on the left-hand side first before he came to rest against the barrier on the right-hand side. So it is the number 1.
No,
it's not. It's number 6.
Number 1 was retired, guys.
Yeah, no, I thought he'd got going again.
No,
he was towed out of the way. So this is Markus Winkelhock in the number 6 Audi with a left front wheel dragging, and he's dragged it all the way down the Grand Prix circuit, and
come in the back door.
Has come in the back door of the pits. So. Has he gone off on the Grand Prix circuit? Pictures will show us. It's contact with a slower car. It's contact with a Porsche, and he goes it's an Audi R8. He tries to go the long way around the outside just as they are turning left to go onto the. Oh no, that's not. That's the second uphill S, which is it the Senna S?
It was the 28 car, I think, that he hit.
Wow. No, because the 28 car went off on its own. I saw the incident with the 28 car. That was being chased by 2 other Porsches, a Cayman and another 991. And it may have been that the car that the number 6 car hit had slowed down because it saw yellow flags and number 6 hadn't seen them because it was being unsighted by the Audi in front. But whatever, he tried to go around the outside of another Audi R8, ran hard into the right rear corner of it, and yeah, gets out, shakes his head, no questioning who it is. And
it was the 28 car.
I beg your pardon, it was the, what was the number of the Porsche?
How long did you work with me looking at TV monitors?
I can't see the TV monitors, they're too far away. So 58 has had an accident on the, so that was the Porsche 58, not 28,
right.
Sorry. I'm getting my...
and the 58 was parked and off the racetrack.
Way off, and that was 20 minutes ago. So 28...
Being the Land Motorsport Audi,
yes.
Which Johnny Palmer will be devastated when he gets back.
10th position.
And one of the lower budget of the Audi R8s as well, the Land Motorsport team. They
were definitely outperforming their budget, weren't they? So they were in 10th, and the number 6 car was in 11th.
And Winkelhock, that's just double jeopardy when you've damaged your own car. And this looks pretty terminal. The guys are taking their helmets off and looking disgusted.
Yeah.
And the 28 car has now stopped. So this could be a double whammy, taking 2 Audis out of the competition.
Wow.
With one blow.
Well, one fell swoop. The number 38 Bentley suddenly jumps from, it jumps from 13th because the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini has stopped, but it also then jumps from 13th to 10th because the 2 Audis in front, immediately in front of it, have both crashed. And even if 28 continues, and that's by no means guaranteed, because there are bits of Audi strewn around the racetrack, and I'm not sure whether the wheel arch line that everybody's studiously avoiding as they turn off the Grand Prix circuit is from number 6 or number 28. If we had a barcode scanner, we could probably tell you, but because we can see the barcode, but we could probably even, if my eyes were good enough, we could probably even read the part number off it.
Don't you love high def?
Well, and that's how good the light is now, is that it is pretty much broad daylight. The sun is up above the trees. We can see Schloss Nürburgring, so it's clearly going to rain. And a service vehicle has backed up to the errant wheel arch liner, and a door has opened, an arm has come out, retrieved it from the track, and they now make their way back out of the way, and that will free things up at the far end of the Grand Prix circuit.
I understand that was Marcus Winkelhock. I don't think you said
yes,
that.
it
You
was.
did say
Yeah,
that.
yes,
okay.
yeah.
And it was on his first flying lap after a pit stop. So it wasn't on his out lap, but it was in his first flying lap. He'd got into the groove, as it were, going through the full Nordschleife, and then come in on his first flying lap when that incident happened.
Number 308, the M235i, has just had an inexplicable Grand Prix circuit moment in broad daylight, gone off on driver's right, firmly into the barriers, and is now on an uphill slope of very muddy grass, and is going backwards back towards the barriers very slowly with the wheels spinning. So he's going to need retrieving. So perversely, the safest, most open, most modern part of the circuit, the Grand Prix track in broad daylight, has now claimed 4 or 5 cars in the last 10 minutes.
That car, 36th overall, second in the, I think, Cup 1 category.
And all this excitement on the circuit, those who are keeping their heads at the same time are
Cup
able
5.
to set Cup 5. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why he went off, because he was less than a minute behind the leader in the class.
It was his outlap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people pushing at the moment. We've had the fastest lap, personal best fastest lap of the race thus far, and that's including the abortive first few laps at the beginning of the race when the weather was quite nice. From the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, 8 minutes 20.769 on his previous lap. Also going more quickly than it's ever gone before is the number 35 Nissan. That's just done an 8 minutes 39.454, and then a little bit further down the number 36 SP Pro Nissan, that's a Lexus, isn't it?
Yeah.
36 car.
Yeah.
The 36 is the Lexus RCF, which has just done its personal best. So the Rising Sun having a bit of a rising sun at the moment.
Hey.
Two Japanese makes. So yeah, conditions are certainly very good, but where people are just getting a little bit too excited about all the improved conditions are leading to a few mistakes being made as well, it would seem, Martin.
Yeah, definitely. Marcus Winkelhock and the team having a second look at the Audi, but they slammed the bonnet down, having had a look at the left front corner. So clearly there's some fairly major damage, maybe suspension mountings torn out. I'm not actually sure they're that convinced they're going to try and get it going again. They wrote it off almost immediately. Driver of 308 has got out of his car to have a look around at it, and then very nearly went base over apex on the slippery mud in his racing shoes as he went to see why it's not moving at the back. And the answer is it's a rear drive BMW on a slippery slope, and he's now decided to knock it into neutral and to try and push it up the hill. Well, if it wasn't going on its own speed, you're not going to be able to push it uphill on muddy grass in racing boots. I'm afraid that isn't happening. He's going to have to wait for a tow. A tow will come, but there is damage on the front of that. And luckily he's on the Grand Prix circuit, so he can go in the back door, as can the number 58 Porsche. And I think possibly that incident that robbed us of the number 6 and the number 28 rather, I think possibly that was because of yellow flags to recover the 58 Porsche, because I'm pretty sure that Winkelhock was caught out by the Audi in front going slower than he expected at a place where he didn't expect it to be going slow. So I'm assuming that the Audi had seen yellows and Winkelhock's Audi had not. Falcon Porsche back in for another routine service. Martin Ragginger at the wheel, and he was last time as well. You can't triple stint, can you? The stints are too long to do that unless you have a particularly short stint.
Unless
correct?
there's a short stint in there.
Yeah, and they haven't. They've had, well, since I came on at 3:30, they have had normal, sensible length stints in that car. So
yeah, it's been 3 9-lap stints, in fact, for the driver of the number 44, whoever that has been. We haven't been kept up to date with that one, I'm afraid.
Oh, well, now, actually, courtesy of a mole, at 10:36 last night, Wolf Hensler was in it. That's all I can tell you. Some gesticulation from our race leader at cars going slowly past cars going slowly. that happens. No point getting overexcited and aerated about it. Our race leader is the number 88 Mercedes. As we approach 6 o'clock in the morning, Central European time in the Eifel Mountains. It is dry, the sun is up, my stomach is rumbling, there's not enough coffee around, and somebody ate the Snickers that John gave me as breakfast, so all in Tim's handing me another Snickers. That means you've got to think of a topic, so I shall wait for another 10 minutes until you do your top of the hour odd numbered, and then I will hoover up some sustenance. 88 leads, number 4 in second place. That's another Mercedes. Number 100 BMW lies in third position. In fourth place, the number 29 Mercedes, number 9 Mercedes in fifth place, number 912 Porsche in sixth, 23 a BMW in seventh, number 2 Audi R8 in eighth place, Paul Truswell.
Yeah, just the 88 does lead the race. 2 minutes and 15 seconds is its gap, and we're coming to the same kind of phase of the race as we did a little time ago when the number 4 took the lead, in that the number 88 is due for its pit stop at the end, I guess, of this lap. That will allow the number 4 car through, because it won't be able to complete its pit stop before the number 4 comes through. So we'll again get the same situation as we had last time around, where the number 4 car leads the race for a lap, but unless it can do something special with the extra amount of fuel, then it's only going to be able to lead for one lap, because then it's going to have to come in for its equivalent pit stop. So it's still a closely balanced thing, and I said earlier on that when the 88 got itself into the position that it could lead the race even through its pit stop, that was a good sign, but it's not in that situation anymore, and so it's as I say, it does get overtaken now when it makes its pit stops. The number 100 BMW is in the pits again. This is the Schubert car in third place. Yes. And this is Jens Klingman coming to the end of what I think is a double stint for him.
I think it is as well. So that is, door is open, so confirmation of that, and that is another routine stop for that third place car. So Klingman, okay, so now camera up. Give us a view of the driver who's going in it. Thank you very much.
That's Klingman getting out. The other driver's already in.
Lucas Luhr, I think.
Yes, that is Lucas.
So he will take over number 100 BMW and start to try and make a bit of an inroad into the 88 Mercedes and the number 4 Mercedes in front. This is really BMW's only hope now, isn't it, of any major success. Well, I don't know, 23 might come into play again. They're all still on the same lap, aren't they? But we'll have to wait and see. Just to bring you up to date, there was a quick question about the 58 Porsche which had gone missing. That was the car that tripped over itself, either having just passed a battle in between a couple of Caymans or trying to stay in front of a battle between a couple of Caymans, looped off on the Grand Prix circuit, didn't hit much, but just got stuck in slippery mud, couldn't get off the grass, taken an age and a day to recover it. There's another BMW out there as well, which is still on slippery grass, because actually, bizarrely, going off the Grand Prix circuit seems to be more difficult to recover the cars than out on the Nordschleife. Jim?
A report, the number 146, that's that Argentinian entered Porsche Cayman S, has had a incident out in Sector 3. He's missing from live timing and scoring. And Paul, we've got a Twitter question from Adam Schofield in Australia. Can you give him a quick rundown of the blue lights that we see flashing on these cars that all qualified in the top 30?
Well, yes, you hit the nail on the head. It's all to do with the top 30. So I can't remember how long ago it was, but certainly 5, 6, 7 years ago, possibly, the idea was introduced to ensure that drivers knew that there was a faster car coming up behind them without necessarily the fast car having to flash lights at him. So what the organisers did was to give the fastest 30 qualifiers. It was the fastest 40 for a while, then it became the fastest 30, and in order to give the fastest cars on the grid an indicator or an indication to warn slower cars that there was a faster car behind, and certainly at night that blue flashing light just attracts the attention in the rear view mirror of the slower cars and encourages them not necessarily to get out of the way, but at least to be observant and not do anything in sudden jerky movements, and to allow the gap if necessary for a faster car to come past them.
I have a question. Thank you very much for that explanation, Paul. It did allow me indeed to eat my breakfast. So we're now one Snickers less. Excuse me. My question is, I've just seen a fairly bizarre tweet about the 100 BMW saying 100 BMW next 100 years. Is it BMW centenary?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
they've been running the 100 car in the United States in the WeatherTech Championship all year as part of that celebration, and they're just carrying that on here.
Right, there you go. I had no idea. That has been off my radar.
However, watching too much Taxi Camrys.
We're at a car race at Nürburgring.
It pays the bills, right?
Yeah, pays as much as the World Cup final. 100 has left the pit lane. 45 BMW is in, and behind it, number 11 Audi. Where are they placed? They've turned their lights off, so I can't tell you. Number 11
Audi is in 19th place overall.
Not for long. It's going on the trolley dollies and maybe going back into the garage. It's a fairly second-hand looking number 45 Audi, BMW rather. The front of it looks very little like a BMW, more like a collection of fresh air and gaffer tape and cooling ducts and radiators and all sorts of stuff hanging out the bottom. Again, I'm assuming that may not be a straightforward routine service. There are men behind it with bits, but the bits are off the back, so they're obviously doing oil and whatever in the rear boot space. But slightly more worrying is the lack of front end on the car. The Audi number 11 is being gaffered back together as well, as its front wheel arch on the right-hand side, the passenger side, appears to have made contact with something more substantial than it, and is therefore being left on the track somewhere. And among our front runners, they're all out on track at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, I say somewhat surprisingly. The number 88, at least, going through to start his 71st lap. Which means that by the completion of it, he will have done 9 laps on the stint, which will be only the third time that the number 88 has done 9 laps on the stint, which will mean it has a longer pit stop as a result. But that might be an advantage to them because they might be able to use that extra time of the longer pit stop to do something like a disc brake change, which is now is a good time to do that. So by going the extra lap, they get a longer pit stop and a little bit more time to do that work on that car. So look out for the number 88 coming in next time around. What I'm now interested to see is whether the number 4 car will come in at the end of this lap. No, it should stay out for one more as well. So both the 4 and the 88 staying out for one more lap.
Number 4 is just on a purple second sector, which means the fastest second sector time of any car since the beginning of the race. So 1 minute 3.351. So he's absolutely flying there.
Well, Manuel Metzger has just taken this car by the scruff of its neck, and I mean, if it is still him, I mean, these are kind of Bernd Schneider type.
We are going to have to find out. Let's hope that the director is aware of this. When the car comes in, we need to see who the driver change is, because again, you know, you've got Maro Engel, you've got Bernd Schneider in the car as well.
It's definitely not Adam Christodoulou, because I saw him out of the car wandering around on the pit lane. I like to talk about hero stints. This has been a fantastic stint from Metzger, and he's performed superbly.
A really stunning, nearly 2 hours for them. It's been a really stunning half hour for Audi as well, but in exactly the wrong way. Chris Reinke is saying losing the best 3 Audis in 3 laps is bitter. That really is. I mean, they now have number 2 car in 8th place, number 5 car in 9th place, but the number 1 car has gone, the number 6 car has gone, number 28 car has gone as well. So suddenly, you know, your strong looking hand somebody's taken a few really sizable cards out of it, and you're now trying to scrabble around for something.
Well, particularly as Audi's only hope of getting their way up this this leaderboard was to have played the reliability card, because in terms of outright speed, whilst they were fast, they weren't fast enough to close the gap. They were practically 7 minutes behind the leading cars, so not quite a lap, but very nearly a lap behind the leading Mercedes, and they weren't in a position where they were closing the gap. They were having to rely on some misfortune befalling the cars ahead, and what's happened is that the Audis themselves have had the misfortune befalling them.
Absolutely right. Marcus Finkelhock saying, I didn't see the car in front of me had to brake for a yellow. It was a matter of about 30 centimetres, and that's exactly what it looked like to us. The Audi in front of him was just slower than he expected. The 28 car had seen a yellow around the corner, around the uphill left-hander that Marcus was catching him into, and unfortunately, although Marcus immediately jinked to driver's right, tried to put the car onto the grass, which would, given how wet the grass is, would probably put him into the barriers and out of the race. Unfortunately, could not avoid the tail of the 28 car. By the time it became apparent that he was braking harder and earlier than expected, the closing distance was just too small for Finkelhock to do anything about it. So that paid, I'm afraid, to both those cars. And Marcus putting his hand up. You know, it's one of those things. Race leader number 88, Mercedes, not sure who's at the helm at the moment, but he's certainly a bit of a past master at gesticulating pointlessly at the slower cars in front, because he's been doing that for most of the lap. Still doing 9 minute 10, but that's why he's not doing 8:44s, because he's waving his arms so much. He'll say it's traffic, I'm saying it's arm waving.
Yes, and part of the reason as well, I suspect, will be that there's some yellow zones around there. Problem he has, as I say, is that he's bound for the pit lane, and he knows he's going to lose the lead when he comes into the pits. So the question is only outstanding as to whether the number 4 car will stay out for an extra lap or not, depending on the Porsche's fuel economy.
Official confirmation of the number 6 retirement, then the number 28 retirement, and the number 1 retirement for Audi Sport in the last, what now, 45 minutes, getting on for an hour. BMW confirms that the number 100 car, Martin Tomczyk, was aboard. He is handed over now to Jens Klingman.
Tomczyk.
It's 9 hours and 28 minutes to go, and it's just 2 minutes past 6.
And it's time.
That was a time check.
That was a Tomczyk time check, yes. Come on! Oh, just stay with me! All together or not at all. There's only 3 of us. You know, 2 of us can't be sniggering. It just makes us sound slightly redundant.
I had my head in the update.
I know you did. I know you did. And we're getting right to it because we are fast approaching. We're just inside 9.5 hours. The incident, by the way, another reason that Marcus Finkelhock was caught particularly by surprise by how slow the 28 car was going was that Code 60 boards had just come out at that instant to cover the car, and the Audi in front had seen and the Audi behind hadn't. As a result, the closing speed between the two was really very significant indeed. So with 9 hours and 27 minutes to go, Jim Roller, what are the class updates at the moment?
Taking a look at our odd classes, as we have 9 hours and 27 minutes to go. That's an odd hour, so odd classes. SBX, the number 170 Manthey Racing Porsche Cayman GT4, 29th overall, has taken the lead in the class, getting the better of the 2 Glickenhaus cars, in 3 cars in that class. In SP7, it remains the number 64 Black Falcon Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car in 20th position overall, so that car is climbed into the top 20 for the first time in this race. In SP3T, the number 106 Subaru WRX STI from Subaru Tekna International is 25th overall. In Cup 3, it's the 354 Reunion Teichmann Racing Porsche 981 GT4 CS, so that's a Porsche Boxster running in GT4 spec. In Cup 5, we've got the 305 Bunk Motorsports BMW continuing to hold position in Cup 5. One of the biggest classes 13 cars entered in that class, and this Blancpain Motorsports car has led pretty much all the way in the class. In AT, it is still the number 111 Saxon Motorsports BMW 135 diesel, 53rd overall. In Cup 1, it's the third of the Lubner Motorsports entries, and if you're a fan of Saturday Night Live and you're my age, you don't snicker. It's really Lubner Motorsports, the 252 Opel Astra OPC Cup car, 55th overall. In SP3, it is the Renault Clio Cup number 118 that is leading, 84th overall. In V5, the Schmickler Performance BMW 330i, 66th overall, number 156 is leading the V5 category. And rounding out our odd classes, V3, the number 126 AMC Scant Vith Toyota GT86 is leading that class. 3 cars in that class, and he is currently 78th. Overall.
I faded Paul up, not myself. Minor incidents on the Grand Prix circuit, just where the 58 Porsche went off, the 33 Felbermeyer Audi loops into a harmless spin, and as he turns around to get himself going in the right direction, goes on the grass. Has just spent the last 4 minutes doing donuts on the grass.
Looked like he was having fun.
Oh, desperately trying to get himself sorted out. Number 16, Twin Bush Audi R8 has been on the pit road as well. And that car's moving up the order fairly quickly as well. That's the second best placed Audi in the race now.
Yes.
A sentence you may not have expected to hear with 10 hours to go.
Well, Audis have been, whichever way you put it, a disappointment in this race. Into the pits comes the race leader, number 88, coming in after a good stint here, although taking the longer view, which is something that I like to do, over the last 2 hours, the lead of the lead Mercedes number 88 has shrunk by about a minute between itself and the number 4 Black Falcon car. Now, given that the lead that it has is about a minute and a half, using gradient line there as the Black Falcon car just gets closer and closer and closer and narrows that gap more and more and more.
88 is on pit road. Lance David Arnold stays in. Paul, what did you suggest that they could do during their next pit stop?
I thought they might do some disc brakes, and that's
good. They've listened to you. Did you also suggest that they might try re-riveting the front of the car down as well? Because they're doing that too.
Well, they're doing that at every pit stop just to make sure that the air goes the right way into all the cooling areas of it, but they're doing that because it's a sensible thing to do, not because I'm saying so.
If you didn't think a Mercedes GT car was nose heavy enough, this one is getting nose heavier with every single stop as more and more stuff is added to the front. Predominantly gaffer, but also gaffer holding on stuff to hold the front together. Lars David Arnold will remain in the car. He will go out with fresh calipers. It's not a disc change, it's a pad change, not a caliper change, you fool. It's the contents, the caliper, not the contents, because that's the fluid. It's the it's the pads anyway.
Keep chasing it, you'll catch it.
Yeah. We appear to have started a thing as well with Tom Chick time checks. So
also into the pits is the number 4 Mercedes, the number this car that's in second place, the SAP sponsored white car, and the driver just getting himself out of that car.
Now that's the first time they've stopped together in a long while, Paul.
Yes, exactly. The driver getting out of that car is a driver whose helmet I don't recognise, black helmet, so it could well be Manuel Metzger.
Metzger, I would guess.
And I think that was Bernd Schneider getting in, so...
But Mara Engel's helmet is predominantly white, isn't it? Or larger, more largely white than Schneider's, I think, isn't it?
Well, no, Metzger, the guy who's getting out is a dark helmet, plain dark helmet.
No. So if it were Engel getting in...
Oh, yeah, no, it's not Mara Engel.
Not,
no, it's Schneider getting in.
Good.
And what I don't recognise is the helmet of the driver getting out, but that probably means it is Metzger.
This from the Dragon on Twitter after the incident with the number 22. It appears that the number 078 has begun an outlap from the pits, and it resumes on lap 45.
All right, excellent. So that was the car that 22 fell over. Yeah, and we're trying to identify. We had a 78 car missing, but we had a picture of a car with 3 digits on the door that ended in either 18 or 78. And we were trying to figure out which it was. who knew that putting 078 on the car was a sensible idea? Clearly it's been done just to confuse stupid people, and it succeeded admirably. But that was the car that 22 fell over, one of the leading BMWs, and the BMW number 22 is definitely out of action. Paul has more from the pits.
Well, the number 88 car has now left the pits. The number 4 car has not yet left the pits. However, the number 4 car theoretically has a shorter pit stop because it did a shorter stint on its way into the pits, but because they came in separated by a minute and a bit, then they're going to go out separated by less than that. So overall, although the number 4 continued to sit and wait, still had this bizarre situation where the team manager's staring at a clock above the refueling gantry, not looking at the driver at all, and just talking on the radio to him, telling him when to go. But he does go now. The gap, as I say, will have come down between the 88 and the 4, and that's a pattern that I fear, or that I look forward to, in fact, over the next 9 hours, will continue to come down if all else stays the same and it doesn't pour with rain, and
that means we get
nobody crashes. And
and also now it's daylight and the old bloke can see. They've put Bernd Schneider back in, so they've bolted in the secret weapon and released the Schneider. He's obviously, you know, been stacking up the Zeds during the nighttime hours, if only.
That's Dutch coming from the guy that can't read the monitor.
Yes, and I've had a sleep as well. So, but Monster's just the wrong distance from me, i.e. not within 2 inches of my nose. Brake change for the Kyle Busch and who's the other one? I forget. The Rowdy Busch, the twin Busch Audi.
Yeah, the Busch brothers.
Yeah, so that is currently 11th and has just left the pits. That's had a brake change. So again, I'm assuming pads rather than pads and discs, but the brake change we saw on the number 2 car a while ago was discs. So okay, could be little 2 minutes.
They figured two pad changes per 24 hour and 1 disc change.
Yeah. The gap between the number 88 leader and the number 4 second place car has come down in 3 laps from 2 minutes 16 to 1 minute 30 something.
That's slightly false, although they both came into the pits. But that is kind of the progress that we're going to see.
Yeah.
And it will come down more than that. I think it'll come down to about 1 minute 15 once they've finished this lap. Jim gives me the thumbs up as if that looks like it's roughly right, and based on sector times, which we now have to do some arithmetic to find out.
Number 8's last lap was 13 seconds slower than number 4 lap, and that was how much longer it had to spend in the pit lane.
Depending on how quick these out laps are, it could be under a minute between them, because the stint time, which starts when they cross pit out, is only 42 seconds apart. So they left the pits 42 seconds apart. It'll depend on how quick they are on this out lap.
Okay, I mean, the 13-second difference that you just described, Martin, was nothing to do with the length of the pit stop, because the timing beam is before the pit entrance. So what you've seen there was a difference in time of in-lap, and possibly was why there was some hand fist shaking and so on going on. But as I say, this is just the proof of the pudding, as it were, of this line that I'm describing, of the gains that are being made of the number 4 as it's catching up with the number 88, the Black Falcon car catching up with the Haribo Mercedes. 2 Mercedes, 3 Mercedes at the front of the... Actually, go back to what John Heinhoff was saying a long time ago, all 4 Mercedes in the top 4 places. They were threatened. The Porsche got in amongst them, the BMW got in amongst them, but the Mercedes have managed to get themselves back up to that front group again. We still have BMW in 5th place, Porsche in 6th.
Number 2 Audi is in the pits from 8th place. Fredrik Vervisch has been in it for the last couple of hours, so we were assuming that he will get out, and whether the timing screen reflects that or not will tell us whether Fredrik Vervisch was actually in it for the last 2 stints or not. But that car has stopped from 8th place. and may well be in for a disc change as well. Now seeing the row racing BMW, that's number 23, isn't it, which has moved up to 7th place as a result of the stop for the number 2 Audi. Audi needs something to change if they're going to come back into this race, and being the Nürburgring and being the Nordschleife, it is very likely to change, and the weather radar says that exactly what they need to change is on its way, which is lots more rain. Now, whether it's lots more rain and whether lots more rain is enough more rain, it remains to be seen. The Audis seem to be the quickest car. Briefly, when we restarted the race after our 3-hour hiatus and our half an hour behind the safety car, it was very briefly really in a purple patch, and then they kind of faded as the water levels subsided a bit.
What was that nursery rhyme you were reciting earlier? 1 Mercedes, 2 Mercedes, 3 Mercedes, 4.
Yeah,
well, that's where we're back to again.
Unfortunately, the Audi's been falling like 9 pins. There's probably a rhyme about that, but I'm too tired to even. Don't bother.
To be bothered.
Don't bother. Lanzarote Camel. I don't care. No, I shan't be bothering to put that out to Twitter. So still smoke drifting across the track from the barbecues, as we heard earlier on from Peter Kate. The smell of bacon omnipresent. In fact, I noticed at 3:30 this morning coming in that you could smell it still in the paddock. So, I mean, it's 24 hours. You need breakfast 24 hours a day. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. How do you want your coffee, white or black?
Now.
Well, I know, but...
black would be good, actually.
Right.
That would be lovely. There'll be no updates from Bentley in the short to medium period. We've just received a picture of PR woman Rebecca Jones napping on the floor. So she clearly has got that racing driver's ability to fall asleep anywhere. Number 37 car just shown on board. So let's bring you up to date with where the Bentleys are. 38 is the better placed of the pair, and that is the Brooke Mansell Smith and Hamprecht car. And last time we saw it in the pit lane, Guy Smith was in, and that car is in 10th place. And 37 Jim Roller with better eyes than me because they're younger.
40th position.
There you go. How many days younger are they? 1? Or 364, I forget.
No, 1.
1. There we go. Yeah, well, you see, they're younger. They're younger than mine. I may need to go back to the.
You're the 6th. I'm the 7th.
I've got. No, I'm the 7th. No, so they're the same age.
Yeah,
they are the same age. Yeah. I only have reading glasses.
I'm
though,
59
so.
then.
Oh right, okay. So yours are older than mine then.
Oh, okay. When were you born? 60?
By a decade.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So 2 decades. Oh, damn.
Yeah. No.
Bag cat out. Bentley currently trying to find a way by a very quickly driven BMW, and that's another 6 Series. Which one is that? It's a dark blue one, 181. So the Bentley. Beg your pardon. That's not the Bentley. That,
yeah, the Bentley went by. Yes. Yep.
And now we're all hurriedly squirreling to see if there is a 181. There isn't.
There is not.
161 is a Mercedes. Paul.
Well, that gap that we were saying was going to come down to 25 seconds first to second then. So
we got a race.
We certainly do have a race, and I did say it would come down as a result of the pit stops being shorter, but the outlaps were also a little bit quicker from, actually it wasn't, it was a quicker outlap from the number 29. No, wait a minute. What's happened? Oh, I see what's happened. Is
29 has the lead because it hasn't stopped.
29 has gone through because it didn't stop. Then 25 seconds behind that is the number 9 car, which has overtaken the number 88 car. So from the lead, the 88 car has gone down to 3rd place. So it all happened as a result of that pit stop.
And the 88 car, germanely, the 88 car is 18 seconds behind the number 9 car, and that is that you said that gap was going to be close. And,
well,
and it
actually,
is close.
It's the 4. It's the gap to the 4 that we're waiting for next.
Oh, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And the 29 has enough fuel to keep it going for another 2 laps at least, I reckon. So
have they previously led? Is that a new race leader?
It is a new race leader.
Oh,
and that means we have 9 cars that have led this race.
Yeah.
That's going to have to go scrabbling back to other races which have had a lot of different. Spa 24 had a lot of different.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, how many of those 9 are still going?
Oh, no, I'll have to go through that one. Have you got time to go through that one? The 9 cars are the number 9 car.
That's still going.
Obviously still going. The number 22 car, which
That's
has
dead.
crashed. The number 18 car, which is blown up. The number 88 car is still going. So that's 2 cars that are still
so
going.
50% strike rate.
The number 8 car is the Haribo car, which has been withdrawn. The 912 is still going.
That's still going.
So we're still 50%.
Still 50% strike rate.
The number 4 car
still going.
Is still going, and the number 29 car
still going.
Is still going.
All right, so we've got more of our former race leaders going than not. Just looking at another one of our class leaders. This is the Manheller Racing Ford Fiesta Este in the SP2 Turbo class. That's car number 136. Bradley Philpott shown as the driver of that one. And in fact, it's got Miltech Motorsports stickers on it, so I wonder if that's a sort of joint effort as well. Jim Roller has got his hand up in the air. Does that mean coffee's coming, Jim?
I have a question. As I was napping when the 8 car retired, what was the cause of its retirement? I knew it was gone, but I forgot to ask earlier what the problem was.
It was a bit of a self-inflicted retirement in that it
shot himself in the foot.
Well, it hit the wall and broke, but only it was only a glancing blow. It broke a steering arm, I think, or a piece of the front suspension, but it certainly wasn't a fatal breakage. However, because the number 8 car was using the same drivers as the number 88 car, it was always going to be kind of a reserve car. And if it had kept going in any case, the drivers would have got worn out, although they could have driven it throughout the night.
Yeah, we discussed that earlier, that they'd have to be very careful.
Within the regulations. It would have meant that the drivers would have spent every moment of the race pretty much either resting in 2-hour shifts or driving in 3-hour shifts, and that probably would have been too much for them. So it was a judicious retirement because they decided that even though they didn't have to retire the car, they would, having sustained a little bit of damage to it.
Lanzarote Camel suggesting on Twitter that the 88 Haribo Mercedes be renamed Joan Rivers, because every time you see it, it's got a different look to its face. I think that's very good, actually, for this time in the morning.
Yeah, but you shouldn't speak ill of the dead.
You can, though, legally.
Well, yes, you
can.
You
know, fair. I mean, well,
fair point, well made.
And she never skimped on the fact that, indeed, she did like a bit of the surgeon's knife. Toyota Team Thailand, their Toyota Corolla Altis still leading the SP3
How'd that work out
class.
for her, though?
Well, she looked younger than she should have done.
No, that's what.
Well, in the end, we're all going to, go and meet the Grim Reaper. So it didn't stave that off. But she felt better about herself. So who's to argue she had the money?
No, I meant that she died during plastic surgery.
Oh right, well, okay. One too many.
Yeah,
exactly. One too many.
I think this is probably Christian Hernadl at the wheel of the leading car now, number 29. It's certainly had a good little run up there at the front of the field. An 8:49 from the number 88 car. Although that's slightly unfair because that includes the previous stint before they made their pit stop, which was when the yellow flags were out around the circuit. So that's not quite a fair comparison, but certainly the comparison between Hohenadel, if it is him, and Dirtmuller in the Black Falcon car is a fair one, and it's been a good run here from the HTP car.
Yeah, 0.2 of a second over an entire 25-kilometre lap. That's not a bad average between the two of them, is I mean,
and that's over an 6-lap effective stint.
That's astonishing closeness of speed. I mean, sometimes it beggars belief how drivers can get around a car, even the same car around a track with that. Especially in traffic, on their own, if it was a clear qualifying lap with just the car, you think, how can you only be 0.2 of a second away? You can't even measure that, with the human eye, and yet they can do it lap after lap after lap. It's barely credible that such a thing is possible. and lapping cars and passing traffic and blue flags and yellow flags and all the other stuff that goes on. It's just faintly ridiculous.
We were speculating earlier as to what the gap would be between the 88 and the 4 once timing and scoring shook out, and Paul suggested that it would be less than a minute. How's 56 seconds? Sounds like less than a minute.
That sounds like less than a minute. Paul is seldom wrong, and the only time he is wrong is when he's asleep. Or when his wife's in the room, I'm assuming. Because that's when the rest of us are always wrong.
Let's change the subject again, shall we?
Moving on.
Can we talk about the classes?
It's 5:30 in the UK. She won't be listening. Yes, let's...
never assume that.
Let's talk about some classes then.
I was just hoping to find progress being made by the SP8 class leader, and seeing if Aston Martin, having got itself into the lead, was still there with the
has been for hours. The 42 car
only just over an hour, yes.
Yeah.
Every time every time we've done an update, he's been leading.
Yes.
So,
since you came back and did the update, he has taken over the lead, Jim. But when you did your first update, he'd only just taken over the lead about 40 minutes prior to that. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't a one-off, that it was a consistent.
Looked like it was. Mind you, I think that was cold sweat, probably, judging by the fact that it was cold, dark, and foggy during his double stint. Renger van der Zander's just finished a double stint as well, saying he did the foggy stint from the dark into sunrise. Beautiful. Well, you know, okay, yeah, it probably was beautiful, but I don't suppose he spent much time having a look around at what was going on about him.
An update on the number 703 Glickenhaus, last position, and has not run in the last 14 hours.
No, we saw 701 in the garage, and 702 joined it, didn't it, a long while ago.
703's been gone for a long time.
703 didn't start, did it? That's the hybrid car.
Yes.
It was withdrawn before the start.
There was a Twitter update asked for it. Somebody asked.
Okay, 702 is down now to 49th place. And current lap, last lap, is that still, that is out and circulating. So 702, whatever ailed it, it's from race control, number 28, technical defect at post 28. Not sure where post 28 is. 702, whatever ailed it, it's from race control, number 28, technical defect at post 28. Not sure where post 28 is.
That was the.
Well, that's the Audi, but that's only just gone up at 609. And now it's 6:31. That incident happened well over half an hour ago.
Oh yeah.
Claimed the number 28 and the number 6 Audis.
A quote coming from Manuel Metzger. That they had some vibrations and had to make an extra tyre change. Now that's okay. Presumably the tyre had picked up some pickup or something.
Yeah.
They've got away with that and having a good battle with the Haribo GT3.
Is the young Metzger any relation to Hans Metzger, the great Porsche engineer that developed the Formula One engine?
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
That may be a question for the Twitter sphere to research whilst.
Yes.
Go get him collected.
A beautiful sunny morning, but then it's been like that every morning. Every morning you've drawn back the curtains in Adenau, and it has been a beautiful sunny morning at the top of the hill. And then it has gone until 4 o'clock before it's absolutely biblical storms. However,
we'll be done by then.
We will be done by then. However, the forecast
Oh, yeah.
Claim the number 28 and the number 6 Audis.
A quote coming from Manuel Metzger that they had some vibrations and had to make an extra tyre change. Now that's okay. Presumably the tyre had picked up some pickup or something.
Yeah.
They've got away with that and having a good battle with the Haribo GT3.
Is the young Metzger any relation to Hans Metzger, the great Porsche engineer that developed the Formula One engine?
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Team. That may be a question for the Twitter sphere to research whilst.
Yes.
Go get him, collective.
A beautiful sunny morning, but then it's been like that every morning. Every morning you've drawn back the curtains in Adenau and it has been a beautiful sunny morning at the top of the hill. And then it has gone until 4 o'clock before it's absolutely biblical storms. However,
We'll be done by then.
we will be done by then. However, the forecasts are not that good, are they? They suggest that they're in the 77 car. What position they are in. We're going to have to do some timing screen searching, but no major damage visible. He
was leading SP10.
66th. Leading SP10, and they are late on our timing screen, and we know the reason why now. It's a little sunny, breezy morning, and there are 9 hours to go in the 2016 Nürburgring 24 Hours live on Radio Le Mans, driven by Aston Martin.
So, as things carry on in this beautiful morning, the number 23 row BMW continues to circulate. That is the remaining row BMW, and currently in 7th position overall. And the second placed BMW, of course, the BMW that's highest in the scoring is running best of the rest to the 4 leading Mercedes. That's the number 100 BMW with Lucas Luhr behind the wheel of that car, we believe. The 912 continues to circulate in 6th position, and that car is looking rather well turned out. Doesn't seem to be, there's no, many of the cars, even the leading cars, are showing some battle scars with racer tape and that sort of stuff, but the 912 John Hindhaugh is looking pretty immaculate at this point.
As a Porsche should do. Times are coming down. This is the happy hour, the 912 with the fluorescent green accoutrements. Hello to someone called Downforce, who's watching near Osan Air Base in South Korea. Can you give me a more interesting spot than that? We have an interested party in South Korea coming to Petit Le Mans and the Rolex 24 Hours.
I give you the Aston Martin lounge above the pits at the Nürburgring.
Yes,
I know where I'd rather be watching from.
Yes, but there's nobody listening to us here. Certainly, I never listen to anything I say, and I try to ignore most of what you guys say.
Most everybody else in here's asleep.
I was going to say, the only person who's been listening to you in here for the last 3 hours was me sitting over there.
I've been listening to your every word, Jim.
Oh, and of course, we've got Kerry back in London, who's been doing the overnight shift. Thank you very much indeed. For that, and Stephen Kilby has just brought coffee.
He did.
He's coming back with the second run. The young man from dailysportscar.com has been
good lad,
brought up well, as they'd say, from my neck of the woods. 22 seconds at the head of the field then for Mercedes, once again in line astern, separated by less than a couple of minutes, and still most of the top 10 on the lead lap. We should have, let me see, eight cars on the lead lap, I reckon. We're waiting for the number 2.
9, I think. John,
do you think the 5's still on the lead lap?
I think the number 5 is still on the lead lap, yes.
Right, okay, that would be the Audi. So 2 Audis that are bringing up the tail end of that.
It's right on the edge. It's an 832 gap.
Oops.
Yes.
run over a wheel gun.
Not once, but twice.
Yeah, well, front and back. That's pretty consistent. The number 69 Porsche, as it goes out from what had otherwise been a very nice pit stop for that car.
You could take the boy out of the TV truck, but you can't take the TV truck out of the boy. It's really nice to have the sounds match the picture.
Oh yeah, very good, and thank you to Michael from Vega who sorted that out.
He's
Tim
been
Greer.
busting his butt for a couple of days.
Tim Greer is listening in Indianapolis, where apparently there's a race there today as well. I'm sure far more people will be watching this in Indianapolis than will be watching Indianapolis. Although, in fact, for the first time in living memory,
probably about the same size.
Well, that's true enough.
Actually,
first time in living memory, people who have a television set in Indianapolis will actually be able to watch it live. It's a sold-out event.
That is exactly right. It has been sold out many times in the past, but they never lifted the blackout.
Oh,
and,
really?
yes. And this is the
Not
first
even on a sold-out event?
No, this is the first time in the history, in the 100-year history of the Indianapolis 500. Of course, the first 2 years there wasn't television, but of course. But since the advent of television,
so people could only watch on the internet in those first few years.
Yes, exactly right. Yes. It was just the streaming. Yeah.
Hello to everybody over in Indianapolis. Very early hours of the morning there.
Normally had 12:30 in the morning.
I know quite a few people who were listening in the.
If Tim's listening,
he is.
If he's listening now, is he going to be awake in time for the 5 a.m. cannon shot that opens the gates to the infield?
Right.
That's something to not be missed.
Okay. He's not been before, so.
Well, that's a little recommendation for you, Tim. Stay up all night and be there at 5 a.m.
Big day for motorsport. Indy 500, Coca-Cola 600, of course, on
Monaco.
the same day. The streets of Monte Carlo down at the harbour side of Monaco will be ringing to the turbocharged sounds of Formula One later on as well, and we will crown a new victor. It will not be last year's champion because they are already out, the number 1 car. Paul Truswell?
Looking down on the Black Falcon pit stop again for the number 9 car. This is Dirk Muller out of that car, and I'm afraid I didn't see who got into it, but I think on the rotation it should be Mauro Engel getting into that car. He was so quick getting in that he was into it before I'd managed to look up. The door is closed, the fuel is still going in, the wheels have been changed, and a rip-off has been torn off the screen. As it's now daylight, they can see that they couldn't see through it before. So this is the number 9 car, and it will be going out any moment now when it reaches the 153 mark, I reckon, on the pit stop.
Aston Martin number 77, which we saw in trouble, being pushed up the pit lane by its crew. That was the leader in its class.
Yes, it was.
Dropped to 68th position. It is still leading its class. Takis at the wheel. And the Stada Vita sponsored car, this is the white front with the blue splash rear, is in the pit lane. And that's one of the Fricadelli cars. 24th position. Just popping out again.
56 car.
That's the SP7 third place leader. Leaders of category that are in the top 30, well, obviously SP9. SP7, the 64 car, is in a very creditable 19th position. Remember, these are Porsche Cup cars, effectively. The 62 car is there as well. That's second in SP7. The SP3T Subaru has now made its way up to 22nd position. SPX leader is just hanging on to a top 30 on its outlaw lap at the moment, and so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 SP Pro as well. I should have mentioned the 36 car.
1 car in that class.
Yeah.
Perfect timing again for the Black Falcon team, and hand slaps all around as they celebrated the fact that they got the car out, got all the work, I should say, celebrated the fact they got all the work done first, and then got the car out and away just as the minimum pit stop time was reached.
We've got listeners in Halifax as well, an office in Halifax in the UK. That's James Nethercourt responding to our South Korea. Joe Bottoms as the number 88 Mercedes-Benz, the Haribo car, clocks an 8:20.370. This really is happy hour.
It's the third fastest lap of the race so far.
Joseph Bottom says, among a number of people, what happened to the two factory Audis during the night, 1 and 6? It was about an hour ago when the number 1 Audi stopped just beyond the carousel, having come into contact with a car that had its own incident. If you've got a spare black one there, that would be lovely, Stephen. Thank you. We then lost the numbers
for the number 1, I think, John, because it was still dark when that happened.
Okay.
And it was the sun came up about an hour ago, so I would say it's about an hour and a half ago.
Okay, then the 6 car, and then the 28, all in quick succession, all within about half an hour of each other.
Correct, yes. The number 6 car came across the number 28 car in a yellow flag zone, slightly quicker than he expected to, slammed on the anchors in order to avoid going into the back of the number 28, the Land Motorsport Audi, and ended up going into the back of it, and in so doing did for both of them.
It was Winkelhock at the wheel, and he was very, very repentant. Yes, contrite, a very good word. The Ring Racing, Uwe Klein, Masiga Ito, Klaus Volker and Horst Baumann. The BMW number 52 smoking as it heads out onto the Hatzenbach, and smoking quite a lot.
Not tire smoke either.
No, smoking quite a lot from the right hand exhaust as it heads onto the Nordschleife for its next lap. Paul?
Number 9, I've said, is gone and on its way again. I think Maro Engel is at the wheel, although I haven't had that confirmed from Black Falcon yet. However, at the end of this lap, the number 29, the HTP Motorsport, which has been leading the race for the last 5-6 laps now, will be coming in for its routine pit stop. And I think this has been there's been some good stints in this last couple of hours, really, but particularly impressed by Manuel Metzger. But Christian Hohenadel, he's done some good laps as well, John.
Yeah, and that number 9 car, noticed by Donovan as well as a few others, looks absolutely brand spanking new as it rolled out the pits. Kevin Bull listening to us on the way to Mallory Park for a BARC race meeting in the UK, listening to us. That is very good of you. Now, are you working or are you just watching today? That is the question. That 52 BMW, by the way, is a Lexus. It's the ISF. Sorry, tired eyes. Got the right number though, but managed not to be bothered to read along the line of the. Can we have bigger print on the entry lists next year? That's
because then it will run into 14 pages instead of only 7.
Well, it's 2 of 16 already, so it's right. I see what they do. They've halved it, haven't they? That's what they've done. They've pulled it down to half side from A4. At Radio Le Mans, Danielle says, I suspect I'm the only one listening while filling in an old pond with earth and rocks in West London at 5:30 a.m. I think you're probably right on that. BMW, unfortunately, it's not his pond. It belongs to next door. It's been annoying him for quite a long time. The 44 Porsche, which is the Falcon Porsche, has been just doing its business, sitting just outside the top 12 at the moment. It is 29 Mercedes-Benz on its 76th lap. The outlap of the number 9 will mean that it's dropped from second position, and that will have promoted the 88 to second position. I look for Paul for a nod of
gets a lot of
confirmation.
And what will happen is that the 88 will then inherit the lead of the race, because the number 29 car will come into the pits at the end of probably this lap. So having been in the lead for most of the race, I think at least certainly more than most of the race, he's led 43 laps overall, the number 88 car. He will take over the lead of the race when the current leader pits. So that will be the case. Just the number 44 you mentioned, the Falcon Tyres Porsche, John, quietly going about its business, yes, but lost about a lap on the field when I don't know quite what happened. I think he got himself caught on the wrong set of tyres and decided to come in through the back entrance of the pits.
Yes, and we never really did get to the bottom of that, did we?
Had an extra pit stop and then went off, and so whilst all that messing around was being done, he'd lost most of the time. Otherwise, that car could easily be with the other Porsche, the Manthey car, number 912, which has been dabbling around the top 6 for the past 5 hours or so.
Just feel that we haven't seen all that car's got yet. That has been the quieter of the two Porsches, factory Porsches, this week. So far, listening to radiolemans.com, we're at the Nürburgring, albeit on the Grand Prix part of the circuit, at Pit Out in the Aston Martin Lounge, and our coverage for our 10th airing of the German Classic is driven by Aston Martin. And this our 4th 24-hour race of the year, and a quick back of an envelope calculation with the boss yesterday reckons that by the time we get to Le Mans this year, we will have done something in the region of over 250 hours of live broadcasting before we even get to Le Mans this year. So
Happy New Year.
well done to all of our technical staff back at London and all of our correspondents for the hard work that's been put in. There would have been not a very long time ago when that would have been a full season of broadcasting.
They weren't continuous, were they?
No, no.
Feels like it sometimes. The number 29 went on to do another lap, so it's now on its 9th lap of the stint, a feat which it has done once before, but of the 9 stints that it's done, only one of them has been a 9-lap stint. Now, admittedly, one of them was interrupted by rain, but certainly it's not something that we've seen often before from the HTP car, and I hope that they haven't miscalibrated anything.
Good morning to David Williams, who is taking us to the Duxford Air Show. He's doing car parking duty with the 1094th Ely Air Cadets this weekend. The Duxford just off the M11 in the south of England, a very famous place indeed. If you've seen the movie Battle of Britain, the airfield that got bombed up in that, you've seen Duxford. The Imperial War Museum, Duxford, always a place to go and see.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
I think if you've been to Snetterton, you've probably been past Duxford, haven't you? Because, sorry, if you're a Londoner.
Yes, and you're coming up. Yeah, true enough. Rory Milton says our 10-month-old daughter has worked as a perfect endurance racing alarm clock again. Hope she works this well at Le Mans. James Nethercote says, I've been working a night shift and have watched the entire race so far. Think it's time for a sleep break soon. What, you mean when you go home and aren't being paid? Says someone who's been paid to watch us. Fantastic, James. Well done. Elliot Bacano is snacking on some Taco Bell before grabbing a couple of hours sleep and settling down for the Indy 500. And Kevin, who we spoke about a little moment ago, is running a couple of MGs at Mallory ahead. Adam Green making the point that the timing and scoring is awesome, that it's been offered by the N24. If you like that, you will love what we get for Creventic from Harold and the team there. He said, why don't we get similar for IMSA and the FIA WEC? Because we don't. And Mason Henry, good morning, Mason. Any thoughts on the race so far? Anything that's surprised you in the booth other than the weather? Well, first of all, the weather never surprises us because it can literally do anything here, as we have found out in this race. I think the loss of the Audis, the relative fragility of the Audis, the BMWs have gone the same way, but we kind of expect that, guys. No Porsches who were, really banging the BOP drum before the race. Only the 912 really now, and the 44 still in with a shout. What surprised you, Jim? Relatively few accidents car to car.
What surprised me has been the fragility of the Audis. I would agree with that. That really surprises me.
Particularly after they've got a year under their belt.
Yep. And the fact that we have gone through while we are not surprised by the weather, I am surprised that the weather did not have a larger negative impact on the cars. There's amazing to me that we haven't, during that time, not only before the red flag, but in the time immediately after the red flag, that we didn't have carnage, because as you said, John, you and I were standing together watching the restart, because we weren't on the air at that time, and both of us were absolutely astonished, A, that it had restarted, and B, that they made it through the first lap without anybody ending upside down on fire.
I'd offer you two things. One is the pace. Given that we don't have speed limits, okay, we expected it to be fast, but given that they've restricted the BHP, we were phenomenally fast, and we are phenomenally fast even in this race. And I think we're seeing some improvements now on times that were set in the first 4 laps of the race, but also the closeness. Okay, we did lose four hours early on, but even so, if you take off 4 hours of the 15 that we've had, we're 11 hours into the race. We've got less than a minute separating the first 2. We've got less than 5 minutes separating the first 7. So it's tight. It doesn't have as many manufacturers involved, but it is tight and it is fast.
23 BMW back out. The 100 cars just put its best lap of the race in, as an 8:23.6 has been clocked. Paul, looking at the change of lead.
Well, the change of lead is about to happen, because the number 29, the HTP Mercedes, is on its way surely into the pit lane as we speak, and as it comes into the pit lane, so it will lose the lead, or at least it will in less than a minute, when the number 88 Haribo Mercedes comes past it. So if you're in a position to look at it and start-finish straight, the Haribo Mercedes will be coming past. The HTP Mercedes is in the pits, and we did, just to confirm, it was Christian Hohenadel who has been driving that car, and I suspect that is now going to be a driver change there on the HTP car.
Trevor Austin says, have any of the Audis retired due to something other than crash damage? That's a fair point. Whilst Paul thinks about that, Andrew Cooksley's been awake for almost 31 hours. He says, I hate the time zone for living in New Zealand. I'm sure you don't hate living in New Zealand, though.
Yeah, really.
And also on that side of the world, Hayden Burns, he said, almost survived the entire Australian night, couldn't switch off. Best 24-hour race of the year so far. Certainly up there, isn't it? Daytona I really enjoyed. Different type of race. Dubai, always interesting. My favourite so far of the year, bizarrely, given it was its first year under new management, was the touring car 24 hours that Creventic put on in the Hankook Touring Car Series at Silverstone. It was very different. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I was impressed by what I saw. But this one is going to be stiff competition for that, and that's if nothing more exciting happens again. The 29 car still being worked on in the pit lane, and they're looking on the right hand side sill and around the right hand side front of that car. Now I can't see any damage on it. It's still pretty straight, Jim. So
I think they were just checking the brakes.
Right.
I think that might have
whilst
been
they're still full.
a Paget engineer.
Very good.
Checking the brakes.
And they're still filling it, so they're not losing any time, Paul.
Yeah, it was this is where the extra length of the stint comes in, because it was a 9-lap stint for the number 29, and that forces him into a 3 minutes and 10 seconds or 3 minutes and 11 seconds pit stop. So he's only just had 2 and a bit minutes so far, so they've got another 40 seconds to be in the pit lane, so they might as well do something rather than just sit around and look at the car. You might as well check it. Just to make sure that everything's all right. So, as I say, it has already lost the lead. It's already lost second place as well. And any moment now, it's going to lose third place to the BMW number 100, which comes through now. So, the BMW up into third place, John.
So, has there been an Audi that has retired through anything other than contact and accident damage?
I can't remember what happened to the twin Bush car, but certainly of the works or works supported cars, and I wouldn't include the Lant car in that group, but I can't.
Well, that was accident damage as well, wasn't it?
Well, the twin Bush car is still out there, 11th.
That's why I couldn't remember whether it had retired through accident damage.
That's the Bush Rast Mamaro, Cuthbert Dibble and Grubb car.
You said Bush.
Yeah, in the bush. That's the 16 car in 11th position. The Lamborghini Conrad Motorsport with a mechanic kneeling on the top of the car, virtually doing something in the engine bit, as the 29 car rejoins and immediately gets up to speed, Paul.
That car, this is just tying up a loose end really, we had a message on the screen ages ago that Franz Conrad, or the team manager of the team, had to go and see race control. I didn't hear anything after that. There was no penalty issued because remember we did see that contact as the Lamborghini came out of the pit lane a long time ago, back in the early part of the night. No penalty was awarded.
Century, yes.
However, it's worth making the point that the Man Filter Mercedes number 75 car, which was involved in a similar incident, was pinged and was assessed a stop-and-go penalty for it.
Right, I may have been snoozing at that point. The new leader then is the 88 car, already out on the Nürburgring, on the Nordschleife, should I say, up through the Hatzenbach behind a BMW 3 Series, and getting all temperamental on, you know, hands off the wheel waving. Where is the BMW going to go through the wiggly bits of the Hatzenbach? There's one line.
That's Arnold behind the wheel, and he's been
Lance David Arnold.
He's been suffering road rage. I mean, for a while, because Martin, when he was in his stint, we noticed on 2 occasions from the onboard cameras that he was just having a fit with his hands at slower cars in front of him who really had no place to go.
No, having almost put 2 wheels on the grass trying to get by, Paul, as well. You know, it's that patience thing again. Wait 2-3 corners and you'll drag past him up the next piece of straight, of which there are some here. It's
an attitude thing, isn't it? And if the team manager can see that. I mean, I know the director's going to be looking for drama, but mind you, having been passengered in our car by Joe Bradley for most of the weekend, he was actually having an argument with the car where it was speaking to him and he was speaking back to it. And if the car would have replied, then it would have been a big surprise.
The 308 BMW, and this time it is a BMW, getting a brake change on the front. Looks like it may be just pads. A new set of Dunlop 6 slicks about to go on there. Nicely done with the spread. A bit of damage on the bonnet. And when I say a bit of a damage, it looks like Jim and I have dropped from a height onto the very front part of the bonnet. The kidney-shaped grille is in perfect condition, as is the enamel BMW badge, but it just looks like Jim
and I both sat on the hood,
done the Starsky and Hutch seat drop
and missed.
Yeah, seat drop onto the front of it, because there's a very big dent there.
Oh.
If we had played Starsky and Hutch rather than Paul Michael Glazer and
how our lives would have been different.
David Soul, that would have been the dent in the front of the Ford from sliding across the bonnet. I'm not sure how he could possibly have got that without maybe the bonnet just popping open and banging on the roof. Still going, and still going relatively strongly. 15th position for the 35. This is the RGN Motorsports Nissan GT-R GT3. That just coming to the end of the Hudson back and about to drop out onto the run over the Flugplatz, or be up past the Flugplatz, so called because there used to be an airfield just to the left of the circuit there. Climbing all the time. Early part of the lap on the Nordschleife really brings you in nicely for what you might expect, and a little bit misty out there as well in these early morning hours, just before 7 o'clock here Central European time. Driven by Aston Martin. This is live coverage, flag to flag, exclusively here on radiolemans.com and syndicated partners including NISMO.TV. So I'm talking about that GT-R there. If you want to see a bit more from the onboard, search for NISMO.TV. There's cameras in the garage as well. And Julian and the rest of the team doing a bang-up job once again of bringing a little bit of extra content to what we're doing. And they are taking our audio feed as well, so if you go over there you won't lose any of what we're talking, so you can't escape is basically what I'm saying. 8.5 hours to go, Paul.
Yes, the Marco Seyfried it is who's taken over at the wheel of the number 29 Mercedes, the HTP car, taking it over from Christian Hernadl, who apparently only did a single stint in that car. So Seyfried now at the wheel. The other thing is that the number 100 BMW, we've got Mercedes, 1, 2, 3, but then BMW in place 4, but that one coming towards the end of its...
So that must also stop, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It's coming towards the end of its stint. Only done 9 stops so far, the BMW, the same number as the race leader. Hasn't quite been able to achieve the same length of stint every time, although it has on occasion.
And hasn't quite had the pace, although they did get a balance of performance change from the last VLN race where they completely dominated. And sources close to the team were suggesting that that was a bit of a mistake. They really didn't want to show the performance that they had. Yes.
More sand next time.
Yes. The qualifying in particular, the driver was given a delta time to drive to and drove to it. Problem was that the delta time readout on his dashboard was wrong and running slow by a considerable margin.
Yeah, they had the turbo boost pressure reduced was how that was imposed, but as well they were also given a refueling speed limitation, which shouldn't have affected them because time spent in the pits is time spent in the pits, but it will mean that the whole pit stop becomes a bit more hectic for them. So it was kind of a double whammy, I suppose, on that one. Aston Martin, on the other hand, did receive a bit of a weight break to give them a bit more pace just before the race. So all those changes made just before this weekend.
So the 8080 SPAC scored in the lead. That's another lead change, although not another new car to add to the list of leaders. That's SP9, and SP9 cars now fill the first 18 places, which means we've lost the Glickenhaus, doesn't it? That was right in amongst that. That one has disappeared.
It's not disappeared because it is back out again, but it had a long pit stop whilst either a
48th
gearbox...
position. 48th position.
48th. It was gearbox, clutch or exhaust, depending who you listen to.
Yeah, I remember seeing that car in the pit lane now with someone peering in. The first of the SP7 runners is in 19th position, and that's the 64. However, Jim Roller has the update on the other classes for this hour.
The even classes this hour, with 8.5 hours remaining in the 44th running of the Nürburgring 24 hours. In SP8T, the number 51 car continues to lead. That's the BMW 335i. 72nd position overall for that car from Team Sectoral Zorg Rheinsport. In SP4T, it's the number 110 VW Golf, 83rd position overall. In SP6, it is one of 2 cars from Rent to Drive Racing that are leading their class. This one's the number 83 car. That's a Porsche GT3 Cup car, 41st position overall. In TCR, continues to be the 201 Matilda Racing Team. Piston Kids, Seat Leon TCR. That car has led for a while now. 45th overall for that car. SP8, Aston Martin Test Center Vantage GT8, number 42, 47th overall. The SP10, the number 77 Stadvita Racing Team Aston Martin Vantage V8 is still leading. It has been in the pits for over 28 minutes now. We saw it go in a little while ago, but is still being scored as the leader in the class. In V6, it is the Black Falcon Porsche. It wouldn't be the Nürburgring if Black Falcon wasn't leading in one of the classes. Number 140 leading, 42nd overall. In V2T, the second of the rent-to-drive racing entries that's leading a class. This one, a Renault Megane, number 176, leading the V2T class. SP2T, the Hyundai Deutschland, number 134, Veloster, 66th position overall. And rounding out our even classes, the V4, 141, Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsports, BMW E90, 54th overall.
Thank you, Jim. Welcome if you are just joining us, either late in the night or getting up early in the morning to continue, listen to our continued coverage, listen and watch. RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin, the sonorous sound of the early morning V8 of the 42 car, which has fought its way back to the SP8 lead after a little snafu on the fueling. That car coming up about a mile short and then having to be dragged back. It is pushing on now, and its times are very quick indeed. Also nice to see in that leader rundown that Jim did another team that's very well known to us, the Securtal Zorg Rennsport team. Regulars for Creventic, and more Creventic coverage to come up in their Hankook 24-hour series, the FIA Endurance Series, that coming up in the coming months. We'll just trail ahead to next weekend. Double bubble again if you're sports car fans here on RadioLeMans.com with IMSA at Belle Isle, Detroit on Saturday, and Sunday, making it a double header on two continents. It is Le Mans Test Day, and the only live coverage that you will be able to find is here on RadioLeMans.com. No TV, TV don't cover it. We are the only broadcasters trackside doing live coverage. Thank you, Martin.
Joe Bradley and I will be there. Paul Truswell will be
at the Walking Data Center.
At the Walking Data Center, checking out the data.
Graham Goodwin and Sam Collins making up the team. Now that is what the Hyundai Veloster that's leading its class, being pushed back into the garage to be worked on, the 134 car. That's that is a bit of a blow for Hyundai Deutschland. Martin's been very
yeah, they've been having a good day, because when this car took over the lead of the class, it actually took it over from the Hyundai i30. So it's been Hyundai dominating the class so far today. 5 cars entered in the class. So
yeah, and they've got the bonnet up, and they are immediately shining torches into the engine. Now they're doing a change of the wheels as well. But I tell you what, I think they know what's the matter with that car. They seem to be working
with a purpose. Twin sons of separate mothers.
But there is a certain sense as well, I would say, of concern. They may well know what it is and are hoping against hope it's not what they think it is in terms of the issues of that car. Full German crew in this. The driver is out and removing the helmet, and the hands device being filmed by the Hyundai film crew. Oh dear, that, I'm afraid that doesn't look very good for that little car. has proved itself most capable. Now, the 88 car, when leaving a few moments ago, did get a little bit of a push on the rear wing, which we haven't seen so much from other Mercedes. So is there a concern about the clutch on that car? Second place is the white and blue number 4, and they are 55 seconds, but it's closed right up for 4th position between the 29 and the 9 pole. Barely 6 seconds between them at the moment.
Yes, I hadn't registered the fact that it was just 6 seconds. I knew it was going to come down and it was going to be close following the pit stops. So we do have a bit of a battle on for 4th place with the 2 Mercedes. Again, HTP battling it out with Black Falcon. So we've got, even though it's all between a bit of an internecine battle of the Mercedes, we've got the Black Falcons, the HTP team and the Haribo team, and they're really having a pretty good dogfight between the 4 cars, because there's 2 Black Falcons, and the BMW, having had its pit stop, is no longer in that group. It slipped down to 5th place.
It's the leader in traffic on the Dottinger and the 319 BMW, one of the 235 that is out there, and that's the one that's got the boy Licorice in it. Is it Stephen Licorice?
Yes.
That is in that car. The 319 machine parked at the side of the circuit, but already been attended to by one of the now famous Jeep Cherokees of uncertain vintage, as they've never been road registered, I bet. Leader now in the Grand Prix circuit. We'll see whether the lead has been preserved. The 4 car did put its best sector 2 in, which is the start of the Nordschleife, and it's gone out 102. So despite a good sector and all of the time lost in the 4th sector for the number 4 car, 3:33.6 against a 3:22.4 for the leader. That is a significant amount of time.
Yeah, that's not how it's supposed to work. As the 319 was being pulled out by one of the...
He doesn't want to bounce down the big curb, which is about 20 centimetres.
And
but has done, but he's actually done a pretty good job. But one of the Valkenhorst cars until the tow rope snagged the front splitter because it was at such an angle.
The car was sliding behind the tow vehicle on the wet grass, and actually, almost like a water skier, pulled right up alongside the tow vehicle, and then ended up 180 degrees opposite direction of the tow vehicle, almost bumping into the side of it.
Doesn't it show how steep it must be there for the BMW with all 4 Dunlop tyres locked up to have the momentum to drift down the hill of its own volition effectively?
Gets dragged over the curb. It was literally high centered there for a moment, and then
it's going to pop when there you go, bing. The tow rope was underneath, being caught underneath the splitter.
Here's Lima, Peru. Listening in Lima, Peru.
Excellent.
Alonso Martens. Thanks, Alonso.
Right Turn Lover says we should talk about the 702 more often. People seem to like that when you talk about them. Just set a purple sector as you were mentioning it. Jet's listening in as well. Jatinder Talewale. Not the best piece of photo shopping I've ever seen, but me in the Paul Michael Glazer knitted cardigan and Jim ever suave in the David Soul caramel leather jacket with the Ford Gran Torino 2-door sitting in behind us. Thank you, Jet. Hope everyone back there is good with you. So 8:17 to go. and the race is just beginning to heat up again. You get the feeling, Paul, that the teams who are left now have been buoyed by the arrival of daylight. They'll have set themselves, as people do in all 24-hour races, they'll have set themselves little waypoints to navigate through. It's getting through darkness, it's getting to midnight, it's seeing the sun come up. The next one will probably be around midday, and then it's 3.5 hours to go, which is probably just on 2 stints.
Do you know, I always used to think that, and over the years I've kind of modified my opinion a little bit, and I think nowadays it's more about what are we going to do this lap? What are we going to do this lap? Particularly around a circuit like the Nürburgring, which is that long. And the goals are much shorter term. It's how many cars have we got to overtake on this lap? Do we have to just be careful with the fuel on this lap? Do we have to notify you of any slow zones on this lap? And you don't even think to the next milestone, as you put it. I think it's much shorter term because it's...
Do you think that's a particular trait of here because of the 25.3 kilometres, or do you think that's generally now the way of the world?
I think it's a bit more because of the sprint nature of endurance races.
So on a track like Silverstone or Dubai, do you think people are looking one stint at a time then?
Yeah,
in that case?
Yeah, that kind of short term. This is what we are looking for and rather than looking for the bigger milestones are there, but to use sort of a football analogy, which I'm not very good at, but it's when you start asking people about winning the championship. You don't necessarily go out and win the championship by winning the first game or the second game, but that's your objective, is to win the first game, and then you're worried about the second game.
One game at a time, lads.
I was just going to say, that coaching speak, that's one game at a time, Paul. Take them one as they come, pal.
Is that a good analogy?
Yes.
Good.
Now, this is another Hyundai problem. This is the 102 car, not the issue with the Veloster, and that looks very much like a Hyundai whose engine has called enough. This is the 1.6 turbo with the boxy arches going off the circuit, I think, just to try and stay off the line, or maybe sliding off on its own internal fluids at Brunchen, where the car went out. Paul says, but he is disappointed. Because
I'll tell you what I'm disappointed.
We just mentioned the leader in SP.
Oh yes. No, it's 43.
Sorry, 43 car, which is the
back underway after some issues, so it's good to see that very beautifully turned out.
It's
Aston
8th
Martin.
in SP8 and sitting down in 82nd position. What disappoints you, Paul?
I'm sorry to say it, but Ben Schneider. I expected him to be, I won't say necessarily reeling in, but closing the gap between the Black Falcon car and the Haribo car.
Well, his problem is he can't reel in the years.
No, and to be fair, that is part of it, but the gap has remained pretty much constant since Bernd has been in the car, and we're heading towards the pit stop for both of those cars now, the number 88 and the number 4, coming towards the end of their stints. They got into the cars together, and say Schneider will be coming in fairly shortly, and I thought we'd be able to report that since the stint started, the gap has come down by. I wasn't expecting it to have come down by 30 seconds, but I thought we'll have seen just a narrowing of that gap.
Who did we put in the 88?
I think we
Lance
left
David Arnold.
Yeah, no, that's right. We left Lance David Arnold in because
of the arm waving.
He was in it before and he stayed in it.
We put him in. We thought he was there because of the arm waving. It's interesting, isn't it? Because we come to expect certain things from certain manufacturers or certain drivers. And let's not beat around the bush. Bernd Schneider is still going very, very quickly indeed, but he's just, as Paul rightly says, not making an impression at the moment. The BMW number 5 has just dropped down a position. Sorry, BMW number 100 in 5th place has just dropped down a position because of a pit stop, one presumes. An 11.5-minute lap would kind of suggest that, but he's on an absolute scorcher this time around, with a first sector that is its best, a second sector that is better than all bar the Schneider car, around him. So we need to keep an eye open on that number 100 when it comes around next time around. Matched at a distance of only 3 seconds by the 912 Porsche. That is sitting and matching almost 10th for 10th. Battle on the screen there as in comes the leader on time.
Yes.
Yes, 9 laps again, that is, Paul, isn't it?
No,
that's 8 laps. 8 laps, sorry, yeah.
And eight has been a more common stint for this car, and it may well be that's their choice because they can get everything they want to get done in that time and get the car out that little bit more quickly.
Battle on the racetrack.
Virtual battle for the lead, isn't it?
Well, as
once the four
cars pitted, so indeed this will become the battle for the lead. The blue and yellow number 9 Mercedes-Benz from the 29 in 4th position, and that over the last 3 or 4 laps has come down from 6 seconds to pretty much 3 Mercedes length as they pop out of Schwalbenschwanz, which is the second and the smaller of the 2 carousels, with the 2 leaders in the pitch. I'll remind you, as we mentioned a moment or 2 ago, both the 88 and the 4 in the pit lane, and those 2 battling Mercedes-Benz, nothing between them.
Rear discs being changed on the Black Falcon Mercedes, John.
The number 4 car, that is.
The number 4 car. Yeah, it's got a number 2 in the back, which always confused me. That's the position number 2, but the car number is 4.
Smoky Lamborghini in the pit lane. It's steamy, actually.
Yeah,
it's overheating.
Yes, they've had a foreign body in the cooling of that car, broken a radiator, and that's why they've got to get that back into the garage. That was the leading non-German car, but that honour has now passed to the number 35, passed back to the number 35 Nissan,
which is
where's
in 14th
the body
position.
from, Paul?
Yes, well, that was the good point is where's that foreign body
from
arrived from. The leaders now and then have gone through and down into turn number 1. There's a bit of traffic, so 9 AMG BMW leads as the formerly leading and second place cars roll out. I think they've swapped positions in the pit lane. I think the 4 got out.
No, 4's still there.
Oh no, sorry, he's just gone past the 4. Yeah, my apologies.
What again we saw though from the 88 was a slamming on of the brakes as he got to the pit lane exit, almost as if the red light was on, and he thought, oh no, I'm going to have to stop, oh no, it's green. But of course it was green all the time. What was happening though was that his minimum pit time hadn't elapsed, and so he had to slow down in order not to go under his minimum pit time.
Which you're not supposed to do. Feigning a stall is far better when you're coming down. Keep dipping the clutch as you're coming down on the pit lane speed limiter. So Grand Prix track at the moment, Jim, and number 9 versus 29. It's the Hauptbaumann, Engel and Muller car from Vittoria Seefried, and I think we've got Seefried in the car at the moment. Hohenadel, excuse me. Was
Seefried, yeah.
The Seefried we put in the 29 though, didn't we? Yeah.
Yes, in place of Hohenadel.
Here comes the 4 car, Paul. It's just exiting the pits now.
It was 2 minutes 53.8 the pit stop for the Haribo car, and for
which is 3 minutes 3.8 seconds longer.
No, 8.8 of a second.
0.8. Oh my goodness, that's too tight.
That was why he was putting
no
the brakes
wonder
on.
he hammered the brakes on.
Yeah, exactly.
253.3 for the 253.3 for the Black Falcon car,
and that included brake pads.
Yes.
Right.
Discs.
Rear
discs.
Yes, they did the front discs last stop, didn't they?
2 stops ago.
2 stops ago. Is that 2 stops ago already? Yeah.
And the Black Falcon can play it much closer to the vest because they're at pit out.
Yeah.
So they've only got a short squirt, and they're out on the racetrack. So, but the
battle for the lead now goes past that very pretty green and yellowy orange Porsche 911, which almost looks like it's in Heritage Lotus colours every time I see it, and the back window has been vinyled over So it does make it look a little bit like a mid-engine car.
Nose to tail.
Latest
Unbelievable.
nose to tail.
After, what, with 8 hours to go.
Now down into the foxhole under the Yokohama Bridge. Now, how brave will they be down there? I'm not sure how much we'll see of it now, unfortunately, because the
Helicopter isn't up yet.
helicopter's not up and the cameras aren't up on the outside part of the circuit. What we can do is follow it on the tracker.
And the sector times.
Indeed so.
The old-fashioned way. Old school.
And the cars are out in the country.
But and of course,
Here they come, and there they go.
the other aspect. Excuse me.
That's all right, Paul.
The other aspect that we need to look at is that the 9 and the 29, as you said they would, are battling for the lead. So we've actually got four cars battling for the lead there, with the 9 and the 29 just ahead of the 88 and the 4.
Elliot Skier asking what are the caps going onto the exhaust during the pit stop. It is cold caps onto hot exhaust tips, just in case there's a little spill. It would not completely mitigate, but certainly reduce the risk of a fuel fire. Elliot, good to know that you're listening in and enjoying what we're doing. A lot of strategy still being played out. Elliot is in San Diego, looking forward to a busy day of motorsport. Porsche Super Cup, F1 as well.
And the Indianapolis 500.
Just a small 500-mile race.
The 100th running of the Indianapolis 500.
The 88 car has now got Uwe Alsen at the wheel. Paul passes me a Porsche 911 coloured post-it note. Have you got 912s as well, the greener ones, no?
Got yellow ones coming later.
Okay. Are they more yellow? Okay.
And the other car there, the number 4 car, Ben Schneider, stayed behind the wheel.
Okay. 88 is being asked to go at the Clark of the course. I wonder if that was for jumping on the brakes when you are just points of a second, tenths of a second away from breaking out of the pit lane bracket, to use a drag racing term. Then you are going to attract the attention of the beak.
I didn't see anything. As far as I know, he just went straight out.
Oh, hang on. It says
He
Paul,
might have
Paul
spilled-
Truswell to the Clark of the course. On that
Now,
screen.
his excuse will be that he had spilled his coffee.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I couldn't find my phone. Had gone under my brake foot.
Yeah. I was.
sliding
I
around
dropped
in
my
the-
pasty.
I was slightly over dramatic about it. It wasn't 0.8 of a second, John. It was to 2.8 seconds.
Right, yes.
over, so it was
Okay.
slightly better.
Okay.
The required time is 2 minutes and 51 seconds, and he did 2 minutes 53.8.
Well, you know, when you are that close, and there's no need, as Joe Bradley said, to cut it that close. Although I did like Martin's argument as well, just to prove I was listening while dozing, that if you lose 10 seconds or 5 seconds to stop and you have enough stops to make up a minute, we have seen races won and lost by that kind of margin. The 101 is in the pit lane. This is the blue PlayStation sponsored BMW, sitting in 101st position at the moment. New set of slicks by Dunlop have gone on to that car. Quite a few people following that car. It's had its issues, but now seemingly running better. Jim?
we're seeing a lot of cars being pushed out of the pits. One wonders if during our little ice storm, if some clutches weren't damaged as drivers were trying to get up some of the hills with little success in some cases until the red flag.
Yeah, that was one of the suggestions that was made, but it is something that's allowed. As long as you don't push the car to start it, you are allowed to push it just to get it moving. And so that is allowed. What you're not allowed to do is to push start the car.
So across the
bump
line.
starting, as we would say in the
No,
States.
that's right. So that BMW we were talking about earlier with the John and Jim size dent in the bonnet goes through. That's the 308 in 40th position. at the moment, and 4th in the 5 Cup class.
Velostuds on Twitter suggests that that's a speed dimple.
A speed dimple. Is that what I can call me backside now? A speed dimple template. I like that. Like that a lot. The Hyundai. That's twice. 3 times the charm. You're getting the Vice beer in tonight.
Oh boy.
The class with the Veloster in has kind of exploded in the last little while because 2 leaders, Jim, disappeared from that, didn't they?
Yeah, both Hyundais have run afoul. SP2T, and in fact, now the car that will eventually take over the lead of that class, if the Veloster does not come back out soon, will be the 326. But at this point, the gap to that car is 40 minutes. So the Veloster still has 20 minutes it can remain in the pits. Or actually, no, it's got 40 minutes it can remain in the pits. It had nearly an hour lead, so it'll be a little while before he loses that lead.
We are taking ourselves out to thrash ourselves gently with a cricket bat, as between us, 2 Englishmen and a very anglicised American, proud of his American heritage but undoubtedly anglicised, have managed to miss the fact that the 38 in 10th position is the best non-German car, the 38 being a Bentley Cruise finest. I'll get my coat now, very sorry about that, and I'll remind you you're listening to full live coverage of the 44th running of the Zurich ATAC 24 hours of the Nurburgring. I will get that right next time around. We will be going for the next 8 hours to make sure you don't miss a moment of the excitement, and it's live and exclusive here on radiolemon.com, driven by Aston Martin.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesday, Saturday.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on radiolemon.com. The Nürburgring 24 hours on radiolemon.com.
Well, here in Germany, it is 8:30 in the morning. Welcome along to breakfast time. It is the breakfast shift with Paul Truswell, who has been pretty much at his post constantly for the last 16 hours. I did see him nip off to use the lavatory, but it's very close here, so he's actually never left the room. He's not been out of the room. I think that counts as a full stint.
Well, I hadn't needed to leave the room,
No.
and I haven't wanted to leave the room.
No, and I
so
understand why.
You-
In
you
fact, even those of us who have slept have not left the room, because I just laid down on a couple of chairs and was mildly taking in by that process of osmosis that you do when you're dozing away, making a noise as I do, as like a chieftain tank on tickover. Graham Goodwin has joined us, editor of dailysportscar.com. You've trained Kilby well. He brought us coffee.
He's a good boy.
Earlier on, yeah.
He's a very good boy. Good morning,
You've had a little bit of a step away, but I know that you'll have caught up before you got back. This is turning out to be, we've got an intervention vehicle on the track. I'll come back to you in a moment. One of the RS6 on the hats and back at the moment as the third place car goes through. Can't see what it is intervening with or towards, and has it come off the hats and back and down towards the Flugplatz? Yes, it has.
No flags there, though.
it might just be a shift change.
It could
to
be a reposition.
to refuel. Having
Yes.
refueled at some point, it being I think a major milestone. It's 1/3 of the race to go, 2/3 gone.
Yeah, just to finish what I was about to say, Graham, the race just beginning to bubble up again. Top 3 within 30 seconds. Still the bulk of the top 10 on the same lap. We're not writing any headlines at this point, still plenty of racing to go.
There is. I mean, it's that almost traditional walk through the Nürburgring paddock after a snatched couple of hours sleep on the back seat of a car. But you can pick up an awful lot that way, and one of the things I picked up is that we've clearly seen the exit from the race of the Zach Speed Nissan, because I spotted a couple of the drivers leaving the circuit looking glum, and it looked like half the world's population of Audi R8 LMS was being unloaded off flatbeds and trailers with various bits and pieces of accident damage to the rear. The Land Motorsport car looking a bit sorry for itself, and the number 1 WRT Audi looking very sorry for itself. So clearly things have changed, certainly in the middle order of SP9, and that tends to be the case, doesn't it, when we get towards daylight, and tired eyes and tired reflexes tend to kind of twitch. But with the exception, it looks, John, of the very smoky demise of the then leading BMW, it doesn't look to me as if we've lost many more of the M6s.
No, but they haven't quite got the pace either. The best running of them at the moment is the 100, and that has not been able to match the pace, although it has been doing 8 and 9 lap stints. 7:30 in the morning, by the way, here in Germany, not 8:30, although I've just made everyone in Germany go, what, is that late already? I've got to go to church. So apologies for that. The sleeper for me, Graham, is still that 912. There's a suspicion that the mean and green machine, or at least the green bewinged machine, could do 10 laps if it wanted to. They haven't put that strategy into play yet, and I'm not ever going to try and second guess Olaf Mantai, because what he doesn't know about running around here is in fact not worth knowing.
Indeed. The other change overnight, certainly, that I'm noticing is like a lack of Glickenhaus in the top 20.
Yes. Transmission issues on the car that was furthest up. Both cars in the garage at the same time with mechanics in the engine bay area. And that car is running again and was running very quickly the last time we talked about it. So let's see if we can get it another purple sector or two, talk about it again. The 702 is back up to 45th position, and the 701 is where is up to down to, it must be third.
It is 89th.
89th, well done.
Yeah.
That class being led by the number 170 then, which is in the top 25.
So it's the homologation special, we keep calling it, the
Correct.
Cayman, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the FIA GT4 spec Cayman.
Effectively getting lots and lots of race testing mileage.
That is pretty impressive for that car, being that far up, 25th position in the pits last time, but has done a 9 minutes 10. An 8:19 though by the 23.
Wow.
In 7th position. Is it Alex Sims in that car? We'll say it is. It's what is alongside the car. We're getting down to it again, Paul.
Yes, that's the second fastest lap of the race thus far. The fastest race lap having been set on lap 2 by Hubert Haupt at the wheel of the car that currently leads the race, number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes.
Well, just over a tenth of a second off that. So, 8:19.563 was that time from the number 9. That's a very impressive time. In terms of the temperature out there, it's cool, but not what I would call cold at this stage of the morning. So, I'm not sure whether or not we've had much of the mist for which this race sometimes doles out at this time of the morning. It doesn't look it.
Some, but not a lot. No, that's right.
David Harris poses this question, and I don't think it's one that can be easily answered, but I'll give my view on it as we're getting another rash of pit stops from some of the minor classes. He says, do you think that Stefan Belloff's Porsche 956 time will ever be beaten on the Nordschleife? Track's changed, and of course this configuration, we don't run the same configuration at all because the Grand Prix track is added on. When Kevin Estre did the 8 minutes 10 point whatever it was,
9.982 I think it was,
in single lap qualifying, as the lead is, by the way, down to 3/4 of a second, and we'll get back to that in a moment. If you take off about a minute and 24, which is the first sector, minute and 25, let's say, from that.
You're not far off it.
You're not far off it already having been equalled or beaten. And bear in mind, Stefan Belov, and what a talent he was, did that in a Le Mans spec prototype car, whereas these cars in GT3 are prototypes not at all and based on production cars totally, and they're not even the most potent of prototype GT cars.
Question, because I genuinely
tyres has changed a lot.
Don't know the answer.
Fairness.
Was Belov's time set in race conditions or in qualifying with mixed classes out there?
Well, that is a good question.
Because of course Kevin Estre's time was set in the Super Bowl.
Yes, so he was on his own.
Effectively, he had a clear lap.
Yeah,
almost guaranteed clear lap, which is a major factor. Not to belittle the efforts of either, I have to tell you.
but you know, the old adage of the stopwatch never lies is actually not quite true. But you've given perfect reasoning for that, Graham. But I do think when we're thinking about that, just put that in perspective. Yes, there's a lot of development, particularly in tyres that have gone in the intervening years. But a Le Mans prototype of its time to a GT car, and not the top spec, not even a Le Mans GT car, a GT car derived from a production machine. Whatever you say about GT3, they are at least that. A fairly exotic one, but nevertheless a production-derived car.
And I mean, the lap record that we're, or the fastest lap that we'll get in this race is going to be, you know, around about an 8:19 something. I don't think we're going to go below 8:19. But in race conditions, with a car that you're going to do 24 hours with, with all the restrictions that have been put on the car, it certainly is a very, very fast time. But I think what you said first of all, John, is the most significant, that you can't compare because circuit configuration is different.
Yeah, even the Nordschleife has changed. And Elliot Skier has the knowledge, or was fastest finger first. I don't know which, Elliot, but thank you very much. He was in qualifying that time. He had a shunt in the car during the race that year.
I'd offer this as well. I mean, we're looking for impressive laps. We commented, I know, earlier in the weekend about the extraordinary lap from Mara Engel in qualifying, for lots of factors that brought that into contention for consideration. Certainly with Estre's lap in qualifying, that was the fact that the track was far from perfect. We had multiple cars off during that.
Well, we had a slow zone.
We had a slow zone.
We had yellow flags out. We had dampness.
And the cars are under power from where they were a couple of years ago. So that lap certainly warrants consideration, as frankly does an 8:19 with something over 100 cars out there on the circuit.
Yeah. Race laps to me are always the ones that you have to look at. I know that that's officially how lap records are set as well, but I think doing it in a race lap is something always a little bit special. The GT3 Continental 37 Bentley in the pit lane, gradually pulling itself back up through the standings. The battle at the front of the field, Paul, continues. 9 and 29. They're about halfway around at the moment.
Separated by nothing at all, and by my reckoning, the Haribo car due into the pits at the end of this lap, it's tended to do, I say tended because it hasn't always, but tended to do 8 lap stints. Actually, it has. The number 9 car has never done a 9-lap stint, Haribo. They've stuck to 8 wherever possible. So if they stick with that, then they will be in at the end of this current lap. And then it will be a battle to see whether HTP follows him in the number 29 car, Marco Zayfried, or whether he stays out for an extra lap.
The Man filter Mercedes, Man automotive filter company, not just oil and air filters but cabin air filters as well for trucks and off-road vehicles, having a bit of a battle, not for position, the 75 car, as the 23 BMW was trying to go through. They are 23 BMW 7th and virtually a lap ahead of the 75.
75,
Check that,
75,
nearly 2 laps ahead.
I think it's just come out the pits.
It has, which is
and
why it's lost the extra lap from.
Indeed, and it's lost positions as well, not least to the number 35 car, the RGN Nissan. I did spot, by the way, the Subaru crew coming through with a spring in their step.
Are you surprised? The 104 car is in 26th position.
Brilliant. This could be one of those real fairy tale. Actually, I think they're at 21st position.
They're in 21st. The 106 car is leading, yeah, and on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment, undoubtedly helped by the very inclement weather earlier on, because that is an all-wheel drive car, but take nothing away from the Boxer 4 2-litre that powers that machine, the distinctive noise of a flat 4 engine.
Also noting from cars I left last night in places they're now not in, is remarkable and noteworthy recovery from the number 12 Team Montai car. This is a car that's in trouble very early on and now back inside the top 30.
The final word on lap times goes to the man who posed the question in the first place, as is rightly so. David Harris says, I'm tremendously impressed with what you've said, but let's not forget that in the old days, Stefan Beloff was really driving the car, had to manage the gearbox, the wheel spin, the braking, no artificial aids, had a clutch, had a gear lever, and that does put it somewhat into perspective as well, Graham.
Yeah, it does, but it was one lap.
No, absolutely.
I completely agree, but it was one lap. We're
only talking about one lap. We're only talking about the comparative lap speeds.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a very much more pertinent point if we were talking about something over a much longer period of time than that. But it's right. I'm not.
And we were talking about an era as well, though, when the prototype endurance racing cars of that time were faster on a lot of Grand Prix circuits
than the Grand Prix cars
of the day, and faster for 6 hours. There's a fantastic stat, isn't there? Is it there's 71 Spa 6 hours, the 1000k, or was it the 70 race, where not only did they qualify faster than the Formula 1 cars, but the average speed over the 6 hours was faster than the Grand Prix race.
It was the fastest ever road race, although whether that has since been beaten, I need to look up. I think it has been beaten.
I think it did by a Formula 1 race.
That's
Monza.
In average time.
I think it was in Monza.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
There is a note somewhere in one of these computers, but I don't want to distract myself on it at the moment.
No, but I mean, David's question was great, and
absolutely.
It's a bit like saying, was Pele better than Wayne Rooney or Ronaldo? It's impossible in so many sports to cross the line, as you will, of the eras and try and compare them, but a nice talking point anyway. And a change at the head of the field now.
Black Falcon in the pits, the number 9 car,
as you suggested.
The number 29 car going for the 9th lap. Now, that kind of short-term game is going to be long-term pain, because what will happen is when the 29 car comes into the pits next time, it will have to make a longer pit stop because it's stayed out for an extra lap on its stint.
And that's where it doesn't work for them, isn't it?
It'll swap them round again. So even though it gives them an extra bit of flexibility on their fuel, it'll give them a longer pit stop, and so after they come out, the number 9 car will retake the lead, except it won't, because 88 will be ahead of both of them.
What? Right, okay. The stint time, though, on the 9 car, as it came in, was about an hour and 7 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
And the stint time, even with 8 minutes added on to the 29 car, is only going to be an hour.
The stint time for the number 9 was an hour and 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And
they're on 52 minutes at the moment, coming on 53 for the 29. So they're going to be a lap shorter. So they must be a lap shorter than the 9 car. So if the 9 car did 8 laps, then the 29 car, if it comes in at the end of this lap, will have done 8 laps. Only if it goes one more will it take the pain of the longer stop. That's me just working that out on the stint time, Paul. So I stand to be corrected by your computers.
Yes, and what my computers remind me is that the battle last time. The number 9 car came in 2 laps before the 29 last time around. So the number 9 car was always going to come in quicker. So it's not necessarily going to be a 9-lap stint from the 29 this time.
Yeah.
So I've misspoken there. I thought they both came in on the same lap last time, but of course it was the 88 and the 4 that came in on the same lap last time, not the 9 and the 29 that came in on the same lap last time.
Yeah, and their stint lengths would reflect that, because there's barely a minute between them as they came out of the pits last time. And talk of the 88, by the way, another fast Grand Prix circuit sector from the 88, who I think we put Uwe Elton into, didn't we?
Yes.
Into that car, as well as the 912 Porsche, fast in sector 3, which is the second longest sector. 3 is the second longest, sector 4 is the longest, then sector 2, then sector 1, then sector 2, then sector 5.
I'm actually getting across the leading group now, John, some real consistency in terms of lap times. You know, the range between, well, just under 8:21 up to the high 25s for the leading car. That's not a lot when you're dealing with the Nordschleife. One final word, by the way, about that comparison that we talked about with the bill of thing. We will, I am sure, in the next couple of weeks, be asked a very similar question about cars of different eras around the circuit of Le Mans 24 Hours.
And many of the same precepts will apply,
Indeed.
and codicils will apply.
But this is, albeit acknowledging this is a unique environment here, this is actually a far more pure comparison.
Yes.
And actually, what we're getting to here is the comparison between the state-of-the-art prototypes of 35, 40 years ago, now actually being approached by the performance of the production-based GT cars.
Yes.
I don't even want to think what a modern prototype might achieve around here. Where it's in any way safe or sane to do so.
Well, we've had a number of people have a go with demo laps for Formula 1 cars. We talked, didn't we, about BMW and Audi running, potentially running cars round here. I'm not even sure you could set a car up to go round here because of the aero on a current LMP1 car. I'm not sure you'd get anybody to volunteer to drive it either, because it wouldn't be in a race, so it would be under test conditions.
And it wouldn't count.
And therefore, all it would do is add to David Harris's argument.
It would provide a very interesting sentence on the end of a Wikipedia page.
Yes. Yeah.
But I don't want that to belittle, by the way, which is a very good question.
No, and I thought it was very good from David. Dirty Uncle Kev, among a number of people, say, hang on, I'm confused here. The number 9 car has Falcon on the front fenders, but is running Michelin's. What's going on there? Falcon are a race sponsor, so all the cars have Falcon on them somewhere, regardless of whose tyres they are using. And I think we've got 10 different tyre manufacturers, because Nexon are represented in the paddock
on the Mini, and I believe on the Mini this year rather than just on the sides of the Mini.
Yeah.
Because last year it was Nexon tyres sponsored, but not with Nexon tyres on it, Paul.
And in the Classic, we also had a car running Hoosiers.
Ooh, in fact, actually, the Corvette that is here and ready to actually come out to play
it's the
in
Callaway
the
Cup
later this year has tested here on Hoosiers.
There we are. Now, this may be a system glitch on my side, not a system glitch on the timekeeper's side.
What are you going to predict now?
But
landslide victory for Brexit?
No. The pit stop for the number 9 Black Falcon car seemed a bit short to me.
Right.
Now, as I say, that's done from an unofficial source, not an official timekeeping source. But if there is a message, then that stop was a bit, by my timing, admittedly, it was a short stop. But we'll see what happens.
Okay, so that we need to watch out for the number 9 being called by how much? Are we talking fractions or by seconds?
No, we're talking about 3 seconds.
Oh dear.
That's why I say that my unofficial, I kind of was prepared to accept a second worth of difference, but if it's missing it by 3, then that's slightly different. And there's spots of rain, just slight spots of rain now appearing on the window here as well, just to add further changes to the mixture.
Getting some cameras out on the Nordschleife now, and we have got an intervention vehicle out on the circuit. Who was the other car that we saw get called up to the principal's office?
That was the number 88.
It was
car
the 88. I
at the
didn't
end
want
of
to
its
say
pit
that.
stop, but I think that was more to do with his behaviour when he got to the end of the pit
Because
lane,
he slowed down.
rather than missing the time.
Traffic management around here, just extraordinary decisions being made, corner after corner, almost foot after foot of this 25 kilometre circuit, excuse me, 25.3. So 7 hours and just under 40 minutes to go, and it is the 29 that leads by not very much. We'll find out when this pit stop cycle winds out a little bit. The 29 car, which leads, may well be dropping into the pits this time around. If it does, it will give up the lead. If it doesn't, it will hold it perhaps for one more lap. Paul?
Yes, the 29 car is currently on its 83rd lap, which means that it is only on its 7th lap of this stint, so it would be surprising if it does call in. And all relax at Black Falcon. It was a Trustwell system glitch which caused that 2:47 to come up. The actual time was a 2:53, so again 2 seconds to spare on the Black Falcon time, and that is entirely sensible. And as I say, apologies for getting panicky.
No.
One system glitched. Luckily there's a backup system which didn't.
The 29 car has completed that lap as Paul said it would, has gone round to begin its 84th lap of this utterly magnificent circuit. 8:29 last time round, with the number 9 on its out lap, and the number 88 coming towards the latter part of the Dottingerher as the 29 completed the lap. So not far between the first and what is now the new second place car for the time being. 32 seconds the gap.
Yeah, that will of course swing the other way when we see that 29 car come in, probably at the end of this lap. There are just 1 or 2 spots of rain down at the Dunlop hairpin. Keep the questions or points coming in to @Specutainment. We'll try and answer as many as we can. There will be a brief, but I'm sure very full post-race tech after this race. No point in us trying to rush away. We like to wait for the chilled champagne and the canapes to be brought to us.
Might be waiting quite a while.
Said a rueful journalist spokesman.
It might be when they set this room up for Aston Martin for the WEC race before we see that.
Well, I think I can make one prediction that is fairly accurate, Graham. That our accommodations and commentary point for the 6 hours will not be as salubrious and well appointed as where we are at the moment.
No. I was thinking more a shipping container with the side kicked out.
What if we can persuade somebody to run a LMP, even an LMP2, around the Nordschleife at speed? I think if we put plates on it, we could use one of my ring laps that I've still got on my card.
Just turn up and see if anybody questions you. No.
No, it's road legal, honestly.
Absolutely.
It's a track day car.
Yeah,
track day car, absolutely road legal in the UK.
It's a Riley.
Look, it's got... it's an Alvis. You won't have seen one before. But look, it's got UK plates on. Yep. E7VEL. Oh dear, what a change in the conditions we've had in the early morning. As Martin Haven was saying, though, it has been ever thus in the early mornings. Bright sunshine, beautiful conditions, just clouding over now, and there's a hint and the smell of dampness in the air. Nothing like what stopped that which stopped the race for pretty much spot on 4 hours. Hail, heavy rain, and then the race restarted under torrential rain conditions with the track virtually waterlogged, and somehow, and I'm still not certain how, the racing gods were smiling when the weather gods weren't, because we got the magnificent field of GT3 cars underway, and save for a few whoopsies, none of which were majorly damaging to man or machine, things went well. The first big incident really after the restart was the BMW number 18 spectacularly losing its turbos or its engine, to the point where the 88 car, which is led for most of the night, actually took to the grass and very nearly clouted the arm core. Do you think there was contact?
No, it definitely clouted the arm core. Well, you know, several memories you'll take away, I'm sure, John, from this race. And the two of the ones that I will certainly take away is that extraordinary sight of what it took us some moments to realise was hail sheeted across the track and making it impossible for the cars to get up the hill. The other one, I have to tell you, I'm privileged to share the booth with you guys, in particular, you know, with Paul, who does these marathon stints for 24-hour races. It was Paul's face as he turned back to face us, having seen that restart, a look of pure astonishment. We couldn't see the cars closest to the pit wall.
No.
There was that much spray. Absolutely an extraordinary sight.
Just reminding everyone, specutainment, so speculation and entertainment run together, is our Twitter handle, or at Radio Le Mans. We've started something with these times, and whether we can get a P2 car out on the Nordschleifer on tourist forum. I bet if we had to work with the guys from Straka, they'd have a go with it.
Well, they've got the dome, it's not too much.
Well, exactly right. 32 seconds is the lead there between Mercedes 29 and Mercedes 88. It is still a 1-2-3 for the three-pointed star, with BMW in 4th position with the number 100 car. Then it's the 912, the Porsche, in 6th position. The 23 is just pitted from 7th. The first Audi in 8th is the number 2 car, ahead of the Phoenix number 5. Free the Phoenix 5. In 10th position, the 38 Bentley is still just there, but not on the lead lap. I think that's the first car that isn't on the lead lap. I think the number 5 just about hanging on. To see them at the next split, actually, to work out with that is whether that is true or not.
No, the number 5 is a lap behind.
Right, it is now.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it must be close. So our leader down at Brunchen, Paul.
Can I be boyishly optimistic and
please
naive?
do.
I think it's your character.
The mornings that we've had, I mean, bear in mind, it's only just hit 8 o'clock in the morning here at the Nurburgring. Previous mornings when we've got up at this time, you're absolutely right, the sun has been shining. And that then leads to this kind of warming up of the temperature and the bubbling up of clouds, and that then leads to thunderstorms. What we've got today is a much more overcast morning. You've said that it's reasonably warm out there, and I just naively hope that fact that it's a little bit of overcast that will prevent us from getting the bubbling up and the thunderstorm later on. So if we do get a shower, it will be a light shower, and there is a bit of rain in the air, but despite that, Jens Klinkman in the 100 BMW has just set his fastest lap of the race in that car at 8:22.762, so he doesn't care if there's a bit of dampness in the air. But it does mean that we'll not have one of these biblical kind of thunderstorm affairs, but just a kind of light shower, which will be far easier for us just to race through with either intermediates or great caution. That's me being boyishly optimistic.
Is it my morning eyesight out of the window? So we've got a light shower here.
We've got a light shower.
Just very gently.
Yeah.
It's mizzle, it's mist and drizzle together, but it's not even really enough to wet the surface of the pit lane.
It's the kind of rain that only Peter Kay can actually adequately describe.
Well, if you go back to the Michael Palin vehicles that were just marvellous, it's the type of rain that just gets you wet. It doesn't actually fall on the ground. barely registers on terrain gauge.
I'm not even sure that it gets you wet. It just kind of steams up your glasses.
Yeah,
it
forms a line, a layer on your.
So when you see ladies, you know, express some perfume and waft through it. It's a bit like that, isn't it?
That is the way you put on scent, I think you'll find.
That's how it's high karate. Is my.
Do you know what? I wouldn't put that past you, actually.
What I did find amusing was one of the race engineers who put his gloved hand out from underneath the perch on the pit lane to see if it was raining or not, which would have worked if he didn't have gloves on somehow.
Well, he was worried about the size of the hailstones yesterday. The 29 car has come in, and not coming in is a damaged what?
The 175.
Is it the 175?
I think it was 175.
A little.
What is the 175?
White car with
a broken grille, which made it difficult to tell which kind of car it was.
And bright orange stripes.
Just going to have a quick look now, John.
29 comes in at the end of its 8th lap, and they're concerned about front split. They're having a good look around again.
It could have been the 176, which is a Renault Megane.
Okay, I'll buy that
or
for a dollar.
It could have been the Scirocco, which was the 175.
Was it a Scirocco? New shape Scirocco might have been. Can't say I can remember what colour either of those cars are.
The front end, what I would describe as skew width. It's
not as it left the factory, certainly.
No, it's how can I put it? It has a front splitter rather closer than to the ground than the Optimum.
Fuel's still going in the 29, Paul.
And already the 88 and 4 have gone past the 29.
Number 100 will be next.
And that will get past as well. So the 29 will go all the way down to 4th place at least, and possibly 5th place. And this is what I said a little while ago when we were talking about sort of highlights. It is so close. And even though, as I say, 4 hours have been lost, we've still had 16 of them as full racing. And to have that many cars separated by so little is...
and in that time, I don't think we've had a safety car, have we?
Well, we've had yellow zones.
Yes, we have had yellow zones.
But there is no such thing as a safety car at the Nürburgring.
Well, unless weather gets ridiculous.
Unless we had like the formation laps we had at the beginning of the race.
I'm almost tempted to get Paul's predictive software fired up and start to reckon who makes their last pit stop first and therefore wins the race out of these leaders, should there be no intervention from fate or the racing gods, which with 7:25 still to go is unlikely.
Latest bit on the little ticker we've got to my left is a technical defect for car number 155. That is the Roadtech Racing BMW Z4, and that is out at post 77.
Which is Hatzenbach.
All right, okay. And it was the 175 Scirocco that had the bumper issue, so your first thought was correct, and thanks to Jeremiah for spotting that for me, and Jordan Lowndes. Jeremiah on the live stream for the first time and enjoying it, and Jeremiah and Jordan just having very good eyesight. Thank you very much indeed. We'll do it. We should be doing an update, shouldn't we, on the even classes. Might let Graham do that in a moment. Spin through the ones we can see on the screen. It is still SP9 to the 4, to the top 18, in fact. SP7 leader is the 64, who is almost a full lap now ahead of second place in class. As we welcome back David King from Aston Martin. Morning, David.
Good morning.
First time that you've been here when I've been on.
I know, yeah. I'm a bit chirpier than I was last time I was up here.
Yes, you were a bit down. I was sitting off to your right-hand side, and things weren't going to plan, but it has come back around your... one of the good things we should say about 24-hour racing is that things can change, and a bit like the small print on the bottom of your mortgage, 24-hour races can go bad and then good and then bad and then good again. It does give you the opportunity to right a wrong or to fight your way back.
It does, yeah. And we lost 4, maybe 5 laps, I think, with the fuel problem on the 42 car last night, but we quickly regained the first place in class, and we're back up to the low 40s overall, I think. And
yeah, 44th, just gone out of the pits, the 42 car.
Yeah,
leading SP8, having completed 72 laps.
And one of the glimmers of light in the unfortunate retirement of the 007 car is we got Darren Turner back, who has also entered on the 42, and he became available to us. He's just finished a 3-hour stint in the car, actually. Did an absolutely super job. And we've just put Andy Goulden in now, who's also racing in the Seat touring car, which is very close to us on the road, or was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the 201. In fact, they're 44 and 45.
4 minutes between each other.
Yeah.
Not the same class, of course. That's the TCR leader. We had all of the TCR class. There are only 3 of them, but we had all of them in the same gravel trap just before the red flag came out at the top of the foxhole. What of the other cars? I saw the 43 was back out and circulating. That lost a bit of time, but that was back up to speed. Down in 80th position, 7th in SP8. That car, that's the pretty grey car. Do you like that colour, by the way?
It looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's the AF racing car from our from St Gallen, our dealer car, and Florian Kamelga, who's also entered in my 42 car, just did a cracking stint in that and pulled it up a few places.
How important for Aston Martin as a racing entity is the fact that you've got your customers racing your car? I mean, ultimately, that was what this whole endeavour, this whole odyssey of the last 10 years plus at the Nürburgring was precipitated on, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And GT4 is very definitely a customer racing class, and it's something that's served us very well. We've built through Aston Martin Racing well over 100 GT4s and sold them around the world now, and they are incredibly reliable, durable 24-hour machines. They're easy to drive, and they keep going round and round, and they've had so many successes in endurance racing.
GT4, when we first came here in 2007, wasn't really the class that people talked about. We were looking at the sharp end of the field. GT3 had just about burst on the field and has on the world, and has dominated customer GT racing since it was brought forward. I think something over 1,000 cars from 14 or 15 different manufacturers that are still competing around the world. Does GT4 have its time still to come, David, as far as you're concerned?
I think it does. I mean, when we first worked on it back in 2007 with Stefan Rattel, embraced the idea. A few people turned their noses up at Aston Martin going into a kind of entry-level sports car racing class, but it very quickly gained popularity because it was affordable, and you didn't need a professional racing team to do a season's racing with it. And
those first cars were literally built on the line at Gaydon and taken off almost as a trim level, and then taken off and finished as an individual entity, weren't they?
They were incredibly close to standard in those first couple of years. Obviously, all of the cars in the class have moved on a bit with upgrades and bit of aero and racing braking systems and so on, but they're still got standard engines, standard gearboxes, pretty much standard chassis. Hence
the reliability. But I know from being here in previous years and from talking to you and from seeing the work that goes on some of your customer days when you are either part of the pool days here with other manufacturers or you have the place to yourself. And of course, the test centre is down in Gottlieb Daimler Strasse, not a couple of miles from where we're sitting, that you are learning all the time about systems for street cars by putting your racing cars onto slick tyres perhaps around this most perfect of country road settings where the traffic all goes in the same direction for 20 odd kilometres. So you are learning, you are developing the street car product?
We are, and we've got the confidence to do that in public. You know, that comes with a certain amount of risk, but we've got enough confidence in our cars to be happy to do that. And sometimes things don't go well and we learn something from it, but it's certainly made all of our street cars much better for racing them as standard cars.
You have debuted so many different versions of cars here and put them into the races. The GT8's another one, and again already it's proving its racing stripes. Do you know how many it is since you first came here with Kermit?
I think some of your colleagues have added up that 10 different derivatives of Aston Martins we've debuted as close to production race cars with good level amateur or journalist drivers typically, and as I said, we've had some great results, and it's stood us in very good stead for developing our road cars. And
it's with one exception, it has been the Vantage that has really flown the flag for you. I think particularly of the Rapide that you brought here. Oh dear, we have got an accident out on the circuit. The number 14 is one of the cars, and there's a Porsche in there as well. Now that is just coming down onto the Flansgarden run down to the second to cross the bridge and then go across the road there, and that is a very, very fast run down indeed. The marshals are on the scene, Paul.
Yeah, the 14 is the third Black Falcon Mercedes, correct, which is off there. And the other one, yes, one of the, I think it's a Porsche Cup car, isn't it?
It is. Oh, and it was over. The 991 was over. It's one of the cars that's got the white back windscreen. Didn't quite catch the number there, I'm afraid, but we'll pick that up. Driver out of, both drivers out. I see two drivers.
Is it the Black Falcon?
I think it's two Black Falcon cars. I think you're right, Paul. Is it 49 or 48? 69. 69. It's the car that was in the pits that we were watching in the pits that ran over its own airline and wheel gun.
That's the Clickfares.de team car, but it is a GT3, sorry, an SP7 997 Porsche.
And that was in 24th position in the SP7 category, and the Black Falcon BMW going backwards, and the Porsche on its roof for a very, very long time. If there was a coming together between those two cars, it happened a long way back from where they have ended up, right the way back at the very start of the Flansgarden run. But that is flat out at that part of the circuit. David King from Aston Martin still with us. One thing that shows, David, is these might be production-based racing cars, but my goodness, there's nothing scrimped on safety at all with the FIA cages and everything that have to go into them.
No, that's a big relief to see those drivers so quickly out and running away unaided from the scene.
And having a chat together now, actually, both drivers are standing behind the triple layer arm core. Motorsport is dangerous, David. You know, we never shy away from that. We know that accidents can happen. Is that, you know, as a manufacturer, that's a risk that you have to take, but you mitigate those risks as much as you can.
Of course, it's a bit of dread that I carry around with me all the time, to be honest, as I'm sure you do as well.
Yes.
You've seen bad things happen over the years. Sport gets safer and safer, but it will never be completely safe. And all we can do is improve the cars year on year.
We mentioned that these are production-based cars. We've seen some very, very big accidents here. I remember the Z4 BMW rolling and almost going out of the circuit in the wee small hours. Car-to-car incidents, thankfully, are fairly rare here, and when they happen, they tend to be quite big because of the speed differentials. But the cars, again, we've got to stress that the cars, these aren't thrown together. These are now proper racing cars that are built to very, very exacting standards.
They'll take a hell of a lot, yeah. I mean, there's always the chance for something freak to happen, but you just saw in that Porsche then, upside down at very high speed on its roof for a long time.
And the door
everything stays completely intact.
Yeah, and the driver's cell there is absolutely intact. Indeed, the rear screen is still in place. I think the front screen is as well, which tells you how little the car has deformed. David, I'm going to let you get away because I'm not sure whether this might change tactics in terms of having a slow zone for a little while. When do you start counting backwards from the end and deciding when the last pit stop's going to be?
Well, we've constantly updating our strategy, and we know who's in when and what lap times they'll be doing if nothing changes. So obviously there'll be a slow zone here that will affect it slightly, but we've got a plan to the end of the race, and we'll try and execute that as best as we can.
David, thank you for your hospitality and for coming to see us again. It's David King, one of the Aston Martin, the man behind the Aston Martin team, head of motorsport amongst his titles, and our great thanks to Aston Martin for their continued support, not just of our broadcast of this race, but they were one of our original partners when Radio Show Limited was formed to take over the running of Radio Le Mans as well. So our enduring thanks are on your behalf to them as well. I know that there's been plenty of tweets coming in. Well, Paul, that was a very nasty looking accident, but pleased to see both drivers unaided making their way across the Armco.
Yes, I mean, I add my thanks to Aston Martin as well, because for my money as well, the presence of Aston Martin and their approach just adds to the prestige of the event. You know, I mean, from a personal point of view, obviously it's nice to have their sponsorship, but I think from the point of view of making the event a bigger event, their presence does go part way to doing that, same as Bentley does and various others of the big manufacturers does.
Well, it's also moved this race
Precisely.
from being a German race, German-centric race, peculiarly, yes, I can't say that word, German race, to something that has a more international feel. It's not the only thing, in fairness, because I'll say this again, that one thing that the gaming community has done, and particularly things like Gran Turismo, Need for Speed, in modelling the Nordschleife, it has made people understand more about this than ever before. This is the Schwalbenschwanz, yeah, just coming down that fast part of the circuit. It is super quick there. I did get asked by someone in the very early years of this broadcast, when I went back to the States to do the then LMS, and said that we'd been at the Nürburgring, and they looked at me rather blankly, and I said, the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife for the 24 hours. They still looked at me very blankly, and I said, I'm sorry, I don't understand your blank look. Well, that's a real racetrack.
Right.
Yes. No, it's just on a game. There can't possibly be a racetrack that is like that. They don't race on that for 24 hours. No, really, they do. And that came hot on the heels of somebody not believing that Colin McRae was a real person, and that is honestly how the gaming side of things, and particularly console games, has changed people's perception of this track and this race, and brought people to it to watch it, to be interested in it. And some of the cars that are racing here are represented in those games. That you know, we've got here a Bugatti. Yes. That is going to be launched in Gran Turismo.
Absolutely, we've got it here effectively in the car.
And it ran.
The Vision GT.
It ran around the circuit.
I have spoken to somebody who has driven that thing at speed, and what that person has told me at speed is just how extraordinary that machine is.
Yes, this is not just a virtual reality car. This is a real car. It drove around the circuit today with Bentley, Bentegas, and various other premium marks, and there are at least a couple of them here, because one is on the stand and one ran.
I think
was that the same one?
Same
right,
car.
okay. That's the Vision concept.
Vision GT.
Vision GT concept from Bugatti. Pull.
You were asking about the strategy aspects, and you were asking David King to try and tell you when they start back counting. I discovered for the this weekend that Aston Martin and the Woking Data Centre have something in common, which is to do with how we try and do things, and a great conversation with the guy from, admittedly, Aston Martin Racing rather than the AML side, but we use very similar techniques in effect. Now the problem is in predicting when the race is going to end. Now you may say, well, that's obvious because it ends at 3:30. The problem is in defining how that works in terms of numbers of laps completed, as into the pits comes the number 4 car, and that is on, this is a critical one because that is on lap 86.
And that's That's a bit sharp, I think. New set of Michelin's going on that car. I think that's only a 7-lap stint, isn't it? Oh, Audi number 5 coming in a little hot, and the thud and clatter you heard was the stop board, fortunately having been released by the man who was moments before standing right behind
I thought it was your chair, John.
I thought it saw it coming, I think. and
Yes,
got
I heard
out of
the
dodge.
squeal of tyres on in a now increasingly damp concrete part of the pit lane. Paul, the number 4 car.
Yeah, so it's coming to the pits. You're absolutely right, spot on the number, with 7 laps completed on that stint. And this is the Bernd Schneider car. Now, until we had that incident, I was working towards, if it had stayed green and it had stayed dry, 135 laps. Now, with a realistic expectation of some rain at some point, I've said earlier on that we're probably going to be more around the 130 or 132 laps. Now, in terms of the who's in the lead when the checkered flag comes out, which is the question that you asked, by pure coincidence, it happened to be the number 4 Black Falcon when you worked it forward, working on a fully dry race to the 135 lap mark. However, if you pull it back to 132 laps or 130 laps, because of rain or because of incidents like this, because these incidents slow the pace down and inevitably therefore we do fewer laps, then it swings away from Black Falcon. So what Black Falcon wanted was for a clean race green, or to have so much slowing that it'll bring it back to kind of the next cycle of pit stops and bring it back a
so
cycle.
another 8 laps back from that. So you're talking about something like 100 and
you're talking
27, 28, something like that.
You're talking about an hour of,
yes.
Of a significant yellow around the circuit, or another cloudburst, something like that would delay matters. But that's why you can't work these things out, because there's so much that you don't know what's going to happen.
25 in the pit. This is the Lamborghini. Had a tweet about that a little while ago. 18th position for the Conrad car.
And front bodywork off the car. This was the car that was in some cooling trouble a little while ago.
Has had significant overheating problems for most of the race, yes.
Meanwhile, would update that after that incident between the number 14 AMG, the Black Falcon car, Abdulaziz Al Faisal's car, the car we've seen at the 24 Hours of Dubai previously, that car is under tow and on the way back towards the pit lane with front bodywork. Has no Mercedes
all 4
grille.
wheels.
All 4 wheels. That car looks recoverable.
I'd say so.
But pretty clearly, rather less so, I'm afraid, for the Porsche Cup car, the 69 car that was involved in that incident and spent a fair amount of that lap on its roof.
Paul, can you check something for me? Because RTL, Right Turn Lover in Switzerland, Hop Suisse, seems to have spotted the blown engine BMW, which was the 18 car, may have gone back out again after a mere 10 hours and 30 minutes in the pits. So this really is just a 7-hour run to the flag.
What I can offer you is that the number 1 car has come back out on the track.
Has it?
It definitely has, yes.
Yes, and Nico Muller is at the wheel of that one.
Wow.
That having had
88th position for that car and 25th in SP9.
a mere 3 hours, a little bit over 3 hours, being refettled in the pits. However, the number 18 hasn't. Is still in the pits.
Okay.
Remember, the 18 did actually make it across the pit lane entrance because of where it blew its engine. It kind of didn't. It did eventually get through the pit lane entrance and come into the pit, so it's shown as being in the pits rather than just abandoned out on the circuit. But it hasn't come back out. But the number 1 Audi, let's say the WRT team car, has made it back into the race.
The Audi Club of Oklahoma listening in. Hello there. Can't pull... Stop it. Can't pull back. That was almost a Nick Damon moment there, wasn't it? Oh, yes, it was. Can't pull myself away from the live streaming coverage of the Nurburgring 24. Might as well stay up at this point, right? Absolutely. See how far you can... You're allowed to doze in between bouts of excitement or pit stops. It's allowed. That's fine. Graham?
I don't know what system you've got, Paul, but certainly Live Timing has got the 18 on an outlap just now.
Only just now. What that wasn't when you asked before.
No, I was trying to reboot my timing screen,
okay.
and
No,
I just have done so, and it now does say it's
yes,
on an outlap.
It is on mine as well now, but it wasn't. It wasn't when you first asked me.
Okay. Black Falcon pit stop due as drivers are waiting. Still the Lamborghini, by the way, in the pit lane, and the bonnet, for want of a better word, the front cover, because there's nothing under there bar cooling, which hasn't.
And that is the that has been the issue late.
The Achilles heel, hasn't it? In comes the '64 Black Falcon Porsche from. The car was well up. That's the SP7 leader.
It is, and inside the top 20, as is the SP7 second place car.
38 GT3 cars started, and a Cup Porsche is inside the top 20 now, and I'd be surprised if it doesn't hold that position or better to the end of the race. And I'm going to say this again, the most cost-effective way of going motor racing in endurance racing at a decent level has got to be buy a Porsche Cup car, put the endurance bits on it, and go and race it. They are bulletproof if run properly.
Change of calipers at the back on that
calipers
number 64 car. That's correct. I didn't see the discs being changed, just the calipers.
Right, okay.
Maybe a way of doing it within the time frame. You do the calipers on one stop and the discs on the other.
So not pulling
the whole lot out together, no.
And not just pulling the brake pads out and putting a new set of brake pads in. The actual brake caliper itself
that grips together, yes,
has a quick release on it or something like that. That's very interesting. Franz Conrad is overseeing, by the way, the work on the 25 Lamborghini.
Now, we've not got any news yet as to whether or not Franz has actually done the single stint that we thought he might in this car. He is one of the nominated 4 drivers.
I'm going to say he hasn't been in it yet because his race suit isn't driver dirty enough.
No.
I almost said soiled, but I
No.
I decided not to, but I've rather spoiled that now by saying I was
say it out loud now.
Thinking I was
all gone.
Going to do it. We're coming round to the half hour. So another hour of racing has been completed in about 67 seconds time, as in to the pits comes the leader. This is Maxi Goetz bringing in the number 88, and I think this is very early. That can only be... Oh, is that 7 as well,
No,
Paul?
that's 8.
That's 8, because you
laps.
couldn't one further than the 4.
Yeah.
It is that time of the day, you know, where time does seem to go past incredibly quickly.
Yeah. New set of tyres immediately. No thought of anything I wouldn't have thought than slicks at the moment. Bit of a wash and brush up for the car, that is. Now, did Maxi Goetz get out of that car? That's the question. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. We're live at the Nürburgring, early morning action with the local time at 8:30 Central European time, and the leaders in the pits, which should allow that lead to be snatched from him. But the top 4 separated by not very much at all, and the pit cycle will continue to swap that lead around. The SP7 leader in the top 20, the SP3T leader in the top 20, that's the Subaru number 106. And we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the top 60, 11 class leaders in the top 60, and the remaining 7 hours of the 44th ADAC Zurich 24-hour race will be live here without interruption, powered by Aston Martin on RadioLeMans.com. So, gentlemen, your thoughts then as we move into the 7-hour sprint to the finish?
It's still just an extraordinary race meeting. It's been gripping up in the lead SP9 class, John, but just actually off mic a while ago, was having a long chat with Dr. Rick Betts, who has been telling me all sorts of things about his adventures here over the last 11 years with Aston Martin. And one of my great pleasures about this race is actually keeping an eye on some of the more minnow classes. It is what makes this race very special. It's one of very many things that makes this race special. And there have been some pretty extraordinary performances there. I think we're going to be talking a lot about that SP3T leader in the next hour or several. Currently just lurking outside the top 20, the Subaru.
And good morning to Toby Gillies, who has taken over for us back in London. I think the 18 has lapped the GP circuit only, says Andrew Cap. Thank you for that. That could be a reason of it. Has a BMW Motorsport confirming that it has been repaired. Augusto Farpas saying thank you to every single mechanic. But thank you BMW Motorsport for bringing that to us. The SP7 battle in the top 20, 19th and 20th, 64 and 62 cars, are not on the same lap as far as the lead is concerned, but they're not split by very much on the track. And they cycle through on their pit stop strategy as well. The third place car is down in 23rd, is only in 23rd position, and the fourth place car is only in 26th position.
We've seen in recent years, John, that podium positions in SP7 have changed remarkably late in the race.
Yes.
And very often not because of incidents.
The other Cup, the leader that I want to talk about is the Cup 5 leader, which is the 305 car. I think that's a Cup 5 car.
It is a Cup 5 car?
That is in 30th position and is only 9 laps away from the leader.
And is only scored at the moment a lap ahead of the chasing pair.
Yeah.
So, you know, again, that's a class that's one that we can keep an eye on in the coming hours, John, because that's one that's well alight.
The gap between the 64 and the 62, Paul has worked that out for me, 7 minutes and 50 seconds, so that is under a lap on their times between it. They are lapping in around about 8:50, 8:51 at the moment.
Or in Nürburgring terms, not a lot.
No, indeed.
And you're
That's
saying,
a slight stumble, isn't it?
You were saying, and correctly so, John, about the benefits of actually going with a Porsche Cup car endurance racing. Increasingly, as this BMW M235i racing version beds in, that's another great way to do it. It's a pretty stock type of car. We saw, if you'll recall, one of those cars being used by Barwell Motorsports in the Silverstone 24 Hours, and finishing remarkably well up the order. It's another great way to do it.
Well, we've seen in races like the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, those cars have been inside the top 10. They run it exceptionally long on their fuel. They are comfortable to drive, and if I have to find something that that is wood. No, it's not. Touch 4 biker. There, touch Paul's head. He says, "Well, I might as well do my own if I'm going to do that. Get a splinter in my fingers." They are remarkably resilient and seem to be able to do the job of work that is asked of them, and that is just keep going.
The question was asked somewhere, whether or not it was on or off, I'm afraid I'm now too foggy of memory to remember, as to what car I would do this race in should I choose to do so. You know what? That's actually not a million miles away from it. Look, I'm no driving god at all. And actually what you'd be looking to do...
yourself down there. Good.
Fair enough, I am.
Yeah.
Okay. These fists of ham are just a mere pretense.
Yes.
But you know, something like an M235i, where you've got half a chance of actually getting around at something like pace within the realms of your own ability, is a great way to go motor racing here.
Well, when people ask me what would you race around here, the answer is anything. If you're asking anything, it has been. I've come to the crashing conclusion this year.
Don't use that. Don't use that word.
Perhaps a bad choice of words there. Come to the definite conclusion that any free time that I have between now and this race next year will be spent getting my Nordschleifer permit to go with the International C licence. Thank you, Stephen. That's very kind of you. Another cup of coffee is delivered. And whilst I'm not sure I would want to drive in the 24-hour race, I think a couple of VLN races post this event, when some of the factory cars have taken their leave and things are slightly less hectic, around the Nordschleife is something that I want to do before I shuffle off the mortal coil. Bathurst is the other one, of course. Incredibly lucky to have raced at some great circuits in the UK, including Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. So that's on the bucket list for next year.
The lead has changed yet again.
This is on the pit stop cycle again.
This is on the pit stop cycle. Yes, we get the lead actually changes 3 times every pit stop cycle, because it's cycling at the moment between 29, 88 and 9. 29 the HTP car, 88 the Haribo car, and 9 the Black Falcon car. There was a point where the number 4 car could have come in and joined in that little game, but it made that 7-lap stint on the last stop, and we did hear from, who was it? I can't remember, one of their drivers who was quoted as saying, I think it was Mauro Engel, that they'd had a bit of a vibration problem on that car, and so they'd had to do an extra pit stop to change the tyres. And I just wonder if that's a problem that's hit that car again, which is why they've done that shorter stop. However, we do still have the 8 cars on the lead lap. Okay, it is a long lap, but the race is so close that every time one of the leading group cars that comes into the pits, then the lead does change. And now in the lead, it goes back to the Black Falcon car, the number 9, which is currently in the hands of Mauro Engel, I think. Well, I'm getting confused now because Mauro seems to be jumping from one car to the other, and I think he's been more in the 9 than the 4. So the 9 car leads again, and it's the pace has not yet resumed. We're about 20 or 30 seconds down, whilst we continue to have that incident out at the Exeter Schwalbenschwanz dealt with.
Yeah, and that of course took out the number 14, which is the Rob Huff car that we had somebody asking about just a wee while ago, although I don't think it was Rob at the wheel of the car when that happened. Not sure who it was, but we saw the driver walk away. Let me check my driver's list. I think it was Indy Doncher who was at the wheel of that car. We are assuming that it came into contact with the Porsche that was involved there, the 69, somewhere back up the road in a different postcode. They were going that quickly that it took them some time to come to a halt. The 14 car did look to have all its wheels still on and pointing vaguely in the right direction. It was being towed to a place of safety. It'll now be on a flatbed on its way back. So Huff Sport lovers, that it might not be the end of the line for the 14, but it certainly won't be bothering the sharp end of the field.
It had previously been delayed, that car, with a gearbox or shifting type problem, I think, which stopped it out on the Grand Prix loop, but because of course it was on the Grand Prix loop, it could be brought back relatively easily by one of the tow trucks, and then spent, I think it was about 25 minutes in the garage before it came back out again onto the circuit.
Now the number 9 about to go through in the lead is passing the number 18, where the 18 blew its engine some 10.5 hours ago. That is a remarkable return to the circuit. That would have suggested to me, Graham, that was more than just the turbos going on the BMW when it was in the hands of Augusto Farfus. So through goes the 9 and will be scored as the leader as it crosses the line now. And indeed, the timing screen changes over.
I have some information, by the way, about another BMW. That's the 101 Volkenhurst Porsche, which I am told... I apologise. Volkenhurst BMW, I'm told, has been running for the entire race without turbo.
Really?
That's what I'm being told.
Not much fun, then.
So gaggle of cars now on the Grand Prix Strecker, led by the number 9 Bilstein car, followed by the Lamborghini, then the 18 BMW, and 29 HTP AMG. So plenty of cars out there to play. There's been drama throughout the night for various runners, very often with 4 rings on the front.
I should have mentioned, by the way, that the number 18 BMW was completing a lap of the Nordschleife when it was passed by the leader. So having done a couple of installation laps on the Grand Prix circuit, it's now back on the Grand Prix circuit, but it has done a full and countable, scoreable 25.3 kilometre lap that included the whole of the circuit. Hello to Sarah Rigby. Good morning, Sarah. Up in time to hear David King at dking17 if you're not following Dave. Very interesting to be doing that. Fan of two of my favourite things in the world, Aston Martins and cricket. Sarah's a big Aston Martin fan. Good to know that you're tuned in this morning, and I agree with you. David King is always interesting and thought-provoking, and he's not here now, but I'll say this. He has been instrumental to a huge degree, as has Dr. Betts, in Aston Martin being here at all, and certainly for as long, and long may it continue for hopefully the foreseeable future. And going to try and get a little inside story with David and his undercover projects at Aston Martin, some of which we can't talk about, but very interesting projects going on that David looks after for Aston, not just the motorsport things. The Vulcan has come from his department, the GT12 and now the GT8 as well, and big change of direction for Aston Martin in terms of its more bespoke offerings, both on the racetrack and on the roads, since the arrival in the big chair of one Andrew Palmer, formerly at Nissan, Andy Palmer, who isn't here this weekend. Very unhappy to be missing this, but has other engagements.
Is it another motorsport event?
I can't tell you what it is, because if I told you what it was, it would betray confidence and what he's doing and why he's there doing it. But it is something very, very interesting indeed. The location of it would, if I told you the location of it, it might give the wrong impression.
And Andy Palmer has told the world, hasn't he, that he's going to be taking part in an endurance race next year in a GT4 Aston Martin.
He is going to Bathurst in a GT4 Aston Martin. I think he needs a solid bronze driver to help him out with that.
If only we knew anybody.
Somebody
with the licence and enthusiasm to do so.
We've only got 1 second separating first from second out there on the circuit at the moment, although we are coming towards the end of the stint for the number 9 car, the number 9 Black Falcon car, so it may lose the lead in any case to the HTP car, but I'm sure there would be a loud cheer down at the HTP pit if Marco Zafri could get the car through ahead of the Black Falcon car before the end of its current stint. We'll see how that one pans out. Meanwhile, Graham, we've got another guest who's just arrived up here in the booth, and always welcome.
Before we get to that though, Paul, I've had information through text message that on one of the circuit feeds we've had, I think, a quite big accident for the 62 car out on the circuit. That is the second place car on SP7, currently running in 20th place, is overdue. We've not seen that picture, but from the onboard, I believe the 62 car is off the circuit and in some pretty big trouble. But having said that, good morning to George Richardson. Good morning, young man.
Good morning, how are you?
From the Valkenhurst BMW effort, and in the 101, the PlayStation car.
Yep.
Tell us a bit about that, because we've seen PlayStation branding on all sorts of cars before, but principally Nissan, it's on a BMW. How's that happened?
Yeah, I think the deal came around late. I think Katsunori's deal with Nissan had run its course, if you like, and over a long period of time had a very successful relationship, and I think he wanted to try something new. He's a series sponsor here at VLN and the N24, and the Valkenhorst opportunity came up for him, and I was lucky enough to be included in it.
Tell us a bit about that, because we saw you last year having a bit of a go, and a good one at that, in a very pretty yellow Ferrari in the European Le Mans Series with a part season. I'm sure the listeners would love to hear a little bit about that as well. But tell us a bit about your kind of journey through that and into racing here in the Nordschleife.
Yeah, I mean, I've been sort of at the top level now, if you like, for a couple of years, and this is the icing on the cake for me. It's my feature race this season. Last year I did a whole season of VLN in the NGK Ferrari, and I was lucky enough to bring them their support to the Walkenhorst to support me and to help me out. So it's been fantastic the last couple of years, and I really miss the European Le Mans series, I have to say. But this has been quite a good sort of addition, replacement, yeah.
Please, you mentioned the Ferrari. We had questions overnight about why we're not seeing much from Ferrari around in VLN, and the opinion offered by somebody who does know that Ferrari not that keen on supporting efforts here in the GT3 level. What can you tell us about the NGK effort last year, and why didn't they come to this race?
The NGK effort is very much a sales-driven platform. The Ferrari is the most photographed car, hence why NGK decided to go with it. I know that Ferrari aren't keen at supporting a full effort, and I think the last one we saw was Rinaldi, I believe, in GT3 a couple of years back, ran the N24. But the NGK Ferrari will only run in VLN, not the 24 hours. Yeah.
Fun round here in that thing?
Yep, it's not as good as the BMW actually. It's one class below, but yeah, it's fantastic, and I really enjoyed it. It got me up to speed, if you like.
Tell us about the M6, because from perspective of someone watching it rather than being involved in it, it's a very different car to the BMW we saw last year, the Z4 GT3, of blessed memories for enthusiasts trackside for the sound of the thing.
Yes.
The M6 looks a big beast, but it looks like it's very quick.
It is extremely quick. The baseline balance, you know, is phenomenal, I have to say, and that's completely... I know I'm slightly biased in a way because I'm driving one, but that's really, you know, no lies. It is fantastic.
Car is at the moment a little off the pace. Is that what's been going on for the car since the start of the race? It's fast and furious stuff. We then went into that extraordinary period of weather and the break. But tell us a little bit about the race for the 101 so far.
So our race in isolation hasn't gone to plan. We've been battling a small problem that's been costing us about 20 seconds a lap, and you know, you can see by our times now that we would be on the pace without this problem, and as you can see, some of the front boys are in BMWs, so I'm hoping for a good result, really, and that would be good for the brand and good for the platform going into VLN. I think the difficulty for us was also that we had a very good result of VLN3 going into N24, and there's a slight few complications there, so you know, maybe not as quick as we expected, but I really hope to see a BMW up there.
Now, from your perspective, every racing driver motivates themselves with a view, particularly a 24-hour race. It's survival, clearly, for starters. 22nd at the moment in class and running outside the top 30. Where are you looking to get the 101 car by the end of this race, George?
I think I'll jump in again. Matthias is going in again. Max is in now. I'm not too sure what Katsunori will do, but you know, at this point of the race, it is push time, isn't it? You know, you got 6 hours to go. It's push time, but we're not really in a position that requires us to push, unfortunately. And we'll just do our best. We'll do our best.
Last question from me, and it's about that backing. It's about that PlayStation backing. Of course, I've used a PlayStation. Of course, I've raced around here. You, as a professional race driver, will, I'm sure, have had a go at that. Had a go at, if you like, something like Darren Turner's base performance simulator. How close?
Well, funny enough, I've helped develop the actual M6 that we've been driving this weekend. Katsunori's got a box 22.
Of course he has.
And we've been developing some setup elements. And to be fair, the PlayStation in a game in isolation is getting very close. The stuff that Darren's got, iZone and a couple of the others, and Straka Sim, etc., that I use for driver training, is one step closer than that in terms of hardware. But I think Katsunori's got it pretty close. And you only have to be on the starting grid with him, and the amount of appreciation that he gets for his 22 years of service to Gran Turismo is unbelievable. I mean, the guy is an absolute hero in his own right.
And has brought huge amounts of enthusiasm to various brands and to various forms of racing, not least, of course, here.
Yeah, the Nissan GT Academy. He's been a title sponsor here for a long time. He knows everything about everything, if you like, when it comes to racing. You know, he's a real passionate individual, and it's been really a great learning experience to be alongside him, to be honest.
And what about George Richardson? What about you in the next 12 months or so? Where do you want to be this next year and beyond, George, in your career?
I'm not letting go of my European Le Mans Series title dream. We were close, weren't we, a couple of times? So, you know, that's really a focus for me again. It depends what happens with the 488 and which teams take that. And I still think that, you know, my sort of niche lies in that GT2 area and space, but it's a difficult one to crack. I'm a silver driver, and there are a lot of silver drivers, and I have to make sure that my point of difference is much better than the other 500 of us. So I'm working really hard, and you know, races like this is just fantastic for me. I did a lot in South America at the start of the year, and also Dubai 24 hours. So I need as much seat time as possible. So when I get gold, I'm the favourite, hopefully.
Thanks for coming up and spending some time with us.
Thank you.
I mean, George, there, I mean, hitting the correct button in terms of, Paul, it's hard work being a professional racing driver.
There's more than just turning the steering wheel, isn't there? And whilst George was talking to us there, the car leaving the pit lane, having completed another routine stop, so that car out and on its way again. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead is well and truly joined once again, although we're, as I say, heading towards the pit stops with the Black Falcon car number 9 still just ahead of Marco Seyfried. It is in the HTP Mercedes number 29. The pair of them, say, will be both due into the pits, although another 2 laps due for the HTP car, so that'll get 2 laps in the lead. The number 9 car will be due into the pits at the end of this lap, and then it'll cycle through again to put the number 88, the Haribo Mercedes, back into the lead again, so we'll get that cycle continuing. The rain seems to have abated a little bit. Still work, though, going on the circuit at the so-called Stefan Bellof S, which is the exit of the Schwalbenschwanz, and also the point that we were referring to just at the beginning, just before we picked up with George, was the incident which was at Kesselchen, which is just as you go... Sorry, I've lost... Kesselchen, that's right, is coming up the hill out of Bergwerk, going up towards the carousel. There's also oil, I'm told, going up towards Exmüller as well. So before that incident, there's some oil down on the track.
And I think you passed me a note saying that 62 car had rolled.
Yes.
But is now, I'm told, with thanks to Darren Cox, who's actually watching on the live stream, the Vodafone live stream, that says from the in-car, the car is now under tow behind one of the Jeep Cherokees.
Well, as long as it lands on its wheels, and very often as long as all the wheels stay on pointing the right direction, then why not? And get the car back, get on with the race if you possibly can. So
well, there we go. Back to events on track, and as Paul quite rightly says, fully joined now this lead battle between the number 9 car, still leading as we speak, but for how much longer? The 29 HTP car in very close contention, and no more than a second or 2 between them as they get into sector 4 on their 90th lap of this somewhat delayed or truncated Nürburgring 24 hours.
Yes, what's fascinating is just watching the how well these cars match their lap times. You were saying earlier on, Graham, when I was pointing out the difference in average lap time was around half a second for these 2 cars. Well, the trace for the 9 and the 29, since they've been out, okay, they pit 2 laps apart from one another, but apart from that you can practically lay the trace of them absolutely perfect. They do exactly the same lap time, they come across the same traffic, and lose the same amount of time going through the same traffic. They lose the same amount of time going past the slow zone, the yellow double-waved yellow code 60 zone, and all of those things just affect them exactly the same way, and we end up with them just lapping one and a bit seconds apart from one another.
Great stuff. 6 hours and 34 minutes remain in what's been, I have to say, a very engaging encounter.
It's been more than engaging.
I'd like to be understated. It gives me somewhere to go.
I think engaging would suggest that you had to kind of follow it with with your thinking cap on. I mean, this has been a no holds bar thrashing of these GT3 cars to within an inch of their very lives. I think
I'd say it's like a barroom brawl, but it's been going on for so long. By now, surely the police would have intervened.
Yes.
So with the lead battle out on track and separated by one of the BMW M6s between the two Mercedes-Benz, so a lapped car between the two, and it is one of the Schubert cars. Is it the 18 car? I suspect it might be. The car that we think lost either turbo or engine and has been in the garage for a long, long time before being released just a few minutes ago. Still tricky out there. It is clearly a quick racetrack, but there are wet patches still around the track. Anybody putting a wheel onto the grass is going to find out to their cost that's not the desired line. And into the pits comes the number 9 car at the end of lap 90, which means that scored in the lead across the line now is the number 29 car, Paul. That lead changes across the line.
Yes, exactly, because of the slow pit lane entrance. So the number 29 car taking over the lead once again as they complete their 90th lap, and that's Dirk Muller, isn't it, in the number 9 car coming down to a halt, and he's as Dirk gets out of the car, so getting into it is Jelmer Berman, I think.
Didn't quite spot that.
No, I think it might be Mauro Engel, sorry. In
which case, it's unlikely to go any slower then, is it?
No, hardly.
There's a coming man of GT racing, known quantity, of course, Mauro Engel. Had a tricky time in DTM, but has been making a name for himself for remarkably rapid lappery, not least of which, of course, in the qualifying session here. It's Jelmer Berman getting out, in fact, and the Black Falcon team going to work. Do not leave this race if you're listening, because there is a lot more to come. Back to green flag running, by the way, for after the repairs the barrier between posts 174 and 177. I think that would have been for the incident between the 14 and the 69, Paul. Is that about right?
Yes.
So
yes, that's right, yeah.
Rapid barrier repair by this remarkable support team they have here at the Nordschleife. And we've got another car running slowly. It's the 138 Porsche Cayman, running, I believe, in 66th position. And what's happened there? And that was an incident involving the Glickenhaus, the yellow Glickenhaus, impacted the rear of the Porsche, which then impacted the barrier. And I think there's rear suspension damage for the little Porsche. It's the 138 car that's in trouble. And that car dropping down the order as it makes its way back more slowly than the optimum pace, I'm afraid, to the pit lane. Amongst cars going quickly at the moment, it's the number 100 car, the BMW, running 5th. 8:22.072 is its fastest lap of the race on lap 90. It's got, just over a minute and a half to make up on its next target, which is the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. That's the SAP sponsored car, running 4th and being closed in on by the 100.
Meanwhile, the pit stop is complete for the number 9 car, the Bilstein Black Falcon car. Still Black Falcon, the only team, I think, with 100% record, certainly as far as SP3 cars are concerned, with 100% of their cars running without problems. Famous kiss of death, that'll be. Whereas everyone else has had various problems affecting the team cars.
SP9, we mean?
Yes.
Sorry, yeah. Okay.
Did I say?
It's SP3.
Yes, I've got my GT3 mixed with my SP9s. Yes, that's right. So the two Black Falcon cars still looking very threatening indeed, although in between times the car that leads the most laps is still the well, it's not even the Haribo car anymore, because on the last cycle through, the car which led the most laps is the number 29, the HTP car, and they will be endeavouring to do that once again. They've taken over the lead of the race, as Graham said, as they came into the pits, and the HTP car has got itself into the lead again, and will continue to lead for another 2 laps up to lap 92, and let's say that will then hand the lead back to the number 88 Haribo car, which I did mention a long time ago was being caught. At that stage it was being caught by a rather flying Manthey Porsche, but since then it's also being closed upon by these other Mercedes, to the point where the Haribo Mercedes doesn't actually have the lead for as long on each little cycle through as it used to have, which suggests that something in the pace of the number 88 car isn't quite there. May just be that they're taking a little bit more care with the car, taking a few less risks, because we've seen the penalty if you do take risks. It's exactly what can happen after that.
Simon Spooner back in the landed 3G coverage, catching up on our coverage after his 3 AM hike to the carousel. He says he's liking this place an awful lot.
It's often the way.
Another fastest lap set by the number 100 BMW. We heard George saying how the BMW going quite quickly. Well, the number 100 is one of those cars that is just got faster and faster and faster, and improved still further, down to an 8:22.0 now for the number 100 car.
Ah, right. So now, thanks to Alan Prosser, I have the pictures of the start of that incident.
Is this the one with the 14 and the 69?
Yes, I think so. Hadn't seen that before. Thank you for that, Alan. And it was a very, very long way back.
Peter Leon, by the way, wins the internet for the moment this morning for his little mem, with a wonderful picture of cars stationary off the track and a skew whiff with the track covered in hail earlier in this race, of course, with the little moniker, "It's raining in Monaco, question mark." That's cute.
Yes. Well, they're going to get the weather that we had earlier. It is
luck.
literally going down there. So
good luck.
That may be slightly more disruptive.
Yes.
Down there, because that place when it's wet is
treacherous,
lethal, even more so. I mean, we talk about here, you've got the sublime and the ridiculous, haven't you? Actually, you've got the ridiculous and the ridiculous. You've got a super long circuit here with no runoff and a tiny little circuit with no runoff. A bit
of extra ice in gin and tonic, that'll be fine.
But I tell you what, those hailstones could do some pretty decent damage to some of those boats that are parked up. I'm sure parked up isn't a boating term, but it's the one I would use if I have one. Can I park me boat here, mate?
Is it called Boaty Bit Boatface? If not, no, you can't.
It would be.
Yours would be, would it?
My boat is going to be called Boaty McBoatface. Absolutely. Bentley number 37 comes across the line, and I'm so pleased to have carried on with the tradition that was started last year, or reignited last year, of painting the number on the grill.
Does look great, doesn't it?
That should be absolutely mandatory for every Bentley with the chicken wire grill.
Perhaps a Bentley update?
Yes.
The 37 car is running now inside the top 30.
Not pristine, in fairness.
was not the done thing with the Bentley. Still, by the way, only has one headlamp, main headlamp showing on the 37, as it has done for most of the race.
And only one tail lamp now as well.
Indeed. So that's running in 29th position. Just looking to see how much further down the rather more delayed 38 car is. I don't know if Paul can tell me that
No,
easily.
38's up in 10th.
Oh, sorry, apologies. It was 37 car that was delayed car, wasn't it?
Yes,
so
38
into the
is,
top 10.
is the best non-German mark.
German mark.
Owned by Germans, but not a German mark.
Indeed.
37 is 29th.
Indeed, yep, got that one.
There is something just absolutely right about the sight of that big Bentley coupe being hustled around the Grand Prix circuit. Slightly damaged, a little bit rough around the edges, a little portly perhaps, but Emily loved him. It is the bag puss, isn't it? It is the bag puss of GT racing cars.
And we say that with the utmost respect and love.
No, absolutely. If it was only metallic ginger.
I think the thing that I like about the Bentley is that you don't have to be an expert to tell it's a Bentley.
Agreed. That sounds fantastic.
And I mean, I'm not saying that the other cars aren't distinctive either in sound or in shape, but you know, if you look quickly and you don't quite see the grille shape, that you know, you could mistake a BMW for a Mercedes, or
I actually think this form of racing is very good at what you've said, because the Mercedes has the distinctive long snout. They've gone back to a very 1950s grille shape. The kidneys on the front of the kidney grille on the front of the BMWs has always been a feature. The Aston, same.
No, they all have those cues, and I agree absolutely. But it's just how
the Bentley is more Bentley than the others are themselves.
There is no subtlety to the Bentley's stylish cues, is there?
It's that very bluff, upright grille.
It's a 200-mile-an-hour gentleman's club.
Here comes a Bentley.
Yes.
You could
get out of the way.
I mean, you can understand when you look back at the Le Mans Bentleys in the 20s and 30s, and we were seeing this at Monaco a couple of weeks ago for the historics. You know, I'm sure it wasn't meant to be anything other than derogatory, but when they were called lorries, you can understand why when you look at some of the svelte European competition for those cars. They were a big, bluff, square beast.
My, that must have been irritating for them to be passed by a truck that often, mustn't it, really? I think we should have a Bentley Continental, damn it, we're British special edition.
I'm big, I'm bluff, I'm a Bentley, and I'm proud of it.
Absolutely.
No, I agree, Paul, and I think you know, we were talking earlier on, weren't we? And I heard George talking about this as well, about the identity of this race and the things that have moved it on. And all of the manufacturers who've been involved with this, Bentley more latterly, but Aston Martin for the last 10 years and more, all the German manufacturers, they have all played their part, because these cars are the cars that many of us would love to buy if we had the wherewithal. They are aspirational, and surely that should be exactly what motor racing is at this level, for us to look at those cars and say, do you know what, if I drop the Euro Millions next weekend, 35 million or whatever it is, then buying one of those for a street car, or possibly in our case it would be more likely, how much is a GT3 car, sir, and going racing in one. And I do think that brand image, if you will, is part of the success of what we're seeing here. The cars look like the cars that they are meant to be. And Mercedes-Benz have actually done a really good job with the new AMG car. It's distinctively different from the old one, and in fact there's no old ones here, by the way.
That actually is one of the most extraordinary things, because bearing in mind the level and the depth of the customer market in GT3, the fact that they've managed to convert, but really it's a mark, John, of the depth of the factory effort here, the biggest ever by some distance by Mercedes-Benz. It's fastest lap of its race, by the way, as it gets into a chase for 11th position from the number 16 Twin Bush Audi 826-102. May not be at the very, very sharp end of the quick times, but converted 4 quickest times for that car out of 5 sectors for whoever at the moment is aboard the 16. My guess would be that might be one Mr. René Rast.
And only 37 seconds behind the 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche. 47, that was right the first time. And took some 6 seconds out of it the last time around. Now, this is all relative, let's remind ourselves. Glickenhaus 702, the yellow shark-toothed car in the pit lane. Now, that car had been running very high up early on, now has dropped to 2nd place in its class and 40th position overall. Its compatriot car is, no, in fact, it's the 170, of course, that's leading.
It's the Montai, the development GT4 Cayman.
Well, and by the way, form an orderly queue. If you could get one, you know, there's a genuine FIA spec GT4 car in 25th position.
It's been perhaps a stilted programme to get to the stage where it needed to be, but it's not a bad advert, is it?
Not a bad advert at all. And of course, on such results, have sales pitches been built in the past for cars, particularly? Yes, here is exactly what I'm talking about. Particularly thinking about, you know, last year and the first win for the new iteration of the R8, Graham. And
indeed,
the whole year's allocation of what I think was 50 cars pretty much sold out.
Evaporated in seconds.
Yes.
A long chat about that and about other things with Chris Renke, the new head of Audi Custom Motorsport, moving over from the LMP1 programme, of course, Chris. Looking fit as a butcher's dog when I saw him before the race, and with a smile on his face and thinking about new products, about GT4, about another programme that Audi Customer Sports are, I think, possibly rather closer to launch for.
Brad Clark has said, is this the German version of the old Detroit mentality, win on Sunday, sell on Monday? It sort of is. It really sort of is, and the halo effect that the manufacturers, the OEMs, you'll hear people talk about OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, it means auto manufacturers, marques, brands. The halo effect is talked about, and so Audi recognise, as Mercedes-Benz and BMW as well, Graham, that the M6, the AMG GT and the R8 are not going to be flying out of the door on Monday morning should they get a win here, but the kind of attention that this race and the spotlight that this race puts on a particular brand over and above the others that I've mentioned might well just take someone into the dealership to buy an A1 or a Q3 or a Mercedes A-Class or whatever.
Well, I want to make a point about that marketing side of things. I think Paul, though, is anxious to share something with us.
Get back to the timing.
Only just to draw attention to the fact the leader will be coming in, I think, at the end of the lap that he's currently on. That will hand the lead back to the number 88 Haribo Mercedes for what will be another change of leadership and another 3 laps for the 88 then in the lead, and this pattern of 8-lap stint seems to be continuing, and I think until the weather becomes clear or there's more caution periods to become clear, that we just have to kind of wait and see. All the cautions have now gone from the track, as far as I can tell. There are personal best laps being set by some of the cars at the bottom end of the top 15. So, you know, the track is in good condition. It's going to be flat-out racing. We're still looking at about 132, 3, maybe 4 laps.
So that swings away then at that. Oh no, 132. Okay, that's still looking good for Haribo then.
Exactly so.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it, you know, how the schedule pans out. But in the pits now is the number 29 car, and you'll be able to talk us through that one, John.
Just before Graham makes his point on marketing, Brad Clark also asks, I'm sure this has been asked before, but is there any chance for the 701, 702 Glickenhaus to be invited to Le Mans and what class? No, on 2 levels. 1, because all the invitations and entries are taken up, and 2, because it doesn't fit into any of the classes. It's actually been built to GT3 regulations, although in fairness converting that to a GTE car, I don't think would be a massive issue given the new GTE regulations, particularly on the aero side. However, there would have to be a heck of a lot more of them built and a more cogent and coherent sales operation. You've got to have dealers, you've got to have a launch at an auto show, you've got to have marketing material, and for each racing car that races, you've got to build 9 road cars.
Well, let's just share. We know at the moment there are plans to race the Glickenhaus, the SCG 003 in other places, and other exciting places, but there are, it has to be said, remarkably few places that a car of that ilk, a non-homologated car, can now race. And that's a shame. It would be nice to see more of it. We understand why, because they're looking for sustainability and not something that you could just throw money at our programme and see what's what. This is,
right, a quick word about the marketing side of things that we were talking about.
Well, I think, you know, there's two sorts of ways of marketing. It's how do you market to sell a race car, and how do you market to sell a road car? And clearly, in our world, the area of motorsport that is well known as dominating the market of the latter is Formula One. But at a long, involved, at times gritty conversation with someone who really does know about that market, and put forward one of my theories, which is we all accept, I think, the numbers in F1 are way above.
What, in terms of investment level?
In terms of perceived and actual reach to the audience. But my view would be that actually it's a very false number. I still agree that it's ahead of anything else in motorsport, and substantially so.
Yeah.
The problem is, how do you count it? Because if you count as, let's say, for instance, Mercedes-Benz, every mention of the Mercedes-Benz Formula One team, that includes, for instance, a Mercedes-Benz Formula One driver falling out of a nightclub. Yeah. You're not going to sell a C-Class because Lewis has had a good night out.
Yeah, I understand that, but I still think it is at a different level.
Oh, it is, without a shadow of a doubt.
And whether any other form of motorsport likes it or not, that is not going to change anytime soon. It will take a major shift in the organisation of FOM and probably the FIA to change that, because of the global recognition factor. Now, I also accept, of course, that for people in certain markets in the world, Formula One means little to nothing at all, viz. The United States. It's far more visible than it was, but the stock car scene there, Daytona, NASCAR, is still king. And, you know, there are other places in the world where it's not so important.
I think it's like anything else where companies can choose to spend a lot of money. It will only take another 2008 type shock for there to be a complete change in attitude, not just to F1 but to this sport and to many others as well, John. While we've been talking about that though, Paul, we've seen a pretty extraordinary lap time.
Yes, new fastest lap of the race from Adam Christodoulou, having just taken over, I say having just taken over, having been in the Mercedes since its since its last stop. He
Which
took
is
it over.
nearly an hour ago.
Now, it's interesting that it says Christodoulou on the screen, because I had on my ticker screen here that Mara Engel had got into it. But
I'm sorry, I just can't trust that driver line.
No, so it's either Adam Christodoulou or Maro Engel.
Or someone else.
We saw Mara Engel. We thought
he got into the 9, didn't he? Sorry, yes, I'm getting, because Engel is in both cars. So let's go with Christodoulou in the 4, Maro Engel, as I say, got into the 9. I forgot that Engel is doing a Schneider. But Christodoulou, new fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes 19.280, faster than Hubert Haupt went on lap 2 of the race.
And is that, how does that stack up with last year's race lap?
Give me a moment.
Right, okay. I seem to remember once we got under 8:20, we were starting to get quite excited.
But that's a lap.
Oh, hang on a second.
That's we're looking at the number 44.
No, the car in front is what? Is that an Audi?
It is an Audi.
It is an Audi. It was puffing blue smoke as it was going into the Nürburgring at the top of the foxhole. Now, let's watch it through the foxhole. Do you know, for a moment there, my tired eyes saw that as a car with a roof rack and and
Anything's
luggage,
possible.
luggage on the top. So through the complex.
Trying to spot which car that is. Is it the 11 car?
It might be, yes. I'm going to say, oh no, maybe not. It's in the wrong type.
No, it's on the same sector as the 44.
Okay,
Oh, is it?
okay.
No, it's not. You're right, it's not. So it's not the 11 car.
Let me see if I can pick it up on the ticker. There's still probably too many cars out there to grab it. Right, coming down the hill. Still a little bit of low cloud, mist, reduced visibility coming down the serpentine run on the edge of the mountainside or the edge of the hillside down towards the bridge at Brightside, down through the gearbox right-hander into the hairpin, and traffic there is the blue and white
car.
Audi. Oh, and nearly gets a tap from the Falcon Motorsports GT3R.
That's the 5 car. That's the 5 car.
Is it the 5 car?
Yes, it is.
So that is the 9th position car. And that is a battle for position then, is it?
No, the 44 car is
a lap behind.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a battle to get back on the same lap as that car. That's very interesting. Lots of green spreading across the screen, which means people are starting to get their more racy heads on this morning, as the 88 car will, in fact, has gone round and retaken the lead. We've had, I think, is it 8 or 9 cars that have led, Paul?
8.
8, thank you.
I think if we had if we could see a wider TV shot here, John, what we'd be seeing is that right behind this car now is number 4, because the lap started with there being a 7-second gap between the two in the first 3 sectors.
Look in the rear view mirror.
Absolutely, first 3 sectors. Much of that has evaporated as the number 4 car, Adam Christodoulou, has got the tractor beam engaged now on the 88.
8:18.690 was the fastest race lap last year. Now, this is the BMW 45, the white and black machine that has had an incident. That looks like the Grand Prix circuit for me.
That's the second place car in SP8. That's the closest contender to the Aston Martin.
Oh no,
the
that's
42
an odd
car.
one. He's gone off driver's left, coming down the hill towards the Advan King.
Damaged the front of the car.
Before the Vidal chicane. On the Dotti-Gahor, the battle for the lead now. The 88 and the 4, and Adam Christodoulou has target acquired on the back of the 88 car, which still has not got past the 25 in 19th position, being the Lamborghini. And who did we put in the 88? Lance David Arnold. Has he changed?
No, that's
now?
changed to Uwe Altzen.
It's Altzen, right. Altzen will be absolutely furious there. The Lamborghini there was no need for him to hold him up all the way down the Dotti-Gahor, and in fact
Still
he's fighting him into the first corner, and that is more bad driving from the 25 car, which we've already seen pile into a car. He's side by side with the leader, and let me just remind you, he's in 18th position and some 4 laps away, now 5 laps away from the leader, and he's door handle to door handle and flashing his lights. Appalling driving, should be parked.
And of course he's allowed the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes right up onto the tail now of the race leader, assuming that the number 4 car can get through past the Lamborghini as well.
I know he's in a battle with the 64 car that he's just passed, and it is only 7 seconds further back down the road for the 18th position on the road, but the 64's SP7 car, they're not in class. He's not right there at the moment, and this is driving that is, I'm afraid, just not acceptable here.
Now
and
lets the 4 by.
Lets the 4 go by with slightly less issue. All he had to do was breathe out the throttle on the Dotti-Gahor, but he didn't do it.
I strongly...
Oh, and he's put his hazard flashes on now. We're in a slow zone. Double yellows for the BMW.
I suspect that Herr Conrad has just been on the phone
and said that Hindhoff guy's giving you a hard time.
Well, and done what says the 45 is pushed to a place of safety.
Yeah.
And has said, hang on, sunshine, we want to get to the end of this race. My game, my ball, not yours.
Well, I'm sorry, that's not acceptable racing in a club event. It's certainly not acceptable racing here when you've got the leaders coming through
another yellow flag zone as they go out onto the Nordschleife, spotted there. And just briefly, actually, as they came into that that slower zone, brief respite, as I think it's over racing BMW got between the two Mercedes-Benz. That didn't last for long, and Adam Christodoulou,
he's right on it.
He really is, isn't he?
The body language, the contrast in body language of the two cars, the Haribo 88, the dark coloured car, and the white and blue. Very nice colour scheme, by the way. White with that light blue striping on the second place Mercedes-Benz, the number 4. The body language could not be more of a contrast. Looks like we're going to get an intervention vehicle pulling on the track as well, just before the Flugplatz. As they climb the hill, Christodoulou is in the slipstream. This is genuine battle for the lead. This is pace battle for the lead. Christodoulou comes to driver's left to try and get down the inside, but can't make it. Down towards Arenberg, the right-hander downhill that drops into the foxhole. Under the Yokohama Bridge, there's nothing between these two. Now, the foxhole is incredibly quick, and you have to be very precise. Don't want to be taking too much curbs here as you run down through there. Car bottoms out at the bottom of the hill. Now, we're going to lose the ability to tell you what's happening there as those two go out of range of our pictures at this time of the morning, but we'll keep an eye on the sector times. Christodoulou took 3 seconds out of the leader in the second sector, having lost a second himself in sector 1, which is mostly the Grand Prix circuit. But that looked to me, Graham, as though the lead was about to change.
Certainly Adam Christodoulou was looking very, very racy indeed. We've got the 6th place Porsche, the surviving Monti racing car, on pit road right now. Driver change happening there too. But we wait to see whether or not we get any kind of confirmation that the number 4 car can go by. Away goes the Schubert car. That's the number 100.
A lot of people up early at Indianapolis to try and get a place in the Speedway press car park, and getting a few tweets through from people there. Now, the gates don't open until 6 o'clock in the morning. That's when the cannon's going off. It's been pushed back an hour. But I know at 3 o'clock in the morning there was already a queue outside of the press car park at Indy.
Indeed, and spotted a quick tweet from Tony DeZino up at 2 a.m.
The 100 BMW has gone. It's the early morning BMW
That's
curse.
Just left the pits, and it's going to involve John with the
93 BMW.
93 BMW.
It's one of the M235 cars.
That's not an M235.
You're right, it's not, but it is. That number was correct. So the 100 car just out of the pits, 3 cars wide, and went one side. The 136 Ford Fiesta was involved as well there. Heavy contact with the Tech Pro barrier on the Grand Prix circuit. And, well, that is very unlucky. Oh, I think there was a touch between the Fiesta and the orange BMW.
It was. The BMW went to the left of the Fiesta. The Fiesta was, I think, had its mirrors full of BMW M6. Moved,
and tipped it into the spin, which took the number 100 out. Driver's passenger door ripped from the second BMW there.
Further bad news for BMW as well, because the 999 car, we are told, has had contact with another car just before the carousel. That has stopped too, in 17th position. So just moments apart, bad luck for 2 of the surviving M6 GT3s.
Lucas Lur extracts himself from a very, very badly damaged BMW. The rear screen at a rather more jaunty angle than even the coupe styling of the BMW. A headlight beyond the Tech Pro barrier. The guys are on the phone in the pit lane. 6 hours exactly to go, and the best placed BMW, it was in the top, had been in the top 5, is out. Lucas Lur, I'm afraid, was
the entirely innocent party there.
Neither of the BMW drivers really at fault there. The 93 car getting a little tap as he pulled across in front. I don't think that was intentional, by the way, by the Fiesta. There was absolutely nothing that could be done. The 93 BMW was a 1 Coupe GT-R, the Leadheister Racing and Events machine.
It's a class leader, John. It's the SP5 class leader.
Wasn't, was it?
I'm afraid it was. It's 72nd position and was leading SP5 at that point. What a shame. And that car with damage all the way down the right-hand side. And I mean all the way down. The outer skin of the passenger side door gone, front wing gone, the splitter gone, and the right rear wheel askew.
Well, we move into the last quarter of the 44th running of the AC Zurich Nürburgring 24 hours, with more drama, and BMWs have been involved in this at 2 different parts of the circuit with 3 different cars. The last quarter of the race, what more can this extraordinary 2016 24-hour of the Nürburgring throw up? I don't know, but I've got a feeling it's going to be anything but boring and predictable, and it's all live, powered by Aston Martin, here on RadioLeMans.com.
Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis.
Speculation and debate.
Special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport. Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
The Nürburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
Well, taking over from John Hindhaugh, Johnny Palmer here on RadioLeMans.com, and if you're just joining us, it is one of those moments in the race that you really do not want to see from a team manager point of view, from a driver point of view, and clearly from a fans and commentators point of view as well. These guys have made it 18 hours into this race, and then one of those clearly racing incidents, guys on their own strategies, their own schedules, and it's sort of trajectories meeting, I suppose. Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com. 3 abreast. There was a clear in the middle. There was was it SP5 BMW on the...
It's the SP5 BMW to the left of the Fiesta, which was, I think, looking to where to place himself on the track, possibly distracted by the rapidly approaching 100 car, and left, I'm afraid, no place for the SP5 leader. They made contact, and then heavy contact between the SP5 car and the number 100 BMW out on the spot there. Lucas Law out of the car under his own steam, but obviously then asked to wait for medical intervention. But he's back up on his own 2 feet now, looking a little shocked. The 100 absolutely out of the race at this point. Very heavy damage to the 100. Also out on track, as Martin Haven was saying a little earlier, incident for the 999 BMW M6, and as Martin's just said to me just off mic, it really is it's the Audi half hour for BMW at the moment, with multiple incidents happening at more or less the same time. Bitter gall for the 100 car. Was in 3rd position at the point of that incident, and is now going to be dropping down the order terminally, I'm afraid. That's going to help, by the way, the number 912 car, which is about to inherit 5th position, with Michael Christensen now at the wheel of the 912.
In the pit lane is the number 4. This is the Adam Christodoulou car, and Adam, so far as I can tell, has stayed behind the wheel, and they're getting ready to send that car back out again. I was slightly distracted just while they were refueling it, but I think that was a fuel-only stop for Adam in the number 4 car. Now, they put themselves at a bit of a disadvantage on the previous round of pit stops by coming in a lap early. Now, was not necessarily a bad move because they got Christodoulou in the car, and having previously said that I was disappointed with Schneider's pace, I was very impressed with Christodoulou's pace. But of course, because of bringing in the car a lap early, they've now fallen, if you will, off the same schedule as the number 88 Haribo Mercedes. So the Uwe Alpsen car is out at the moment, leading the race, and is going to lead the race for the whole of this lap before it's going to need to come in for its pit stop. Then the pair of them will come into the pits and hand the lead back to the number 29 HTP car, which kind of swings the pendulum a bit towards the HTP team. So the pendulum of the race is swinging around, but if Christodoulou can continue to lap quickly, there's nothing to stop. I mean, we've just gone through the 18-hour mark. There's 6 hours still to go, plenty of time to do anything, and there's plenty of time for that Black Falcon car number 4 to be able to catch up, because it is only a lap behind on the pit stop. It's not a lap behind in real life. It's a matter of 15 or 20 seconds behind in real life once you take into account the pit stop disadvantage.
Speaking of catching up,
hello, Johnny.
Good morning, Paul. As I've been away for quite a while, and I am aware that we've had the thing of the Audi half hour and kind of a BMW half an hour as well. I've got my entry list here, and I'm going to go through the numbers in numerical order of the SP9s. And can you just tell me, obviously I'll know where the cars are running or not.
Between the two of us, I think we can probably manage most of it.
So
yes.
the number 1 car was accounted for, I believe, in the Audi half hour, was it not?
It's back out now and running, but there was an impact, I think, with another Audi. Was it the 6 car and the number 1 car were involved, Paul?
And 28.
No, it was the 6 and the 28 which were involved together. So we're getting out of order with Johnny's little list. The number 1 car had a problem going up the hill towards the carousel when it was faced with a car facing the other way. Now, we didn't see the story from the outside. We only saw it from the onboard camera in the number 1 Audi, but it was contact of some sort, whether it was with another car or avoiding another car and into the barrier. But the number 1 car went off going up towards the carousel.
I did see that car just being taken off the trailer from recovery, and there was damage, not heavy damage, down the right-hand side, but the rear right wheel was, the suspension was broken on that rear right wheel. It's back on pit lane, having rejoined the race some time ago, but is down in 80th position, the number 1.
Number 2 is running in 8th position. Have there been any problems for that one?
Relatively untroubled, I think, overnight.
Correct.
That one.
Number 3 has had a difficult run. That's the Fricadelli car, and still in the race?
No, that had an accident with Sabine Schmitz at the wheel, and that was at the Hatzenbach as far as I remember. No, it wasn't. It was Hohe-Acht, sorry. Okay. Sabine had her problem at Hohe-Acht in the BMW. Sorry, the Porsche number 3.
Car 4 is in 2nd position, and again, I would suggest has had a very good run up until this point, with Adam Christodoulou doing some good times, as you just mentioned.
Doing great work.
Well, I think the hero of the number 4 car is without doubt Manuel Metzger, who has just astonished me. Did some really storming laps in the middle of the night, or not the middle of the night, at the end of the night, going into the early morning, and really put that car in the position where it is now. Ben Schneider did a single stint and has now handed the car over to Adam Christodoulou, who is driving it very rapidly again.
9th place for car number 5, which is the Dunlop shod Phoenix Racing Audi.
I think something of a bit of a recovery drive. That car dropped down the order after a couple of problems early in the race, but it's been pretty ironclad since.
Car 6 we kind of touched on.
Yes, that was the car that had a problem on the Grand Prix circuit when he came across the Lant Motorsport Audi entering a yellow flag zone, tried to brake, couldn't brake enough because the Lant Motorsport car was going slower than him, so the number 6 Audi in effect drove into the back of the slowing Lant Motorsport, and it was contact left front to right rear, left front of the number 6 Audi to the right rear of the Lant Motorsport Audi, and didn't necessarily take both of them out of the race, but has delayed both of them very severely.
The 28 car, by the way, was the other Audi I saw actually being unloaded around the same time, and there was not a lot of work going on that car.
Okay,
small budget team.
We'll come to that one in numerical order at some point.
Well, we've kind of covered it as well. The 007 or 7 Aston Martin I know about, which that was a long time ago.
That was some kind of instance with severe damage to the rear of the car, team unable to repair. After valiant efforts, I have to say.
Car number 8 is easily explained. That's the other Haribo black Mercedes, which was
withdrawn. A planned withdrawal in contention for the lead. In fact, the cars were running 1-2 at one point, and the team then opted to withdraw. But there'd been an incident for the car, Paul,
prompted by a broken steering arm.
Okay. Car 9, the blue Mercedes, definitely still in the mix in 4th position. Sorry, I've knocked Paul's screen off somehow, so let me sort that out as well. But car 9 is currently 4th, as the leader, by the way, now pits at the end of the 94th lap. So at the end of the 95th lap, I should say, for car number 88. And the number 1, which we've talked about, is on the dolly jacks being wheeled into the garage there at WRT.
That's already been in the pit lane for 8 minutes, so they've clearly decided that whatever is occurring is going to require further intervention. It's a driver change for the lead car. Way further down pit road than we are. I couldn't quite see which driver got aboard that car. Still bears the scars of an incident overnight where it rear-ended one of the Audis, which checked up passing a slower car. And lots and lots of black racer tape applied to the number 88. Not as it left the AMG factory, that car, but it's not slowing it down much.
Indeed not.
Number 10, I think, was your next one.
Yes.
That's a retirement. That was, and we've got a further incident out in the circuit for the 67 car this time. That's one of the SP7 runners, and that is the 4th place car in SP7. That's the car with Bugs Bunny aboard. And we're going to see what occurred to that. That was, I think, a single car incident and damage of a reasonably significant nature to the front end of that car.
And I think that's at the Hatzenbach, isn't it?
It's early on in the lap, isn't it? They threw the twisty stuff before you get to Flugplatz.
Yeah, that's the Hatzenbach.
It was in the midst of an accident before it got to that corner. There are big tyre tracks leading directly to the point at which that car has come to rest.
And with it being a Porsche, the radiator sits millimetres behind the front splitter, and there is coolant pouring across the track now. So it's going to be very, very difficult to get that car back without the help of an intervention vehicle. Spun, well, it's sort of straight-lined what is normally a very twisty part of the track, and thankfully there was nobody else involved to be collected. But the debris, as Graham says, starts a long, long way back, as do the tyre marks, and the rest of the field now having to limp its way through. There's a code 60 flag there as well, actually, and many of the runners will need to be cautious as to not to run over some of that carbon fibre and bodywork, because it could cause punctures later on in the lap.
88 waiting for time to go, does so now, rejoins the race. Yes, sorry, 10 was eliminated by an accident for Alex Young, I believe, overnight, Paul.
Yeah, that happened at Hoeract, I seem to remember as well, and the 10 car very badly damaged. There was some concern about Alex Young as well, who went to the medical centre, and I think in fact slept a little while in the medical centre just in an attempt to recover, but was checked out as okay. And we got that message through from Martin Pass, who is doing some stellar work for Audi this weekend, keeping us up to date with all the driver changes.
Been busy not just with that, but of course with TT Cup this weekend here.
Yes, two really good races for those cars on the Grand Prix Strecke earlier on in the weekend. Car 11, which is the
second Audi customer experience, is running in 16th position. Was not expected to be amongst the leading cars, but is actually well up the order, 16th place and 16th in SP9.
Car 12, which is another Manthey Racing SP9 car.
That was the car that had the very early puncture before the weather came, and had a further problem later, I seem to recall, and has been on a pretty stellar recovery drive. Now heading back towards the top 20. It's 22nd position at the moment, 20th in class for the number 12 Manthey Racing car. Not the factory car, this one, of course. It's one of the customer cars.
Number 14, which is one of the Black Falcon
that's the green car, the Abdelaziz Al Faisal car, had a substantial incident with the 69 Porsche, which ended up with the 69 Porsche on its roof and flipping back onto four wheels. Front damage for the 14, which had already had delays and is, I think, still receiving attention, Paul.
I'm not quite sure what's resulted from that, but certainly the number 14 Black Falcon car had a delay on the Grand Prix circuit when Robert Huff was driving it, and that had already delayed it, so it was trying to catch up, making up ground, but wasn't able to do so then.
That's Uwe Altzen having got out of the 88 car.
Yeah, discussions being had at the 88 pit box, but that car is back out on track and actually working its way through the code 60 now, caused by this spinning number 67 Porsche. So new driver into the 88, Altzen out of it. The 16 car is back in the top 15, I noticed.
Up to 12th, the Twin Bush car, and we've been seeing some pretty quick times from that car into the morning, this morning. Not quite sure who's been at the wheel of the car, but Rennie Rast tends to get the credit when things are going very rapidly and he's in any way involved.
I think he is in the car again at the moment, Graham, yeah.
Next on the list is the 18 BMW.
That was the car that blew
its engine up,
but is now back in the race.
Blew a turbo up, has come back in the race, ran with the leaders for a little while to prove that it could, but he's many laps behind. It was something like 3.5 hours, if memory serves.
It is currently running in a 146th position, but lapping pretty quickly. It's at the moment is actually on pit road.
Yes, I think, as I say, it was something over 3 hours, having the turbos or whatever else needed replacing on that that BMW 18.
Apologies, I've misread that. It's not on pit road. It's out on circuit at the moment.
So that's the 18 back in the race, but as we say, an awful lot of ground to catch up after that turbo failure. The 21 Wochenspieler Team Manthey Porsche, which
15th.
is 15th.
Yes, 15th, and just cruising along nicely quickly for the Wochenspiegel car, as the stealthy run we tend to see from that car. Is that the car that has... It doesn't have Robert Renner in that car, does it? No, it doesn't. No, doing a perfectly serviceable job.
However, the Row Racing BMWs don't have such good luck. It would appear the 22 and the 23.
23 is running in 6th position. It's now the leading BMW.
Right. Sorry, I'd missed that. Okay. But the 22
was the one that had the accident on the Hatson back when he came across Klaus Graf. It was came across two slower cars and got past one. The other one, he says, seemed to signal him that he was going to go past, but then moved across on him, left him nowhere to go, and he hit the barrier.
Right. Okay, but the 23 car, the sister machine, as Graham says, is running in 6th position. Next up is the Zakspeed Nissan, car number 24.
That's out, I'm afraid. That is a retirement. I'm not sure why that happened while I was trying to get 40 wings on the back seat of the car.
Got a feeling that might have been a mechanical.
Okay, that'll do. The Conrad Lamborghini,
running 18th, has had cooling issues.
Getting itself into hot water as well, I'd noticed.
There you go, dear me.
But from
in both ways.
As it creeps through the code 60
was getting
area now.
A little silly a little while ago, getting in the way of the lead battle and then playing silly games, to be honest with you. Not sure who's at the wheel of that car, but it frankly wasn't clever and wasn't smart, but has had a couple of more extended stops with the team dealing with a cooling issue. But still running, it has to be said, remarkably quickly. And 18th position overall at the moment for the solo Lamborghini in the race.
27 Aston, a sorry story to tell again.
That's another one, I'm afraid, accident damage and a retirement in darkness.
I would suggest it was before darkness even.
Going into darkness.
Yeah, well, whilst it was still wet, certainly. And it didn't really start to dry out until it started going dark.
Okay. Monteplas by Lance Motorsport Audi we have really dealt with its conflagration with the number 6. The 29 AMG HTP Motorsport car is second.
And leads the race actually at the moment because the number 88 car, which leads the race on the screen, has already been into the pits.
Okay. Next up is the number 30 car from HTP Motorsport.
That retired with accident damage, as far as I remember. Although I can't picture it, it was accident damage. I can't picture what the accident was in my head at the moment. But Stephen Kilby's going to come and tell me what happened to it. It went head-on into the barrier. That's right.
Yes.
At the.
I remember that we were able to see that incident from our perspective with a frightening-looking onboard, which sent the car almost at 90 degrees into the barrier, and then it was towed for quite a lengthy period by an intervention vehicle. So clearly all four wheels were just about still on the car.
Yeah,
but
I've got a feeling that was around the Bipperman area.
Okay.
It was a very fast sequence of fast corners coming downhill towards Brunchen.
Car 33, the Car Collection Motorsport Audi.
That is running in 20th position, just an outlap as we speak. I seem to recall that car had, I think that's been in the gravel at least once. I can't recall a serious incident though for the number 33 car.
Okay.
That is the Feldmeier liveried car.
The 35 Nissan GT Academy RJN GT-R GT3.
Running 14th at the moment, another steady runner. And yeah, certainly all the hallmarks of a running for a finish for the 35.
37 Bentley is in 27th position.
That has had a couple of problems, and that the 27th position marks a substantial recovery for that car, Paul. That had troubles very much earlier on, didn't it?
Yes.
It's run trouble-free for quite a long time now.
Yes, but did spend quite a long time in the pits early on.
Twice.
Okay. And the other Bentley, number 38,
is running way further up inside the top 10 now for the number 38 car. 9th position overall, running very well. Stealthy, I think it's fair to say at the moment, if you can be stealthy in a massive bright yellow Bentley.
44 Falcon tyres, Falcon Motorsports Porsche 991.
On pit road at the moment, running 10th, and that car again running steadily and within itself, I think it's fair to say. It's got itself in a number of battles for position and is just quietly going about its trade.
Then it's the 75 Manfilter Team Zaxby Mercedes on my list. That's still running.
13th overall for that car. Luca Ludwig at the moment at the wheel. That did have an incident with another car
coming out of the pit lane, for which it was later penalised as well.
That's exactly right.
So yeah, it had it coming together. The organisers decided it was an avoidable collision, so they brought it in, gave it a relatively short, I think it was a minute stop and go penalty.
Yep.
Clash with the number 10 Audi, I seem to remember, which was still running at the time.
Just remember, the 44 car was the car that's had that odd short lap and came back in, lost some time.
Falcon tyres, yes.
Which we think might well have been a wrong tyre call. That car had wet tyres taken off after completing a lap of the Grand Prix loop.
Okay. The 88 Mercedes was leading the race, now slipped to 4th because of its pit stop, but it's continually being added to on the front, isn't it? Tank tape. More layers of it being added.
Because the car had an impact with the rear of one of the Audis overnight. Audi going by a slower car and for whatever reason checked up pretty dramatically and was hit reasonably hard by the Mercedes.
Although it has led more laps than any other car, it has also gone from being the most leading car, if you will, to one that isn't leading quite so much anymore. So it's just somehow not quite had the pace to keep up with the chasing Black Falcon Mercedes and also the ever stealthy HTP car, which has kind of crept into a very strong position in the race.
I think we're about to see the end of this code 60 zone, with the 67 car having been recovered to a place of safety, and the last bits of clear up still underway. So in just a few minutes, I think we'll see that code 60 withdrawn.
And that's the only remaining code 60 on the racetrack, as far as I know, Graham. So
that's correct.
And we're nearly at the end of my list, so that'll be quite good timing, I reckon. The 99 Volkenhorst Motorsport powered by Dunlop BMW Z4.
That's blown up. I think that might be an engine problem. I'm fairly sure that I've seen a reason for retirement that was a mechanical one. Graham's looking up to see whether
It's shown on an outlap.
Okay.
I don't know when, and it is 133rd position. I'll keep an eye on that one.
A long way back. If it's had an engine problem, then
it's just possible. In fact, it's actually had a very long pit stop. So I wonder if that car, it's either just come out or it's come out and failed again.
Yes.
So I'll keep an eye on that one for you.
All right. As I arrived in my seat, the demise of the 100 car sadly happened right in front of me.
That was that dramatic incident for Paul Lucas Lure, just out of the pits on the Grand Prix loop, and the innocent victim of a confusion between two slower cars. One of the this is the BMW 1 Series, the SP5 leader, and the Ford Fiesta tangling, and that fired the BMW across the bows of the 100. Big contact with the barrier to the rear of Lucas Lure's car. That car very heavily damaged. Lucas out of the car, and the number 100 out of the race.
101, which is another Volkenhorst Motorsport M6.
That's the PlayStation livery car. We had George Richardson up in the booth just a little while ago saying that the car was carrying I think he called a small technical problem. I believe that small technical problem may well be that it's got no turbo boost and may not have had it since the very early stages of this race.
Right. Okay. So good effort to. It's still in the race.
It's 34th position and running 22nd at SP9.
911 didn't last very long at all.
That was the accident for Nick Tandy at the very start of the race.
And they tried to get it back. They tried to fix it during the 4-hour red flag period, but in the end decided to put all their resources into the 912 car, which runs 5th.
Which lurks, I think it's fair to say, is lurking. And,
behind 4 Mercedes.
It's about 4 minutes off the lead, so it's about a half a lap back from the leader, but it is the leading non-Mercedes now.
And finally, the treble 9 car, which is in 17th position. What's been the story of that car, if anything?
That has just had the accident, hasn't it? Is that the one we were just told has had an accident at Carousel?
999.
Or am I wrong? I thought we'd been
No,
told...
that car is still circulating and is 17th.
Right,
okay.
Apologies. I'm confusing.
So that is there's another Volkenhorst car, isn't it? Volkenhorst, the BMW M6 powered by Dunlop, and as Paul says, is just inside the top 20.
Okay. I'm confusing myself there with so many incidents of BMW in a very short space of time. There are 2 other cars we probably should mention in that company, and they're the 2 Glickenhaus cars.
Yeah.
Because they were running very well up indeed. One of them in the top 10, I think, overnight.
Well, one of them scored points on the Graham Goodwin slightly obscure scale because it was the leading non-German car. A trophy it's now had to hand over pending to the Bentley team, but no, it was in the top 10 as well. You're right, it kind of got up to 8th on the pit stop cycle because it ran a little bit longer, because it's a little bit lighter, it runs a little bit longer.
So the 701 car at the moment is running 67th position, 3rd in SPX, the 3-car class. After problems, don't know what the problems were, I'm afraid, Paul, or rather I can't recall. They both happened while I was not here.
We were told on one hand it was exhaust, on another hand transmission, and another hand clutch.
Right. Multiple problems then.
Either all of the above, or we don't quite know.
The 702 car, though, is substantially ahead of that, now running 36th. Has just taken a position, in fact. 2nd in SPX. That's a class now led by the homologation development car, the Porsche Cayman GT4, another multi-run car. So 36th for the 702, and lapping reasonably quickly as well. And I think we'll certainly make further ground up on the field, if not getting back involved with the SP9 battle. So it's been an eventful race and a very eventful night, it has to be said, for the SP9 runners.
Yeah, I was well aware that things had been shaken up quite a bit, so I thought that was probably the best way to attack things in number order, and it is the 29 machine then that leads the way, at least in this phase of the race, this pit stop cycle. 96 laps done, and the gap back to car number 9 just over 10 seconds. So HTP Motorsport leading Black Falcon, and it's a 2-pronged attack from Black Falcon with their blue Mercedes ahead of the white car, 2nd and 3rd. That's 9 and 4 if you're after race numbers. 4th position is the 88 Haribo Mercedes, the black car, the 912 Porsche in 5th, and 6th position for car 23, which is the BMW from Row Racing.
the thing with that rundown, and it was useful to do the complete field rundown, but that lead group rundown, Johnny, is that there are 4 cars which are all in the lead of this race, in effect. It's not that 1 leads 2, leads 3, leads 4. They're all taking it in turns to cycle through the lead of the race. The car which doesn't actually lead on the track at any point amongst that little group is the number 4 car, but that is only because it's about 15 seconds in real terms behind the number 9 car, and it pits just before the number 9 car. But if a small change, if a small problem would hit the number 9 car, then the number 4 car would take over. So the two, 4 and 88 are the two that are kind of shadowing each other. The number 4 Black Falcon car and the 88 Haribo car are the two that are kind of shadowing each other. But between the 4 of them, they're all kind of taking it in turns to lead the race. What is interesting is that the HTP car has, by some pretty stirring and unobtrusive driving by Christian Hohenadel, has managed to get itself in the lead of this race for more than any other car. It's kind of taken over the role that the Haribo car was playing earlier on before, for whatever reason, the Haribo's pace has just started to tail off a little bit. It's nothing to do with the pit stops, it just seems to be tailing off in pace on the racetrack. So it depends what happens between now and the end of the race, which is still 5.5 hours away. But certainly, if things pan out, it could pan out very nicely for the HTP car, because it's also nicely spaced out its pit stops to be able to get to the end of the race just right.
It's a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 cars, by the way, separated by 51 seconds on track at the moment. Leader, there's a 21-second lead over the number, so the 29 car, 21-second lead over the 9. Then it's a further 20 seconds back for the 4 and 10 seconds back to the 88 with the 912 Porsche, the next car in the train, if you like, albeit half a lap back from the leader. One other overnight story, Johnny, that might well be worth bringing people up to speed with, because it's a good one. We have seen obviously misfortune for the 2 Aston Martin Racing run cars, both of which are out the race. The Aston Martin Test Centre GT8, another debuting Aston Martin product here, led the class, the SP8 class, and led it convincingly through into the night. And then there was, I'm afraid, a bit of an error. David King came and shared his tale of woe, a bit of a miscalculation. The car running out of fuel about a mile from the end of the lap. Dropped that car back before it could be recovered to 5th place in class. It has, though, battered its way through to the lead in convincing fashion in SP8 and now holds a 2-lap lead.
Wow.
So that has been one hell of a night for the SP8 42 car. The bad news for Aston Martin Racing turned into some good news in Aston Martin Test Centre, because of course one of the drivers named in that car is one Darren Turner, who has been relieved of duty in SP9 and has been fulfilling the brief to do what he can to actually assist that. It's by no means is he the only man that's been lapping quickly, but the 42 car now in a rather synchronous 42nd position overall, leads SP8 and is lapping under 10 minutes now. As I say, around a 2-lap gap back to the next car in SP8, which is the number 50, and that's the Ford Mustang.
And unlike other endurance races we cover on RadioLeMans.com, in this race, there's no restriction above or below any of the other drivers within that team as far as Darren Turner is concerned, is there? You can utilise him however you want to, as long as you stick to the driver limits.
The driver limits and the
even though he's
and
a
the
platinum
gap,
driver.
The gap as well, because I think I'm right, Paul, the initial plan was that Darren had been done with that car.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. You're allowed to be nominated in a maximum of 2 different cars, and you have to stick to the driving limits of cars, and there is a rule somewhere that gives a minimum driving time altogether, I think, but I'll have to check on that one.
But it's not based on ability like it would be in other endurance races around the world. So
well, we might see if we can get Darren up to come and have a chat with us about his adventures in around the Nürburgring this weekend. As David King was reminding us, by the way, it's not the first time Darren has driven something other than an SP9 car here. I think his debut at this race was in a GT4 Test Centre Aston Martin, and he was, of course, equally committed there, and he should be. But Darren, I just get the impression that thoroughly enjoys this.
Oh yeah,
it's the challenge that very many racing drivers crave.
I was down at the Aston Martin awning when the race, as there's a spin there for the number 51. 151,
yep.
Pixum Motorsport Porsche. Now that's the car that ended up in the gravel after being clonked by the Lamborghini, and in fact they're very close to one another.
Obviously saw him coming again. I thought, I'm going to get the heck out of here. It was one of those watch this moments.
That's at the Yokohama S, and much earlier on in the race, the Porsche was going along its merry way, and the Lamborghini was rejoining from a pit stop and just ploughed into the side of the Porsche. Sadly, the 151 car, which was class leader at the time, ended up in the gravel at the Yokohama S. So a little bit of a spin there for the 151 car, but it has rejoined. Yeah, but Darren was watching pensively the restart, the restart of the race in that horrendous rain, and he was a little surprised, I think, along with many other people, that the race had been restarted in those conditions. I wasn't quite sure at that point whether he would prefer to have been in the awning or prefer to have been out there. I think possibly he was enjoying his espresso a bit too much and was happy for teammates to get on with it. But yes, that was when he had hoped the 007 car would have been his main charge to the finish. Sadly, that's not the case, and now it's all about the 42 car in 42nd position.
Well, the Darren Turner will, though, be, I think, very happy to be fulfilling another important part of his professional brief, which is as an Aston Martin Lagonda ambassador and development driver, and he's now involved not just with the Aston Martin racing team, but with the factory with the big F as well, and you know, his role too with things like the Aston Martin Vulcan program has been keeping him very busy indeed. I say we'll see whether or not we can get some time with Darren later. I'm sure the listeners will be delighted to hear about just what it's like trying to actually dial yourself into two entirely different levels of pace around here in about 15 different levels of weather.
That's a good point though about jumping from an SP9 car to an SP8 car and the differences in performance. But I'm always surprised at how quickly a racing driver can adapt to the grip levels,
and that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the aero grip. That's the thing that I think would mess with my head, because we've seen before now, haven't we, people who have been very proficient as maybe a silver ranked driver in a GT3 car struggling with actually the relatively minor changes to a GTE, and yet Darren Turner can go and do that.
I remember talking to Sam Bird though, who had at the time of talking to him recently moved from a Ferrari and GTE to a G-Drive LMP2 car, and I said, do you not have to just totally go back to basics and realise the scenery's being chucked at you at probably twice the speed? You realise you can go through corners flat, which were you know, in a Ferrari at 70% throttle maybe, and he just went, you just drive to the aerodynamic grip of the car, mate.
Yeah,
simple.
but the thing is, he's not real though. There's something that's not real. I tell you what, at some point in the future, we will find out there are people from another planet masquerading here as humans, and Sam Bird's one of them. There's something not right about his level of talent.
And to be honest, going back to an LMP2 car was sort of back to his roots with his single-seater upbringing, if you like. Side by side between a Mercedes and a BMW.
Car. That's the 18 car still playing,
yes.
I think it's fair to say.
So nowhere near in the mix as far as the leaders are concerned. But yes, the leader will need to be aware of that BMW in its wheel tracks. Flashing the lights, I think more to do with the BMW of the lower order classes that those cars needed to pass into Tiergarten and over the grid hatching.
You'd let him go here, wouldn't you?
As long as the Mercedes then going through and completing his 98th lap, I reckon he can go until the end of his lap 100. Not far behind him, though, the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes is going to be coming into the pits, and Maro Engel, I'm guessing, is going to stay in the car. In fact, Maro Engel might stay out for another lap from the look of the state of readiness of the team down beneath me. Yes, he does go through. 26 seconds behind then in the... You're going to have to talk.
We'll talk, don't worry.
So that gap closing, it closed by something like 5 seconds last time around. So Maro Engel is now out to play. And how much longer? Well, looks as if the 29 car is going to get back round to finish their stint before Engel is with him, but the gap is going to be considerably closer.
Poltros will having a well-deserved slurp of water. Meanwhile, the Haribo Mercedes number 88 heads towards the Yokohama S now and works its way through there very niftily indeed. These look like big cars, these Mercedes, but they're very manoeuvrable.
You know, when you see them close up, you know, they're beefy, but they're kind of there. When you see them, in reality, they are far smaller than you might imagine.
Yeah.
And certainly
also
a far smaller car than the SLS was.
Right. But the SLS, I know, was a big hit with drivers in terms of how much you could throw it around and it would be able to deal with it. As I say, very manoeuvrable, very forgiving as well. And the AMG has actually taken that on a step further.
A big step further. I mean, talking to a couple of people who've experienced this car for the first time, of course, this year, and what they're telling us is, amongst other things, it's things like the driver ergonomics are a massive step forward from the SLS, which when you're dealing with an endurance race and the various systems and deltas and everything else you've got to deal with, ergonomics a very big deal in processing and dealing and then you know, applying the information that's been provided to you, Paul.
So those cup holders are an easy reach,
massive,
are they?
yeah, you can get all those big gulp things in there now.
And the little pot for your boiled sweets as well. A significant point that I was trying to make before I started coughing myself to death, I really must take up smoking or something, that would give me a reason for it, is that the number 9 Mercedes has gone on to its 9th lap of its stint for the first time in the race. It hasn't actually done a 9-lap stint yet in this race. Some of the other Mercedes has, but the number 9 hasn't. But it has decided that that's what it's going to do this time. Having the number 4 car kind of scuppered it, I won't say it scuppered its chances, but put itself at a slight disadvantage by only doing a 7-lap stint a little while ago. The number 9, the other Black Falcon car, has decided it's going to go through and try, I'm sure it will succeed, to do a 9-lap stint on its tank full.
We've got that code 60 here, I think, is still there, or is that they've decided to do some barrier repairs, drivers' rights?
It went away, but it started again. Yes,
So,
I think
right,
it's probably
so unless someone else has had a moment.
I think they got the car out of the way. Having got the car out of the way, they freed it up. Now they're doing the barrier repairs.
Just a quick moment as we went through the code 60 zone. What we saw as well was the 175 Scirocco, which was in trouble earlier with some front bodywork problems of a fairly major nature, is back out and running at its more optimum speed.
That's a Class V2T car, by the way, so turbocharged, but the engine capacity below or up to 2 litres. That class is led by number 176, which might be another Scirocco, actually. Let me just check. No, it sounds like a Golf now in my mind. It's a Renault Megane. I've been trying to learn the V classes slowly but surely. There are 2 Siroccos
You'll get there by
in
about 3:30.
Maybe. That's my hope. So we've got 2 VW Siroccos. One's a GT-RS, one's a Cup R, and there's an Opel Astra J OPC as well. So that's not part of the all Opel Astra class. We have 177, which is part of the V2T class, with Lena Strycek, Robin Strycek and Volker Strycek, the drivers. And the Renault Megane RS, number 176, from Rent2 Drive Racing, is the class leader, down in 57th overall.
Christian Hohenadel has lucked in here because where you saw the service vehicles working on the track at the Hatzenbach was slowing people down, but it hasn't slowed down Hohenadel because he got through when it was all green. Now, to be fair, it didn't affect any of them because it was 25 seconds is the gap or so that separates that car from the Black Falcon car, and then a further 25 seconds separates the 2 Black Falcon cars. So they all got through before they started working on the barriers. So I think it's kind of will affect them all equally. Depends what happens next time around, of course. But next time around, we do strongly expect the number 9 car to come in for its pit stop. But the 29, the HTP car, should stay out for at least another lap.
So far on that lap, in fact, the 29 car has taken 10 seconds out of the chasing number 9. So that's all happened in the second and third sectors. So the 29 car making good a little bit of its escape. It was 26.7 seconds to the good last time through, and that's going to go close to 40 on current pace. As we have a look, the 75 car, the Manfilter's Zach Speed Mercedes-Benz, running down in 12th position at the moment. Looks like someone's taken a great big munch out of the left front bodywork of that car.
Yeah, that was when it clobbered the Audi down at turn 1, when the 75 was rejoining from a pit stop. Car number 2, Audi from WRT, has pitted 3 or 4 minutes ago, and they've changed the driver, so Stuart Leonard gets out and Edward Sandstrom gets in. It also did tyres on that car as well as fuel. Number 36 from Gazoo Racing.
That's the RCF, isn't it?
Yeah, Lexus RCF, which looks very smart, this car. Number 36 is part of the SP, well, the only SP Pro car.
Did spot on my tour of woe through the paddock this morning, returning to the booth, that the 188 car from Gazoo Racing looked to be undergoing an engine change in the paddock awning.
Okay. They are, well, they've done pretty much all the jobs on this Lexus now, just waiting for the clock to run down on the minimum pit stop time. Behind it is the 101 PlayStation backed BMW that has come in for a stop as well. So 98 laps done for car number 29. Christian Hohenadel leading Maro Engel in the number 9 Mercedes. The Lexus number 36 rejoins. Still some good times coming in from HTP Motorsport, with a car best sector 3 that time through.
This is one of those things that you wonder quite how he's done it, because certainly earlier in the race, that the HTP car, neither of the HTP cars, although they were there or thereabouts, they weren't threatening to storm away at the front of the field, but somehow Hohenadel has just raised his game a little bit, or the pace has been pushed a little bit harder, and they're kind of extending away from the other Mercedes. It is pretty much a pure Mercedes race up at the front, but that 29 car has done some very impressive laps with Hohenadel and has just got itself into a position. And as I say, the balance of the race, if we can go through green to the end of the race and with no rain and not too many incidents on the circuit, it just fits nicely into the right number of stints to get it to the flag without having to do one of those messy little splash and dash type of stops towards the end of the race.
Leader pits now, still with the 18 BMW in close contention behind it.
Yes, now that's slightly shorter than I wanted from the HTP car. That's come in on the end of lap 99, which means he's only done 7 laps on that stint.
Right. It is a driver change. Yellow helmet climbs aboard.
No obvious signs of an unscheduled pit stop. It's beginning to rain at the Dunlop corner, by the way. So that's the Dunlop hairpin, isn't it? The bottom end of the Grand Prix Strecker. So, and that tends to be the sort of area where the weather first appears and heads in from the west of the circuit across. So, and in fact there's a little bit of rain in the pit lane as well. So it is starting to work its way in. Might just be a passing shower though, and therefore nothing compared to what we had yesterday.
So Engel is in the number 9 car, so we've got the 2 formerly leading cars into the pits, and the 2 cars that were in 3rd and 4th go through into 1st and 2nd places respectively, with the number 4 Black Falcon car, Chris Dudulu, going through in the lead of the race now, and the 2nd place number 88 Mercedes, which is either Goetz or Seyfrath at the wheel of, because Lance David Arnold drove it most recently, then Uwe Altzen took it over from Lance David. So it's either Jan Seyfrath or Maxi Goetz who's at the wheel of the 88. Those cars, 2 cars going through, separated by just 16 seconds on the racetrack, now taking over 1st and 2nd places.
I think that was Renger van der Zande getting aboard the number 29 car. I think he's got a special helmet for this race, with Nürburgring on the side of it, but it's a similar design to the principally yellow helmet we've seen from Renger.
Did you see the tyres going on the HTP Motorsport car, by the way?
And they were cut slicks.
I thought so too, yes. and the windscreen wipers being utilised by the number 4 car as well. So rain certainly on the Grand Prix Strecke. Will it head to higher ground, or in fact lower ground, towards the Adenauer Bridge? Remember, the worst affected area during the hail yesterday was at Arenberg, the right-hander at the foxhole, effectively, where we lost an awful lot of cars into the gravel, most of which recovered but damaged, and quite a few had to be taken back to the paddock via the flatbeds and fixed. I'm still really surprised to see the TCR leader is the 201 Seat, which went hammering into the Armco barrier yesterday at Arenberg, but they managed to get the car fixed, and by virtue of that 4-hour stoppage got the car back in the race, and it leads a 3-car TCR class. It's the Seat Leon out front in 43rd position. Still a very measured pit stop down here at the Black Falcon crew, which is virtually beneath Paul Trustwell's feet.
Yes, absolutely. The fuel is in the car. It's off the jacks. What it hasn't done is to rejoin, because the mechanic holding the car, they're just waiting for it on the time to tick away. Mechanics hanging off the rear wing at the moment to give it a little push once it's fired up to save the clutch, and then that car will be on its way. But the tactical nature of this race has come into play once again, because HTP, possibly the reason they've done that shorter stint is to give them a shorter pit stop. So what it's done is it put them both on the same schedule in terms of number of laps completed, and it was a 9-lap stint from the number 9 car, as I said that time, but by reducing, and which means it's got a longer pit stop by about 20 seconds, but by reducing its pit stop time, by reducing its stint length, it's reduced its pit stop time. The number 29 car has got itself out, same schedule, it'll be full of fuel, but with a 40-second advantage now in terms of the 2 times spent in the pits for those 2 cars. They won't be leading because they've lost the lead, remember, to the 4 and the 88 that we've just told you about. So their 3rd and 4th, the 29 car, is much more comfortable now in 3rd place ahead of the number 9 than it was before. Clever thinking from the HTP team down on the pit wall there. And by having the same pit schedule, they've put themselves at the same risk, as it were, should weather come or should further interventions occur on the circuit with code 60s and so on.
Weather is here, Paul, and I think what I would describe as getting heavier. So certainly steady rain around the Grand Prix circuit now.
The number 9 Mercedes actually weaving, heading up towards the Ad Van Bogen there, the right-hand king, just to get some tyre temperature up. Remember, this is an outlap for the number 9 car, so brand new Michelin tyres that will be a little bit short of temperature, and an opportune time on the Grand Prix Strecke to just weave around and try and up that temperature a little bit more. So windscreen wipers being used again there as well, although on the intermittent setting, I would have said. It's raining down through the hats and back as well, and there are double waved yellow flags. Now, is this where we got code 60 in place? Yes, it is, I believe. So the blue Mercedes has to tuck in behind one of the older VW Golfs.
Question being asked as to whether or not that's intermediates on that car. We usually find the slicked intermediates are the big white. It does look to have a lot of white on the side of the sidewall of those tyres, whereas the 29 car, we saw a close-up shot, which I think was that car, and that looked like cut slicks on that car.
Okay, so
different approaches to the same problem here.
But both of them have obviously got more detailed weather satellite maps than we've got here, and think that perhaps the next 45 minutes to an hour are going to be sufficiently damp to warrant intermediate tyres. And as I say, with them both coming in on the same lap, they've eliminated a lot of the luck element of the race. So it's purely down to what happens. But remind you, the HTP car will have, I should say, something like a 20 or 40 second, a 30 or 40 second advantage on the Black Falcon Mercedes, but the pair of them are behind the Schneider Black Falcon Mercedes, or should I say Christodoulou, because he's at the wheel of the number 4 at the moment, and the number 88 Haribo car. So fascinating race between these 4 very similar Mercedes, but just making it a hugely interesting race between the 4 of them.
Christian Honardl at least has got the decency to look as if he'd been working hard. Quite often we see these race drivers come out after performing extraordinary stints and come out looking like they could go out and do another one, but he's exchanging views with Marcus Seefried in the garage at the moment and looking like he has had a day at work.
Getting big air there, the number 4 car, bunny hopping its way over one of the yumps on this fabulous circuit, charging its way downhill now. So this is the 3rd placed car on its way to the Schwalbenschwanz. So this is just after Flansgarten, isn't it, and heading past that massive campsite to driver's left.
Good that the campers have had a mostly dry night.
True, yes. Although will have been put through the mill early on in this race, and there was all sorts of things being used as shelter. Yes, brollies, but also people's deck chairs.
Oh, yes.
Portable barbecues, just stick that on your head because it's totally washed out as far as the sausages are concerned. Anything to keep the hair dry, and of course, once you get wet with so much rain and hail, you're then going to stay very, very cold for potentially most of the other race as well. So, we're not very far away, by the way, from another hour being completed. I'm going to leave you in the hands with Graham Goodwin, though.
And, well, more rain being reported, by the way, at multiple places around the circuit. Not super heavy at the moment, but speak to a guy who knows exactly what it's like around here in the wet. And a man we seem to bump into just about everywhere around the world we go with ReadyLeMans.com. Marcus Seefried, thank you for coming to talk to us this morning. It's one heck of a race, isn't it?
It is. It's so. I mean, some say it's just about Mercedes. I mean, it looks like the first 4 cars are the AMG Mercedes, which we are proud of. But the race itself, it's frightening, and it's. I mean. For me, as a driver, you know, you are not so involved in the strategy, and because you always try to get a rest. So when you come back to the pits and look on the screen, and then it mixed up again, like now, you know, and then you do not know really by the strategy, because I think the Haribo always went for 9 laps and we went for 8 laps, so it's out of rhythm, and I do not know towards the end who will be the one who has to stop last and who will stay out for it.
Well, just tell us for the moment, what have you done out there in terms of the race so far? So you were out when and during which parts of this extraordinary race so far?
Yeah, I was actually out in the middle of the night, because I was the one supposed to go into the night, but by the interruption, by the red flag, everything went out of rhythm. We can see some drizzle, it's coming.
Oh,
right?
yes.
I mean, on my last laps in, I had already some drizzle exactly at the same point down there at the Dunlopkere, but it was not really infecting anything, but now I think it's getting more.
So just give us a bit of an impression.
Yeah.
In the changeable conditions here. It's an extraordinary track already, we know that.
It is.
But particularly when it's dark, particularly when it's changing, just how hard can you try?
It's... To be honest, I mean, I spent the last 10 years up here, and I have to say, there are some spots where it most like starts is like towards Schwedenkreuz or Flugplatz Quillbarer Höhe. Schwedenkreuz are one of the spots you always have to take care of. When it looks strange, I do a lift just to stay safe. Metzgesfeld sometimes is such a place where it starts to drizzle on that side of the track, or like then from Hohe Acht on, and there you really. If you just have sometimes one sense of use, it looks just a bit strange on the tarmac of the color, just do a lift. It will really
race.
Save you.
It's a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
What's that going to affect? Now it's Renger in the car now?
Now it's Renger back in there. I handed over to Christian, to Honadel, but I think he did a single, I did a double. Then I think Renger is on a double now again, because he feels the most comfortable in the rain. I have to admit, on all the testing days I joined the car, I never had really the wet or rain conditions, except when we had a night practice on Thursday night. but there it was just about adjusting the light, so I wasn't really confident, and I said, okay, then make the setup that they are going for the rain now, that we don't lose any performance.
Now, it's clearly a massive attack from the AMG Mercedes camp this year. We've seen factory blessed cars before, but not to this level of depth. It looks to me like they've done a dragnet through World GT racing and brought everybody in. I mean, 9 cars, okay, 8 cars once the 8 car was withdrawn, but it really is an extraordinary effort at this, and it seems at the moment with 1, 2, 3, 4 paying off.
I would like to mention one thing. I mean, if you look on the fastest lap times, if you see the BMW that did a 8:19, the Porsche did a 8:20. So they, with the number 9 car, 8:19, we did a 8:21. So actually, if you just have a look on the fastest laps, it's quite competitive. So it's not that we are way off of the others, but it seems like over a stint of the consistency,
you can stay with it.
We can stay with it, and there we have the big advantage. So and that made it. But also we have to say, like the BMW, what we saw just after the Yokohama, I'm really sorry for Lucas. I mean, that was really bad. Like, he couldn't do anything.
No, it was
it was just passenger in there.
Now, we were talking a little while ago about, as a professional race driver, how big a change it is when you get from one weekend, and I do genuinely seem to see you every single weekend, because you're doing. Just take us through what your year's like this year.
I mean, I do the Blancpain, the Sprint in the 488 Ferrari.
Rinaldi?
I do the Endurance with Rinaldi in the 458.
Yeah.
Then I do the ELMS with Proton competition on the RSR on the 991 Porsche. In US in the WeatherTech Series. That was a bad one. Highlights. In the WeatherTech Series, I'm with Magnus Racing on the Audi, and up here I got the drive with AMG with HTP on the Mercedes. So
how many races in GT machinery are you doing this year? Have you even counted?
I hope I get some vintage races on top of it. I'm working on that. I think it's gonna go again towards 30 weekends.
Wow, that is quite amazing.
Last year I had 32.
And how tricky is it to dial yourself out of a mid-rear engine Audi and into a...
This is something I have to say I have to work for. I don't have that God-given talent and sitting in and just do it. I really have to sit down on the data with the engineer and work it out, because there is not a bad car anymore out there. All of those, they are good, and they have some advantages and disadvantages, but if you compete against somebody like Maxi Bug or Baumann, who spent all year long just in that car, and you have to be spot on with those guys, that's the difficult thing. Or when I go back to the Andy Lally, he's also a real pro, and being with him in the competition on the Audi gives me also like a hard time. And then back in the GTE car, it's even more difficult. So I have to do my homework, I have to say, otherwise it's difficult.
Tell us a little bit about this. Is it the new Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3? You've driven a remarkable range of GT3 machinery. Where does this compare, and where is it strong?
It's quite strong in the fast kings, I have to say. Like spots here called Flugplatz Quiddelbach Flugplatz, then Schwedenkreuz. We call it the brave turn, the Mutkurve in German.
Well, that's in which case very brave.
Yeah, then the Pflanzgarten part. There, it's really, really nice with the long wheelbase, and but it's not as long as the SLS used to be, but it's really nice, controllable, and the car is very good of tire wear. So we are very consistent throughout the stint. And that, I haven't seen that one.
That was the two Audis getting together. We've got in the background here from Marco, seen some of his colleagues get into trouble overnight. I guess that's the most realistic comparison, the SLS, to this step forward, the AMG GT3, because that's one thing we've seen with GT3 is the development curve is pretty vertical now.
Yes, but maybe some out there, they don't want to hear that or what I'm saying, but I think the GT3 racing is right on a peak at the moment, because as we can see, the car's getting quicker and quicker. I have seen the qualifying, I think it was 2 weeks ago, of GT Open in Spa, or was it last week? I mean, they did 2 minute 15.7.
2 minute 15.7.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think that's a GT1 time back in the days. So and that's really quick. So I have to say, so the development doesn't stop, and that means also the budget and all the costs are raising up, and I do not know, you know, how long we can continue with that, because you know, the teams, they struggle a lot with it, and they have to find the budget somehow. I mean, some they get some support of the factories, but I mean, on such main events. But if you go for a championship, I mean, GT3 is customer sport.
And that's a very important thing from a professional driver's point of view, from like you, is to find gentleman drivers that are prepared to invest that kind of money.
Correct.
Are we going to see you back in the car before the end of this race?
I do not know. That's always up to the engineers. That's why I have my cell phone with me. We have a WhatsApp group, and once it tells me you go for, then I just change and go for it.
Marco, well, let's hope this is one of the happier of the 30 weekends that we're going to see you around international motorsport this weekend. It is always a delight to hear the views of a man that really knows, no matter where we are. As you heard, just a remarkable number of different cars, a remarkable number of different series, and a remarkable number of different races, and very much in the mix here as potentially podium sitter or better at the end of 24 hours here at the Nürburgring 24 hours. For now, though, Marcus Seefried, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Great, thanks very much indeed to Graham Goodwin. Just after 10:30 here in the Eifel Mountains at the Nürburgring. It's RadioLeMans.com, driven by Aston Martin. We've had 19 hours, just over 19 hours. The 19 hours mark went up there as we were talking to Marco Seefried, and the situation still very, very finely poised indeed, with drizzle falling around the Nordschleife at the moment, with just 12 seconds separating the first from the second placed cars as they go through there, completing another lap. We believe that both the cars in third and fourth places are on the intermediate tyres. That's the 29 and the 9 car, and the number 88 just going through there in the lead of the race, having just taken over the lead of the race, and that makes yet another change of the lead, which I make 21 changes of the lead now. So into the lead goes Maxi Goertz at the wheel of the number 88. Just 1 second behind him was the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. So as ever, the Black Falcon car just shadowing the number 88 and perhaps saving a bit of fuel as he does so, but finely balanced race, and they head down onto the Grand Prix loop nose to tail at the moment. And you know, I reckon that Adam Christodoulou in the number 4 really wants to get through and get into the lead of this race. Just been joined by Joe Bradley, for goodness sake. Good
morning, everyone.
Hello, Joe. I hadn't realised that as
Graham Goodwin's morphed into me.
Graham, I knew that Johnny was going to take over where Marco Seefried had left off.
Yes.
So we're...
You hadn't expected a double change then, had you?
That's okay, I can deal with that. I'm flexible, and I've also now... Marco was saying, what's the plan for the rest of the race, and he didn't quite know. Well, it's panning out very nicely indeed. Of course, the advantage that Black Falcon has still, and has had throughout, is that they have 2 cars. They have the number 4 and the number 9, and they are running... I don't know if they've done this deliberately, but they are running a slightly split schedule on the 2 cars. So they've basically got the number 4 car covering the 88 Haribo Mercedes, and they've got the number 9 car covering the 29 HTP Mercedes. So between the 2 Black Falcon cars, they've got one covering each of them. So I think if I were a betting man, I would be putting my money on the Black Falcon team, but that's mainly because you're betting on 2 cars out of 4 rather than 1 out of 4.
Well, if I was a betting man, I'd keep my money in my pocket right now, because outside over your shoulder, Paul, that rain is beginning to what we in the north call lash down. It's going to absolutely... All right, it's been drizzling and it's been light rain, but that is turning very quickly into heavy rain. And not the heavy skies that we saw last night, but certainly grey clouds, not dark grey, not black clouds, but the kind of grey, pure grey skies that tells us that rain is in for quite a while, even here in the Eifel forests.
Yeah, and slippery surface flags being displayed down onto the approach to the foxhole at Arenberg. But in many of our discussions, chaps, this week about who we thought was going to be the dominant manufacturer, I didn't quite expect Mercedes to take such a stranglehold on this race, occupying the top 4 positions. And yes, we can argue exactly which team might take the victory in this year's race, but Mercedes must be laughing all the way to the car showroom at this rate. If they're looking to sell cars on Monday, they've got 4 in the top 4, with the Porsche, yes, may have a chance of a podium in 5th position, but it's got to hope for some bad luck up ahead of it.
We've got Jim Roller's tool.
I think what they've managed to do at Mercedes is to run with the right mix of pace and reliability. The Audis have had the pace when the weather's dry, but they didn't always get dry weather, and they haven't had faultless reliability. The BMWs have certainly not had faultless reliability, and they've also had accidents. And the Porsches, well, it's really only been the story of the one Porsche, the 912 car, because the 911 had an accident very early on with Nick Tandy behind the wheel, and the number 44, the Falcon tyres, the other leading Porsche car. The tyres perhaps not that good in the wet, and that delayed the 44 car, plus it had its extra delay as well. And so that car hasn't really been able to play as big a role as I know the team would have wanted to play in this race. Purely by circumstance rather than anything the team necessarily did wrong as such.
I've just been able to look at Jim Roller's tool.
Yes, tell us what the weather's going to do.
It's going to stay wet until pretty much the finish by the looks of the satellite. Big green expanse of space just south of here, and it's on its way through. There you can see, Paul. See that? And it's not moving very slowly, so when it does come across, it's going to take a while to come across, and we're already on the fringes of it. So the heaviest rain isn't even here yet, and we're already dousing the track pretty heavily.
Right, well, we believe that certainly the HTP and the number 9 Black Falcon Mercedes are on intermediate tyres. I don't know if you picked that up when you were offline, but those 2 cars are on intermediate tyres. I'm not sure about the 88 Haribo car, but I did spot it kind of veering vaguely in the pit wall direction, as if it was looking for a wet line, but I think it might have just been wanting to check that it could see the pit board as it came through at the completion of that previous lap. So we'll see what they put on at the end of the lap that they're currently on.
I'm afraid that we only have one Porsche in the mix, and the 912 car has not come through at the end of that lap, and we're getting word that the 912 car has now suffered a technical defect. Car at MC. MC standing for... not sure. I thought you may know straight away, but the 912 car has not completed its 101st lap. 5th placed car. Remember that the 911 machine, the Manto Racing car, retired very early on, and the 912 car has reached 19 hours into the race, but it's going to struggle beyond this because of a technical defect. They might be able to get it fixed, of course.
Is that what's the German, Paul, for tech for scrutineering?
Inspection.
It's not anything like
no,
MC.
I don't know what MC stands for, I have to admit.
Okay. But, yeah, we're still waiting for the 912 car to even enter the pit lane. So we'll keep you posted on that and its whereabouts, but tellingly there is a question mark on our timing screen regarding the 912 car. Cleverly, these timing screens actually count down to when we next expect each car to cross the line, and as soon as it gets to about 10 or 15 seconds longer than it should take, then the screen starts to show alerts and things start to flash, and until that car appears, the screen's not happy. Well, we've got a big fat white question mark there at the moment.
For 912?
912.
I've located it in the paddock.
Right.
Very sad news. 911 GT-R car number 912, stopped on track, engine not running anymore. However, my tracker shows it behind the pits at pit out.
I've seen cars crab in my time, Joe, but that is a good old effort from the number 151 car down the Dottinger Höhe, and this car has been in various altercations through the race.
That thing's set up for the Lanier Speedway, which is a little 8-mile oval. That'll go, yeah, that'll be suited.
Nice bit of car control, though, to keep it off the racing line. The area covered by white flags to indicate a slow-moving vehicle. And hopefully the driver of the 151 will be able to get that back to the pits. Not got very much further to go.
These races are never over until they're over, are they? There's the 912 Porsche been going very, very well. In and out of the top 5, top 3, and then right on the edge. I say right on the edge. We're 45 minutes before the 20-hour mark. And you do really get the feel that we're on the run into the finish, but we're not really, are we? We've got more than a European Le Mans Series race to complete.
Indeed so, and the weather conditions may not go to plan as far as the teams are concerned as well. This rain's going to stay with us, but it is not necessarily going to come from the skies in a consistent manner. We might get heavy showers, we might get a light scattering of water across the circuit, so we'll try and keep you up to date with where the rainfall is. It's certainly raining on the Grand Prix track at the moment.
Combination of rain and I suspect a couple of full course, or not full course yellows, but slow zones, yellow zones around the circuit, increasing the lap times up to 9 minutes 01 last time around for the number 88 car, and into the pits this time, but it stays out. Into the pits this time around comes the number 4 car, and that's another 8 laps for the Black Falcon team. And the man of the race for me thus far, Manuel Metzger, getting ready to get into the car and out will hop Adam Christodoulou. I wonder if we can persuade Adam to come up here. I don't know if we've already had one Mercedes driver up here, but Adam Christodoulou having set fastest lap of the race in that double stint that he's just done, and so he is helping at the moment to strap Manuel into the car. There's some work going on at the front of the car. Oh no, it's just wiping of lights and screen as far as I can tell. Can't actually tell what they're doing from this angle, but I think they're just wiping.
By the way, update as far as the Audis are concerned. The number 5 car, which is the Phoenix Audi, came in a short time ago. Mortara pitting for wet weather tyres. The 16 René Rast driven twin Busch Motorsport Audi pits for wets, and in fact Mamarov taking that car over from René Rast. Ed Sandstrom on slicks hit the barrier in the number 2 car. It left it with rear damage. In the pits now being repaired.
Now repaired and on its outlap.
It was a left rear suspension toe link replaced, and it's back out on wet weather tyres.
Wet weather rather than intermediates.
Back on wets.
Okay, because the number 4 Black Falcon car is going out on the special slick intermediate that Michelin has available for GT3 cars now, and so that car ready to go, not yet out on the track, just waiting for the time to tick away and for the rest of the fuel to go in, or the other way around, the rest of the fuel to go away and then the time to tick away.
Well, the rain's coming down steadier and steadier, and I just noticed the number 29 HTP Mercedes. We heard from Marcus Siegfried, who's just been in the studio for an interview. That car looks like it's just started this race. It's hardly got any blemish on it, hasn't it? They've really looked after that car. And you heard exactly what he said about being circumspect.
That's what HTP does.
Yeah.
And they played it very softly and very gently last night, all through the night. Christian Hernadel may have only done single stints, as we heard, but was really quite happy to push on, set some very fast laps, and really has put that HTP car right in the mix. It just has one small problem, and that is it needs it to rain a little bit harder so that the number of laps that we actually complete comes down a little bit, but that's exactly what the weather is doing. And as I say, these teams will have good weather forecasting systems, even better better, I might say, than Jim Rollers, and that's going to put them in good stead to try and get the best prediction of how to deal with the remaining 4 hours and 40 minutes of the race.
That's quite a statement, because Jim Roller's tool is very, very efficient and has been throughout this race. Also efficient is Renger van der Zande, who is in that number 29 car and being placed into the car deliberately at this stage because of the weather and because of his Rennmeister ability, and we're seeing that already. We obviously have to wait a little bit to monitor lap times and just see how they compare to the cars ahead of it. But right now, that car 29, the Mercedes, the HTP Mercedes, in third, 1 minute and 36 seconds behind the leader, and we'll keep an eye on that because, as Paul said, HTP are a team very experienced here and know how to get the best out of not just the car and the team, but also the best out of this race here on the Nordschleife.
SP7 leader is still the number 64 car, which is the Black Falcon team TMD Friction Porsche 991. So not only are Black Falcon doing well in the main class SP9, but also they lead SP7. Car 57 is in second position.
Yes, that's the point, is that car 57 is now in second position in that class, because for the longest time it was 62 that was second in the class until it was involved in that accident with the Mercedes earlier on, about an hour ago or so. And that was very close. There was less than, about 5 minutes separating the two of them. But now the 64 car, the Black Falcon Porsche, has a much more comfortable lead in that class. Sorry, I kind of interrupted you, but I just wanted to put a bit of background to what's happened in the class as well as what is currently happening.
SP3T, headed by the number 106 Subaru WRX STI. It's had the class lead for quite a good while now, in 22nd overall, so very, very close to being in the top 20, and that would mean we'd have 3 classes represented in that top 20, but the Subaru run by Subaru Technica International, well placed. The second place car in 3T is the LMS Engineering Audi TT RS2, so that car started from the front row of Group 2 way back yesterday at 3:30, and it's circulating in second position. SPX class leader is the 170 car, being the Porsche Cayman GT4 of Montai Racing, and SP Pro, there's only one car in that class, that's the number 36 Toyota Gazoo Racing Lexus RCF. Great looking car, that machine, 28th overall, and still in the race, so therefore must be leading its class. The 305 machine is the class. Now, let me get these Cup class numbers correct. That's the BMW Cup class, which is class 5, and Bonk Motorsport out front, 29th overall, but the 305 machine is leading that. From 310, which is the Scheid Honut Motorsport car, Thomas Jaeger, Max Partel and Rudy Adams make up a good driving lineup within 310. Second in class. Third position in Class 5 is the number 303 Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport M235i Racing Cup car. Which other classes can I tell you about? SP6 is led by the number 83, which is the Rent to Drive Racing Porsche GT3 Cup car. V6 headed by the 140 machine, being the Black Falcon car. So they're leading another class there, our Black Falcon, with a Porsche 991 in class V6, which was for production spec cars of over 3 litre engines. TCR still headed by the 201 Seat Leon. So good work from that team, being the Matilda Racing Team Piston Kids organisation, and they're leading the Golf and the Seat Leon. And let me pick one more class out for you. V4 headed by the 141 car, and car 141 being the Pixum Team Adrenaline BMW E90. I like the Pixum, by the way, paint jobs for Adrenaline Motorsport. It's blue and orange. One of those cars was the Crabbing 151 machine, which I reckon got back to the pits as we saw it down the Dottinger Höhe, with a lot of right-hand lock just to get the car pointing in a straight line former V5 leader before it was attacked by the 75, the Lamborghini. Yeah, the Conrad Lamborghini attacked it down at the Yokohama S, and the V5 Porsche was left in the gravel. It lost the lead consequently and is now 4th in Class V5.
The leading car, number 88, led the race for a massive 2 and a bit laps now, but at the end of this lap it'll be due into the pits. That's the Haribo-sponsored Mercedes, which will be, as I say, heading its way down to pit lane any moment now, and that will let into the lead once again the HTP Motorsports car, which René van der Zande, you were saying he was feeling comfortable with the car. We heard the same thing, much the same thing from Marco Zayfried earlier on, and into the pits then comes the number 88 car, and pretty sure it's Maxi Goertz at the wheel of that car at the moment for what is his 13th pit stop and an 8-lap stint for the number 88 car.
Okay, so the 4 on and out lap now, and the 29 car not quite with them on that pit stop cycle, so it remains out on the tyres with some good grip now, because temperatures will be well and truly up. We're expecting the 29 car to head across the line within the next minute.
The gap before the pit stop was around about 35 seconds between first and second, the 88 and the 4. And also the number 29 car, the HTP car that we mentioned earlier with Van der Zande at the wheel, that was the gap between it and the leader was 1 minute and 36. Last time through was 1 minute and 8. So I think it's probably more down to pit stops that gap has come down than actual pace on the track, because lap times, on saying that, the last lap through was a good 20 seconds difference.
Yes, that's it's a combination of a number of things, because the lap time includes the time spent going through the little wiggle that takes you into the pit lane, which is always a little bit slower. Looking round, where is the Van der Zande car? There it goes, number 29 through now. It's getting more gloomy out there, isn't it? I don't quite say it's lashing it down, but it certainly is raining a little bit harder than it was before. And looking at the race from the point of view of the number 29, the HTP car, the reason that that's got itself into the lead was by doing a shorter stint on its last stint. The shorter stint meant that it had a shorter pit stop, but it came in on the same lap as the number 4 car. And that meant that it was able to jump ahead of the number 4 car and therefore extend its advantage. From the number 9 car. That's the car that it's on the same schedule with. We'll see the number 9 car coming through in about 2 seconds or so. No, longer than that. He's pulled away.
40 seconds.
Yeah, so Van der Zande is actually lapping considerably quicker, and he's making up ground on the rest of the field. It's looking very good for HTP at the moment. We'll see how it pans out. Obviously still a long way to go, but I said a little while ago, the Haribo car isn't able to lead as much of the race now as it was earlier on. But we do have this kind of double shadowing effect of the 2 Black Falcon cars, each of them shadowing one of the non-Black Falcon cars.
Van der Zande is clearly their secret weapon when it comes to wet weather driving, isn't it?
It's what Marco told us. He said that he was much more comfortable with the car when it was in damp or mixed conditions.
It is Maxi Goertz, by the way, behind the wheel of the 88, which now rejoins the race.
And he stayed behind the wheel then, presumably?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. And the 4 car works its way through the Yokohama S now in 4th position, then behind the 29 of Van der Zande and the 88 of Maxi Goertz. Just heading into the Dunlop curve now is the 3rd placed number 4 Black Falcon car. Quite a bit of traffic for it to deal with, heading out of that sharp right-hander and towards the Michael Schumacher S then. 912 will continue to tumble down the order, so that will promote the Bentley to 7th position now, and the best of the non-German cars. So we have still 4 Mercedes going